And now we are live over here. There you go.
Live here.
Yep. So we are all set over there. That's great. So we are live over here. Okay, yeah, Steve joining in from the chat. So I was wondering, I'm like, there they are. And boom. See how we did that?
There
that
they
was
are.
A nice, smooth transition. John, Eddie, Carl Ellsworth.
Hi, Carl.
John and Eddie Menzel.
John and Eddie.
Yeah. So, yeah, Eddie, you're saying you might know some of his
I was
people?
trying to see who produced Unhinged.
Who produced it?
Yeah.
Mark Gill. There's a lot of producers on it. Lisa Elzy.
No, I met a guy named Jib Polaris at a festival this past year. He does a bunch of action movies, and I for some reason thought he was attached to that.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, that name does not ring a bell, but I don't know. I wasn't there for very long. I was like in and out, like, so it's like they was like, okay, guys, you got this. Okay, great. You got this. Go take it from here. So they shot it in New Orleans. Gosh, it's been a minute, like back in the summer of 2019. And I was there for for a few days of pre-production, I guess. And then a hurricane was bearing down, and I was like, freaking out. And
I thought you liked storms.
yeah, so
I was just going to say, you love thunder.
I do like it. I do like them in home theater settings. I'm a sucker for like storms and stuff. I love that. It's like I can't actually, and it was great. I just saw the new Frankenstein movie the other night, the Guillermo del Toro one. Lots of good lightning and thunder in that one. Just unbelievable.
Oh, really?
Oh my God, yeah.
Is that's gonna be a good home theater movie, you think?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, if Netflix does it right, it starts, I think, next Friday on Netflix.
Oh, okay, awesome.
But yeah, they have like a limited. They're having a limited theatrical release of it, and it was showing not far from where I live, and I'm like, yeah, I got to go see this in the theater. I got to go check it out on the big screen, and it's a new enough theater. They had a great Atmos system in there, so yeah, it was very cool.
That's awesome. I'm looking for. Speaking of storms, though, like I'm looking forward to that one now that you've said that, because I've heard good things about the movie itself, but then talking about the home theater part of it, and it's dropping on Netflix next week. That's exciting. But this is one. I might have already told you about this one when you were on previously, but Hurricane Heist.
I know it. I've heard of it.
It's a bad movie that you need to see. It's a ridiculous premise that, it's like if you mixed Twister with, I don't know, some bank robber movie or something
Fast
like
and
that.
Furious, because it's the same guy that did Fast and Furious.
Yeah. Was it Rob Cohen?
Yeah,
I think. Yeah. But you want to talk storms, Carl. This movie is like, it's a home theater juggernaut. And I could see, like, if you're just watching it at home on your TV or like Eddie on your phone, you're gonna be like, this is the dumbest movie I've ever seen. Right. But when you're in your room and in a theater, and it's like, it's more than Twister. It's like, there's multiple cows going around the room or whatever. There's so much dynamics to this movie audibly. It's like, it's a blast. And by the end of it, you're like, yep, that was the dumbest movie I've ever seen, but I can't wait to see it again.
Great. I'm writing it down. Also, DJ, let's see. I just sent my kid who is building, my 16-year-old, he's building let's see. Are we having technical? Are we he said, can you send me a new link I sent him the X link.
Okay.
And I don't know if he's seeing the right one, or I'm monitoring us. It's like,
on here, on now, like on YouTube, everything might just be changing over. Like we're seeing like my numbers and stuff like that.
I'm just making sure. Yeah. I was like, I told my kid, I'm like, hey, I'm going to be on this show. It's like, and so maybe I should send, because I see us on YouTube, but on X, I'm seeing like Travis and Mike.
Yep. I'm seeing on X, I got one viewer right now on X, 15 on YouTube. They're all, and now it's just populated. I got 3, so it is populating, but it is on X. It's on my, X channel.
Yeah, but I'm on X. Is it broadcasting? It's broadcasting you, Travis, and Mike.
Still?
That's weird, right? Anyway,
yeah, Travis and that was a while ago. So
Cool.
maybe that's what somebody's watching over there. I don't know. I don't know. Or that version. Well, no, actually, you know what, Carl? They are all still there. Right. So you know what I mean? Just like on YouTube, you can go back and watch what I've done earlier today. So they are still there, but this new one you need to find it, and it might, takes a little bit to be behind,
Okay, I just got to make sure just so there's a delay. There's
a delay, or you got to find the right channel. Like, I don't know how it works on X. I know on YouTube, you just go into the channel on YouTube and everything's there. Like all 3 shows were there. You could see them before it started.
I see.
I don't know how it works on X. I think on X, it's like once I go live, they get an alert like DJ is live now, or this is live on his channel. And then you have to click on it. But it's not like you can go there ahead of time and wait for it. You know what I mean? So maybe that's why it's taking a little bit longer. Because it was funny this morning, we had, like, I see up in the corner, I see the numbers for the show, and it's like, I was having like 180 people viewing it once. I've never had numbers that high myself. And I'm like, what the heck? And I look, and on X, it was like, I had like 100 and something people watching on X, and like, it's always less on YouTube.
Huh.
So, like, for one reason today, more people are watching on X than they are on YouTube, which is weird. Usually it's the other way around. And like right now, it's just, it's still more people on YouTube than it is on X, but that will flip around as the night goes on. So, and it is getting later too. But
true.
Yeah.
Just maximize viewership here.
Yeah. Well, yeah. If you haven't seen me yet today, then I don't know what you've been doing. I'm on for 25 hours. If you couldn't catch a couple minutes here or there, it's like,
no, it's great to like, I was so excited to nerd out with you guys tonight. It's like, I've got my stack of like show and tell of like my favorite recent releases. Here's one. Okay. The Eddington 4K.
I've heard about you. Have you seen that?
I haven't seen that one.
Wow, guys.
Puppies, that movie?
Who?
It's Ari Aster's latest, his COVID-19 set in the year 2020.
Yeah, he's good.
I don't know. It kind of came and went. Now, nobody really went to see it, but man, it's one of my favorites of the year. And then it's turned out to be a great 4K Atmos mix there. So yeah, anyway, I love this stuff. So I'm happy I love being on with you guys. So let's see, what else do I have? Oh, speaking of Guillermo del Toro, the Criterion Nightmare Alley.
I've never seen it.
Oh my God. They just released this again. This is after you see
Criterion, yeah.
They did it, and it's a new black and white director's cut on there with like 10 extra minutes. I watched it the other night. It is people say it's one of his most, I guess it's true, it's one of his most underrated movies. It was nominated for Best Picture a couple of years ago. And again, one of these things that just kind of, I don't know, got lost in the noise or something, but holy moly, Bradley Cooper and Rooney Mara. And it's a remake of an old, gosh, who was in the original? I know it's like the name is escaping me. Anyway, it's, I say it's like Guillermo del Toro in my mind is one of the master artists of the moment. He's really firing on all cylinders and just really loving his stuff. 2021,
2.5 hours. And it's I just found it on Kaleidoscape, 4K, HDR, Dolby Atmos, $14.99. Cast Bradley Cooper, Cate Blanchett, Toni Collette, Willem Dafoe, Richard Jenkins, Rooney Mara, Ron Perlman. Yeah.
It's solid. So it's his latest, the black and white came with the theatrical is included as well. That's in color and Atmos. And I think though Del Toro oversaw he said it's his favorite version, this black and white extended or director's cut. Yeah, and I think they did I want to say it's a DTS 5.1 on that one, but
yeah.
I will definitely look that up. I thought that was an older movie. I've never heard of it.
It's an older movie, and again, if you look at
it, remake. Yeah.
And it was one of these where Del Toro had been wanting to remake it for a long time, finally got a chance, and man, is it just good. So it's like, yeah, and you guys were mentioning, it's like, what do you wish like they would they would re-release in 4K, and this is one of them, I guess. And then let's see what else. I'm just going to go through. I've just got my stack ready. It's like,
well, that's Sorcerer. Good ideas.
Here, let's see, Sorcerer, the William Friedkin Criterion. Again, I've been stacking up on these lately. This is the movie that opened against Star Wars in 1977, so no one saw it.
Right. Okay, that's what, and I was 7.
Eddie's seen it.
I love William Friedkin. It's one of my favorites.
Oh my goodness. Just
really?
fantastic. And so I love it. You know, again, we're in this age of people where they're going back, Criterion, and especially these specialty companies. But again, even the majors now, you guys were talking about, well, I heard you talking about Tombstone and Master and Commander. It's like, man, I hope they keep doing this.
Yep. That was another one.
They're doing phenomenal work on these things. And finally, it's like, you know, doing these definitive versions of it. And I'm a sucker when, you know, especially when they say they've upgraded. I mean, they're going in and remixing these things too for the Atmos home theater. And it's just, I love it. So
what did you think of, have you seen the new Master and Commander?
Yeah.
What did you, as a guy that likes storms, what did you think of it?
What did I think of the
audio, the new audio on it?
The audio I thought was really solid.
Yeah.
I thought
Steve thought, and people have thought like the bass wasn't what they wanted it to be. It wasn't as punchy, but one of the things, what I liked about it was the clarity. It was, I mean, it just felt like you got more, you know, discreetness around the room when it wasn't as punchy, but I didn't even take it that way. When the first time I took it in, I was just like, I was happy with what I had. And I wasn't thinking like, oh, it's not and once people said that, I was like, oh yeah, they're kind of right. But I was kind of blown away by like, especially that opening scene. And it's like, there's so much going on. And like I said to Steve, when we were talking about it, it's like, that cannons don't explode. The balls don't explode when they hit. So there would be nothing punchy. It'd just be like crashing through wood, and
splintering
stuff like that.
through the hull of the ship.
Yeah. And so, you know, I was maybe kind of justifying it that way, but I thought, you know, there were maybe people disappointed with it because you want that thunderous bass and you want something like that. But I just thought the discreetness and the clarity and, I'm trying to think of what the word I'm looking for there, but I thought it was such an improvement that it was definitely worth everything they did. And when like I said, I hadn't heard anybody's review and I'm like, this thing's awesome. And people are like, well, it wasn't this. I'm like, all right.
Well, you have to go back to the DVD mix really to get what they're referring to as far as the percussiveness of the cannon blast, because it wasn't on the Blu-ray either.
Okay.
You have to get back to the DTS DVD mix that they did.
Yeah. And what's funny is that's one of the things going back. You can go back that far. You can go back. People say go back to the Laserdisc for some things to get the right audio, because that's the one thing that's been able to be, I guess, given to us hasn't really changed that much over the years. The frequencies that they can give us are still the same, 20K, right? So how much difference is it between some people can prefer the Laserdisc version or the DVD version. And just because you go to an object-based or whatever, we have Atmos or DTSX now, it's still the same frequency range. And if they're delivering it the right way, even way back then, maybe it is better. I don't know.
Back then, were they nowadays it's like, do they not, or mostly they do all these different mixes.
They do near field mixes for home releases now. In the early days of DVD, they really didn't do that.
Right.
That's
where THX came
in other words, were the Laserdisc or the Laserdisc tracks that we're hearing more or less and the early DVDs, are those the theatrical mixes?
Yes. That was the idea of that. Like, it was just, they took that theatrical mix, they put it onto the Laserdisc. So when this is meant to be, you know, like John said, like, it's not near field. So your speakers are meant to be further away like they are in a regular commercial theater. But that's where THX came in. And it was like optimize your room to play a theatrical mix in this smaller room.
Right.
And that's where, so now you're going to get, if you get a THX certified disc, that was optimized to play in a smaller room. If you had a THX certified receiver, that was meant to be the, processing for a smaller room, right? Then they went as far as THX speakers. These are certified to play with everything in conjunction, right? So then And that's where the whole THX, like I got THX all the way through my room, and then they get into THX cables and blah, blah, blah. And it's all licensing and everything. But at the end of the day, really what you're looking for was really that middle piece, that, the processing to get it into, this mix that's meant to be in a giant room, get it down into our rooms. And now they just mix it differently for us. So we don't really need that anymore. Or THX, that is.
I know. I really like the Master and Commander. Like by and large, it's, and again, I can't believe like every time I see the latest 4K upgrade, I have to do it. It's like, I'm by and large 99% of the time, in some way they're improved for me. It's like, and I also, it's just like, I know that, okay, theoretically I'm seeing the new, the best possible way. I'm a stickler for this stuff. The best possible way it's, it can look and sound, in the year 2025. And it's like, yeah. And then I admit I take my Blu-rays and I put them in a box and I take them to Half Price Books. I did, another box full the other day. I'm like, it's just because it's like, yeah, it's kind of a sickness I have, guys. So thank you for having me. It's like, I love it.
Well, we're here to help. We're all
this is
support group for.
I was just gonna say Brightside Home Theater 25-hour support group. So,
thank you.
Hi, Carl. Hello, my name is Carl.
Hi, my name is It's like I have I just bought yes, Die Hard for the 9th time, and
yeah, well, I'm the one that owns.
Hey, speaking of that,
Bloodshot.
you guys, they need to do why they're on digital 4K, but the original is the only one in 4K. When are they going to release the other 4?
The rest of the diehards?
They can forget the 5th one, but they can.
Yeah, Yeah, I don't know. I know, like that was one of the.
I figure it'll be coming since Sony seems to be way more aggressive since they went with Sony in releasing.
Right.
So I figure it's coming at some point.
Maybe Christmas, because Die Hard 2 is a Christmas movie.
Right, absolutely.
One taking place at Christmas, so there you go. You get that. I saw that on your Twitter timeline. You get into the weird Christmas movies too, Carl. It'll be what was the ones last year? I can't remember what they were. You were saying something like, this is definitely a Christmas movie.
Yeah, I even
action movie that's same thing. Like I love doing that. Action movies that are like just has Christmas in the background. We call it a Christmas movie.
Die Hard is totally a Christmas movie. And then it was last year actually, and it was the new Nosferatu.
That's the one. You mentioned that.
You're like, this is like Nosferatu.
I haven't seen that. Or maybe I did. I don't remember. I can't remember if I saw
Lethal Weapon's a Christmas movie.
Lethal Weapon is a Christmas movie.
Absolutely.
Nosferatu, because I didn't come to that determination until after, because it came out at Christmas time last year.
Yeah.
But by golly, they had there was a scene where the guys are in this dark room or whatever, this gothic looking play with a freaking Christmas tree in the background.
There you go.
There you go.
That's all you need.
It's set at Christmas time, and which I like that again, man. I tell you, that is again another great 4K presentation. It's just the surround mix again. So it's like we're in the golden age of sound. I love it. Oh, I can't get enough of it. So
yeah, it is fun because you have. Are we pushing the sound designers too? Right, like they did it years ago, and I've mentioned it a million times on the show. One of my favorite things is listening to Ron Howard on the Apollo 13 commentary, be like, "We're doing this for the home theater people," and I was like, "Oh my god," because the home release of this stuff is like we're the ones doing it, and it's like, are these people sitting and mastering these things, going, they know exactly who they're playing this for, and it's like they know we're out here, and it's like. This exists. Otherwise, because I don't think most people going to the movies really care about it as much. They'll hear good sound if they happen to wander into a good theater, but most theaters aren't as good. So are these people actually like, thank God I don't know. I've never talked to a sound designer. I tried to get one this year, but are they like grateful? Like, all right, there are people in the home theater community doing this, because other than us, people aren't hearing their work.
Well, I tried to make inroads into that department last week. I got to tell you guys, like I took my son on occasion. This time of year, I sometimes get invites to like screenings, you know, like for people. It's award season or whatever. And I'm not a member of the Academy or anything. I just voted like for Writers Guild Award stuff. But it's like I'm on the mailing list. And so last week I got an invite to a screening of F1 at Skywalker Sound out at the Lucas Ranch. And when I saw this a few weeks back, I told my kid, I'm like, we got to do something. This is like with a Q&A with the sound designers.
Oh, wow.
And DJ is like, I got to tell you, it's like, okay, I told my son, like, there's no other place to see this movie. If we are going to go see and hear this movie as it's supposed to be, it's the whatever the heck theater they have at Skywalker Sound. And so we flew out for like 2 days and we got to see it. And I got to meet a guy named Gary Rizzo, who's one of the sound designers on it, or he's like the re-recording mixer or something. Yep. And I was nerding out about home theater. He asked, like I said, I just got the 4K, but I haven't watched it. And anyway, so it's like I'm trying to be best friends with him. So I'll keep you posted because I'm like, I said something like, you know, I told him kind of what I was running here at home. I run like a 7.1.2 or something. And he's like, no, dude, he's like, no, what you need is 9.1.6.
Oh God.
And I'm like, wait a minute, does that, and he went into it a little bit, but because I'm kind of not, you know, stupid when it comes to how Atmos works. I said, well, what drives that? Or, you know, so he, at least the one thing I learned from him is that I didn't quite understand that Dolby Atmos is kind of adapts to the system you have.
Yes. That's the idea.
I didn't quite understand because it's like,
okay.
And he said, so no, he's like, well, dude, no, you can, you know, fine. You're 7.2, you know, 7. I think I run 7.0.2 because I have built-in subwoofers in my front speakers. But when he said 9.1.6, I'm like, well, wait a minute, would you mix for that? He's like, no, the Atmos system, it adapts and it will work. Anyway, so it was just fascinating. Again, and the sound work, if you guys haven't seen that one, you know, mind blowing. And the theater we saw it in, again, my son made a comment about just the treatments. He's like, as we were leaving this theater, you know, it was about a 300-seat theater or something. Again, I've never heard it say, and they were saying, we just upgraded the speakers in here, and I'd have no idea what they were using. But the treatments, like, you know, if you turned away from a conversation, your voice would disappear into the side of the theater, right? It's just. And I'm like, so all that stuff is, again, it was mind-boggling, but it was so unbelievably refreshing because, like, my God, I didn't have to turn on the English subtitles for once either. I've had a problem with that. I've been getting old and my hearing is like, but again, everything was just amazing. You would have been a DJ. I thought about you. I was like, man, God, this is unreal.
Thank you.
And
isn't it? It's no, but that's the thing. It's like, and that's fun for me to like even hear. Like I'm talking to this guy. Oh, DJ would love this guy. It's like, oh my God.
It's like, and they had the other, their sound designer and the director was there, Joe Kosinski, and they were just talking about their approach to the sound mix, but also it's like, you know, how, like, if you've seen it, the cars that they use in the movie are actually like for the up close, like Formula 2 cars.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So with each time the car passes, though, it's like they had to redo. So you're hearing a Formula 1 sound. It's just amazing. It's just again, as you all can tell, it's like I'm a complete nerd for this stuff, and it's just again, it's all of that stuff in conjunction. You know, it's like a screenplay is one thing directed, but it's sound, all of it. It's just mind-boggling, and that was. Again, that will, I believe, win the Academy
for sound. You think
there's some good ones?
Yeah, well, there's some good ones, but yeah, that is my favorite. One of my favorites. People that don't like it as much, they don't think it's as dynamic, but I could kind of see what they're saying. But what I like about it is the detail. Again, getting into like kind of like what I was talking about with Master and Commander, it's the detail that you're getting, the voices of the announcers over you, because when you're watching a car drive, you're not hearing the voices over, but how do you translate that into a movie and make it entertaining. And I thought they did a really good job with that, of filling. It kind of was weird, like filled the back of your room of the voices of the announcers while you're watching the car.
Right.
It wasn't at the front of the room,
Right.
but it was still like filled the back of your room, but didn't get in front where you would hear the other stuff that was going, the pans of the cars going by each other and stuff. So maybe it's not accurate to real life, but it's still like an artistic choice that I'm like, how did they do that? And I hadn't heard something like that. So that was pretty cool.
That blew my mind. That particular aspect, seeing in the theater and hearing those guys, the announcers, like what you're saying, and then there was the moment where it's the Brad Pitt talks about his feeling of flying,
right? Yes,
and how they then and
at the yeah, exactly, and it's like I do this. This happens to me sometimes when I'm doing when I was doing movies, and I'd like literally, I call it stamping out a movie, and I'd sit down and I'd have I put my phone on stopwatch, and I'd hit start on the stopwatch on the phone when I hit play on the movie. So, at 10 seconds into the movie, 10 seconds into the movie, right? So I do a screen grab of the stop, and that's how I would know when my scenes were. So at 15 minutes and 12 seconds, I know there's going to be a good scene. So then I would have all these screen grabs of these times, and I go back and watch the movie and see what I saw in that moment. And when you do that, sometimes it's like when you're into the movie and you're really, and you're watching, and you're like, oh, pops, all I got to do is I don't have to look at my phone, just bang, screen grab it. But when you take yourself out of the emotion of watching the movie and you go back and be like, what was I looking at here? What did I hear? And you've lost what led you into that moment. And sometimes I would lose it. It was like sometimes you'd be like, oh well. It's like I don't know what it was, but that's why like the whole movie plays into everything that's going on. And it's like, but sometimes I just have to, I don't even know what I saw here. I don't know why I was excited to see that scene, but okay, move on to the next one. And some of these scenes, they stand on their own, and that's the ones that we end up talking about. But yeah, so much fun.
Yeah.
Look at you, you big nerd.
I know. It's great. It's like, I was thinking, what else? But no, it's just, again, it's like what I appreciate is what you're talking about, the artistic choices. It's like, and from all involved, and just the artistry on display in all the departments.
Yeah. Well, that's why I like talking to both of you guys. Eddie, who made it, produces his writes, directs, and makes his own movies. And like I'm getting chills thinking about it now. It's like you're artists, and it's like, Carl, you write something, and then you have to hand your piece of art over to somebody else, and then okay, take care of my piece of art, please. And hopefully they get the vision that you had. And Eddie, you're producing and directing and talking to you, and it was like, you got to tell people what your version of the art is in your head. You wrote it, and you directed it. And it's like, I need you to do this, and you got other artists to do it, and then you're producing it on the other side and editing it and being like, it's just it's overwhelming for you to think about. Never mind you to do it, right? Like I can't even imagine. I know when I've done my art or anything, it's like I need somebody to do something. I'm like, I get angry because they didn't hit what I wanted. This is what I'm imagining here, and you didn't do it right. And it's like dealing with what you want.
Yeah, it's a part of it, right, guys? I go home and scream and yell, in private. I don't do it publicly, but I get frustrated, but not too often. I find
interesting.
Yeah.
Go on, Carl. I'm sorry, man.
No, go ahead.
I was saying, like, I know in my world, there's a script you write, there's a script you make, there's a script you edit, and I don't know. You must be like do 100 takes or something. I don't know, but I'm not that guy. For Carl, it must be really interesting because he sees the script he writes, And I'm sure the majority of the time it's not the script you wrote that they made. And for the director of that project, the script he went in to direct, by the time you get to the editing, it's not the same movie that you directed. Because, like, for instance, you give an actor a script, it becomes their story. Like, it's not yours, man. And I'm sure, like, Carl sees it like, it's drastically different from a writer's standpoint.
It is, and it's like, but there's also been times where it's, again, the nature, right, is it's a collaborative art form, and it's like, but by and large, like, you come back to make the best thing possible. And again, and the script is, again, it's the cliche word, but it's the blueprint. And more often than not, I guess it's like I've been really fortunate that where it's like from actors to whatever, they've always actually made it better.
Yeah, totally. That's what I meant.
Or done something where it's like, yeah, it wasn't what I heard in my head or wasn't what I envisioned, but man, is it better? And it's like, and this is great. And it's like, and then that's where the sound guys have come in. It's like, oh man, it's great. So it's, but yeah, again, it's just, it's movie making. But boy, when you're able to do it and get it done, and to then hear it, bringing all of this together from.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah, from typing a script to the speaker designers that and the people that install them in the theaters to make it all sound right.
Yeah,
it's everything in between. It's kind of mind-boggling in a way.
It's kinda. It is. It's like, think of another art form that's like that. It's like, I said it earlier this week, I think, or at some point, I don't know. Like a light source on it, and be like, there you go. It's like there's no to enjoy a movie, a piece of art, or this day and age, this day's Picassos. You need these setups. You need this amazing amount of tech to enjoy it, to get what the artist was intending. And there's people like us that are just, we're doing it, we're loving it. There's no amount of tech that's going to stop us. Like, all right, we're actually looking for more tech. No, we told you you're good enough. No, we're not. Let's get it better.
Anything. It's just, again, to then the fact that it's now, another one of my favorite things earlier. It's I was on, I don't know, again, scrolling my phone and going on Pinterest, and I love looking at old photographs of movie premiere marquees and the people standing outside, and back in the 40s or 50s or something. And again, thinking about it says it's air conditioned in here. Everybody, come see Psycho or whatever. And again, but the work that went into that, but thinking, wow, what you had to rely on then, it's like, no, people couldn't. That was the film at that time, right?
Yeah,
not practical to have a projector in your house yet, and all the the technology at the time that was in those theaters. But now that we're here, and it's like, never did I think it's like, for better or worse, actually, it's like, it's obviously changed the experience, but it's like, we've now reached kind of the what do they call the the singularity, I guess, with movie going, as opposed like what you get when you now go out to a theater. And,
I completely agree.
We were talking about that earlier today. I had a guest on, Rob H. He does a AV Rant podcast, and he was saying, it was like, he goes, when we set out to do this, we were trying to match what we had in the theater. A lot of us were like, and he's like, he's like, now we've surpassed it, and a lot of us have surpassed it, and it's like, why are we, in his point, it's like, why are we still continuing to try? still continuing to better it. And he's like, I think he's like, we'd have better resources if we put it towards something else. And it's like we've had this discussion argument before where it's like, but the thing is I don't think we've surpassed it everywhere. It's like there are great theaters out there, just not every, you might not have access to one, but as great as a home theater can be, there are great cinemas out there that have great laser projectors and have great, presentations. And the other thing I said to him is like, I know my local, Showcase Cinema X Plus upgraded, I think it was last year, they upgraded their projector to a new Barco laser projector. And I'm like, is it the case that, yeah, the home theater people have surpassed the cinemas? And you know what? We are now pushing the cinemas. They're like, if we want people to come out, we've got to match what the people, they're trying to duplicate what we have at the cinemas now.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
You're 100% right. The cinemas have just let down everybody for so long.
Yeah.
And then you all come into it and the cinemas suck. I mean, you're just paying people minimum wage. The managers are running other things, it's not what it used to be by no means. Like it's a bottom of the line, publicly traded, shitty experience, to be honest with you.
Tell us how you really feel.
I mean, and I don't say I love the theater. I've put my own movies.
No, there's a certain amount of like still where I go. It's like, because I've tried to pick and choose where I go now, but it's like there was for me, I still do it. I sit down in the theater and I kind of brace myself for something to. I'm by nature like a glass is half empty person, but what's going to go wrong?
Yeah, with
the presentation. But by and large, it's like you're right. It's like the minimum wage. It's like, but if you think about it, it's like, but these are the the workers on the front lines of presenting the movie. As we the artists hope will. It's like it'll be shown. It's like, man.
Yeah.
Good indie theaters still do it, and they do it well. And those are the ones you go support, and they're amazing. I'm just talking about like the majority of the multiplexes in any small town. It's just
don't get me started too on the.
They don't even put the posters up until like 3 days before the movie plays, or they put it up the day of when the movie's released.
Well, my gripe is I've been actually trying to put it out to people I know about griping about like, look, this. The 30 minutes of trailer or commercials and stuff, but ahead of the posted showtime, it's awful. It's terrible for me. I think finally studios are catching on that is not good for business.
I even went to our main indie theater in Atlanta called the Plaza, and I'm not trying to rip on the Plaza. I love it. And for one battle after the other, and I want to say it started at 4. It was like 4:42 when the movie started. I was like, this is preposterous. My parking pass is going to expire before this begins.
I read now that people were getting wise as studios finally where they started paying attention when it's like recently I heard that it's like because people are now showing up at 4:40 knowing full well and missing the trailers for we're studios heavily reliant upon those in the theaters, and that's their biggest audience, or one of it is for people.
But the reason they can skip the trailers, it's because like when I was a kid, I used to watch a trailer during Christmas before a Christmas movie for a summer blockbuster. So you had 6 months to get ready for it and get excited. They will not put your movie trailer in the theater like 30 days in advance as max. So they're not putting trailers, like it's the new release coming out in 2 weeks, not 6 months in advance. So there's nothing that entices you. They took away all the sexiness about it.
The specialness and that in this. Yes.
They used to give us something to talk about. Like, like Die Hard's coming out at Christmas and it's only summertime,
I think we talked about this last year too, Carl, because you were at, what was that cinema you were at last year? Remember
talk about like a little, I went up to, last year, I went up to the Last Picture House. It's a little indie cinema run by the Quiet Place guys in Davenport, Iowa. And I still think it's at least a future of movie going where anyway, but go ahead, DJ. Yeah.
No, but what I was gonna say, like we're talking about that, and like I had people like, this is a great business opportunity. We don't have that in this area. We could do this, and it's like, okay, but the money to get that off the ground, and it's like, I mean, it's difficult, but that's it has to be a passion project that, hopefully takes off. But on the trailer thing, we've said this before, and I think we talked about it last year. It's like, to your point, Carl, it's like you're hoping that they present your piece of art in a right way when people go to theater, and everything you said, Eddie, like, oh wow, you got people that they don't care about this. They're just there to make a minimum wage. It's just a job to them. They don't care about the movie. They don't care about this. But then you have like 30, 40 minutes of trailers. People are coming into this work of art, which is supposed to, move you. Right? It's supposed to evoke an emotion out of you in some way. And you're starting off angry because the trailers were so long. It's like, how are you supposed to think this was good when you're starting off going, I gotta go in a minute, the babysitter or my parking pass is gonna, I love that one. Andy.
Right. You've just added 45 minutes to my schedule. Look, people are, yeah. And you're right, though. People are angry. It's like, yeah, I took my little girl to, the Minecraft movie back in April, had to sit there, and she about lost her mind.
Yeah. And it's like, so if the movie gets you back to zero, to basically, now you're not angry anymore. You got you back to zero. You're like, you're back to baseline. You go home and you go, how was it? But if you'd started at 0 and it got you to 10, you'd be like, how was it? That was awesome.
Totally. Yeah. The experience.
Yeah. It's like, for a movie to be awesome nowadays, it's got to get you through got to raise your level of happiness from anger to being like really excited. And that's hard to do.
It's like they've closed down. There's rumors that they're going to reopen, like the ArcLight cinemas out in LA, that they're attached to the, to the Cinerama Dome on, it was a kind of a multiplex, and the idea when it opened, it was kind of revolutionary. It's been 20 years ago when they opened it. But it was, a premium experience. So it's like, in reserved seats. But I miss it because they were kind of like just very basic theaters. They eventually had 21 and over screenings. Anyway, it was really a revolutionary thing. But the best thing they did, you walk in and they showed 3 trailers, and they had essentially a host or an usher before every movie would come and introduce the movie and say, hey, and we're going to be hanging out, watching for projection and sound problems, and please let us know. I don't know. It was just glorious.
That was my home theater for 15 years. I
lived
a mile from there, so we just walked. That was my home theater. And having that and being able to see like the costumes and the wardrobes and the glass cases whenever you enter. And that person introducing the film and just talking, like it was just the icing on the cake before the movie began.
It's like we're here to take care of the presentation here to make sure we have crystal clear projection and the best sound. And again, it was 3 trailers and then the movie started and that's it.
Yeah. It's unbelievable that when the pandemic hit, I mean, commercial real estate is the reason, but that how could that not open? Like that was the greatest gym in Hollywood.
And it's somewhat DJ, somewhat like this last picture house up in Iowa where I went to visit.
I've read about that, by the way. It's
they awesome. I'm based in Kentucky, and it's like it was only a 6-hour drive. Like, you know what? Again, one of these kind of, there's a pattern here where I kind of like, you know what? They're showing Heretic, the Hugh Grant. They had their Hugh Grant movie.
Great movie.
Opening there, and the guys, they were doing a Q&A. I'm like, okay, I'm just going to drive up there, get a ticket, and go. I want to go check out this place, this movie theater they have, and it's it was kind of, the ArcLight on a smaller scale, but yet, with a nice bar and hangout area, again, kind of embracing the, giving you also a place to go hang out and talk about the movie afterwards as well, where you don't have to just kind of pack it in and go to the parking garage later. So again, it was I don't know, again, it's like, who's got anybody watching? It's like, want to make one, want to build one of these places. It's like, it's like, it could be the future, or at least a future of because it's like I say I'm on a mission to, it's like to always try to shore up I'm a theatrical, movie guy first and foremost, the theatrical experience. And again, it's always hitting headwinds, and it's like, but at the same time, it also depends on, it starts with the quality of the art showing there.
Carl, where are you at in Kentucky?
I'm outside Louisville. My hometown is Louisville. Yeah.
Nice. I've made my last movie in Harlan, but all my producers and a lot of my financing came from Louisville.
Really?
I work with a bunch of people in Louisville.
It's like outside. I live kind of 30 minutes outside of of Louisville. You're in the middle of nowhere. It almost like I turn the corner past. I drive past horses and cows on the way into town, and I'll be gosh darn if I turned left onto one of these country roads and I saw a yellow sign that said "Crew" with a big arrow, and I'm like, I round the corner and there's a freaking lights. There's a set going on somewhere. And I talked to somebody who was like, "Oh yeah, Sarah Silverman's here in town." Dude, like, what? Out here in the boondocks? Like, what? Anyway,
yeah, we did our.
It's everywhere now, and
we did our premiere at Baxter Avenue Theaters. Do you ever go there?
I know it well. That's really.
Yeah.
I did. I did a Q&A. Actually, I moderated a Q&A for the Flyover Film Festival this past.
I know all those people. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. We know the same people. Obviously.
That's hysterical. Small world. It's like, no, I did the Q&A in one of their Baxter Avenue at the theaters. I love it. Actually, that would be. There's rumors that that place is shutting down.
It can't shut down. It's like the coolest museum art thing in Louisville. I
would love to turn it into a last picture house type of place.
I can't believe that would be shutting down. What's the name of the gallery? What's the gallery?
I can't remember. Oh, you got me there. But what?
I should know this.
It's boy, yeah.
I'm just going blank because we're talking about movies.
Wow.
Yeah.
But it's an art gallery that has a film festival called the Flyover Film Festival, and it's killer.
It was my first time because here in town, it's like I've been wanting to just be more involved in the film community here, and I met just when the person who was in charge or one of the people, and I'm like, if you need anybody to moderate a Q&A or something for the filmmakers that come into town for it, and actually it was funny, and then I nerded it when I saw these short films, really impressive. It was the first time a lot of these filmmakers got to see their movies on a pretty big screen at these Baxter theaters, and they sounded fantastic too. And don't get me wrong, I was asking them all about the sound mixes and what they were thinking, and really impressive stuff.
Speed Art is the name of the museum.
Oh yes, that's the other venue, right?
Yeah. They're the ones who put on the Flyover Film Festival.
Yeah, it's they call it the Speed Art Museum. It's and that's through the University of
Louisville Film Arts Academy or something like that.
Yeah, and then Baxter Avenue Theaters, they show some of their movies there, and yeah, it's cool.
Small world.
I love growing up in Louisville, but I lived in LA for 17 years.
Same here. Do you know Gil Holland by any chance?
I do. I've met him a couple of times.
Gil's my executive producer. He's the reason I
really
in Kentucky. Yeah.
This is weird. This is too weird.
I knew you would know Gil. Gil knows everybody.
I know him. I don't know him well, but I've met him a couple of times. Yeah.
Gil's produced for you guys that don't know, over 100 movies, and he never goes he just helps filmmakers. I think he won Sundance in 1 year, 3 different awards, the most awards ever at 1 year at Sundance. The guy's crazy. Resume.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool. That's small world. Real
small world.
Crazy.
Glad I could bring you guys together.
Thank you.
I'll shut up now. And
no, not at all. This is people hear me talk all the time. This is awesome for me. And again, people wonder how I get through my 25 hours. This is awesome for me. You two talking like this and being like, oh, I know these. It's awesome. No, keep going by all means.
I'm out of ammunition.
I'm out.
Right.
Well, you lived in LA for 17 years, and so did he.
Yeah, plenty of ammunition.
It's pretty cool that, thinking of LA theaters, and I know we're talking about theaters and not home theater, but the Tarantino bought the Vista and the Los Feliz 3, and that was my neighborhood. And it's amazing to see that opening again.
That was I checked out the Vista last time was a couple of years ago during the strikes, and it was
rough.
Maybe that was rough. That all sucked, and it's still continuing. I think the fallout is awful from that. But I checked out. I went to the Vista and saw a Napoleon, Ridley Scott's Napoleon at the Vista on film, actually. And I'm a fan of that one. I know it's a divided. I like that, and again, the sound. Holy moly! DJ, have you seen Napoleon in your
No,
theater?
I haven't seen that one yet. No.
On Apple TV.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness! I mean, the cannon fire in that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Just see it.
Speaking of cannon fire, here we go. Squirrel. Come on, John. I know you didn't like the movie, John, but I don't know. Carl, have you seen it yet? I haven't asked you. House of Dynamite?
I have
on
not
Netflix?
seen it. No.
Okay. Come on, John. Did you hear the cannon fire in that one transition scene where they come back in and it for a stream, it is thunderous. This is
there's a lot of bass in it.
Yeah. I mean, and it is punchy. It is accurate. It is like precise. I can't think of more words. I'm not a writer, but it was cannon fire from like the Revolutionary War. They were reenacting a scene, like a battle in the Revolutionary War, and they come back into this, and it's like the screen had gone black, and then all of a sudden it's boom, boom, boom. It's still black, and then they open up to it, and it's like bang, like across your screen, and it is. I mean, it's like bang, bang. Oh, it was awesome, and on a stream, and I was like, oh, talk about cannon fire.
Did you remind me of just also the what I've noticed again, the evolution. What are we? We're about what? We're about. Are we about 10 years into Atmos right now?
Atmos was like 2014, 2012.
10, 11
2012
years.
was Atmos, I think.
Like I say, like right now, it's just, again, I thought about this. Finally, I'm remembering it. It's just how, again, sound designers and mixers, whoever the hell is working that software, like they're really coming into it now. It's like with, you're just running like one of my favorite recent releases. I saw Weapons in the theater.
Yep.
And then I picked up the 4K, and again, it's demo worthy. The artistry now. It's like, again, they've figured it out now, right? It's like initially you could say it's like, hey, the sound designers were just kind of getting to know Atmos and its capabilities. But I like there are films now that I watch I never expected would be where I would say, hey, no, you got to watch like kind of even a talky movie like the Heretic with Hugh Grant. To me, a demo-worthy, just unbelievable use of Atmos. It's just like, but where you wouldn't quite, it's like just 10 years ago, the movie would not have been mixed that well yet. But just seeing it, it come into its own, it's just been fantastic. So, DJ, when you talk about House of Dynamite, it's like, oh my God.
Yeah. It's like,
yeah.
Davey.
Ryan. DJ, we're going to pop out. We're going to take off. Thank you very much, Carl. It's good talking to you.
Pleasure, you guys.
Hi, Davey.
See you guys. How are you?
Good. Thank you, DJ.
Right. Thanks, Sean. Thanks, Eddie.
See you at the Baxter one of these days. Right?
I'll see you at the Baxter.
There you go.
You didn't come to my opening there in January during the snowstorm.
Next one.
Yeah, there you
Wow.
go. Thanks, guys. So, Carl.
Something I said. Everyone just
yeah.
We're out of here.
I think it was last year. I had like 6 or 7 people in. I call it the room, right? And then it was the next hour. Somebody like yourself will pop in, but those people had been in so long, and then all of a sudden, all right, I'm gonna take off. I went down to 2 people. It's like the person's like, "What did I say?" Like if that happened in real life, you walk in a room and everybody leaves.
Oh yeah, it actually does. That happens to me a lot.
Yep.
So I'm used to it.
Yeah. So, Carl, this is Ryan Davey. He does a #Dork podcast where they talk movies, not the way I talk about them. They talk about them in a real review way where they actually will tear the movie apart. So, but we disagree on a lot. We agree on a lot. I don't think we really talked about much we agree on because that's not as fun.
It's never as fun. But also, you do it through a different lens, though. Forgive the pun, but it's through a different. Yours is from the lens of like a technical aspect, and mine's from a whether or not this movie sucks or not. Lens.
Yeah. So Davey, this is Carl Ellsworth. He wrote Unhinged.
I hope it's the movies that you didn't think sucked, but that's okay. I've heard everything.
Oh no, I'm sure I didn't. Yeah.
Yeah. No. Yeah, I did. He's looking up Unhinged. With Russell Crowe. That one is greatly enhanced. It's not greatly. It's a great movie, but it's Oh my God, the home theater aspect of it. You'll never hear windshield wipers make that noise again.
Wipers.
Yeah.
I love it when that's great. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're thunking, bassy windshield wipers, aren't they?
The opening scene is Russell Crowe sitting in his truck or something, is it right? And it's like the windshield wipers in a home theater are like, dum, dum. And I was like, oh my God. I was like, but it just sets the tone for the movie. So.
No, and I was out of that was the first thing I asked them actually, dude, because I was kind of out of the loop a lot on that. But I asked them, "Hey, are you guys mixing in Atmos?" Like, "Oh yeah, we're doing that." So that was all I needed to know.
That's all you needed to know. Is all right. Okay, all right. Yeah. I'll be happy. I'll buy my copy of my movie.
Yeah.
So it's good. Yeah, it's good to meet you. Thank you for, and DJ, thank you for having me again. And Carl, it's good to meet you. I have probably reviewed some of your movies at some point and did enjoy them. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. No, it's again, no, it's all good. I appreciate. No, it's like no, but I was going to say I was saying okay, but determining like whether or not I will stay or not. So what did you think of this movie, Eddington?
So Eddington, I have not seen that yet.
Okay, good. Yeah. It's just I can't. I'm starting the Oscar campaign for it. People are like really kind of divided with it. I think it's really freaking good, and it's and again.
Yeah, he asked me. I hadn't seen it. Editing. What's it about? Let me look it up.
It's Ari Aster, right? He did Hereditary and horror Midsommar, and it's his just observation really of the
it's A24.
Yeah, it's A24. Joaquin Phoenix plays the sheriff.
Pedro Pascal.
Pedro plays the mayor, and they just butt heads. They're on kind of different sides of the COVID thing. Joaquin just can't, doesn't want to do a mask, and it's just the shit hits the fan in a freaking great. You just can't look away from it, and I just thought it was a great screenplay, and really I felt like it captures that year very, very well, and just the feeling. DJ, talk about like the emotion of that year with the start of the COVID. It also includes the George Floyd incident in a way where it's like, in a way it's like if you really have to choose, do you really want to go back to 2020 and spend time there?
Wow. Yeah, they have it under, like, I just looked it up on Kaleidoscape, and they have it under, it's like, now here's the list. The only thing that's not in here is horror. It's a comedy, drama, suspense, Western. Like, what did they miss? Action and horror? That's it.
I don't know. I definitely call it kind of a modern Western.
Yeah.
In a way.
Yep. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's kind of like that. The way the movie poster and the DVD cover that you just held up, it looks a lot like Hell or High Water. Like it gave me like that kind of vibe. Which I love that movie.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So yeah, there you go. I just let me see. We'll download. There we go. Where's my button? There it is. I just bought it. So
no. Oh God.
4K, Dolby Vision, Dolby Atmos. 2 hours, 29 minutes.
Maybe you should have rented it. I don't know. Now I feel bad.
Well, come on. Welcome to you know who you're talking to. No, go big or go home.
It has some very good stuff.
I take your word for it, Carl.
All right.
It's like, so how can I not? So, and Carl, the other thing is Davey is the reason that we're here. So it's the Movember. It's like, well, not the reason we're here, but
I was gonna say, you can't put that all on me, but
no. Yeah,
we're all here for a good cause.
Yeah, we're all here for a good cause, and the cause is it's the Movember, and I've told the story a couple of times today. It was the first year we were doing this. I didn't know why. We knew we wanted to do it for a tragedy, charity, all the same.
Right.
We wanted to do it for a charity, and then I had just asked Rich and Rich and Ryan to come on, and I'm like, because they hashtag they were going to support me, and I was like, all right, maybe. And then talking with Davey and being like, it happened to be, it was your uncle, right?
Yeah, my uncle. Yeah,
your uncle, and it was at the time it was what year? It was 3 years ago, so it was 2009, I believe, was it? And it was the same 2009, your uncle passed away on November 4th.
Yes.
And we were doing the show that year. The first year we did this was on November 4th. So that coincided with it. I was like, oh my God. And then other people coming on and talking about men's health issues. And I donated to Davey over the years for he's been doing Movember for, since 2009 or 2010, was it?
I just
the year
looked.
After?
Yeah, it was the year after. I think, 17 years. So like I started doing it, but it kind of took off right after that. So I knew. And like you said, I mean, this started, my uncle passed away from prostate cancer. And so Movember started as kind of like raising awareness for like testicular cancer, prostate cancer, and like all of those things. And then, like you said, it kind of not spiraled, but it kind of
evolved,
grew and kind of involved into like other things. And I think, they're kind of leaning into the, the mental health aspect of it now. Which is great. And it's because it reaches, so much more people and so many more people. And, again, it's just been kind of like something that's just become part of my life. It's just something that I look forward to. Like, I woke up this morning and I was like, all right, first thing I did was I shaved. I usually have like a full beard and I shaved. And my wife and daughters absolutely hate it. Well, they hate what I look like. Because I have an 11-year-old and 9-year-old, and there's 1 month a year where they did. And the first year I did it, they cried. When they saw me with it, they cried because they didn't really understand. So I had to do it in like stages. I had to like take it down the one of the, but I wasn't prepared for, a 4-year-old to just like start crying for no reason, when she saw me come down.
It's still me.
Yeah, it's still me. I promise it's still me.
Yeah. I shaved mine last night right before I went to bed. I got to bed early. And I knew I wasn't going to be able to do it this morning when I got up to start this. So I shaved mine last night. And this is the first year I got like a head start because it takes me a while to grow something. So like if I don't get a head start, this is what it'll look like by Thanksgiving.
Right. Well, so traditionally, I mean, I guess you're supposed to, I say this all the time. Like people are like, well, you're supposed to like go clean shaven and then grow as the year goes. Right. So throughout the month, but I always, it looks too weird. So I'm just going to say you lead from the front. You start with a good stash and then those, who want to get on board can follow,
Well, and like you've been saying for years, the point is to get people going, what the hell are you doing? And then you talk about Movember, right? And that's what I get is like, I'll go, because I've never been like this. And then when I did it like the first year, I was like, people are like, what do you look? Some people would be like, you look ridiculous. And then it's the weirder people is like, I like it. What?
I'm into it. Yeah, no, that looks great.
Yeah, you look great. Oh no. Okay, you gotta take a couple steps back. But the point of it is to get people to talk, right? And it's like, and I've had people like, I'm not doing that. What are people gonna say? That's the point.
That's the point.
Right? Yeah, that's the point. You want people to say so.
Or you want to ask you want to ask questions.
Yeah, like, so you can point them in the direction and be like, hey, this is what this is for. That's why people wear the ribbons. That's why people like, why are you wearing pink? Why is the NFL wearing pink right now? Oh, it's for, breast cancer awareness or women's health or whatever. It's like, we're not putting on a ribbon. We're just growing the hair out of our face.
Right. But and like I said, I've said, and Carl, just so so my day job is I am a high school teacher. So it's actually for me, it's, I'm going to get the questions Monday morning, like what the hell, and I think that's kind of the point. Right. And I have the, I guess the word I would use is I have the what's the word I'm looking for? The privilege of talking to young kids about this and making it normal. I think is, because, I'm not of an age where I'm not that old. I'm getting older now, but like it's, we didn't talk about these things and you didn't know, you were told to, just kind of grin and bear it. And then there's that John Mulaney line, like, being an Irish Catholic growing up is like, you suppress all these feelings and until one day you die. And then that's it, So I grew up with a lot of guys like that. A lot of men in my family were like that. And that, just kind of getting out of that and, being more comfortable with being vulnerable,
One of my favorite, before I get to that, one of my son, that's my son in that you've met, Joe.
Yes.
He said no one at work even questions his mustache anymore.
Good.
It's like, oh, it's that time of year again. Okay. There you go.
Here we go.
Yeah, he usually has a full beard, and I saw he had a Halloween picture last night of him and his dog or whatever, and he had his going already.
Good.
His dogs, so
I don't know,
pretty
I
funny.
knew if I was I supposed to have one. I didn't.
Yeah, well, now you know. See, we've been talking about it there, Carl. There you go. So now you know.
Yeah.
I've never done the full that I can't. I've gotten close, but it's like there's that. Is there that threshold you cross over? Because I can't stand it after when it grows in. Yes. It's like I know if I were to take one more day, and I'd probably get past that.
Oh no.
Oh, the itch. Yeah, there's like an itchy phase where like in like scratchy.
No, I can't
Eventually
wait for December.
Softens. Yeah.
It's not, but I don't like it. Like I grew this out and my whole face was like, oh, I can't wait. So I'm glad I got to cut this off. But even this, by the end of the month, even now, I'm just like, there's something about it, the way it feels on me. I've never gotten used to it. But
yeah, I think that it's like a 3-week thing where like once you get past like the 3 weeks, it starts to get a little bit softer. It starts to get a little less coarse, and you can actually like, this is going to sound weird too, but you can actually like shampoo it and like condition it. So it does get a little bit softer, but that I know that in like 3 days, like this is going to be like absolute sandpaper and I'm going to hate it, and my wife and daughters will probably hate it too, but they've learned to grin and bear it as well. So just kind of deal with it. Yeah.
The other thing I was going to say is you were talking before I mentioned the comment there from Joe is you're talking about vulnerability.
Mm-hmm.
And one of my favorite parts of last year's show was having, just by chance, having you and Omar on.
Yeah.
And the conversation you two had and the experiences that Omar experienced down in Florida and going into that, the nightclub as an officer and having to deal with that. And then the trauma that he had to, and like he said on the show, he's like, he was told that just suck it up. This is what you do. Right. And that's not human. It's what we did. It's what men did, but it's not right.
No.
And that's part of what like this is all about. And the interaction you two had, that conversation, it's obviously still on YouTube, but I love that. And that again, another year where you go, how are we not doing that for this reason? It's like, because people don't talk about this. Men don't talk about this stuff.
No, and there's, the statistics you can read about, all of these things are, pretty impactful. But that was, to me, it's just like kind of like a reaffirming of like why and, what, these conversations are about and like what this whole, silly growing a mustache thing is more than that. And, there are times, when you do anything where you do it for long enough and you start to think about like why you do the things that you do and like why this kind of like, what's the point? There's this, especially now, like you said, like Carl, you were talking about like 2020 and things like that. And like even this year, I mean, there's enough, I find myself not wanting to get up and read the news and not wanting to hear what people say. And it's kind of this isolation you feel. And then to hear a story like Omar's is like, no, that was, and I need you to know like that was super meaningful for me too, because you never know, like you never know who you're talking to or because I'd never met Omar. I didn't know that story. I didn't know. And just to be kind of like a sounding board for him, I'm no expert. Like I'm not going to help. Yeah. I'm not going to provide any, therapeutic relief in that. I'm not qualified for that at all. But, just to be there for someone who just like, I'd never really talked about this before. And now you're a complete stranger who I feel like that, like you said, that was so impactful for me, to reaffirmation of like what it is that we're actually doing.
What we're doing.
Having these conversations.
The idea of it. And it was, that was awesome. Just, and again, listen, like in the last hour, it's like Carl talking to Eddie and just watching these people. And that was more lighthearted and fun, but it's but listening to you two and just letting you go and how powerful it was and just the emotion and everything. I just thought was, I'm glad that we're getting to a point that guys can do this, and it's like, and in a public forum like this, never mind private, but it's like, if you can do it and open up like this in a public forum, what are people doing privately, which is even better.
Yeah. And I think it's important to, again, working with a lot of young people and having kids of my own, and it is important to kind of model that for me and to kind of, walk that walk. because there are things that I do. I mean, I'm a hockey coach and I'm a teacher, and I worked at all boys schools. I've coached football, I coached baseball, but like, being in a position of not power, but like being in like a position of authority, and just wanting
a role model.
Yeah, I don't know how much of a role model. I try, man.
No, you do teach high school. Sorry.
One way or another, you're a model for these people, whether they want to take it. Like I coached as well, and I had parents come up to me and be like, "You're amazing at what you do. You're a great coach. We had a bad coach last year," and I would stop them right there, and I'd be like, "No, you didn't have a bad coach last year. You had a different coach. Yeah, but he did this, this, and this." I go, "Yeah, you know what he taught you that I didn't, that I can't? You don't like that way. Doesn't mean his way is wrong, or maybe he was bad, but there are people that don't do things as well in the world. You're going to go off someday, your kid's going to get a job. Maybe he doesn't like his boss. Got to deal with it, right? Yeah. You're not always going to have the best boss. You're not always going to have the best of the scenario. So it's like, yeah, you think I'm great and that's good and it works for you, but you need to experience that bad stuff and those, whether that was a bad coach or just didn't get along with you, but there, stuff like that. It's like, especially in a coaching situation where you're a volunteer, it's like, how many people are volunteering and having like, I'm going to be they don't set out to be jerks about it. It's just who they are.
No. And that's, watching that too.
Jive with you. What's that?
It's hard to watch bad coaching, like for sure. Like, or not bad, but like how, but it is, like you said, I mean, there is a way to look at it where you're like, all right, well, don't do that. In my own practice, like don't, or like, there are, I hate to say it, but there are some bad teachers out there. Really? Like in the sense that like, it's probably not the best thing to do, but again, I mean, just to put, they're trying and everyone likes kids and doing their best. And you just assume best intentions, but, but to that, like being in a position like that, I mean, it is important. Like I said, to model, that type of empathy, that type of, a little bit of sensitivity here and there, and not just like how we were coached or just getting fucking screamed at all the time,
Yeah.
like
that. Oh yeah. Dragged around.
That doesn't happen anymore.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You can't do that anymore.
Yeah. Can't do that anymore.
Picked up at
nor would I ever
football
want.
coach, picked up by everything and moved down the line. You're supposed to be over here. Boom.
Right. Right. Yeah. So don't do that anymore. But no, it is something I'm thankful for and something I don't take for granted, and try to, do the best that I can with it, but yeah. Well,
you're doing great with Movember. You're a great role. I mean, look at what you say, you're not a role model, but look what you did. It's like, I'm not even trying to duplicate. I'm just going with it, sending them to you. Right?
Oh yeah. And you did. And so we're off to a great start. I feel like I got off to a little bit of a slow start this year, and I was just, kind of busy today, and it was weird, the whole thing snuck up on me. Like I didn't know, like it was a Wednesday or something, and I was like, oh my god, like Halloween's Friday.
Yeah,
this is, and my kids are all excited about it. And I'm like, oh wow, like it did. The whole year just kind of blew by on me so far. So
yeah, before you know it, you're like, oh my god, it's Movember, November. Oh my god, yeah.
I've actually got to put up the Christmas lights now. So
oh, absolutely, November 1st. Yeah, that's like Mariah Carey's risen. Her music has risen from the grave again. Yeah, she's gonna start soon. Yeah, for sure.
Yep. So, yeah.
But thank you for having me on. Yeah.
No, thanks for being here. Thanks for everything.
Yeah,
I appreciate you coming on. So, have you I heard Rich's take on, and we're going to talk about that when he comes on in a little bit, about House of Dynamite. Have you seen it, or did you heed his advice and not see it?
He's funny. Like he and I differ on what he thinks is good. And this is what I was thinking about this the other day. What he thinks is good, I don't necessarily always agree with.
Right.
But when he says something is bad, I almost always listen. So like I haven't seen it yet. So I'm interested. What did you guys think?
I have not seen it.
Yeah.
But to tell you, and DJ, you've seen it?
Oh yeah.
The kid. One thing that I heard though, it's like it's a random thing where it's it's how they apparently it's one of these how they tell the movie, right, from different perspectives,
Yeah.
or something. And automatically, like it's not a turn off for me. Like storytelling wise, I'm like it takes a lot for me to like. Oh, I don't know if I'm ready for it, but that isn't to say that I can't get hooked into it in the right way. But generally, it's like when I guess I'm saying is like that's a trigger for me when I hear like that's a script trigger is when I feel like something is being like I was a little. However, the exception to that was the weapons movie that I saw where it's like it tells it from 4 characters' perspectives or something, which I thought was really well done as a device. So anyway, so I ended up loving that. But so no, this is my long-winded saying. I haven't seen it, and I'll probably delay it a little bit because I've heard it's from these different perspectives. Like, oh god. But I'm a total like linear dude. I just like linear movies. Can we just start at the beginning with these people and end, but that's just.
Yeah. And I think that's what Rich is going to end up saying. Maybe.
Yeah. And he I know he's a big Tarantino fan too. So Rich loves, when things are kind of told in a unique way. But I'm like you, Carl. I mean, Carl, I'm like you, where I always refer to it as like when I tell stories myself, because I like telling stories. It's round. I in my mind, it's round. Like there's always like a beginning and end, and there's like a callback or like something that I like things that are like that. And I know I've had writing professors tell me that it's like a little too neat, and then it's a little, you can do different things, but.
And don't get me wrong. Again, it's like now it's like God, I feel like such Tarantino. Like, look, I mean, I just got this huge Once Upon a Time in Hollywood book that they published the other day, the making of that movie. I love it. Like in terms of Tarantino, like again, story structure, and again, non-linear, right? Christopher Nolan, masters of it, and it's like, but then there's sometimes where it's like I feel like it's a device or a gimmick for the sake of doing that, or we don't, or for disguising maybe that there might not be anything more more substantive to it. Anyway, I'm weird like that when it comes to
I get that. I get like what you say, Carl, like where it's like, oh, it's a gimmick to to add substance that's really not there, right? To make it seem like it's more than it really is.
Yes. And that devices like that, or it's like when you start off something and then it's like, oh, there was one where I'm like, you'll get a big sigh from me initially if it fades out, and then oh no, it's going to fade and it's going to say 3 days earlier or something like, oh God, don't do this, please. But always exceptions. Anyway, by the way, like I teach this sometimes, and I am and Haught as screenwriting students all the time. And again, they laugh because yes, the 2 days earlier thing, I'm generally not a fan of. And also it's like, I'm flat out lose your flashbacks. Damn it. No flashbacks. I can't stand them.
Well, I'm excited though, because as a classics teacher too, and like you said, you brought up Christopher Nolan's name. Like I'm excited. And one of the greatest in medias res, like flashback, the Odyssey is going to come out, and I'm going to be like, how that story's told is But I was going to say too, anytime that your name becomes a verb, when they're like, oh, we'll just Tarantino it.
Yeah.
Like that's become a verb now. So like, that's just like you said, it's become a little too common. Like the novelty of it is kind of worn off for me a little bit.
Yeah.
It was cool. Pulp Fiction, the first time I actually saw it, I was like, that was actually pretty sweet.
Oh, absolutely. Gosh, absolutely. Still, it's yes. Genius. And maybe you're right. Maybe it's just like, okay, let's we're now it's almost like going to see a linear or straight movie is actually kind of refreshing to me.
But
I was thinking about, but I saw also, by the way, David, I'll let you guys go. I don't know how long, DJ, how long did you need me for tonight?
As long as you'd like.
Oh, can I ask you a couple questions as a screenwriter too? Because I'm fascinated by what it is like. So feel free to not answer this or not say what movie. Has there ever been a project you were working on where you're like, that's not what I wrote, or like where that like what kind of, as a screenwriter, I watched this movie and it's a movie about Canon Films. It's called Electric Boogaloo, and it's like it's Brett Ratner did it, and it's a documentary about Canon Films in like the 80s and like all these like terrible movies that they made.
Okay.
But they had all these writers on who were like, the guy was talking about like Death Wish 3 or something that he wrote, and it like wasn't. He started crying at the screening, and the director was like, I got you. Like, he's like, no, you ended my career. Like, that's why I'm crying. Because like, it was not the movie I wrote. That was not, it was way better. No, it was Over the Top, the Sylvester Stallone movie.
Oh
He's
God.
like, that was not. He was like, that was not the movie. It was more about the father-son thing. It wasn't about arm wrestling. There was arm wrestling, but it wasn't about like. So, have you ever been in that situation as a writer where you're like, this isn't really what I wanted to do, and the finished product wasn't what you were expecting?
I have to. It's not to say yes and no. It's like I've been really like the movies I've. It's such an incredible like. I always say it's a privilege to have even gotten them made.
Sure.
And it's like, so with that, it's like, and I've really been like, not to that extreme of what you're saying. It's like, where it's like, are there bits and pieces that I didn't think, or this, or that it wasn't captured absolutely the way I thought it would, or could have done, or, if you just listened to me on this scene, right, it would have been, or this is the way, in the very first draft, this was far better than what we ended up with. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. It's like, yeah. And you just say, and that's where I've had to kind of, grin and bear it. It's like, sure. Yeah, it's just because I'm one of those folks who say, it is a minor miracle that if a movie gets made, much less is a good to great film.
Yeah,
it's miraculous in terms of, because just DJ, what we were saying, everything that has to happen mostly correctly in order,
right.
But also like, but let me say, it's like with the projects that I've been the happiest with, it's happened when all of the collaborators are on the same page more of the time than not. Like, especially like tonally with the story and what everybody's trying to go for. Tone is a big thing.
Yeah,
it's like So, but I've heard where it's like I've been, but again, who knows? It's like. So far, I haven't had one like, it sounds like the Death Wish guy or something where it's like,
I forget his
like
name.
He was a white. I haven't had the words like, I've certainly turned in. I have a stack of scripts that have never been made, where I've been a part of, where it's like who knows, and it's so weird where they could come back around where, someone else's, or maybe multiple other people have worked on it, where I'm like, yeah, where that might be the case. We're like, well, this is what ended up being that. So, but so far I've been pretty fortunate in terms of at least it being in the general ballpark of what I've thought it could be, I guess.
Yeah. IMDb with the guys.
I mean, that question, Davey, it's a great question, because from people like, I know you read a lot, Davey.
Yes.
And it's like, you see a movie's getting made that you've read, and it's like, and you're like, you can't wait to see it. And then, when was the last time you were like, oh my God, that was amazing, it met everything that I wanted, I read the book? No, it's usually the other way around.
I hope it's the Odyssey. I hope the Odyssey does, where I'm like, that's
it very well could be. Well, because the guy making it is one of the, you can count him on a single hand, one of the filmmakers working today who has, if for lack of a better way, said, complete and utter creative freedom, and creative
nobody's
control.
gonna tell him no.
And I was just going to say, like, I saw the Guillermo del Toro Frankenstein the other night, which
I'm dying to see that.
Which blew my mind. If you can get to a theater to see it, check it out. But again, it's like, it's very clear that this is an artist, and artists, his team, and I haven't had to tweet about it the other day. I say these are masters. Guillermo del Toro can pick his team, who are all masters of their department. And it's all there on the screen, and you can see that you're talking about his vision,
right?
And thankfully, there are a few filmmakers, who can have that control through the entire process. And
we talk about it on our podcast too, where we talk about like who are there's like 4 or 5 of directors who, like, no matter what they make, we're going to see it. And I think Nolan's one of them. Guillermo del Toro's one of them. Denis Villeneuve, Tarantino, and I think there was one. I don't know, but
James Cameron is one who at least has I would say has the control. I don't know if it's like, I get here, I go like, oh, I'm not. It's like, again, every movie that's like to me is like, I never want to go in kind of like being negative about anything in terms, because like, man, is it hard to make a good one,
Once. I think we're all excited when Cameron gets off Avatar kick. The movie he makes after Avatar, That's what I'm looking forward to.
Oh, let's have make another Terminator. See what we can do with that.
That's what everybody's saying. They're like, it's like he's been consumed
kind of
with this
oversaw
Avatar.
He kind of oversaw Dark Fate, and I you know, again, the term, is that what it was called? Terminator Dark Fate.
The latest one.
He did story or executive producer on it or something where he approved that, and that it's like, oh, that for me, that story violated what just it from minute one. It one of my rules where it's like, don't get us attached again. Well, I don't want to. Have you seen it, DJ? It's like,
yeah.
It did kind of an Alien 3 on it. It's
kind of.
Or Alien 3, you don't kill the heroes from the last movie in the first minute you're attached to, and Terminator Dark Fate does the same. It's like, no, I'm not with you. I'm not going with you on this one here. You know. Anyway, this is me. It's like, don't get me. I can hem and haw about this stuff all night long too. It's like, it reminds me of like, okay, No Time to Die. Maybe it's like, really well made Bond movie. It's like. But I'll tell you, it's like my again. This is where I just go into holier. It's no. It's like you want to have a bold James Bond movie, a bold ending.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I know they wanted to, Daniel Craig wanted to be killed off and all this, whatever. But to me, the bolder ending would be to have Bond for once go off into the sunset with his child and go raise a kid.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it's like he's earned it, for goodness sake. Anyway, you've got my soapbox. So
and nobody would have seen that coming.
I just felt like it's just because again, it's because of course, because I like James. I don't want to see him get blown away by his own missiles at the end of No Time. Anyway, I don't know how you got me off on my tangent. I'm just
fascinated by the process and like how these things kind of come about. And like you said, I get the fact. I don't get it, but I understand what all the stars that have to align for this to even happen in a town where like so many things are written, so many things are passed around, like how that happens.
It is ever. To me also. It's the understanding that also even a good to great script is constantly evolving and changing and has to just as the process goes along as well. One thing I learned, early on is that, I thought, well, once you have kind of a locked script or something that should be enough. No, it's like sometimes you get out in front of a camera and you have something just doesn't, what works when you're reading it doesn't work suddenly when you're shooting it, and so I think, but so when people say they're surprised, like that movies start production, it's still very common for big movies to start without much of a screenplay in place. I think that James Gunn has recently talked about, like, that's one of his things. Like, nope, we're not starting anything until at least we have a completed and probably approved script, probably where he has to get through his desk. Basically, it's like where a script has to be at least good enough to check certain boxes to then proceed. But
what I did hear was and this is a favorite movie of mine. So like, Jeff Bridges was talking about The Big Lebowski, and they were talking about like how much, because I remember reading that like all those clothes in that movie were his, like those are his clothes, even down to the jellies. So they were asking him like, so they're asking him like, well, did you, when you were doing lines, did you improvise, or you and John Goodman improvising lines? He's like, no. He's like, every dude, every man was in the script. Like the Coen brothers are like, it's locked. Like that's how you say it.
Wow.
Yeah. And so like all those like little man, like those, the way he says it is like, no, those are all in the script.
That's incredible. It's a bit, so it's just, that's another example. Just one. Okay. That's how they did that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's the vibe, if you will, I don't know, the feel that they wanted, and they knew that's what they needed in there, and there was no deviating from that, right?
And then by that point they were
what made it iconic, too.
Oh my God, such a brilliant, just fantastic.
I think I've seen that movie more than I've seen any other movie.
Same with me. It's up there. And again, one of my kind of rituals every night, I go down, inside. And I call it, I clip movies. I throw in a disc, I'll watch a scene or something, or a few scenes, and maybe sometimes multiple times, just my favorite stuff.
Yeah.
boy, that's one of them. I tell you, that is the God. What's the scene where it's where Walter is where he's talking about the guys who peed on the rug the night before, and it's just that's lightning in a bottle, and it's like, but wow, and it was to hear that was written. I mean, I believe it. It's like those guys are, and actually the same way with the other my favorite of theirs is No Country for Old Men.
Yes,
just firing on all cylinders there. It's just yeah.
I remember I read that book too, and then someone was like, "Oh, you read that?" I was like, "Yeah, I read the book too." He's like, "Yeah, the book's really depressing." I was like, "Well, yeah, that's the point."
Yeah,
like not everything has to be like sunshine and rainbows at the end. No, James Bond doesn't walk off into the sunset because not everything ends that way. You know what I mean? Like that's the point.
It doesn't know. It's Cormac. That one is man, but that's what makes it great. And actually, it kind of talking about like you know, you guys were talking a little bit earlier about just what men can talk about, or what it's like that one. You know, it's maybe in a similar, you know, thematically speaking, where it's like it's about a Tommy Lee Jones. I looked at that ending where he's talking about dreaming about seeing his father, and he's like, then I woke up. You know, meaning it's not it is not a hopeful outlook. You know, on life in general. It's like what he's seen, and
it's almost like he's talking. He was riding with his father, and his father rode up ahead and is holding his father. He was older than his father was when he passed away, and then has that whole conversation. And then it's like, and then I woke up, and then in my mind it was like, and this is worse. Like what I'm dealing with, this is worse.
Then I woke up. It's like, and I woke up to this hell. Yeah. And this was a nice, pleasant. My father, who would always, it's like so many things operating. DJ, this is one of those things where it's like, man, I love studying, story, and I was always No Country for Old Men blew my mind in so many ways. Again, where it's just structurally speaking, it broke some rules. Where the Josh Brolin of everything, but again, Tommy Lee Jones kind of electing at the end of the day that he's outmatched. Where you're essentially your protagonist is, as long as though I guess one of the rules of screenwriting, it's like is that your protagonist can be outmatched, or they can fail even, as long as they must keep trying to solve the problem through the movie. They don't have to succeed though, but they have to have tried their asses off, basically. But
and so one of the things, DJ, you'll like, you've seen that movie, right?
Oh yeah.
And so one of the things that like I always found, and I know it was done on purpose, but there's no music, there's no score in that movie at all.
Yeah, movies like that, that'll set it heightens. Yeah, okay. I've been talking for a little bit.
You have. It was you've been up a long time. So
what hour are we on? It's like
my hour here. Where are we? Right? Yeah, like 18.
Yeah,
I'm in my 18th hour.
And really could just bring it back to like the No Country for Old Men, the Criterion 4K redo of that one, and it's my goodness gracious. I threw that in the other night. I don't think I'd even put it in. Blown away by the quality of that and the sound mix. Like holy mo, the DTS.
Yeah. And what I love, there's a scene in it where Anton Chigurh and Josh Brolin's character, I forget his Llewellyn. They get into it, and like the scene where he's like Chigurh's like Javier Bardem's like operating on himself. There's like this weird ASMR quality to it, where it's like he's laying everything out, and like the sound quality there. I always hear it, and I listen to it with headphones as much as I can. Not having a home theater, I'm the audiophile in me goes headphones, but yeah,
that's not bad.
Yeah,
that's not bad. You can get a great experience. But the idea, like you were saying about score and the music not it being absent, when you do something like that, is sometimes they'll do that in movies. They'll have a loud scene with loud score, and then the sound goes away. You get that a lot in horror movies, right? Something bad's about to happen or whatever, so you're setting a tone. But what I find interesting about movies like that is when you're literally relying on every other movie you've ever seen to set an undertone that you might. It's cool that you noticed it, but most people might not pay attention to that, and they don't know why that the tension was set to that, because it heightens your awareness of everything else. With absence of that sound, now you're paying attention to everything else a little bit closer, right? And when you lean in to hear a little bit more, or you're like, I'm not hearing this much, you hear a little bit, your visuals are going to pick up as well, and you're going to be like, oh my God. And it's a different way to evoke that emotion from you, because you've eliminated something else. Right. And we talk about it in home theater all the time. Like, you really want to hear a soundtrack, turn the screen off and listen to that scene now, and listen to and now where you're not focused on, I want to say it's like 80-90% of what we do, we think is visual, because it's what you see, and you really don't even utilize your hearing as much. But you turn the visuals off in a theater and just listen to the noises around you, and you'd be like, now you're hyper focused to that, and it's kind of the same effect, so it's a way to set a mood throughout a movie. And it's what's cool about it's literally depending on every other movie you've ever seen.
Yeah.
Because it wouldn't have the same effect. Yeah, wouldn't have it.
Yeah.
You'd just be like, that's like every other movie. It wouldn't have the same effect. So it's pretty cool.
But I think you nailed it. I think that to me, it's like I was so hyper focused on, these little grunts or these little noises that characters that they would make instead of, or like the sound of like a coin flip. Yeah. That meant a lot more now.
Then of course the freaking genius Coen brothers know, you know what, in this movie we're not going to do music, and it's just going to be phenomenal. Like, how do they know to make that choice, or do they?
I don't know. I mean, that's what blows. That's what keeps me up at night, Carl. Like, I don't know how you make that decision knowing that that's going to work out.
I don't either. That's where
I think it's an educated guess. I don't think it's a throwing a dart at the wall with you. I think it's an educated guess in that, a lot like how Hitchcock would suspend emotions and stuff by the way he shot things and framed things. And I say it all the time, like Jaws. We look at Jaws and it's like, oh, there was no shark because the shark didn't work, and this and that. But then you think back, and like Hitchcock did the same thing. You do a lot of stuff off camera, and it has a more powerful effect, because now instead of you actually seeing it, you're using your imagination and going, oh my God, what just happened there, or what's about to come. And so I don't think it was just I think it was an educated guess. And again, it's the writing of the rest of the stuff that makes it work. Right. That's not an accident. You can't just do that in a crappy movie. Be like, how can we improve this? Take the score out of it. It'll be a hit. No, that's not how it works.
It's just everything. And again, and the casting, again, and casting is everything is key. It's just everything coming together, and it's just like the dude's rug. It just ties it all together. It ties the room together, man. It just really
The other one that's not everything is rainbows, like you were saying. You can't walk off into the sunset. The difference between the book, and it's coming up. It's another great Christmas movie of mine. First Blood.
No. Is that technically that is a Christmas movie?
Yep, took place at Christmas time. Yep. There were trees and everything. Had all the decorations up, but that one I'm sure you read that one, Davey, right?
I did. Yeah.
Yeah. David Morrell.
After I'd seen the movie though, so I think that movie I was young and I remember seeing it. But yeah, much
darker.
The original ending didn't test well. I remember reading that too. That's why they changed that.
Yeah.
And
you don't get sequels.
There would not be any more. There wouldn't be any sequels. No. If they had gone with the original ending. So, have you read that one, Carl?
I have not. It's been a minute since I've seen First Blood, but I remember. Those didn't really I missed those as a kid when they first came out. So I remember my experience of seeing First Blood, and then like, okay, cool. And then I'm watching Rambo. I'm like, wait a minute, what's just happened here in terms of the character? Like, what is nobody talks about it? It's like, wait a minute, this is not at all in line with First Blood. I was like,
No, First Blood's a classic.
First Blood
the others
Part
are all
2
action movies.
And First Blood were not. They're so different from each other.
Yes, which kind of blew my mind. Like how, again, tonally they just completely turned him into what they turned him into.
Right.
Yeah.
So First Blood, I think, is phenomenal. It's great, but it's
the book is even better. It's like the ending of that one is spoilers. Yeah.
John doesn't make it out.
Yeah.
You know?
Troutman has to put him down.
Yeah.
And it's, it's actually, I would love to, it would have been cool if they had that version available.
I think they shot it, but like, then it didn't.
Pun intended.
Yeah. We talk about it all the time. There's like these alternate universe where these movies exist, where like, we were talking about James Cameron, like James Cameron's Spider-Man somewhere exists. And like, would you love to just like watch that? So there's this book series I read, is Richard Kadri's Sandman Slim. It was like he's, it's a whole, kind of like a John Constantine kind of vibe. This guy comes back from hell and has been fighting in gladiator pits in hell, and is also like a private detective. Anyway, he works at a video store that specializes in alternate dimension versions of movies. And so like he's seen like the James Cameron Spider-Man, like he's seen like all these movies that like were supposed to get made and didn't.
Yeah.
And it was like, it's always cool, like what he's, watching. It's like alternate versions of movies.
Yeah. Has he seen the Nicolas Cage Superman?
Yeah. Like movies like that. Like if that movie actually got made, like that, what that would look like.
Yeah.
Big spiders. Right.
Yeah.
Did you see that documentary? The one with Nick, they were talking about that's Kevin Smith. Yeah. So they did a whole documentary, and like Kevin Smith talks about, Rich and I watched it. Hi, Rich.
Hello. How's it going?
Rich, Keith, how you doing, buddy?
The joke was, Kevin Smith was writing on it, and he, the guy who was like the studio head, insisted on having like a giant spider as a villain, as Brainiac would like turn into like a giant spider. And they're like, what? Like, that's not going to work for this. So they canned the whole thing. And then like a month later, he did, the same guy, producer, did like Wild Wild West, and the monster was a giant spider.
It was John Peters. Yeah. So the documentary was called "The Death of Superman Lives: What Happened." So Superman Lives was going to be a Nicolas Cage Superman movie, and yeah, Kevin Smith was one of the writers. They went through like a million different writers. It was going to be Tim Burton, and they had all these ideas planned. And there's an image somewhere that you can still find it on the internet of Nicolas Cage in like a Superman suit. But he's got like his like regular long hair, but he's like trying on the suit. So like they were pretty far along in how they were going to do it. And then John Peters, who was like Barbara Streisand's hairdresser turned husband, then he ended up being like a big time movie producer, and he did Wild Wild West. But he was like dead set. He's like, well, you guys really need like a giant spider. And so like that was, he told Kevin Smith, you got to write in a giant spider for like the villain. And they're like, what? Like, the movie never happened, but the documentary is fascinating.
Yeah. And like you said, Carl, to your point, like all the things that had to go right to get a movie made, and then all the things that had to go wrong for that movie to with all those names attached to it to not get made.
Every single darn time. And again, right up to, it's like even reading up on Del Toro's Frankenstein, he's been trying to make it for 2 decades. He went down a track, 20 years ago, and something happened where it didn't fall. Anyway, just everything. It ticks me off how complicated it all is. It's just how hard it is. It's like how they go. Everything. It's from, and I've seen it from student films we talked about to Hollywood movies. It's all the same. It's just it's a minefield of stuff. It's as much about timing as anything else. It's like, boy, it's. But again, go this Del Toro Frankenstein. It's fantastic, and trying to think. And then my last one, I'll leave you all with another favorite Christmas movie, Batman Returns.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yes, absolutely. The new 4K is oh my God, it's gorgeous. The black look, I mean, it looks amazing, it sounds amazing, and yeah, it is a fun Christmas movie. It's actually pretty gross too. It's graphically gross with Penguin.
Oh yeah,
it's gross.
Oh, and him eating, you're like, I don't need this kind of detail.
And I remember back in the McDonald's, they had Batman Returns glasses that the kids, got at McDonald's. It's like the kids were scared crap.
Oh God, yeah.
It gives him they hand him like a fish And I remember that he just like goes in on it. And I'm like, oh.
But then remember the scene where he was like running for like mayor or whatever, and he bit somebody.
Yes.
Remember? And you're like, he's like chowing away on their arm or something, whatever. And you're like, oh my God, it was disgusting.
I like how they've pivoted away from the penguin not being an actual penguin. Like he doesn't need to be with the hand creature. He could just be like a gangster. That's fine.
Yeah, he's a lost member of the Sopranos.
You're right.
Yeah,
who kind of walks with a limp. So
that's what they gave him a little bit.
Kaiser Soze to him. That's fine.
Yeah,
that's what it's about.
Straightens up on the street and walks away.
Carl, my name's Rich. It's really nice
Keith.
To meet
you. Yeah.
Before you go, I have a couple of quick questions for you.
I knew it was going to happen. I knew this was going to happen.
I'm excited about this. Is exciting. This is a great writer we're talking to, right?
Okay,
this is awesome. I love a bunch of your movies.
Carl, this is, if you haven't figured it out, this is the hashtag Dork Boys, the bad boys of Comic-Con.
Yes,
awesome.
Ryan's got Davey's got way more nicknames because every show starts with some kind of nickname that Rich has for him. But these are the hashtag Dork Boys.
We recently started getting a handful of interviews, so now we're getting used to interviewing actual real celebrities.
And so you guys do the Dork podcast?
Yes. Hashtag Dork. Yeah, check it out.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have several questions for you, but I won't keep you. But I am curious because you wrote a Buffy the Vampire Slayer episode. You also
I was going to ask you this. Oh my God, yeah.
And Davey's wife is like the biggest fan in the world of Buffy. And also, I'm not telling you what you've done. I'm telling the listener what you've done, Carl. I know you're well aware.
I was like, I did.
I'm trying to forget my Buffy experience, but
no kidding.
We got tea.
Oh yeah, no, it's all good. But talk about like if that hadn't happened. But go ahead. Go ahead.
So it's in line with that as well as Clone Wars, Star Wars Clone Wars, one of my favorite shows too. And I know you wrote a couple episodes there. I'm curious, like, when you're dealing with that, knowing that you just need to take something that a bunch of people, different people wrote and like where the story's at, and they also kind of have an idea where the story's going. What, like, how much freedom do you have? And then how much, like, this is what we need in the story do you have to write?
With regard, let's see. Well, yeah, you're right. It's about, first of all, it's about hopefully in both those things, capturing what the person in charge wants, right, is looking for. And in Buffy, it was Joss Whedon, the showrunner, and Clone Wars, it was George Lucas, who would, I'll tell you, it's like I sat in a room with who basically we beat out the story together with his group, right? And so maybe you're asking, it's like, so how much freedom do I have to, somewhat of a lot in terms of helping, like, so with Buffy the Vampire Slayer, that was my first television writing job. That episode got me fired from the job. I did not turn in. I turned in a couple of drafts of the Halloween episode in the second season, and I blew it in that way. And after 30 years of introspection, no, I didn't. First of all, I'll talk about the script. And it was a show that ultimately I realized I didn't know how to write. I didn't know how to write in the language that Joss Whedon, right, that he wrote in for those characters. And so in that, like, among other issues that I personally had trying to do a good script, write a good script. And it also taught me never to decorate my office ever again. Whatever gig I have, I will never do that. Yes, we would kind of like, but I pitched the idea for the episode, right? I pitched character, the kind of the general broad stroke stuff. You break the story, you go in. So then you have to figure out in the script stages, well, you write the dialogue and you have freedom there, and you, with scenes you didn't necessarily put on the dry erase board as you're outlining it. I don't know if this is answering your question or not, but it's like
no, it is. I'm just curious because I've always wondered when you see, certain TV shows, great TV shows, they'll have 8 episodes in a season and they'll have 8 different writers,
right?
And then you'll see others, like Peacemaker just came out and James Gunn wrote every episode,
right? Okay.
So I'm just curious, like, how you're able to sort of, especially these shows that leave little breadcrumbs, or like, something that you see in episode 3 is gonna really pay off in episode 8? And if the writers are different, I'm curious how that thread.
Well, generally, it's my guess, and I'm always is in terms of like on Buffy, and then I've worked. You have this hopefully. And again, it's like I know that now it's like one of the practices these days, like you have the showrunner writing all of the episodes. But generally speaking, like all of the writers, you sit in a room and you outline all that stuff and you hit those points. And it's like, so you're generally, it's like I've also found, like, I love, like, the hardest part for me is breaking story, is finding it and beating out the story act by act and scene by scene and finding it. But also, so the same thing happens when they're plotting out 8 episodes. It's like, well, we want this to happen here and this to happen here. And so when you're talking about, yes, but a staff writer's job, the writers on the show, it's their job to capture the voice of the show, of the series. And so, and so like in those cases, it's like, absolutely. Like I would like standard practices for this, the staff of writers to turn their script in, and sometimes, and probably pretty often, the showrunner will do a rewrite of the script or do their own, things with it and tinker with it or whatever, and to kind of bring it more into their voice of the show.
Vision,
so it varies from. So yeah, you've got like a James Gunn who does them all. Versus other people who don't. It's like, oh my God, please give me a staff of writers to help me. It's like that would be me if I ever were able to have a show where it's like, where I was like, no, please. I'm always like, no, please help me. It's like, figure this stuff out. So yeah, different folks are wired differently that way. But yeah, but to maintain a like in the case of the Clone Wars. It's like, well, I mean, I'm a child. Like, that was kind of a dream game for me. It's like I had you have the voices already in your head, but it was cool. But they told me, it's like, okay, George Lucas is going to pretty much give you the story, but also I participated in helping break the story that he pitched, and it was a matter of then kind of outlining it and working. They had a couple of staff writers who I worked with direct. They called them story editors. And we outlined the episode and kind of, worked on that so that to get it, to the place where hopefully, the power the power that be, approves it. And in that case, like George. So the Buffy thing, I only got to do one episode. The Clone Wars, they liked it. My first one enough where they hired me to do another one. So it was like that was.
So Buffy, you got fired. Clone Wars, you kept the job.
I kept the job.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. So when you got fired, that was answer the question, Keith, of like not a lot of freedom.
Yeah. No, I would think too, like you hear that like with like Marvel, for example, like even like these great directors that Marvel gets, it's like, yeah, but you got to do it this way. Like, yeah, we're glad you're here, but we have our own ideas on how you're
right. No, and again, it's depending on that. It's like it's again the nature, again you have something like that by definition must have dozens of cooks in the kitchen in order to pull that. It's like, and from what I've heard, it's like, and then it's up to like, apparently though, and again, I don't profess to know anything about how the inner workings of Marvel. I've never worked there, but it's from what I've understood, it's like they have even like their action sequences, for example, are animated and kind of storyboarded just separately. They have individual teams of people in there, just working on those.
Yeah.
And essentially, I call all of that. I don't care if you're animating it, dreaming it up, drawing it. It's all writing to me. Yeah. And so, but then, and it's somehow though they're able to stitch them together in a way. I tell people it's like my opinion about those. It's like, people complain about it. It's nothing about Marvel movies now. Well, it's like, well, yeah, because also another problem is they're all pretty darn good movies.
Yeah.
To great movies. A couple of them are really freaking great. Mm-hmm. And so what they've pulled off is just amazing. But the point being is like to maintain that tonal consistency. They've been, gone off into the weeds a little bit tonally on a couple of them.
Yeah.
But anyway, so, but yeah, it's so, but by and large, yeah, but what's his name? Kevin Feige, is that how you say his name?
Yeah.
There has to be at least, there's the person who's steering the ship in terms of tonal consistency, right? And so, but yeah, and so and on those kind of, I call my for hire gigs, it's like, yeah, my job is to get it as close as I can, to fulfill their vision, right? So, yeah.
Other quick question for you.
Yeah, of course.
I'm fascinated. I love it. So you wrote Red Eye, which I think is one of the great thrillers. I think it's,
thank you.
Because a lot of thrillers to me like sort of like meld into horror, and like, but then when someone's like, what's a straight thriller, I always point to Red Eye. I'm like, that thing is like the whole time, and it's quick, it's short, and it's just like edge of your seat the whole time. Take me through that whole process. Like when you wrote that, like how long did it take for it to get picked up? Did you ever in a million years think it was going to be Wes Craven? Like did that whole thing?
No. It was, I wrote it out of desperation and unemployment. And basically after not working in TV, but my dream was always movies. And hopefully my dream was to get a theatrical movie made, it was just because I grew up in Star Wars, and it's, I wanted to be involved in movie making. Okay. So, but I'd gotten some work in TV, but then again, the whole lifestyle as you move from gig to gig to gig, and then, it's ups and downs, and you wait for the next thing. And so, and obviously getting fired from Buffy was not a good thing for the resume at the time. And so it's like where you're, in a town where you're only, and this goes with as good as your last thing. And, it's like, what did you do last? And how much money did it make? It's like, there's truth to that. So, but I basically, so then though, I remember, my story about the origins of Red Eye, where it's like I used to, then backing up, I was a gopher on the sitcom Boy Meets World, on the 3rd season of Boy Meets World back in the day.
Nice.
And we would, before email and all that, it's like my buddies, we would pass around scripts. So we get a hold of scripts. Oh, so and so got the script from the copy room of this studio. Oh, take a look at this. And a friend of mine gave me the script for Phone Booth that would star Colin Farrell.
Yeah, good one.
Yeah,
another like
good
80-minute, like 60-minute. That was like quick.
It's written by. Also, I'd never heard of Larry Cohen, who's done all these cult horror films. It's like he's great. But my experience was I was truly inspired by it, because I'm like, wait a minute. This is two people talking to each other, and I can't put it down. This is the most thrilling script I've read ever. And I felt like, and again, it was, I was like, this is fantastic. And so Red Eye began to kind of percolate as like, I want to do something like that, and can I do it even more contained?
Yeah. And I remember like hearing about Phone Booth and being like, how the hell are you going to make this guy talking on a phone for 90 minutes into a movie?
Yeah.
Shit, it worked.
Right.
And, and again, watching Red Eye, if I were to watch it, the claustrophobia of it, like being stuck in a place, I think
it was that. And then there were just things again, but it was I was truly like, inspired by Phone Booth to be like, okay. And because also, and to some degree, it's like, I've sometimes thought of myself as kind of like I've never really written like an ensemble movie, because it's like, to me, it's like, God, I'm just lazy. There's too many characters. I just want to write two people talking to each other. That's the most I can handle. And so that's, but it took, again, so you asked, how long did the script take to write? Well, a draft took 3 months or so, but I had the freaking idea for years. I worked on the story for years, trying to crack it. And trying to figure out, who Rachel McAdams was. Like, I had this idea that I wanted her job to be just an everyday freaking job, but to be a superpower used by a guy. Like, what if you had a job that you could, your access to something that's so mundane can be used by a bad guy, nefarious, or to in this case, to cause a death. And so,
do you wish they got a better actor for the bad guy in that movie? Because Cillian Murphy, I don't know what.
Gosh, you know what? I just, it really keeps me up at night.
What a terrible actor. Yeah.
It was.
What could have been.
Yeah. I actually, it's like, but when he was first, it's like, I always like imagine like kind of like George Clooney playing him initially when I was writing it.
Right.
It's like, who could play this? But so, but I wrote draft after draft after draft of it, and finally though through the process though, but it was writing it as a spec script. I was on my last legs as kind of financially, had one bag packed. I was getting ready to leave LA and it was a life changing where it's like, okay, we tried to get it to directors, we tried to package it. No one was biting. I tried to get a TV writing job off of my Red Eye script, and no one hired me, And so, but then we decided as my reps and I decided, okay, let's send it out to try to sell it, just send it out to producers and studios on a day. And it was literally, it was one of these stories where it's like my phone hadn't rung in 3 years, and my phone rang with my rep telling me, okay, well, New Line is really looking at it and they're taking it up the ladder there. And then later on, the next a few hours later, they called me and said that Spielberg was reading it. And it's like, you got to be kidding me. It's like, it's looking like DreamWorks is going to pick it up. And so it was this ridiculous kind of like hitting the lotto, but timing and the stars aligning. And I tell folks, it's like, who are aspiring to do it, it's like it's all about that. In addition to writing a good script, it's like that you've got to just position yourself. Like, okay, I lived in LA. I knew people. I was on the board, right, at the right place at the right time when DreamWorks 2.0 was retooling and looking for projects, right? And then Wes Craven, who I heard later didn't want to read it. He was all burned out from doing Cursed. Anyway, so this is one of those stories again where it's like, but then he was convinced to read it because he was Spielberg's first pick for it. So, so yeah, it was it really came together quickly. And then though I was still traumatized from my Buffy firing that I was expecting.
All comes back to Buffy.
It all goes back to Buffy. No, it was a huge. It's where I was expecting to be shown the door at any moment, as writers are often. This is often the case.
Yeah.
And was able though to. I think what helped me really was my TV experience. Prior to that was like to helping with the rewrites, and I would go home and I went in and was like, okay, you want to make these changes? Because they told me, and here actually, we're kind of interesting, where from going in to then meet with the executives, two incredibly smart DreamWorks executives. One who's to this day, they're both friends. One is a dear friend, Mark Hames, who wrote Kubo and the Two Strings. He would go into like that animated movie.
Yeah,
he's really made a name for himself in animation. He's an executive turned writer, which is a rare thing. Anyway. I went in, met with him and the other executive, and they're like, Carl, here's what the teaser trailer is going to look like. It's like, we're going to sell. Here's how we're going to sell it. Mm-hmm. And it was really amazing. It's like, even at that point, it's like, okay, like I had to, sell them a screenplay. Well, they internally had to go sell the screenplay internally to, their higher ups. And like, according to them, it's like, a couple of people didn't want to pick it up. They didn't understand the movie, but then these two guys got in their head, this is how we're going to sell it. And it was all about then tooling the script to fit their version of the teaser trailer, which was, okay, we're going to sell it like a romantic rom-com in an airport, a meet cute.
Yeah.
And then we're going to twist it on you, where Cillian Murphy reveals himself. And then we're going to say from the director of Scream and Wes Craven, blah, blah, blah. And that's how it all.
Like, okay.
Yeah.
So I'm not fired, is what you're saying. All right, it's a plus.
Yeah. I'm getting paid.
They told me later. I left meeting over there at at the compound over there at Universal Studios, the Amblin. They told me later, the two marks, I call them. They said after I left, they looked at each other. They're like, I think we just made that guy's life. It's like they did. I just was like, it just happened. It was it's kind of mind-boggling and ridiculous at the same time. So it was, and then to stay on the movie and I have a cameo in the movie. Just as it's like I'm in the airport. These two. I'm an extra in the airport. Just to be around it. It's
an extra in your own movie.
Yeah,
that's surreal.
And then people come up to me like, well, Carl, what else? What else do you want to do? What else? I was like, this is it. I have nothing on my shelf in my apartment. This was it.
Right.
Well, I'm sorry, sir, because on your credits it says upcoming. You're helping write Gremlins 3.
Yeah,
I know you can't talk about it, but like,
so
you say you've been to the top of the mountain, but I haven't seen Gremlins 3 yet. But
I know.
I'm so excited.
That's another traumatic experience. Well, that's where basically, remember I just told you, Spielberg, he picked up Red Eye, where it's like he did not like what I turned in for Gremlins 3. And
that's how you top New Batch. I mean, that's kind of set the bar pretty high.
Well, it's like I was really excited, and who knows what makeup, but also it says it's been saying that on there for years now. It's upcoming. But the funny thing, it's like I was really ultimately I was able to sit down with Chris Columbus to work out a new story. They basically tossed what I had turned in and pitched them initially, right? And then I was really kind of was like, and then I got together with Chris Columbus and now I don't know. It's like for years now. It's like I was really and continue to be excited about what we came up with.
Yeah.
It's like I'll just say it's Gremlins 3: The Force Awakens. Okay, it's just like awesome.
Oh boy,
have you seen the Key and Peele sketch where it's like they bring in like the sequel king and they pitch
it's
him,
so good. They're like
Gremlins 2.
It's like pitches for Gremlins 2, but everything is actually in the movie, and it sounds to the sketch. This all happened. Yeah.
Stranger things have happened. It's like I would love. It's like it's such a strange town where it's like some part of the script could be, who knows? Because at some point Chris Columbus wanted to direct it. We were very. I don't know how close really it ever was, but so I'm sad.
Now, you wrote the Last House on the Left reboot, and was that something that you pitched to Wes Craven when you met him, or was that something that Wes was like, "Hey, I kind of want to do this"? Is that what happened?
His producer Marianne, who's also Marianne Madalena, told me they were doing it, and that she sent me the script for it. They had already developed a script, and I was never a horror guy. I was never and I'd never seen the original Last House on the Left. I told me and I told them they sent me they sent me a VHS tape of it or something, right? I remember trying to watch the original, and I couldn't. I had to scan forward through it. I couldn't watch it. It was for all sorts of reasons. Yeah. And so but point being is like that they had me though. They sent me a script and they wanted to know my ideas for it, and I kind of my thing is like, this is the most depressing thing I've ever seen. And even read, they preserved a lot of it in the script. And I'm like, why am this is so depressing. It's like, and one of my things, I never want to come out of a movie wanting to slit my wrists. It's like, I have to have I don't have to have a bow tied on a nice, happy ending.
Right.
So that's how, but yes, it was also with my relationship with Wes Craven. Red Eye did really well, and we got along really well, and so that's how it kind of came to where it's like they approached me, and I was so fortunate. And then they they bought into what I pitched them, which was the kind of more of a thrillery angle to it. They turned it into more of a survival horror than a yes, there's call it, what do they call it, the first one, a rape revenge movie or something. Well,
yeah.
It's like I was like, we need to have these, I wanted to turn it into that, and I think it's pretty well received. I think for the most part, it was, people kind of argued about it. It was like, oh, is it? But I'm glad that, I'm really proud of it and how it was.
I thought it was good.
What the director did with it, it's But so that came from that, in my movie Disturbia were pre-existing screenplays.
Yeah, that another great one. Another like thriller, which is great.
I love them. It's like
nailing that.
It's if there's anything that I always hope for more of is suspense. More than anything in movies. It's where and again, just kind of play, you play the audience, which I love. It's like, and I tell people all the time, I'm constantly thinking about what I want the audience to be thinking. Every turn, feeling and wondering like, ooh, and then so But yeah, those were cool. And again, and also, yeah, Arrow did a great 4K of Last House on the Left. They were,
yeah, awesome.
Yep.
I asked them though. It's like I was ticked off they didn't do an Atmos remix of it though too. It's like,
yeah, Steve was pretty upset about that too.
I'm very upset.
He wanted like gotta have Atmos, gotta have that.
There's some great thunder and lightning in that one.
Yeah, that's if you haven't heard, guys. He loves his thunder in movies. Loves thunder, overhead thunder. It's like, oh, this movie. The first time I talked to him, he was like, oh, we're talking about like thunder. I love the thunder. I'm like, oh, well, that explains the movies.
I was watching the other night too. I always thunder and it just works. It just
like the movie Clue. There's some good thunder, right?
Oh yeah, from outside, from inside.
Yeah.
You know what has it too is Crimson Tide. Actually, it's popping to mind where Gene Hackman is addressing the sailors in the rain.
Yeah.
And I remember it. I don't know. I'm either
do love your thunder. You're like getting to the submarine movie. I'm like, when was there thunder in a submarine movie?
When they first put Dolby Digital on the Laserdisc, and when I got Crimson Tide, that was great.
Oh wow, yeah, you go way back too.
Yeah, we were talking about that last year too, when we were like, the movie that did it for me was like, it was Top Gun. My dad, it was sold stereo equipment and brought home like the very first surround sound system we had in the house, and he's like, sit down. He's like, sit right here. I think I was like 6 or 7. He's like, sit right there. It was like popping off all around my head. Like, oh my god! Like, it was. I remember it was Top Gun.
Was that when he brought that? Did he have? Because I remember, it was the first VCR, but then it was conning my folks into getting the hi-fi stereo VCR.
Yes. So we had a hi-fi stereo VCR, and he at the time was working for Craig Stereo, and he was like the regional salesman of the year or something like that. So now I was telling DJ, like, to this day, like I don't have like a home theater, but I know how to wire a stereo.
Yeah.
Like bass speakers.
My dad had DJ. Are you familiar with? And again, he built these speakers. Again, we lived it was a very kind of small living room, but these speakers he built were huge cabinets. And I was like, one day when I was old enough to finally figure, we hooked the hi-fi stereo up to that I would shake the house with. And keep everybody up, but it's like, I said, Dad, what are these? And are you familiar? Alltech Voice of the Theater. Speaker.
I know Alltech.
I know Alltech. Yeah.
And he added. These were huge. So Alltech, and it was, they were my go-to. Yes, just hooking them up and.
So I remember him too. Like, it was the weirdest thing. He was cutting up the carpet in the basement to like run wires underneath, and then it was a finished basement. So they had like the poles, like the support poles. And he would wrap like speaker wire around the poles, and like high tweeters like behind your head. Like you'd have them like back there. I remember watching him do that. I'm like, this is insane. He's cutting up his own carpet to put in better sound.
He was doing it just for Top Gun, right? It was.
That's what it started with, and then it was right. And then it get into like Jurassic Park, and all of the as the iterations of things went on.
It's the we're talking the sound. It's the sound mix. It was the leap in all of that during those years. God, yeah, I know. I get
that's right around the time it started to come home, where you could take what you heard in the theater and start to get it in the home, and people were like your dad, Davey, is like, all right, I can do this now. That's what I was doing back then. It was like, as a kid, I'm like, all right, I can do this, and I'm utilizing equipment that has no business doing this, in car speakers in the ceiling, and it was all mono, but I had 8 of them, and that's what I thought was a movie theater.
Or were you like cutting like pieces of your couch apart to like insert subwoofers like into the sofa? Like, one of those guys?
No, I didn't do that. Thank God. No, because mine was like my first theater was in my bedroom in my parents' house. And it was like, all right, and it was a bed in the room that took up it was a very small room, and that was it. So it was my bed, the TV at the end, my Sega Genesis game console, and in a what looked like a rack system, but it was all in one with a record player at the top, right? With 2 double tape deck or whatever, and find a way to get sound into that from the TV. And then it was like, all right, I got to try this. And I finagled that somehow. And then you find out, they sell equipment that has inputs and outputs on it. So you start going that route. But it was still like, again, I didn't have a hi-fi VCR. That was an upgrade that came later. I had a regular VCR, so I was still wearing out Top Gun with mono sound or whatever. But it's like you're starting off, and it didn't matter because back then it was just like I needed something loud in the room, and I needed the sound all around the room because I didn't know what I didn't know. And you're just like, this is amazing. And I've told the story before. One time I was out doing the lawn, and I had the windows open to my bedroom, cranking up all these speakers, and all of a sudden this white smoke pouring on my bedroom window.
You've done too much.
Yeah, because the car speakers didn't match, the ohms didn't match, so that like feedback went, like it like blew up. And I'm like, huh. Like, where'd the sound go? Oh no, there's white smoke pouring out of the house.
Oh dear.
It's like, whoops.
Yeah. Nope.
So,
I want that.
Yeah. Nope, that's not a good idea. So, so yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. It's been a journey.
Top Gun. When they finally, when they priced videotapes, you know, made them $20 or whatever, and you could actually bring them home. Finally, you know,
yeah, it was sponsored by Coca-Cola or Pepsi or whatever. And that's what did it. They, you know, the big company would sponsor it. Otherwise, it was like $90 for a VHS.
So, DJ, did you go through the you know, hi-fi stereo? Then did you move to Laserdisc?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
you know. I did you know, hi-fi VCR, did that until I could afford the Laserdisc. Then you get the Laserdisc, and then I did that through the 90s, right through almost to 2000, pretty much. Well, no, I moved into the house I just moved out of in 2001, and I took my Laserdisc player there. So, and DVD was out. That was the competition at the time. Same. Right. Equal in everything, you know, video and
well, then the last thing I insisted again, I was just hemming it to my parents again. This is when I was 8th grade. I don't know where I was when I discovered, wait a minute, Laserdisc, number one, number two. I was like, wait a minute, what do you mean I'm only seeing half the picture on my TV? Right. Not, you know, it isn't widescreen. When I discovered
or like at the end of movies, like on TV, it would get like really skinny. Like I didn't get why it did that. Like I was like, why is it all
what's happening?
Yeah.
And then
I remember my dad skipped Laserdisc, and it was like I thought at the time it was the dumbest reason. It's like if you paused it, it would go blue. Like the screen would go blue. Like you couldn't pause like a frame
on Laserdisc.
Yeah,
there were on the one that they had two different for the long form format, and then
they were different. Yeah, different. It's similar to like a record. Like you'd have the different speeds or whatever, like on a record.
And it was the dumbest thing. Him and his friend, he was watching Monty Python and the Holy Grail, and like his best friend, who's like my uncle, like he's one of those, like, you know, I call him my uncle, but he's not really my uncle. And they were like trying to pause it at like a certain scene, and they couldn't do it. It would like turn blue, and he's like, "This is dumb. Like I'm not buying." I'm like,
I'm out on this.
Yeah.
You couldn't do it on the long play. When they had it encoded where it would play an hour per side. On the 30-minute per side, you could freeze it, I think.
All right. That's what I see. I didn't know that at the time.
Yeah,
I just remember the big thing for a while with DVDs, which was they started selling them. Well, not started, but they had the full screen and the widescreen.
Yeah.
And I was well aware that the widescreen was in fact giving you more, but when I had a 20-inch square television, I'm like, I'm buying the full screen because I want to fill the full screen. I only have 20 inches, so so I have all these DVDs. I bet half of them are probably full screen DVDs. So then when I eventually, you know, a few years later, you start to get the widescreen TVs, and now you're like, great, now these all look terrible on here.
Yep.
Just like, instead of being like this, it's like that.
Yes, it's like awesome.
You got bars on the side now.
Yeah,
it's, and that's what we went through as like Laserdisc fans back then. It was like you'd invite people, this is so much better, and then I'd take and that was back then. It's like if you had a 32, that was like the equivalent of having like an 85 today. Right? And you were like, I got a 32-inch television, come watch this movie, and you'd be like, and everybody be like, all right.
Yeah.
What the hell happened? Why is it so small?
Yeah. Like, people refuse to watch it. They'd be like, I'm not watching this.
Yeah. But you're like, but you're seeing everything.
Yeah.
I don't care. Like, to your point, Rich. You're like, all right.
It's like, people get really,
it's not big enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It wasn't good.
But this one in the chat, Joe is talking to PF Productions again. I saw Joe. He's like, I remember watching movies on Laserdisc and having to flip them. Now, anybody read that in the chat or anybody, you have to remember, I got rid of my Laserdiscs right around or stopped using them when he was like 4.
And he remembers it.
But here's the best part. What he's not telling people is like what he remembers is me like threatening him. Don't
touch it.
Touch this part. Your fingers go in the middle here. You do this. And it was like my kids knew how to treat the system, the rack system, because we had like back then you'd put your TV into your entertainment console that was at the front of the room, and to the side it had the little glass door with all the equipment in it.
The heaviest thing in anybody's house. Nobody has anything heavier than that thing. I've moved enough of them.
And it had that little magnetic door. I remember like poking it. And if my father heard that noise, he would like poke his head around and be like, "What are you doing?
Don't touch that.
What are you doing?"
Yeah. So like my boss at the time, he had kids that were older, and I'm just having new kids. You know, Joe was my first, and I'm like, he's probably like 1 or 2 years old when I hear this story. And he tells the story of like one of his kids takes a peanut butter and jelly sandwich and sticks it into the VCR.
Nice.
And I'm like, oh, that is not happening in my house. So I'm like, and he's not as particular about his gear as I am. And I'm like, no way, I'm not doing that. You're not using the VCR as a pizza coaster or no, I'm sorry, the Laserdisc player. The tray comes out, put a pizza on it. So I like trained my kids, taught my kids, no, you have respect for this and this.
Yeah.
But it was like, because I wanted to protect the stuff and also teach them about things. So now people come over to babysit them and they don't know how to turn on the gear. And you've got these, 2 and 4-year-olds going, oh yeah, walking up to the gear, opening the door, doing all this stuff. Here you go. They start the movie up and they're like, what the hell just happened?
Yeah.
I don't know how to do this.
They can do it.
It's so funny too. Like now, I mean, I have little kids now, but I remember my daughter Tess was like 2, and it was like right at the height of COVID, and like I had put on something on like the TV for her, and she didn't want to watch it, so she like walked up to the TV and was like trying to
swipe.
Swipe. I'm like, oh my god, what have we done?
Yeah.
She's like, no. She's like trying to swipe up on the TV. She's like, no, I don't like that.
I don't like that. Get rid of it. Right.
And it made me, I'm like, don't touch the TV, because that's like how it's like, don't touch the screen.
Yeah.
Last thing, do you guys have like a massive like physical media collections?
Oh man, Rich and I used to.
We both used to, and we haven't. Like DVD, when it was just DVDs, I would put my DVD collection and Davies up against anybody's. And then since then, it's one of those things between streaming, having little kids, it's kind of gone the way. I wouldn't say I won't get back into it, but as of this moment, I do not have like a million Blu-ray. No,
I've kept about 40. Yeah, that, like I didn't think I would ever get back. Like movies that like Rich and I used to do is go to Blockbuster, and they would have like the 3 for $20 like used DVDs. I'd go in with $40 and just like every week and just come back with like 6 movies. So I think the two of us had like over like 500 DVDs at one point, and like we would like go to each other's apartments. We were like in our 20s, and you just like,
what do you have? How many ones do we have the same? How many do we don't have? And yeah.
Oh yeah.
I have my copy of like Wake Up Ron Burgundy, like the other Anchorman movie. I have that. I have like my Criterion copy, like The Professional, Leon the Professional, and like
I kept some. I
Army of
definitely
Darkness.
Some. I have some in a shoebox somewhere, but it really was between like, moving to a couple of different places and then everything being available on streaming. It's just like, do I want to buy that? I can just watch this right now. Do I need to buy it? But like, I did love it for so long. Like I loved collecting, and I loved all the movies that I wanted. So like, I feel like eventually I will go back to it, but right now I don't.
And I love it, like entertaining, and people will come over and be like, what do you want to watch?
I have like a bookcase just like filled with movies. Yeah.
It's great for like, and I say that, I don't think my wife's watching right now, but I think like having, female visitors over the house.
Yes.
Like,
it was like a home Blockbuster.
Yeah. I've collected them all. I'm on to my latest, like I did obviously VHS. I probably only got about, I don't know, probably about 70 to 100 movies I collected in VHS before I moved on to Laserdisc.
Mhm.
Collected Laserdisc until, I 300-400 of those. Moved on to DVD, did
Mhm.
about 300-400 of those, move on to Blu-ray, and you do it, another 300-400 of
Yeah.
those, get
Yeah.
onto 4K, and I'm just packed those up, and I'm looking at probably 3 or 4. And now I'm on to Kaleidoscape, and that's even easier. And it's like I'm well into like the 600s on Kaleidoscape.
Kaleidoscape. Wow.
Yeah.
That looks incredible. Like I that's it behind you, right? Like that's
Yeah.
the Kaleidoscape
Yeah.
behind. Yeah.
Yep.
That-
Yeah, that's the menu for it, and you just
So what's the storage on that? Like you can just as many as you want, unlimited.
So the way it works is, and that's where they get you. It's super expensive for the store. I mean, the system's expensive to begin with, but the storage, like I have a 12 terabyte system, and that holds about 180 movies, right? But once you buy it, you own it. So like you can offload it from your hard drive and re-upload it at any time.
Like a PS5, right? So like you can download all the games.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay.
But but you can only watch what's on your system. So if it's not there, you have to re-download it again. But everything that's on your system, it's like I can do it from my computer right here, and it's like I got Terminator 2 up there right now, and watch it play this scene, and it's like this is one of my favorite scenes. So I'll just click this and watch behind me. And now it's
in like 4K Dolby. It's like the highest of the high resolution.
Yeah. It's the best.
Oh, that's pretty.
Oh, that's a great scene.
Oh yeah,
the roses scene. That was right.
Is this what they send to theaters? DJ, are you getting the every?
No, it's not that version. It's not the. That's actually the shortest version of that. Here's the longer version of that same scene that I cut myself. You can actually stamp out the scenes yourself. So this leads up to it. This is the scene one of the scenes that I used when I was younger, that I saw this scene and as a demo, and it's that pan coming up right here when as you see behind me, bang, that explosion and the door going from one side to the other. The clarity I got on that, it took me like 15 years to duplicate what I thought in my home of the demo that I had. So that's why I made it. But yeah, it's not the exact like what they sent. That's what do they call that? The DCI, I think it's called.
I don't know.
It's something like that. Yeah. John would know. John Thompson will be on. It's what they send to the theaters. But this is the studios send the mezzanine file, which is like the absolute best that the consumer can get to the company, and then they put in, they give it out to you. They go through it meticulously, and then we get it on this end. And in some cases, it is better than a disc, because a disc is limited to its size. When it's like Endgame, for instance, is like that's a 3-hour long movie with high CGI and all this, and they put that out. Marvel put it out on a 66 gigabyte disc. On Kaleidoscape, it's a 103 gigabyte file. And it's just the movie, that's all you're getting on Kaleidoscape. So it's like, what's missing there? Now, I would say, I would go back and forth, and I've A/B'd it, and there's a slight difference maybe in sound and some things. Like when I did Star Wars, like all the Star Wars movies, it's a higher gigabyte file than what you get on the disc. But it's, if I'm being honest, it's not that big of a difference. Maybe if you got into more extravagant systems than what I have, you might hear it. It's going to pull it out more. But it's just more for me. It's the convenience, like what I just did there. It's like I can jump right from a scene to another scene in another movie, just like you're changing the channels, which is so much fun.
So let me ask you this. I've been dying to ask you this question too. Is that I play guitars, right? So when I set up a guitar, play guitar, like there's songs that I play through my amp that I'm like, I know it's supposed to sound like that. Like I know when I get it, I'm like, okay, that's the sound I was looking for. Are there, other than the Terminator one, are there like movie scenes that, like when you're setting up a system, is there like a scene that you'll put on, be like, all right, I know I've nailed it. Like when this sounds good, like what is that scene?
What is that scene?
Or like, what in your mind?
There's
like,
a bunch of them. Like obviously the opening to Star Wars, and just that orchestra, and the way I could sit in a room and be like, oh, okay, this room here, you feel like it's out and around you, and the horns are in a certain place, the drums, everything, the way it moves around you, just in that, you feel like it's dialed in. There's other scenes, again, Terminator 2, the opening scene, it's more of a little nuanced things. Like when you watch that opening scene, can you hear the little kids in the background singing?
Yeah.
Stuff
like
like
I picture
that.
you sitting in like the center of a room, like all the speakers like phase where
Yeah,
they're supposed
just like
to,
that.
like,
with my
closing
swear to
your
God.
eyes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Eyes closed. Mhm.
Like
And just,
Willem
like,
Dafoe and Boondock Saints.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cigarette in the air, just like,
Yeah. Give me a minute. No.
yeah. No, but I picture you like standing in like in that spot, right? The sweet spot, as it were,
Yeah.
and just like waiting to hear like those things. So I was always wondering like what that scene was.
Yeah. And it's interesting you say that, because it's like you're talking about an instrument where you're actually making the sound and you're trying to replicate that from place to place. Talking with Brent Butterworth the other day, or listening actually to him on his podcast, and he was talking about, like, he's in a band, right? And he reviews equipment, and he's trying to get, like, he wants to say, like, this piece of equipment or this speaker can do this, and he's like, I'm the one that made this music. I know what it's supposed to sound like. That ain't it. You know, it's like, so it's like with movies, it's different, because for me, it's like, I can only go by what I've heard from outside. I'm not the producer. I wasn't there. I can't tell you what exactly they wanted us to hear at home.
Yeah.
But when you hear it enough times in enough different places, you get, all right, this has got to be what they're going for. And to me, it's more about, like, with you, Davey, it's like, it's the actual sound, right?
Yes.
With the instrument. If you don't get that right, it doesn't feel right. It's not right. With me, with movies, it's more the detail. Like, how much detail am I pulling out? Maybe it's not exactly how the engineer wanted me to hear. It might not be the perfect sound. Maybe my speakers don't match what they wanted, but am I getting the sound? Am I hearing every little nuance and every little piece that they wanted you to hear? You know, and a lot of people miss a lot of that stuff. There's a lot of details and stuff that, like chirping or little background noises or even little whispers and murmurs that are going on that maybe that are setting the tone, that if you haven't calibrated right, you don't have the right, you're not getting any of it. So that's the stuff that I look for.
So that, and the last question I have, and then I gotta jump off, but is there anything you've heard in your theater like you didn't expect, or like you didn't know was there before? Is there anything that stands out where you're like,
like, there's
like something you hear, like something over your shoulder?
Absolutely. It happens all the time. Well, both audibly and visually, when you upgrade your gear. We're going through it right now with, like, the infrasonics, and people are like, these are speakers that can do stuff that you can't audibly hear, but it gives you a feeling. But then the other part of it is it frees up the subwoofer to do what it's supposed to do. So you're getting more clarity out of that, and you're getting bass notes that are cleaner and lasting longer in scenes that you're like, oh my God, I didn't know that was there. I didn't even hear that was there. Like Mad Max Fury Road there was the opening scene to that. There was a bass note in there that we heard with some new stuff. We were just talking about earlier today, visually looking at the Matrix and seeing the opening scene when everything's coming down, and you see behind the scene, like the credits and everything, you actually see stuff coming down that I never saw before.
Oh, wow.
But it was all there's code falling in the background that if your TV's calibrated right, you're like, phew, it's all coming in. You're like, oh my God, I never saw that there before.
Yeah.
You know, cool. And it's little things like that, it's amazing that you're like, this stuff has been there forever. And we just didn't have it's like the Bionic Man. We didn't have the technology, but now we do.
Yeah. But it's also like a little Easter eggs that, like, you never knew. You know, you can watch a movie so many times, and it's just like, that's the magic of it, right? It's just like,
and some of that comes from the repeated viewings too. It's always been there. It has always been there. But when you first watched it, you were so engaged with something else on the screen or heard that you didn't pick up on, oh my God, that was so cool over there. You know, and I do that all the time too. So
this again, another year of this, man. I thank you so much. Like I said, I got to jump off. I got to get up early in the morning, but
it's late.
Yeah.
Been
great.
Thank you.
Pleasure meeting you all.
Oh, Carl.
Yeah, you too, Carl. This is great.
I'll let Rich has probably got like 8 more questions for you. Before
I'll let Carl
go. But and DJ, thank you for. I wanted to tell you too. I saw raffling off all this stuff, and to all the winners, thank you so much.
Yep. Well, we're gonna be running it all month.
Yeah.
So hopefully it'll keep the money coming. Get raise some good money for Movember. And get those numbers up there for you. You're already a Hall of Famer for Movember.
I am. I got the record,
which
to
is
prove
awesome.
it too.
Yeah.
Over $32,000 raised in 17 years. So that's that's on the So thanks to people like you guys. So thank you so much. Means the world to me, and as long as I'll keep doing it regardless. But
you said before you're not a role model, but you inspire many people, myself included. So thank you.
Well, thank you so much, brother. I really appreciate it, and thank you for all the tech tips. And Carl, thank you for answering my questions. And
anytime.
Yeah, hopefully we'll cross paths again.
Sounds good.
Yep.
All right. I'll see you later. Thank you, guys.
Later, David. Thanks, buddy. Bye. All right.
Good stuff.
Yeah, real good. All right, Kyle, you want to stick around for this? Because we are going to battle. This will be fun.
What's battle
about? What are you upset about now?
I texted you the other day. Did you even know what I was talking about?
I didn't, but I was like, I'll save it for the episode. I saw that you said, "Oh, we got something to talk about." I was like, "All right, great."
All right, great.
Maybe I should watch off air. I know.
No. This is good because you might have to be a mediator.
Yeah.
No, because we go. No, it was funny. You listening to you on this week. You literally. I was like, and I know you didn't, because if you did, you wouldn't have done it. And you and I have had this conversation. You don't like to listen to other people's reviews before you do yours, because if you do and you say the same thing, you feel like it's like stolen, or you feel like, or it might cloud your judgment or whatever, right? I wrote on Twitter right after seeing House of Dynamite, I'm like, this is the best movie of the year. This movie has it all. It has the best acting, directing, the story, everything. And I'm listening to Dork, and I swear to God, Carl, he comes on and he goes, it was like literally the same snippet. Oh, Davey, this is like the worst movie of the year, the worst acting directing. It was the exact opposite. It's like he literally took my tweet and he just said, I'm going the opposite of what he said.
I don't know. I'm sure I saw the tweet. I don't know when I saw it. It might have been after we recorded. I don't know. But I was shocked how bad that movie was. I could not believe how bad that movie was, because the director's incredible.
Yeah,
all the actors are incredible, and the premise is really good. But the movie was horrible. I couldn't. I was flabbergasted when I finished it.
Yeah, and I had a listener on earlier. Carl was talking to him, John, and he didn't like it either. So I'm like, and he's like, I feel like I'm the only one. Oh no, you're not.
So this is what I feel like. I feel like this was a movie that was basically like 3 episodes of a 6-episode miniseries, where I would have said the first episode was great and got me hooked. The second episode wasn't as strong, but I continued to watch. The third episode was horrible, but I knew that episodes 4, 5, and 6 were going to be great. Unfortunately, it's not an episodic show. It's a movie. And 2/3 of it was awful, and it just ended with no way. Like, also, it just retold the same story multiple times. The way they told the story was insane,
right? Which is what
I complained.
Yeah,
it's risk. I'm telling you, you've got to, if you're going to use a device, you've got to justify. It's got to be well done. But
I feel like I'm with you, Carl, because I feel like in a show, and maybe we're spoiled now with so many good one-season TV shows, where this could have been an incredible show, but they tried to make it a movie. And because I don't even hate hey, let's find out this story from this perspective. Right. But in the hour and 45 or 2-hour movie, I thought it was crazy, because I was like, all right, I got through this, great setup, you got me. Oh, now I just have this end of the phone call. I know what this guy's about to say. Yeah. I know exactly what he's going to say. I know what's happening right now. I was dumbfounded, because going into the movie, a different podcast I was listening to was just speculating on Oscar movies. And they were like, we think this could be like one of the best picture nominees. And I was like, okay, like this is gonna be really good. No, it was not really good. It was the opposite of that.
Oh God.
I was very disappointed.
See, I loved it. I loved everything. Like, in the exact reasons, like everything you said, it's like, yeah, I know what that guy's gonna say, but I want to hear the other side. I want to see the reactions, and in a real world environment, what this is. And we talked about it earlier with John, where he's like, I really didn't feel like I got a lot of character development here. It's like, but that's the point. Because it's not about that character and the development. It's not who that person was leading up to that. It was about, in that moment, how is that character, how is that person going to react in an emergency in that moment? And then that's why and to me, it's like the way the movie was filmed and laid out, that's what it's showing. How do you show all these characters in that moment? It's literally, what does it take place over? Like 15 minutes? In real time, something like that. It's
it might have been. They
20 minutes.
They replayed that 15 minutes about 8 times.
Right. But it's like probably the most intense 15 minutes of these characters' life. It's literally defining.
I was hoping for some sort of like payoff, I guess, too. Like as you're like building up towards this, and there was no ending. I didn't feel like it was just.
Yeah,
like,
you didn't like the ending, spoiler free. But yes, I see what you're saying. But
I don't know if I didn't like it as much as that there wasn't one, and it was sort of like, hey guys, like bad stuff happens, and you're like, all right, give me an ending. Also, Idris Elba, I think, is a great actor, and I think he's got a lot of charisma. However, in this movie, had none of that. Had zero.
Really,
zero
I loved
charisma.
him. I thought he like
him shooting basketball with Angel Reese was insane. I also don't think Idris Elba as. I think he was barely in the movie too, and then when he was in it, I was like, probably should have gotten somebody else.
This is fascinating. I'm observing the battle here. It's amazing. It's like it's what's great about movies too. It's like,
it is.
We both have our reasons, and we're both
humans
right.
Looking at the same.
We're both wrong.
Correct.
Like, but yeah, it's like, I mean, everything you're saying is valid, and it's like but it resonated with me. And like Steve, and you probably didn't get into it the way I got into it and the way Steve got into it, where it's like I was going through this movie and I'm like, I got a text, I'm like, leave me alone, I'm watching a movie, because I was so into the movie. And then Steve puts out a text or a tweet saying like, this movie, put your phone down, turn it off, do what you got to do, because you're going to be riveted to I'm like, he got it the way I felt, it resonated with him in that way. Whereas I feel like it didn't really reach you that way. And you were more like movie looking at it like, and it's not going to reach you if you're looking at it that way.
Well, I feel say like I was hoping to have like an entertaining 2 hours. And I think I had an entertaining 30 minutes. And then I was like, and it just like disappeared. And then like I go into every movie being like, my phone's over there. Like I'm watching the movie. And then 45 minutes in, I'm like, maybe I should check my phone. maybe I should see what else is going on in the world right now, because it's starting to feel like a Netflix movie. Like a lot of Netflix movies have that thing where they're like, I don't know, they make so many of them, they throw them out there, but this felt bigger. It felt like more of an event Netflix movie because it was a Catherine Bigelow movie.
Yeah.
And then I was like, man, this one, I don't know. Maybe this was, not to bury screenwriters, Carl, but maybe this was the script, and like she tried to do the best she could with it. I don't know.
It's when again, not having seen it, it's like, but here I heard Rich, before you came on, I'd heard you were talking a little bit about it, DJ, but it's like, I'd heard just in reading articles of it, I'd heard good things about it, and then somewhere along the way I heard about the device that they use. It's it's multiple angles and this and that, which is automatically personally for me, it's tough for me to like that. It's like, in other words, like why, like I asked, why does the writer, why do we decide to do it this way? And I've been noticing these devices being utilized a lot in recent years. And I can't put my finger. It's like, and actually, sometimes I feel like, is there enough story there? Right. It sounds like there's a 15-minute story. But I'm just kind of like I'm fascinated by the from the writing perspective. Like, okay, why are we? Because I find sometimes the device, well, it's supposed to be repetitive, right? Except it's what's
there is. It's what's interesting too is like if you're looking at it from a writing perspective, I don't think you're not shorting. The writer isn't shorted on creativity, right? It's not like you have like you're saying, Rich, is like you have a 30-minute story and you just repeat it for okay, there you go, there's your movie. It's because you have to write each of those characters, and each character in this movie through all the different perspectives, they all react in a different way, they have a different reason for reacting, and all of that needs to be written out. So you're really, from a writing perspective, you have to take this one story and you have to tell it these different ways with these different characters and show how some people are panicking, some people are doing things in the wrong way, some people are doing, that's how I would act.
Sounds like, here's what it's, because for me, so DJ, it sounds like you approached it from a fascination of human reactions to a thing where it's like, okay, it's because, but also from a writing standpoint, it's like, but who is in such a structure? I mean, like, who is the protagonist? Who am I rooting for? Who am I caring about? Why am I spending time here with these people? Other than to be like, other than to maybe ask myself,
it's like,
shit, what do I?
You're caring about, like, what I would say this, Rich, like human nature.
Maybe
society.
Rebecca Ferguson, just because she's great. She's
Or
great.
are you caring about because it is possible in movies to care about. I love theory. I call it screenwriting theory in terms of gosh, I can't remember the movie recently, but I had the same thought about there wasn't anyone directly. Actually, you know who I think I was actually talking about Psycho, actually, of all films. In terms of why that movie works and who exactly are we rooting for. I'm a big believer in most often than not the rooting interest. And I'm meaning it's like, who am I exactly? And I was asking is who am I rooting for when Norman Bates is doing his thing and I'm seeing the movie from his perspective. And my answer is kind of like what you just said, DJ. I'm kind of rooting for us. And for someone to come along to make sure this Norman Bates guy gets, put away. Yeah. So it's interesting. That's what
like, and I don't think it's a spoiler to say, because I've seen other people say it, but this movie they don't know who the bad guy is. So there's nobody to hate. You don't know. And that's the point of the movie and the decision-making that goes on. You don't know what's the right decision to make. The way this movie ends leaves you with, and that's what makes it difficult in a situation. I'm trying not, you don't want to talk spoilers.
Yeah.
But the way it ends to me is that's where the conversation goes. Like, what would have happened? How does this go? What is going to happen here? There's literally, I had one discussion with somebody like, well, how would it end? There is no ending because this is about human race. It's about the human condition. It's what would we do? Some people act some way, some people act another way, but we're all under the guise of like these leaders that are supposed to know what's going to happen. And then you see them panicking in this situation. That's what this is all about. And when you see it laid out like that, the other thing I thought was interesting
I'm
is
go watch it and get back to you in a couple hours. Exactly. So you can come back and stay.
I am curious what you think. Yeah.
But there's also no, once you see this movie, you realize there's no, it's a political movie in a way, but there's no actual politics in the movie. You don't know the politics of any, because it doesn't matter at this point. This is literally an event that you're like, what are the politics of any of these people in the government? Doesn't matter. We're at 15 minutes of crisis here, and all of the politics go out the window, right? Like, what are your policies on this, and this? They don't care. And you know the line I'm talking about, Rich, but it was like, he's like, we practice for this, and this, but nobody talked about this, And so like all of your policies, everything that we think matters in the world right now, all goes out the window in this, like that. And that to me is what this movie and why you get the repetition and stuff. That's what it's about,
Yeah. Was not me.
Rich is like, I wanted more Rebecca Ferguson.
There was some like, I do like Rebecca Ferguson. There's like some cringy dialogue. There's some like really on the nose stuff. Yeah. It was. I think it's the most disappointing movie of the year when you factor in all the people involved.
Yeah,
because there are worse movies. Like I'm not telling DJ this is the worst movie I've seen. I've seen a ton of movies worse than this year, but I think I had high expectations for it. Is my problem.
Because I'm excited. You know, Catherine Bigelow. She hasn't directed anything since Zero Dark 30. Was it her last one, or did she do something between that and this one?
That might be right. I know it's been a layoff. It might be like an 8-year layoff. Yeah. I can look it up.
Huh.
But yeah.
And she comes in hot with this one for me and flop for Rich.
I think she's a great director, but I don't think she's one of these like Christopher Nolan directors where every movie is hit. Like she's had a bunch of like misses in my mind too. So like I would just put this in that category. That's all.
So Paul's saying Detroit.
Yeah, Detroit in 2017.
Oh, that's right.
Not really like Zero Dark 30 was the one prior to that, which was obviously very good. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. But yeah, I was dying when I heard you, Rich. I mean, you literally hit every note that I said, like the exact opposite of everything I said. I was like, what the hell? Oh, like if you don't like me, just say so. Is that even called passive aggressive? That's just aggressive.
I apologize.
No, that was great. So, but and what I liked about it is like I was so excited about it, and I still am. You're not going to change my mind on it, right? It is, and that's what's great. And it's like, you know, for other people that like, you know, John that was on earlier is like, oh, I didn't like it. Well, trust me, he's like everybody's loving it, but. And now for Carl, it's like having sat in on this, it's like, which way do you go? Because I think we both made good cases.
Well, that's actually kind of better, I feel like, because there's plenty of movies I go into where they're almost like too hyped up. And then I see them, and had they not been hyped up, I might have liked it more, but I was like expecting the best thing ever. But now that you've heard two different people say
either ends of the spectrum, you're like,
you can break the tie. Yeah.
I can almost say he's going to fall in the middle. I see what both of you said.
Wow.
That's true.
Oh, thank you, Shane. There he is.
That's true.
Shane, hello. He's back.
What's the topic for tonight?
Right now, we're talking House of Dynamite.
Oh, are you guys spoiling right now? I didn't see it yet.
No, we haven't spoiled it. Not much. It's not really. You could actually tell this whole story, and you don't really spoil it because it's the what you're actually seeing how it was laid out, which is the crux of the issue. Right? I mean,
like, does the nuke go off in it or no? Or does I mean, I know nothing about it, but it's like, does the world end? Does the world?
You got to see it.
Oh.
You got to see it. You got to see it, and that's part of it. So yeah. Whoops. Shane just fell out. I guess he's going to see it. I didn't leave right now, Shane.
With my review.
Yeah.
Well, I gotta go fall back. Boy, this is
there you go. You're falling back, buddy.
But no, I can't wait to talk to you some more. DJ, I'll think of 1,000 home theater questions for it because
we'll do another Takeover Tuesday soon. We said that last year, and here you are a year later. But yeah, we'll definitely
ask you about these projectors that have been showing up on my feeds because I'm not in the market yet for one. But it's like, have you been seeing these? It's a Vizia. What are they called? These
Valerian.
Yeah. Yep.
They're decent. They're good.
Because finally, because Dolby Vision is becoming affordable or a thing for projectors. Finally, it hasn't really been.
I don't know. I think the story behind Dolby Vision on projectors, I don't know if they're legitimately supposed to be licensed per Chris Deering, because I remember I was asking him about this. So they don't know how they're getting around it, but legitimately, is my mic okay?
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's like a legit Dolby license or not, but otherwise, like some of the bigger guys would have it, like Sony, JVC, Epson would have it. So whatever the Chinese.
I run Epson right now, and I didn't know if they were actually officially have gotten in Dolby Vision on one of their new ones, one of their latest ones. Or not.
I guess to properly do it right, you're supposed to be able to tell the projector the brightness that's coming off of your screen, so it can manipulate the lightness, the brightness, and the shadows and stuff, like on the fly. So how the Chinese folks are doing it, nobody knows. So
okay.
Yeah.
So
it looks like a good sticker though.
So because I know when I saw the Valerian, it looked cool, and then it says Dolby Vision as part of it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, at a reasonable price point, and I'm like,
I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a good looking projector.
Yeah, but you're saying, but it might not be an official Dolby Vision license.
Well, I had a guy on. He has one. He has the early version, not the new one. What the new one is? Was it Max or something?
Yeah, the Valerian Max. Yeah, I mean that's a cool thing because, I mean, if you've ever seen a DLP projector, they're fairly cheap. You can get them pretty cheap for like $1,000. If you take that projector, they all use kind of like the 0.47 DLP chip on it. Like they all use the same exact chip. They all pretty much look exactly the same. It's just this one has really good tone mapping on it. And now has lens shift, horizontal lens shift.
Max has, lens shifting.
And they now have an optional anamorphic lens, which you can put on it. Oh. So instead of paying 15 grand for a Panamorph, you can get it for like a few $100, which is pretty cool.
Added on to, the projector now, I think it's, if you buy in the next few days of the Max, it's like $4 grand.
Yeah.
But its regular price is like $5 or something.
Normally
like that.
$5, yeah.
Yeah. For everybody's saying like, who was it? They were Matthew Pose talking about it, saying like he's seen it and he's like, put it up against the JVC. He's like, I'm not going to say the JVC isn't better or they're equal, but the price difference, it is definitely worth it at that price point.
Well, you can tell it's a DLP upscaling. You can tell it's not native 4K. You can 100% tell.
Oh,
most people, I think, that see the Valerian, they've never lived with a Sony or a JVC. Okay. I would put the Epson, I would say Valerian, Epson, and then Sony JVC, this current generation, kind of almost high, I would say. Yeah.
Okay. But then your price points there pretty much match that too, right? Like if you're just getting into it and you're looking for a good projector to start out, then that's where you're at. I wouldn't go from JVC
I don't know how many
and back. Like if you have a JVC or a Sony now, I wouldn't you're not upgrading by going to one of these, is what you're saying.
No.
Right.
Okay.
No, I wouldn't think so. Nah, not for me. Because I can tell that it's not 4K. You can tell.
Right.
I think everybody here probably has a discerning eye.
Yeah. Yeah, Rich, how about you, buddy?
I have terrible eyesight. Oh yeah.
Well, no, I haven't lived with it. I've run Epson. I have not lived with a JVC or a Sony. I have the it's a few-year-old Epson 50.
Okay, 5040, probably
50 UB maybe.
Yeah, UB 5040 probably.
So it I can
I would say
HDR, but it's like it has it's the faux 4K.
Yeah, so you'll be used to the Valerian then. It'll probably, I would say it would be an upgrade from that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's most likely a lot brighter too.
I was just going to say your brightness is better.
Yeah.
Contrast might be a little better.
Tone mapping is 100% better. I know that.
Yeah. You got tone mapping for one.
Yeah.
So
I mean, if you can get one for a good price.
Okay.
Too bad you didn't talk to me 2 weeks ago. I would have sold you mine for $2 grand.
Damn it! Ooh. I gotta go.
Yeah.
On that note,
you got movies to watch. I got projectors to buy.
Projectors to turn up the brightness on maybe because on my bulb. I don't know. Epsons are a pain because I could never find the replace stuff. I don't. It's why is the no? I gotta go.
Yeah.
Like why? The bulbs, I can never find like the legit bulbs. Are they to replace them?
Yeah, I left. You got to go laser nowadays. It's 20,000 hours plus. By the time that thing dies, you're going to be on to your next, maybe two new models.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. We were talking about that earlier today, but bulbs.
Yeah.
All
right, DJ. I think I'm out as well.
All right.
Night, Joel.
Thanks, Rich.
Great meeting you, Carl.
Great seeing you guys. Great meeting you.
Later.
Carl, we'll talk again soon.
I can't believe your voice still sounds as good as it does after starting at 6
It didn't sound good to begin with. What are you talking about? That's how you maintain.
Anyway.
That's how you maintain. You start like crap, finish like crap. There you go.
Way to go. Awesome stuff as always.
So,
talk to you soon.
Joel.
All right. Thanks, buddy.
Later.
Talk to you later. Later, Carl. Thanks, guys.
Gosh. This is my face. What's going on?
No, I know people come. No, Kyle has been on since. Let me look back. He came on at 10 o'clock.
Oh, yeah. What time is it? Oh, it's 1 o'clock. Oh, 3 hours.
He's been on for 3 hours.
Jeez.
And you listen to him. He can just go. He was like, I gotta go. He had more questions. It's what he wanted to do. He's like, oh man, I got more questions for you. What can I, it's like, he's just so passionate about this stuff. It's awesome.
Do you, you want me to cross stream this? Want to get some more
If you
viewers?
want. Yeah, sure. I mean, it is, what is it? 1 o'clock in the morning.
I usually go on like 3 or 4 sometimes.
Do you really?
Yeah, because I'll edit like all night.
Oh, wow.
Is there a link to this? I could just link your video.
Yeah, there should be a link to it on YouTube. It's on YouTube. Yeah, right now we're streaming on YouTube. I have 16 viewers, and on X I have 25.
I'll get you 10 more.
There you go. Exactly. We were cranking earlier today. A ton of viewers on X. I was surprised. It was weird.
Oh, on X? I haven't been on there for like 3 years.
Yeah, I noticed. I was like, oh, there he is. Oh, no, he isn't.
Every time I put something on there, I'm like, I don't know. It's like too much work. It's like I got to deal with Twitter and Instagram and Facebook, and I have a tough time with just YouTube.
Let me see. I gotta send out a text here now that I have a chance. A second here. I gotta send out let's see. I gotta send out a link for there it is. A link to join. All right, I did send it to him. Which is a second. Okay, so they have the link. So all right, they're good to join. The next people after you. And then Brent, did I send him the link? I gotta send that one out. That's the tough part, is like you get to an hour and be like, are the next people supposed to be coming on, or did I send it to the right people?
There we go.
Yep. Yeah, I see the link up here that you just joined us.
There you go. I put it in the description.
Oh, nice.
Oh, where's my screen here? Okay. All right. So you did what'd you do for Halloween?
Nothing. My friend's daughters, we took them up and down the street here, trick-or-treating. She's got 2 little girls. And then I came back and just got ready, get to bed early for this, so I could get up early and do this all day long. So not a big Halloween party.
I came with a couple topics just in case you had none.
There we go. Thanks, buddy. Thanks. You're gonna carry me across the finish line. What do you got?
So yesterday was Halloween. You're an avid movie watcher. Let's go through some of our top 5 picks of Halloween movies. They don't necessarily have to be based on Halloween, but maybe scary movies in general.
I feel like I'm watching your channel. You're delivering it the way you're like, are you going to say at the end, leave the comments in the show notes. Leave comments down below. I'm like, I'm right here. Oh God. Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your flow. So, all right.
I figured you guys in the chat too, if you guys have any top 5 Halloween picks, put them down in the comment section. We'll see if it's in our list as well. So something new that I've been a fan of. I don't think you talked about it yet on your weekly yet. New release that just came out. I'm sure you have it. Is Weapons. Have you seen Weapons?
Oh yeah.
Yet?
Oh yeah. Loved it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I saw that weeks ago. Well, maybe over a month ago. I think I saw it before Halloween.
Yeah.
Yeah. Loved it. Home theater wise, I hate this part. I know I had it up there as like one of my favorite of the year when I saw it. And now I'm like, you like try to remember scenes like, all right, what was that movie again? But yeah, loved that movie. What did you think?
I didn't like it the first time around. I saw it at the theaters and I was a little bored of it.
I think I saw your review of that one. Yeah.
Yeah. And then the second time around, I caught it at home where I could really hone in on it, pay attention to what was going on. I was like, oh, this actually is a pretty good movie. So I was grasping the the horror / light sprinkled in comedy aspect of it, and I was like, okay, I'll say I get it. I've seen it like 3 more times afterwards, and it's definitely a good. I wouldn't say it's a scary movie, but it's got some creepy moments, and then the AV quality is top notch. I think, especially the audio.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I even thought the video was really good. Like some of the it's not one that you're going to be like, oh my God, the HDR in this is absolutely amazing. But there is some where they show like there's some night scenes like that. The one is that the one above the house, and they show some, there's some detail in there that I feel like maybe if you don't have it calibrated right, you're not going to pick up some of the nuances there and stuff.
Yeah.
But I thought, the audio wise is where it really, really shined.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was surprised about that because I saw it at Dolby, and I was just thinking, oh, it's just a normal low budget horror movie. But then, hearing it at the house, I was like, oh my God, there's like so much stuff going in here. It's like Quiet Place-esque. And the new renaissance of this new renaissance of horror movies that have just been killing it with audio mixes lately.
Yeah. Well, horror movies have always been good with their audio mixes, right? Like to me, even going way back, it's like they were the, I don't want to say the pioneers, but the idea of like using audio to add emotion or set the emotion, right? You take you take the audio out, and that puts you on the edge of your seat, right? Because you go with that stereotype. Oh God, it's got quiet. What's going to happen here? And then you got other movies where they'll actually play on that, and they'll jump scare you without doing that first because you're so used to waiting for the quiet spot. And then other times you'll see a horror movie and they'll take the sound out, and you're on the edge of your seat, and you're like, oh, and nothing happens.
Yeah.
But yet you're anticipating it, which is they just evoke that emotion, just with all that. So it's like, and now with Atmos and to be able to do sounds around the room and stuff, it's like, what was it, Abigail? That one was amazing.
Was that on my list?
I don't know.
Abigail was also on my list.
Well, there you go.
There we go. Look at that.
Wow. Look at that. Yes, I did see that one. Not this year. I think I saw that one last year.
Yeah, I think it came out last year.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was just like, just like Weapons. If you guys had seen it in chat, it took place in a mansion.
Yeah.
And there's this really cool scene in it where the windows start closing in when they lock all the people in.
Yeah.
And you can hear the shutters close above your head as the windows are above you. They just go boom, 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 boom. I was like, oh, whoa. And of course, I looked at the Atmos viewer. And I was like, okay, it tracks. This tracks.
Oh, it did?
Yeah.
It all did? Yeah.
So I wanted to make sure. I was like, because I was just watching it to watch it. I was like, did I hear that correctly? Let me turn it on, check it off. I was like, okay, yeah. My hearing is good. So
stand up here. Gotta stretch my legs.
Stretch, man.
Raise the desk. There we go.
Oh, you got a sit-stand desk, huh?
Sit-stand desk, yeah. Oh,
nice.
yeah. Jeez, now I feel like this is too high. There we go. All right, microphone went away. I was like, okay, hello, hi. Yeah, that Abigail I thought was just, I mean, I don't know why that seemed to have resonated more than Weapons did. That movie was, because I remember that one from last year and seeing some of those scenes and seeing that movie and just being like, it is not what I expected.
Yeah.
Right? That one shocked me as like quality wise. I wasn't expecting it to be that good. Movie wise, and then the audio in it too is just, amazing.
Yeah, a lot of you could definitely get away with the creeps not having the best special effects if you can trick the audience with your scary sounds off screen.
Yeah.
Hit him with a big bass drop.
Yeah. Yeah. Get that. Yeah, you get the, I don't know. Do you get a bigger jump scare if you do that? I don't think so. I think it's, there's one. Which do you think you get a better jump scare out of? Bass drop or a high screech?
High screech? What kind of a screech are you talking about?
Like it'd be like really quiet on a scene, right? And something will happen, like something jumps out and it'd be like, rah! something comes out at you and you like jump. Like, do you get a bigger jump out of that, or do you get a bigger jump out of a boom, like something? I feel like, I don't know. For me, I feel like, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, or maybe I'm not picturing the right scene, but I'm feeling like the higher the pitch, the quicker the emotion, the bigger the jump scare. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I don't know what I'm trying to say, but I feel like the high pitch is like quicker to hit you than the big boom.
Like a scream.
That's what I mean. Like a scream, like somebody going, ah, like jumping out, or like, I don't know why the noise I just made sounded like a cat jumping out and attacking you, but something like that, where it's like, even, what's the jump scare in Alien that scares the crap out? I feel like it's a higher pitch of something, the noise that matches what's coming at you. You know what I mean?
I don't know. I mean, I think they're both effective, just as long as it's quiet, and then it's just like, get that snap of whatever it is. It just works.
Oh yeah,
of course.
Paul saying, "Oh my God, the jump scares and Drag Me to Hell." I've never seen Drag Me to Hell. He said, "Talk about dynamics."
I don't think I saw that either. Is that the one with the hand?
I don't know. I didn't see it.
I don't know either. I just think I remember the poster art. I think it's like a hand or something like that.
Oh, okay.
I was like,
I think that is the hand dragging them to hell, something like that. But
could be something I saw in Pornhub too. So who knows?
Very nice. Very nice. What else you got?
I got Evil Dead Rise.
Oh my God. You did that one on purpose. You've heard this show.
That was like I feel like that was the movie that really kicked off the really high quality Atmos mixes for horror. After that, every other horror movie has been kind of like skyrocketed, I think.
Oh God, I gotta come up with something that was better than that.
Because I think I gave that like a 10. I was like, Jesus. Oh, yeah. I was like, I would never watch this movie again, but man, this is such a good mix.
Yeah. It's like, that was like, Steve's like loves that movie, loves the movie itself, loves everything about like the whole, like, but yes, the home theater aspect of it's absolutely amazing. The opening scene with the drone going down the river.
That's really good.
Yeah, that's setting you up for that. But the movie itself, the story, I was like, this is like, that's our joke on the show. Is like, yeah, it's no Evil Dead Rise. I'm like, ugh. I hated it. He loved it. It's just like, I'm like, oh my God, that was just, you know what? Here's a horror movie that on disc, the little older one you might have heard of, Psycho.
Yeah.
Have you seen that on the 4K disc with DTSX?
No, I haven't seen the 4K version.
Oh my God. So
I've seen it on cable many times though.
Okay. This is a little better quality than that. You're not even talking streaming. You're like, I saw it on cable. It's like, for a movie like that, what was that, from 1960? I think.
Something like that.
Yeah. For a movie like that to get a 4K remaster, and they redo the sound in DTSX. I'm pretty sure it was DTSX.
Oh, really? They redid it the whole. Was it in mono?
Yeah,
obviously.
And for you, like, you would think it'd be like, how can you do Psycho in DTSX and object based? It sounds like it's hokey. No, it's not. It is really, really well done. Really well done. One of my favorite movies that I've, like, older movies that I've listened to, watched, reviewed, or whatever, and been like, I mean, in the 4K HDR in the black and white is amazing, right? It's I love when you take a black and white movie and it's like, to me, it's like when we were saying earlier, I don't know if you heard us earlier, but we were saying like, you want to really concentrate on the sound, close your eyes, sit there, or turn the screen off and listen to this scene without any visuals, and you'll really get to hear and experience the sounds even better. It heightens your focus on it. I feel like a black and white movie can do the same thing, where when you eliminate the color from this, it's going to heighten your focus for detail, because you're not amazed by like, oh, look at all the pretty colors, right? You're looking at the composition, you're looking at the gradation. There's so much more to it. and the lighting, everything means so much more. And that movie, Psycho, just really, the way they remastered that, it just looks awesome, absolutely amazing. That you're just like, oh God, that's one of my favorite.
Does it sound like a mono movie that they made?
No, it sounds natural. It sounds like it should. It's like it should have all along. Like I said, it doesn't sound like that gimmicky. Like, oh my God, what do you need this and that? No, it does. It sounds absolutely amazing. Like I have to go back and at once see the movie again, watch it again, but then listen to what I was saying about it. But I did a whole breakdown. That was one of the ones I did, like a standalone, and I was just like, oh my God, I wasn't expecting. I've loved that movie forever. Like you said, I've seen it on. Cable. I've seen it, they do classes on it on movie making. It's iconic, right? So I wasn't expecting that much out of it, but then to be like, oh my God, it's like I've never seen it that way. It was amazing.
To piggyback off of that, who inspired Psycho?
Who?
Was Ed Gein, who also has a Netflix show right now.
He was inspired by Psycho. Was it? Or
no, it's like Psycho was inspired by him.
Oh, really? Ed Gein's that old?
Yeah, it's pretty old.
Oh,
unless it was totally fabricated from the show, which I know like 90% of it was, but it played a big part in that that TV show. Yeah.
Have you seen the show?
Yeah,
the recent one.
Yeah, it's pretty. It's pretty far fetched, but yeah, I enjoyed it though.
Why was it far fetched? Why? Like,
because it's just so much stuff that, because I went usually late at night when I'm done editing, I'll go in these rabbit holes of whatever, aliens, Bigfoot, serial killers, and Ed Gein was one of them, because I do like the Chainsaw Massacre, which was also based off of that. So he's like inspired a whole bunch of all these other movies. So I was like, oh man, I got to learn about this Ed Gein guy. He did kind of like, he was a grave digger, saying he dug up people. He like ripped off their skin and like made furniture out of skin, wore skin suits, had a mask of skin, glove skin, chairs made out of skin. Not necessarily a serial killer, but he did kill 2 people on record. Did he kill any more? Nobody really knows, because it took place, I think, like in the 40s or 50s.
Oh, was it?
And
I didn't know it was that long ago.
Yeah, it was like a really long time ago. And there's only like one recording of his voice. Other than that, everything else is kind of like, I guess, hearsay or whatever. So I guess they took a lot of liberties in that TV show. So it wasn't like the Dahmer show, where it's more modern. This was totally fictional, mostly fictional.
I saw the trailer for that, and I'm like, I don't think I want to see that. It looked like that horrible. Not as in like production wise. I mean, like, why do I want to see what, like, I mean, it was like, I don't know. Scary is not the word, but it was like that disturbing, I guess. And I'm like, just by the trailer, they did a really good job of making you like, oh my God, you got to see this. It's very disturbing. And I'm not a disturbing type person. Like, I'm not entertained by disturbing. It's like,
Steve would really like the show then.
Yeah, exactly. Steve, it sounds like something for Steve, for sure.
I guess you didn't see Dahmer either.
I didn't see the most recent one. I think I saw, there was an older one too. I know I've seen a Dahmer something or other somewhere along the line. I was just talking about this the other day. What was the other one? There was another one where he got caught in Florida, but he started in like Oregon or something like that. Who was that serial killer?
So many of them, dude. So many serial killers.
I know. It's like, yeah. It's like, yeah. And now they're making movies out. Like, it's entertainment now.
I think because we don't have any more serial killers. We just have mass killers.
Yeah. It's a different way of looking at it.
Yeah.
You
can't really just kill people anymore, because they're going to get your DNA.
It's not like the good old days. What are you saying, Shane? You can't really just kill people anymore. Oh, it's like,
because I was thinking about that the other day. I was like, why are there no serial killers no more? And then I was like, on YouTube, I was like, yeah, because they got DNA.
Yeah. It's so much easier.
Yeah.
It's harder to get away with it the way they did for so long.
Yeah.
Right? Because you just track them down and be like, oh, okay, this person in this day and age, I mean, you can almost catch people now by people who don't have a phone.
I've saw a few videos of
Right?
them catching old guys that are in their 90s that they're going back to old cold cases and they're finding
with
them
DNA
now.
and
putting them
I
in
heard,
jail. They're like 90 years old. They're going to jail.
Yeah, I heard of one like around here on the Cape, and this was years ago. I heard about Cape Cod where there was somebody that did something or whatever, and same idea, cold case, and they figured, DNA or whatever they did, and they tracked it back, and you're like, oh my god, and it was this, it's crazy.
Sorry, serial killers.
Yeah. Yep. And yeah, you're right. Now it's the new, we grew up with serial killers being the thing. Now it's mass murder,
Yeah.
It's like
school shooters and bombs.
Yeah. It's like, whoa.
Riots.
Yep. It's always something. And then they're going to make a movie about it and there'll be entertainment. And it's like, we call it entertainment in the future. It's like, it's so weird.
Yeah.
It's weird. Yeah.
Well, it's not as exciting if it's like a mass killing. It's like, okay, but anybody can mass kill. It takes skill if you want to be a serial killer.
Oh God.
You got to put like little cryptic messages and tape letters and stuff and send them in the mail.
It's that, yeah. Do all that cutting out of the newspaper. It's like, first, nowadays you got to find a newspaper.
All right, let's go on to the next title here. Halloween movies, guys. Put your Halloween movies in the chat section here.
Yep.
Army of the Dead.
Army of the Dead. That was a Netflix one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Loved it.
Zack Snyder.
I had a blast with that one. Yeah, that was on the Netflix. Dave Bautista.
Yeah.
That one. Yeah, that was neon. That was it was a blast. That was
good audio.
3 years ago.
Yep.
Yeah, great for Netflix. That's not out on disc, right?
No,
that's just on Netflix.
Yeah, just Netflix. They got the hold on that.
And that was Snyder. I forgot that was not Zack Snyder.
Yeah. Bautista actually turned down Peacemaker to do that movie.
Really?
Yeah.
The movie Peacemaker?
No, Peacemaker,
Peacemaker,
the DC character.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So John Cena ended up with it because of him.
I mean, I don't know if that show would have worked at Bautista. It seems so un-Peacemaker like, but who knows?
Yeah, but we wouldn't have known the difference.
Yeah, I guess not.
Right? It's not like you would have been like, this should have been John Cena. Because you never would have seen him.
Tom Cruise.
Yeah, definitely not. Definitely not Tom Cruise.
But yeah, fun movie though. I sometimes I'll just throw it on if I'm just doing dishes or something like that, just because I like the way it looks. I know a lot of people don't, but I like that depth of field that he was going for.
Yeah,
the dreamy look.
Yep.
There is one
very
dead
bright,
pixel.
Vibrant. What was that?
I don't know if you ever noticed that. There's a dead pixel. Whatever sensor he was using, there's a dead pixel.
Really?
In the movie. It's pretty. It's like red, blue. It'll change its colors during the course of the movie. It's like almost dead center in the screen.
Oh, yeah. I'll have to look for that. Joe, how you doing, buddy? Oh, you're muted.
Muted.
He muted himself. Wonder if he knows he's on. You're still muted. Oh, there it is. Still can't hear you though.
Yeah, can you? Nope.
Oh, he's working on his audio. Still can't hear you. Okay. He's like, wait a minute. Stop talking to me, DJ. Yeah, no, I'm not a zombie fan. I'm not a big zombie fan, but that one I did enjoy. I thought it was entertaining. I thought it was funny. Kind of like Zombieland and Zombieland Double Tap.
Yeah, I like both of those too.
I liked both of those. I thought they were, funny, and very entertaining. They're not like scary. It's not like you're running around, oh my God, zombies. No, not like that. But it's that genre there. It's like now the scary zombie movies, I can't really get into those. Like if you're trying to scare me with zombies, I'm like, no, dead people don't walk and chase me.
28 years later. Have you seen that one?
Not yet. I've seen the other two. I haven't seen that one yet.
Not scary. It's not scary.
No, but they are entertaining.
Yeah.
You know.
I think you would like 28 years later. They shot on iPhones. You're going to love the quality on that movie.
You're going to love the quality on that movie. Oh, God.
However, good audio mix, though.
A good audio mix?
Yeah, in 28 years.
28 years? Is it?
Yeah.
What's it? Yeah, it's at Atmos. It's got to be, right?
Yeah, it's at Atmos. I mean, you can watch it on Netflix. It's on Netflix now.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's an easy watch. It's a pretty quick movie.
Steve watched it. Steve reviewed it. I think he liked it. I can't remember.
Yeah, the ending was kind of just came out of nowhere. I don't want to give it away, but I was just like, what movie is this? It's like so different. It's like 28 years later, Barney. What?
Hey, DJ, can you hear me now?
Now we got you.
Fantastic. I heard you guys talking horror movies, so I figured I'd jump in early.
There you go.
Yeah, we're going through some of our Halloween picks.
So I kept track of everything that we watched in the theater for Halloween specifically. Tried to stay with scary movies all month.
Yeah, I tried to do that. I didn't really do that this year. But I've done that in the past where you just do horror movies all month, and then like a great movie will come out that you're dying to see, and you're like, oh, all right.
Let me guess. Casper was on your list.
I did do
not
Casper.
My list.
I did it this year. It came out in Dolby Vision this year, in Dolby Atmos. So
I knew it.
And I was disappointed.
Really?
Yeah.
That was a DTS classic, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Laserdisc is one of the first DTS Laserdisc movies. That's why I owned it on Laserdisc, loved it. Talked about it a few years ago. Just on, I think I bought it on Kaleidoscape and just the HD, which was still great. But then this year, I think it was right at the beginning of the month, it got upgraded, to Atmos and Dolby Vision, Dolby Atmos. And I was really excited about it. And I'm like, I can't wait to see it. It's, it's corny. It has, I like some of the cameos that you have at the beginning, the other ghost hunters and stuff, which is pretty funny. But I just felt like even with the Dolby Vision, I'm like, the picture is grainy at times. I know Dolby Vision doesn't take care of grain and everything, but it just didn't pop like I wanted it to, right? For picture and stuff. And even the Atmos track was great. It was good, but it didn't. I remember watching it last year and being like the different scenes where you have the whatever, what is it? The what do you call it? The train car or whatever they do. I can't remember exactly, but it's like the upgrade. I didn't feel like I was like blown away by it. Like my expectations were very high, and I don't feel like they were met. It's not bad. Still have it. I'll watch it again for sure. But it just didn't, like, when you get other movies that are like, oh, we got a new Atmos and Dolby Vision, Dolby Atmos mix, and it's like let's check this out, and you're like, wow, that's what it's supposed to look like. This didn't do that for me.
Huh? I'll catch that on Netflix then.
Have you ever seen it?
No, yeah, I've seen it.
Oh, okay.
Classic. Christina Ricci. Come on.
Yeah, she's a little kid.
Ah, so was I when it came out.
Oh, that's true. All right, there you go.
We grew up together.
Oh, all right. Yeah, I wasn't a little kid. I was, in my 20s at least.
Well,
that
kid.
I think that was a 95 movie. I think 95, something like that. So I was 25. Yeah.
Go to these Reese's. No kids came to my house this year, so
no kids. No,
I saw them.
Did you put the lights on?
Dude, I put my Hue Christmas Halloween lights on, opened the shades, watched on my iPad the camera. Saw some kids walking down the street. They stopped in front of my driveway, took a step in, turned around, walked past the house. I was like, come on, man.
Come on. Shane's standing in the door in his bathrobe, but okay. I don't know why. The kids aren't approaching my house. I'm a weirdo.
What do you got, Joe?
What do you got?
Start at the top of the list. So, Smile 1 and 2 did that as a double feature.
Oh, I haven't seen either of them. I hear they're good though.
They're well done. They're creepy.
okay.
They're a little gore, a little scary. Watched a movie called Subservience, which was Megan Fox as a killer nanny robot.
That's a good one. I love that one.
It had its highlights.
So it's on Netflix. Watch it.
It is. The Substance, which was a lot of body horror.
Yeah, I was a fan
That's the
of that
one with is that Demi Moore?
Yeah.
Yes.
From last year, it was up for Oscars.
Which after watching it, I was a little shocked to hear, but yeah. Finally watched The Hitcher from 1984, whatever it was. Had never seen it. Ended up watching it in bits and pieces.
Was that with the car?
Rutger Hauer plays a hitchhiker serial killer.
Okay, yeah.
And gets
That's
picked
an old
up.
one.
And
Yeah.
It is an old one. And it's been remade at least once. We watched Weapons. I heard you guys talking about that earlier. It's kind of what made me chime in.
Yep.
Watched a movie called Werewolves, which was Frank Grillo.
Yeah, Frank Grillo.
Not great.
I got 20 minutes into it. I had to shut it off.
I'm impressed by what good shape Frank Grillo's in. That was probably the highlight of the movie. Final Destination Bloodlines, which was a lot of fun. I've seen all the other Final Destinations also, but the first 15 minutes of that one was excellent.
I saw the first Final Destination in the theater, and I haven't seen a single one since. And I actually enjoyed it.
It's a lot of rinse and repeat.
Yeah, I kind of got the premise in the first one.
They all kind of blend together in my brain.
Yeah.
They just think of creative ways for death to stalk these characters.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's like, cookie cutter. Like, all right, we have an idea. Or keep it going. So
watched a Stephen King movie called 1408, which was about a haunted hotel room.
John Cusack?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And pretty good. Liked it. Watched a movie called Companion, which was another, it was a kind of a twist on the killer robot thing.
Yeah.
In that
Huey's in it.
The humans are the bad guys kind of in that one and use the robot to do things it shouldn't do.
Jack Quaid.
Did end up rewatching Psycho for the first time in years. Watched that in 4K, and that was fun and interesting. I heard you guys talking about that in an earlier segment also. Yeah.
That is a DTSX, right? On disc?
No, I watched it on the Kaleidoscape, so I'm not sure.
Okay, yeah, it's not in DTSX on Kaleidoscape. I think it's just 5.1. DTS 5.1.
But the 4K, it looked very good.
Yeah, it does. The 4K is amazing.
And then started rewatching Stranger Things in preparation for the 5th and final season coming out. And that one had surprisingly good surround sound, especially when the characters are in the upside down. So we were watching season 1 and voices from all around the room. So that was pretty cool. But yeah, that's most of what we got through.
Nice.
Yeah, I want to rewatch the seasons again. They're all like married now. At least 11 is.
Married and adopted a kid and everything else. Yeah.
They all have kids now.
Oh, you talking about Stranger Things?
Yeah.
Yeah. Millie Bobby Brown, the actress in real life.
Yeah, she's older than I liked her in what was that? The Sherlock? Is that what was it? The Sherlock?
Enola Holmes.
Yeah, Enola Holmes.
Enola Holmes. That type. Yeah. Yeah.
And she was in Godzilla too. King of Monsters.
Yes.
Yep.
Also in a movie that not a lot of people liked was that Netflix movie with Chris Pratt.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
that was come out last year.
Post-apocalyptic robots.
Yeah, the robot one. I liked that one.
I like it too.
So
that was good.
Yeah, that was good. Oh, you liked it and I liked it, Shane? That ain't right. Wrong there. Something's wrong. I mean, I thought home theater wise, I thought that was great. Another Netflix that was, great home theater experience. But yeah, I thought the movie was fun. It's a good story.
Yeah, good surround, decent surround.
What were people saying that was bad about it? Like, what were you looking for out of that?
I guess because it wasn't like the book or something like that.
Oh, there's a book.
Yeah, I think it's based on a book.
Oh.
I didn't read the book, so it didn't matter to me.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm entertained. I'm not disappointed.
Yeah. So I got a crossover title here, Halloween/Christmas. I just reviewed it. Christmas? I guess you could put that on the list too.
Yep.
Edward Scissorhands.
I saw that just came out.
Yeah.
Didn't
Well,
that
last
just?
week?
Yeah, just came out in 4K, and I think that another one out on. Didn't that come out on Kaleidoscape?
I think so. Yeah, I think it just got updated with the Atmos. Joe,
Yeah.
do you work for Kaleidoscape? I take it.
No,
No.
I wore this shirt for somebody else coming on like in the next segment.
Oh yeah. Edward Scissorhands on Kaleidoscape, Dolby Vision, Dolby Atmos.
Mhm.
Yeah, just upgraded. Like $9.99. I haven't
Good
seen
price.
that in forever. That's a
good-looking movie.
1990 movie.
1990.
90.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
Is it 88?
No, 90. I'm looking at
It's
it right
90?
now. I'm looking at it right now on Kaleidoscape. It says
Came after
1990.
Batman? I thought it was before Batman.
Who was the female?
Well,
lead
Batman
in
was
that?
89, so
Yeah.
it's very close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Winona Ryder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So crossing
Hey,
back over
Paul-
into Stranger
Paul's
Things.
back.
Hey man, when I say I'm gonna come back, I come back. I ain't
There
no-
you go. You're back. You're still up.
So
Look at you go.
we're gonna finish the night off with some holiday cheers here.
There we go. Oh, look at that.
There must be a lot of craft brands in the world because this guy has a new one every single
single-
time.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, dude. There's so many now. They're starting. People are getting worried because some of the craft breweries around here are closing down.
Hmm.
But I guess per capita, Kansas City is like number one or getting close to like number one for the population. And we
Yeah.
have well over 175. And yeah, there's been
Wow.
quite a few good ones that's closed lately. But it's like you don't need 10 Starbucks every, 4 blocks. So eventually some of them are going to close.
But it goes so well with the barbecue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. So, but cheers.
Nice.
You didn't you guys just have 100 episodes, right?
Yeah. Yep.
I'm taking you at 100 different beers.
More than
Maybe.
that.
Oh, more than that. 100.
I mean, I
Different-
usually try to do. I think when we started, I was doing like one, but then as the show went on, I was like, well, I'm going to do like 3 different beers. Now, I've obviously had some repeats, but yeah, I'll do like 3 different ones per show. So I'll try to do that. So yeah, there's definitely more than 100.
Wow. I think I'm definitely wrapping this year up. I'm going to grab a beer at the end. Not now. I'll be asleep. But towards the end, maybe the last hour. Because it's 5 a.m.
In the morning.
5 a.m. But does it really count as a morning drink when you've been up since the day before?
It's
I think
just a late night.
Yeah, it is a very late night.
No,
So,
just have a steak with it. You'll be all right.
there you go. Yeah, steak.
That would put me to sleep. And I would love it. I'd be
Yeah.
like, all right.
Oh, my favorite routine of this whole thing is like part of my favorite, not my favorite, but part of the routine that I love, I should say, is that like this will all be over 6 o'clock. We get off, I get off and you're like, it's done. All right. Not that I thought I couldn't do it, but you relax because it's like, all right, are people coming in? Are these later? Did I send the links to the right people? Got it? So there's a little bit of that, but then 6 o'clock, we get off. I'm done. All right. I get to go lay down. And everybody's like, how long do you sleep? I'm like, I'm up by 11. I get up at 11 because I'm just so wired from the night and the day. And it's like, and if I slept all day long, I'd never sleep again Sunday night. And it's like, so you got to get back on schedule. So I actually look forward to getting up at 11:30 and then just, football's on or whatever, relaxing for the day. But yeah, it's like, it won't be long. I haven't eaten all day. So I'm going to eat while I'm watching football.
So I'll tell you my drinking at 5 a.m. story. Earlier
boy.
this year, my wife and daughter were in Ireland touring Guinness, and they were going to try it for the first time. I said, well, call me when you do. So I had one with breakfast. So I was on the phone with them drinking.
Nice.
So that was actually breakfast.
Yeah,
Yeah.
next to my cereal.
Or like, was it Lethal Weapon when he poured it in the cereal? Was that the movie?
That's right.
Yeah. He put the beer in the cereal. It's like,
Well, now we actually have like liqueurs and mixers that taste amazing. Have you ever had rum chata? Yeah, you can mix that with oh man, I forget what the heck it is, but It tastes just like Fruit Loops.
Huh.
Yeah.
That sounds like a problem.
Yeah. I mean, it is
Yeah.
like you could literally use it as your coffee creamer in the friggin' morning. I mean, it's just like, and I'm not a big liqueur fan. I don't like anything. It's almost a little too sweet for me, but yeah, it's pretty strong, like for a liqueur, but it's definitely a morning. Breakfast Club would kill me these days because I'd be like, oh yeah, let's just have a whole bowl of cereal of this.
Well, let me ask you this: what snacks do you guys keep in your theater? Popcorn and candy, I'm sure, but
Popcorn, candy. What kind of candy? I used to, when I had the rack in my theater, I had Junior Mints for were a staple for me. I had Snow Caps, Goobers.
so you get all the big boxes or the cardboard boxes of candies. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, and they used to be 99 cents. I'm like, now they're like $1.05 or something like that.
At Walmart.
Yeah. And I'd come through and you go up to the rest like, what are you doing? And people look at you like, what are you? It's not Halloween. It's July. Why are you buying all this? Right. And I'll be like, oh, I have a theater, a home theater. And they're like, oh, okay. That makes sense. Like as soon as you say that, like, cause I'm buying like full sleeves of Goobers, full sleeves of, Snow Caps and all that. And it's like, why are you buying like 12 of these? And it's a lot.
Yeah.
And you got to pick them up and put them down. And it's like, ding, ding, ding. I'd walk out of there with like $80 worth of candy to stock this thing. But it would be, Goobers, M&Ms, peanut M&Ms, boxes of Butterfingers. That was my favorite for a while there, where it's not like it's like the little pieces of Butterfinger inside. It's like, oh my God, you eat a box of that, it lasts all day in your teeth.
Yeah.
You're like, oh yeah, I had a Butterfinger earlier today. Yeah. If you don't lose your teeth trying to eat them.
Yeah. That's funny.
Yeah. How about you, Joe?
We'll hit up Costco and just buy the 30-pack box of the big candy bars and just fill the drawer with those.
Yeah. Oh, you know what I found recently back when I was stocking my theater that I was like, I had those in forever. And I stocked that for like probably 6 months to a year. Cracker Jack in the same size box. Like you got it with the toy with the surprise inside. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Cracker Jack with the toy inside or surprise inside or whatever it was, the prize. I was like, oh, so I'd sit down, watch a movie, crack one of those open. Like, oh, did I get a tattoo?
Now, we'll also keep the literal tub of Twizzlers from Costco in the theater for a year or two, it seems like. And by the end, I mean, they're dangerous to eat.
Oh, yeah. Twizzlers are like, that's the candy that's like Doritos. Once you have one, you can't stop because you have the aftertaste in your mouth. And the only way to get rid of the aftertaste is to put more taste in. Like Doritos are that way too. Like, I got this awful aftertaste. Let me have another one. That's just the taste. So, yeah. And for some reason, I felt like Twizzlers were like healthier because it wasn't chocolate or something. So I'm like, I'm having a healthy snack.
Tastes like fruit. Must be.
Yeah. Must be close.
It's all natural.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, man. That's funny.
And we're asking, I mean, Shane stocks peanut butter cups.
I know. I got one left. Now, usually I keep a chocolate. What do I keep? Chocolate pretzels and dark chocolate raisinets. Kind of the go-tos.
Yeah.
I did have a popcorn machine for a little bit, but it becomes a chore to clean it.
Yeah. It is. I have a popcorn machine, and it's like I'd be like, oh my God, it's always stocked. Yeah, that's like Smart Pop or whatever. I just poured into it. I didn't actually pop that popcorn, and it's like, all right, it keeps it with the bags on. I got the bags on top, but have you guys ever seen the popcorn scented candles?
That sounds disgusting. No, I mean, no, I have not.
No,
only at your house.
You saw them, Joe. At my house, I had the popcorn scented candles, and you light those up. Did I have them lit when you came over? I might have.
Trying to cover up the dog smell, you said?
Yeah. I was trying to joke. You're not supposed to say that on the air.
Right like that.
Yeah.
I know they got those female scented candles.
Yeah. Isn't what's her name making one?
Yeah.
Gwyneth Paltrow.
Gwyneth Paltrow, yeah.
Yeah. What's in the box? A candle that smells like me. Oh no.
It smells like my panties.
Yeah, that also sounds disgusting.
Yeah.
In certain scenarios, that sounds amazing, but most it would be like, oh, gross. No.
This is a 2 a.m. home theater talk.
Yeah. It's like, oh.
Gwyneth Paltrow.
It's like, hey, are you cooking fish?
Could you imagine if it smelled like that?
What? I don't even want it. Why am I asking what?
Stark scented candles.
Oh man.
Oh, how did we get there? No, yeah, I had that. I looked for that a long time ago. Popcorn scented candles, because you want that, movie theater smell. It smells more like a movie theater than hot buttered popcorn. And yeah, it used to be more prevalent than it is now. It's hard to find, but they still have them. And I had the one that I liked recently was the kind where you put the piece in the top where you heat it up from underneath.
Yeah, I forgot what that's called. Yeah, where they used to.
I think that's what I had lit when you were there, Joe. That's what I had running. I tried some sprays; those don't smell good. But popcorn scented candles,
like potpourri little things that you'd light. I remember
Yankee Candle did it for a little while, but then they were done. They haven't done it since. And
I'm gonna have to Google.
Yeah,
you've got quite an interesting candle game over there, DJ.
Yeah.
Sounds like you're really into your candles.
Well, I like the scent of a movie theater, So it's like
get a scented oil.
So do you have like a puke in the corner candle? Look, it's a realistic theater. Look, just go over the corner over there.
It's like your feet are sticking to the floor. It smells like popcorn.
It's like, this is way too real.
Experience. Wait till I tell you to wait in a long line outside my theater and there's nobody else there.
AI line. You got like a projector showing like 1,000 people.
Exactly. Why am I waiting outside this room? Is a long line. The screening time isn't for another 20 minutes. Wait here, please.
So DJ, how's the new theater coming?
Working on the house. I was just standing in the new theater the other day and just looking, oh my God, I can't wait to get it. It's funny because I keep telling people like, it's not going to be done until after the house is done. And I got to do this and I got to do that because I got to get the house done first. But there are opportunities. What was that?
Do the theater first.
Well, I know.
Work around
it.
No, it's like once I get to a certain point, I literally could. I'd be like, hey, I could just bang this thing out and then work around now. And, I don't have occupancy yet, but I can go in and watch a movie. It's like the house is up. It's got AC. It's got all this. Once I get to that point. And believe me, there's a huge part of me that's like, why not? It's like, this is what I need, But if I do something like that and be like, going to work at the house, what's taking you so long now? It's like, and then I'm doing the show. Oh, yeah, this week I watched 20 movies. Didn't get anything done on the house.
Yeah, that'd be tough.
Yeah. So, but yeah, it's like, I mean, it's there. It's a driving force. I can't wait to get to that point, but yeah, I gotta get the house part done, and it's getting closer to where it's literally all going to be me. And I'm like, I say I'm tired of saying this, but it's the privilege of having that many people ask me, but yeah, I'm waiting on a plumber right now. And then once I get my insulation done and inspected, after I get all the other inspections, it's like, boom, it's all going to be like, all right, what are you doing now? And that's when it's really going to be like, how's it coming? Well, I'm doing hardwood floors right now, and I've been doing this for this. Hopefully by the end of the week, I'll have this room, all of this done or something like that. And then I'll be on to the next step and installing my cabinets, which are all sitting in the garage right now at the house. So, but yeah, it's all, and that's where it's going to be like, I know, like, it's going to seem like a long time to people, like, when's this going to be done? But to me, that's when it's really going to speed up to me, because it's all me. And it's like, get down. It's like every day I'll be doing something. and it's like it's gonna feel like the time's gonna fly by at that point to me. Anyways.
And then does your current theater setup go into the upstairs?
Yeah, so we sold that house. I'm not there anymore, and the current that theater is all boxed up. The speakers are all in here.
That's what I mean. The room you're in right now.
Denon, yeah, the Denon that I'm running here will that'll all go upstairs. It'll be the podcast studio in / theater up there, and then the new theater will have, all new equipment. I mean, you literally, most of the stuff in there you can't really run. I suppose I could run the speaker setup in there for now. That would be sufficient for now, if I had to. But the idea for me is set up the podcast studio. Wow, that's going to be easy to do. Everything's here. All I got to do is do the room, podcast studio, duplicate anything like this, and then off and running. And now I can do the podcast, watch the movies, screen the movies, do what I want, all while building the theater. Right. You know what I mean? Like, the right way. Every detail is going to be exactly what I want it to be, not rushed because I'm hurrying to get the theater done.
Went through that in our previous house, in that it had 3 surround sound setups. The downstairs family room system, which got done first, the bonus room theater system, which took a lot longer, but we were able to watch TV downstairs while the upstairs was being done. And then once both of those were done, we did the master bedroom. So we had a 6.2, a 5.1, and a 7.4.
Nice.
That's nice. Nice set. Now
they move to the bathroom theater, man.
Yeah.
we moved out of that house.
Yeah. That, I like the idea of for my podcast studio, being able to screen stuff in for instance, this is similar to what the podcast studio will be like, right? That you have this, I can sit and screen, but then to be able to go downstairs to the big theater and big 150-inch screen projecting the whole 9. But having multiple in my house, if I didn't have a podcast, I wouldn't do that. I can't, I would do in a living space or a media space where you're entertaining, I would do maybe a Sonos system or something like that, just to give a little bit and then be able to compare and contrast, which is probably what I'm going to do as well. But I don't think, if I didn't have the podcast, I don't know if I would duplicate all of that. How did you manage bouncing from a 7.1 to the different rooms?
Right. I was working in the industry at the time, so doing design, and Sonance was one of our big brands that we carried. So all of the speakers in the house were all Sonance. So downstairs was all in ceiling and in wall subs. The master bedroom was in ceiling with an in wall sub behind the bed. The theater was all in walls except for the subs. But it just depends on. Usually, I'd be watching him in a theater, but somebody else might be watching some downstairs. Watching downstairs is obviously much more of a communal, people coming in and out, family time. Yeah. And then if we went up to the theater, it was more dedicated watching.
Yeah, that's cool. That's what I don't know if I go that far. Like I said, it's in this setup that I'm going to have now, right outside the theater is going to be a media area with a large screen TV and probably maybe a soundbar, Sonos kind of soundbar to just, what I like about the Sonos system is that you can set up a full 5-channel system, but then it can also link to the rest of the house, the other speakers that you have. It gives you a, home audio in a way that up until Sonos, it wasn't possible. With ease of use, right? You'd have to wire up the whole house or something like that, and now it's you can have a bunch of ones around the house, and they can all be independent, or they can all be playing the same thing. So if you're watching a Super Bowl or something like that, anywhere you go in the home, you're hearing the same thing. You go into the bathroom, and it's you're still hearing the game. But if it's Christmas music, you want to just and I used to do this too. It's I'd have them all through the house, and they'd just be very low, volume 2, just playing Mariah Carey Christmas music 24/7. The rest of the house is Dad, can we shut that off? No. No.
Sure, next year.
Time. Yeah, exactly. Talk to me December 26th.
I used to think about doing that whole house audio, but then I'm always just like, let me just play it on my phone and put it in my pocket, and I'll just walk around the house. It's like so much easier.
It's like, or have an earbud in. It's like, why is he always in a good mood? He's out listening to Christmas music in his ear. No, I want people to come in and be like, oh, like you're walking into a Christmas tree shop or something. Like, I decorate the house like Clark Griswold. I go all in, go all out, and and even have the music and stuff like that. And Sonos does that. You have it playing out the pool, or you can have music here, or the TV can be playing there, and we can have music over here, but it's all the same system. So it's fun.
Are you gonna have a lobby to your theater?
Like
a little walk-in area?
Yeah, I used to want one, and I was talking with Paul Frederick, Takeover Tuesday I did the other day, and go to that. Even if you don't listen to the show, go to the link I put in that show notes for that one, and that he had sent me a walkthrough of his theater, and he has a ticket booth. And then behind the ticket is where all those movies are stored, as Blu-rays and everything.
Yeah.
Pool table. He has like the lobby area, the gaming area, bar area. It is done up, and like he says, he's like, DJ, I do it just like you. He did it all himself.
Yeah.
And you can see the craftsmanship and stuff. And you look at this, and I know, and it's like my daughter said it earlier today. It's like people would be like, they'd come over to the house and be like, you guys must be rich. And be like, no. And it's like, we just built it ourselves, but it just looks so impressive, and like what Paul did with his theater. When you see this, I'm telling you, click on the link and go and look at it, and you're like, oh my God, the detail and everything, and the posters and the way. And he said him and his father built this room out, and it's just like you go into his theater, and he has the curtains open up to show the 120-inch screen, and he has a Valerian projector in the theater hanging in and that Valerian projector. It's like, I know we were talking about it before. It's not an upgrade from the JVC or the Sony, but it looks cool.
Yeah.
That box, it looks like it's something like from an actual theater, right? And he has it hanging down. It's, I want to say it's probably 10, 12-foot throw, like right in the middle of the room. And it's most projectors, if I put them in the room like that, you feel like it's like, I don't need it there. I'm like, in my new theater, it's going outside the room. I've designed it so it's not even in the room.
Oh, did you?
But this,
nice.
What's that? Yeah. Yeah, it's in the back above the door. I have it framed out so it has its own room. It's going to have its own ventilation and everything like that. So it's outside the room. No issues there.
Cool.
But the picture of that, I was like, damn, that looks good. I was like, it looks cool. It's a square box. It doesn't look like any other conventional home theater projector. It looks closer to like a Christie or a Barco, right? That box and that, like, oh my God, it's like, what's in that thing?
Just a little mini version of it.
Yeah, of a Christie or a Barco, exactly. But yeah, they look cool, and it's like, and looking at his room, it's like so impressive, and all the work he did, and it's and that's the fun of it, and that's like I said, like my daughter said, like everybody come in like, you guys must be rich. No, it's just, it took time, but yeah.
Unfortunately, my theater is right off the kitchen. So you go in the kitchen, it's just like a black door there. People that come in, they're like, where's your theater? It's like, it's over there. So like, they go in, they're like, whoa. So it's just a little bit weird because it's like kitchen.
It's right there.
Theater. Yeah.
Yeah. You said it's a step down too, right? It's like sunken compared to the rest of the house.
Yeah. So I'm trying to figure out.
If you need to make a sandwich, it's close.
I wanted to get one of those Murphy doors, so I can put like some spices and stuff on it, and then you can
looks like a cabinet.
Open. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Hidden. It's hidden.
Hey, look at this. Vibe Home Media.
It's like the Bat Cave.
$6.99. Congratulations, DJ and guests, on another 25-hour show. May the force be with you. Thank you for your dedication to this channel and to the hobby. So, thanks,
whoa.
Thanks.
I thought you were adding on an extra hour every year.
Why does everybody? It's never enough.
20. It's
ever
26
enough.
hours, isn't it?
No.
This is the third year, 28 hours. What?
Yeah, I know. 30. What's funny is it doesn't bother. The only reason I have to say no is because I would do it. I have to draw the line somewhere, right? And it's like if it was, I played it earlier. Did you guys hear me play it earlier? At the beginning. Let me see. See if I still have it queued up. Bear with me a second. Let me see. Resume. Nope. Oh. Back when I was in. Oh, okay. Yeah. So let me do this. It's worth playing again. This is what I opened with Todd this morning. So this is how this whole 25-hour thing came about. It literally started with, let me play this here like this. Here we go. So, boom. Here we go.
DJ, you should do a fundraiser.
Oh yeah, because I could take this and I could sit back like this and just be like, yeah. So hey, whatever.
I think DJ, you should do a fundraiser where you do a 24-hour podcast.
I could do that. I could absolutely do that. I would. Oh
How
my god!
insane. You could have a new guest on every hour, and you could hit up your listeners to.
What will we raise money for?
Children's Hospital.
Insomnia. So I'm either gonna talk for 24 hours and either cure your insomnia, you're gonna go right to sleep, or we'll donate enough money to get you cured.
Do you think you could talk for 24 hours?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely. I almost did. Back when I was yeah. So I go into a story there about almost did a mountain biking tournament where you mountain bike for 24 hours straight.
Oh, really?
But yeah. Yeah, it was a 24-hour race, and you had to complete. You completed so many laps. That's how you did it. And most people do it as a team. And I was like, I couldn't find anybody crazy enough to do it with me, so I was going to do it. You can't enter it by yourself, and then it's just you just however many laps you do. It's it's probably multi-mile course, and you just got to keep doing laps. You take a break, do more laps, and do more laps for 24 hours.
You like
I
clip-in?
did that by myself.
Do you have clip-ins?
Yes. Oh yeah.
What kind of bike do you have?
Which my mountain bike is a Giant. I have a old my Giant. I love my Giant. It's basically not the Giant anymore. It's the only thing left on it that's original is the frame, and I upgraded everything else on it. And it's just hardtail front shocks, which I upgraded I think last summer for the first time in years. My son's now into mountain biking, so I'm trying to keep up with him. This is old school. I go out now and I'm like, I got 27-inch wheels or 26 and a half, whatever, really small. Everybody now is running 29s.
29s,
My son's
right?
got the 29s and all the tech. And my son's bike, I've ridden that a little bit. And I'm like, he's like, Dad, you got to get this. And I'm like, yeah, I'm old because it smooths everything out. But
They look so weird though with the 29-inch wheels.
The bikes look weird with 29.
Like, those tires look so thick.
They are.
I was looking at. Yeah, I was looking at. I was like, "What is this?" I was like, "Who's driving this?"
Yeah.
I was like, oh.
When I went out to Moab like 20 years ago, mountain biking, and the guide. It was when 29s first came out, but it was only on the front wheel to smooth stuff over. That you were, the back wheel was fine. You'd have a full suspension bike, so you'd probably have like, 120 millimeters of travel in the rear, which now is nothing compared to back then. I mean, compared to now, but you'd have a 29-inch on the front and maybe no shock, or you'd have a 29 with a shock on the front, and it just smooths everything out with the larger wheel. So, but yeah, so I used to do that. But yeah, that was how that's how that started. Like Todd just came up. I always remembered it as he asked if I could do it, and then came up with the idea after the fact. And it wasn't until this morning, getting ready for the show, I'm like, let me pull this up. And I was like, he literally just called out what we're doing. He's like, I think you should do this. And that was at the end of, he had been on the show we had done a Takeover Tuesday that was over 3 hours long. And we're just commenting on how we could you just keep talking. And that's how that came about. And that's how the show started. That's how we got here.
Nice.
Cool.
But he literally called out and described exactly what we're doing. So yeah, I guess I can do it. This is my third time doing it now.
How come he's not your co-host for the whole duration?
Nobody is going to do this for the whole
Nobody's that
duration.
dumb. Come on.
Yeah. Well, no, we all know one person that is that dumb. Brett. Brett would do it. Him and I, like he's the only. Everybody agrees. Him and I are the only two. Like we could do it 25 by ourselves, all alone, and just keep on going. But I would never do that to him. I would never put that on him. I like doing it this way, and that's like I said, I've said it many times today. I said it every year. I said it in between. Like, how do you do it? It's like it's not me. It's like you guys. You know, there'll be ups and downs, but it's like just talking to you guys, and everybody brings new energy. Like Shane comes in, and we're like, we had a bunch of guys on before. They drop out. Shane's like, "It's on my son," and he's like, "So, what are you doing?" He's like, "I brought something in case you're not prepared or low." So you just that's what keeps it going. You know.
Yeah. So speaking of Brett, I think he's taking a sick day today. I don't see him here.
Yeah, he's due at 1, the next one. So he's due in 45.
Okay.
He's due in 45. So, but
You know, somebody brought up this movie in the chat here, The Fall. Did you guys see that?
Is that the one about the tower?
Yeah.
That's
Oh yeah, I bought that, want to see it, but never saw it. Yeah. Oh, so they asked The Fall on 4K. I wrote, love The Fall Guy. I didn't read it right. See, I can't keep up with the chat and talk.
I remember I saw The Fall at the theater when like the first day it came out, just because I had nothing to do. I was like the only one in the theater. I'm sitting near the kind of front rowish, not like the front row, but up close. So I was just sitting there watching it, and I hate heights. I'm like definitely scared of heights. I'm sitting in there. I was like, Jesus, my palms were sweaty. I almost had to leave the theater because it was the way they shot it. It was just so high up. I was like, God, I'm so uneasy watching this fucking movie. And yeah, just for that alone, I was like, man, great movie if that can invoke this from me. And it's worth it to pick up.
Yeah, I heard it's a great home theater experience. The way it's shot.
Yeah,
sitting like in your room, you're like. Same idea. Like I've had people tell me that, like, if you're afraid of heights, you might not want to watch this movie.
Yeah. Don't watch it on TV though. Watch it on the big screen.
Yeah. Well,
possible. Yeah.
No, I'm going to watch it on my phone. I wonder what that would be like with the glasses.
I was thinking if it was in 3D, that'd be even better.
That'd be trippy.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Pretty wild.
Yeah. Blah. Yeah. I don't have a problem with heights. I've never, like, when I was younger, never had a problem. Climb towers, do all sorts of things. It's like, I go right up steel beams, like girder beams, just like hold on and just run, pull them and just jump off to the level you needed to be at. That didn't bother me. When I built my last house, I had to put, jump up on the roof, put up anything that I had to put up, like the satellite dish, whatever, no problem. And then I went out onto my roof to take the satellite dish off because I wasn't using it anymore. And this is probably 15 years later, probably maybe 5-10 years ago. And I go to jump up on the roof, which means like the way my bedroom window was, there was a window that you could step out onto the roof, but the pitch was like a 12 pitch, which is pretty steep.
Ooh.
I used to have no problem with it, but as you get older, you're like, that landing, if you fall, is a little bit more. And I stepped out and went, what am I, nuts? And I'm like, I used to run around on these things, no problem. And all of a sudden you're like,
yeah.
It never bothered me until I had kids. And then we were at Hoover Dam and the kids were like wanting to look over the edge. And I felt my knees start to buckle. I'm like, get away from the edge.
Yeah. You're afraid for them, not you. When it was just you, you're like, all right.
Yeah.
There's worse ways to go.
When you're young, you literally, and I mean, you could, right? Like you could slide or whatever and like grab yourself with one arm and be like, oh, I got it. Nowadays, you're like shoulder rips out.
Oh, yeah.
Hand strength doesn't exist. And you're like, ah.
Yeah. It's like, oh.
Like I need a full safety harness on my pitch roof because it's so, steep. I'm like, man, no way.
When I was building this house, when we were doing the outside and everything, and working for my brother-in-law, who was the framer, and so I worked with them every day. And that's where you're like, I'm the oldest one there. My brother-in-law is 4 years younger than me. His entire crew is all like 10 or more years younger than him. So I'm like the old man on the job, and they'll be like, who wants to get up there and do this? And I'm like, I'm not going to be the guy that says no. So I'm like doing everything. And I'm like scared out of my mind. I haven't been up running around on trusses and stuff, running around. I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. And my brother-in-law's like, get down off of there. Something. I'm like, I'm fine. Could you hear the shake in my voice? But no, some of it is ego. Like you don't want to tell people you're scared. Other part is like, job's got to get done. Nobody's here. All right. I got to get up there somehow. But you get it done.
Yeah, try to avoid anything with heights and water.
And water. Heights, depths. What else are you afraid of?
Keep me away from pools.
Widths.
I could see you on the top of the high dive in 10th grade.
Yeah, no.
Oh
A
god.
high dive. I'm afraid of heights and I'm going to land in the water. No. I love the water too. We are like the house. See, we agreed on something earlier, Shane, and everything's been downhill since. All right. I hate snakes. That's what I hate. Hate snakes. Anybody else? No.
No
You
love.
all love them.
No.
What's
No
that?
animals either. Bugs, snakes, anything like that? Mm.
Bugs don't bother me. Snakes I'd be like squirm. I'd
Why
squirm
did
and
it
scream.
have to be snakes?
Yeah. When I was a kid, I was cleaning out my parents' pool. I was probably like 16 years old. Cleaning out my parents' pool. Put my hand in the skimmer to pull out, the leaf basket or whatever. And a snake comes up between my fingers and goes like coiled right and around my arm on its way up out of the skimmer.
Nice.
And my left hand and like screamed like a little girl. I'm in the backyard. My father and my neighbor, and they're, talking out in the front of the house. And I'm like screamed as loud, like a little girl through this snake. And I go running around front of the house and they're dying laughing. All they heard was me scream. They're like, what the hell happened? And I was like, that was like the creepiest, weirdest feeling of just like coming right. I was like, oh my God. That was like a horror. No horror movie will ever scare me like that did. It was just a little garter snake. It's like, it'd be funny if I had, like, if you could see it, like it was probably like this big. No, he was coiled around me pretty good. It was like pretty good distance up my arm, like my elbow to my fingers was the distance. So,
Dang.
What pop quiz? What was the name of the snake in the beginning of Indiana Jones
oh God,
that
I
his
wouldn't
pilot
know.
has in the airplane? That's just Reggie.
Oh,
Reggie.
It's
Oh,
Reggie the snake.
yeah. That's right. Yeah.
I can't remember names from yesterday alone. From
what
a
was
movie
the
I watched 30 years ago.
I
50
hate
years ago.
snakes.
What was this? Do you remember what was the movie where the guy had? I think it was a martial arts movie, like one of like the American Ninjas or something like that. And the guy had, maybe it wasn't, but the guy had the snake with 3 steps. And if you get bitten by, he was like, oh, and he was off camera, and he's like, oh, you just been bitten by my pet snake or something. You call him 3 steps because once you're bitten, you got 3 steps and you're dead.
So they talk about that in filming Predator. They talk about the 2 steps. Yeah.
Yeah.
All the snakes that were in Puerto Vallarta in the mountains.
Yeah. This was in a movie, and the guy's like, he goes, yeah, what? He got bit. And he's like, and the guy takes a step, and he goes, 1. The guy's looking around like, what are you doing? He goes,
Oh, sounds familiar.
2. And then like the
I
3rd
know
step,
that
the guy
movie.
dropped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you seen that? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. It sounds
Yeah.
familiar.
Yeah.
No.
I can't remember what movie it
remember
was.
I got stuck because I was thinking of one of the more recent ones. I think it might have been maybe it was the Fast and Furious ones where they had a big snake in the SUV or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
That-
I know which one you're talking. I know the movie, but my brain got wiped out because it was funny on the Fast and Furious one.
Yeah, it was. Oh, what was that one? He had like a big like boa constrictor or python in the back, and they're like, "Oh my god!" They're like,
Yeah,
"What the heck
yeah.
is that?" It was
just
under like a
security
blanket
system. Yeah.
Oh
Or-
yeah. The security says that's crazy. That was good. Yeah, one of the Fast and the Furious movies in the back.
Yeah.
I remember that.
But the one you're talking about, I'm like, oh man, I totally forgot about that. Because he literally was like 1, 2, and then he was like, and he knew, and he just fell down dead. What was that?
Guys, Shane, do not move. Look at the light. No, look back down the way you were. Look at that. Doesn't that look like a horror villain? Like Shane, like the lighting on his face. Are you guys seeing what I'm seeing there?
Yeah.
Like your lips are dark and red, and
it's
like
smile.
it looks
the smile,
crazy.
Yeah.
It looks crazy.
Oh,
Then you look
So
up,
for-
you're like,
For the listeners screaming at their podcast, Steel Justice was the name of the movie with the 3-step snake.
Where is it?
how did you do? What did you do? ChatGPT?
I tried Google.
Oh,
Google. Okay.
Steel Justice.
Steel Justice.
Gosh, I don't remember that.
Yeah, I don't remember that either.
That
The
doesn't
movie?
sound like the one. That doesn't sound like the one that.
Yeah, it sounds like it for me. It's
'Cause this
who's in
was-
that?
1987.
Because it was more of like a
Yep.
Quentin Tarantino style-ish type of kung fu movie. Or
Yeah,
something.
that was like a kung fu movie.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But
Steel.
maybe we're wrong.
Yeah. No, Steel Justice that's not on Kaleidoscape, that's for sure.
That was got Martin Cove in it.
Who's Martin Cove?
He's the guy from Karate Kid. Sensei.
Oh, the
Kreese.
bad guy?
Sensei Kreese.
Yes.
Yes.
That's it. And that's so that is the movie. That's the one
That
I was
is it.
thinking of. Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yep. That's the one that I
Gosh,
was
I don't
thinking of. 'cause
remember that title.
But I want to say there was martial arts in that movie. But, well, maybe that's why I'm thinking of it. Steel Justice from 92? Is
No,
that what it was?
87.
Oh, 87.
Gosh, is it that long ago? My God.
Yup.
Oh yeah, I think okay. Wow, dang. No wonder I
Yep,
couldn't remember.
that's the poster.
There's
I
no
even
way.
had
There's
that
no way
poster.
I would have remembered.
Yep. I even had that poster. And look, yeah, it definitely was a
Dang.
martial arts movie because look at he's got the katana
Gosh,
over his
no,
shoulder.
I can't believe I even remember what you were talking about. I was like, oh man, that's jeez.
Now, have you seen the previews for the upcoming Anaconda sequel
Yeah.
coming out this Christmas?
I don't even remember.
Paul Rudd and Jack Black try and make the movie themselves.
Oh wow.
It
Looks
looks pretty funny.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, I haven't
I
seen that.
actually watched the second.
I don't
one.
think I saw the first Anaconda. I don't like snakes.
Yeah, I haven't.
It's got J Lo and Ice Cube in it. It's not gonna be
Okay.
scary.
The river can kill you in 1,000 ways.
Oh God.
Oh, that's funny. Maybe I have seen it. Probably like just watching it on TV or something. It wasn't one that I bought.
All right. You guys, I gotta duck out and pee. Is that cool? You guys hold the fort down. Hold
Yeah,
it
I got a
down?
question for Shane.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
So
All right.
Shane, you were in the apartment with your theater. How long did it take you to, once you got into the new house, build the theater?
I want to stick around for this.
2 months.
No, you got to go to the bathroom. Go.
I know. I'll be right back.
Yeah, you can rewatch. It'll be on YouTube later.
2
Yeah,
months start to finish, buying the gear. I mean,
What did I have to do? I mean, it was just a plain room. I think it used to be a family room. I sealed up the windows. I had to put a little subfloor in. Had to do a little bit of sheetrock. Build the riser. Build a false wall. I did everything but the carpet. I had to pay somebody to do the carpet.
I was going to say, did you do it all yourself? Or that was the only thing you had to farm out?
Yeah, that's the only thing I had to do. It was pretty quick. I mean, it was pretty admin. I didn't sleep for days. I would sleep for like maybe 2 hours at a clip, and then I'd just get back and go straight at it.
What was the room before you turned it into a theater?
I think it was just a bonus room, like a big family room. Actually, I'm sure it was a garage at one point, and then they converted it to like a family room. And then of course I changed it to the theater. There was even there was a hole cut in the ground because they were going to put a wood stove underneath the theater room now, because there's supposed to be a stovepipe that went from the basement all the way up. And I guess they didn't put the wood stove in the basement for whatever reason. And so I had to like seal that off. It was just big concrete
hole in the floor.
Hole in the wall, yeah. So I had to build a subfloor over that to cover that up.
So both my current theater and my last theater were both in bonus rooms, but they're all above garages out here in California.
Oh, what's that ceiling like? 7 foot, 8 foot?
9 foot in this room.
Oh, really? Oh, it's a big garage. Okay. How long is that? Are you done with it? Are you in it right now?
So I'm actually in my office, which is where I store movies, my equipment rack, video games, stuff like that, and then the theater's right out there.
Okay.
Nice.
How big is that room?
Theater rooms, 19 wide, 21 deep, 9 foot ceilings, and then there's a little kitchenette off the side of it also.
Oh, nice. Yeah, man, I wish my room was wide, 19 wide.
It makes it easy to put wides up front.
Yeah, I mean mine's only 14. I mean,
previous room was 16 in the front, 15 in the back wide. So yeah.
I think that's going to be my after we pay off the house, probably for not another 10 years. I think I'm going to make it wider, at least a good 10 foot wider.
Wow.
Just blow out that wall, make it wider. I feel like that's the only thing I'm missing, because when I went to the townhouse, the Macintosh townhouse, theirs was as deep as mine, which is only 25. I think he said it was 25 deep, but it was like really long. Must have been at least 25 long.
How many seats do you have in yours?
6.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we've got 11 in here.
Oh, yeah? Oh, well, you got a long room. Is it how many? 2 rows?
Yeah, 2 rows. There's 6 singles across the front.
Yeah.
And then the riser has 2 love seats and a single. And it ends kind of butts up to the kitchenette countertop. So, yeah.
See, what I liked, what they did at the Macintosh place, they had, I think, 6 love seats, which kind of curved around the screen. It was like a row. In the second row, there's a love seat, and then curved love seats around the perimeter for wing seats. And they were really big, deep seats. And I remember sitting in it. I'm a guy that's like, it's got to be recliners or else it's not a movie theater. But when I sat in it, I was just lounged back. I was like, man, I feel like this is probably the perfect kind of seat for just to kick back and just chill in the theater.
Yeah, but the downside with recliners is, you're fighting to stay awake.
Oh, yeah,
for a movie.
I was sitting there running the demos. I was like, yeah, I could definitely just fall asleep right now.
Right.
But it was such a cool, like, loungy theater atmosphere. But yeah, definitely wider. I want to go wider for sure.
Yeah, I would too, because I've only got a walkway down one side. I wish that I had more room on the other side of the seats also.
Yeah. I mean, if I could do 11 seats, that's 10 more seats of empty that I'd be in there. Big lonely space just by myself.
I was going to ask, like, how many times do you fill those up?
Yeah, twice a year probably.
That's more than I thought. I figured it'd be a once a year type of deal.
Super Bowl, and then when the kids are home at the holidays.
Well, what I like to do, I like to, every time I get a new movie, I like to switch to a different seat just so I can feel like
I'm from somewhere different.
Yeah.
It's like rotating your tires.
Every now and then Shane will sit in the front row like he didn't get to the theater on time. Be like, crap. You're the only one here.
It's different. You should try it though. Like, I'll sit in the back corner. I'm like, it's way different back here than it is up front. I was like, I'm so far away from the screen.
Yeah.
But I'm also way closer to this speaker right next to my ear.
It's really loud next to me.
Yeah.
So DJ, you mentioned 150-inch screen in the next theater.
Mm-hmm.
And have you decided on aspect ratio?
Oh, 16:9.
Yeah.
That's already been decided. That's dying. Yes, masking. I hope to get, obviously, budget. I'll start out how I did before, but I'm hoping to get, the two-way masking. I don't need
Yeah, I
three-way
think we
masking.
might have talked about this about a year ago. That's what I'm doing now is the 150 with the top and bottom masking motorized.
Yeah, that's been my go-to since, designing this has been, I remember early on years ago before I had this house itself, it's been in the planning stages. Starting the planning stage was over 3 years ago, and the theater started before that. And I think it was after my first CEDIA where I was like, I was still, before that first CEDIA, I was still in, and I think you remember this, Joe. Do I go acoustically transparent or do I go, traditional screen? And because everything up until then, my quote unquote training has always been like, especially with 4K and stuff, it's like to go acoustically transparent. It's like you're giving up a little bit of some, there's a little sacrifice in image quality and stuff. And remember you met Travis at that first CEDIA at that time, and then Travis and I, right on the CEDIA floor, had a pretty good discussion about it. And I'm like, yeah, but it's like you want that, like that perfect screen. You don't want any perforations. You don't want to weave or anything like that. And I remember saying to him, like, we're looking at some of the screens there, like, I think that was Sound Room 10 that year, the one that Brett was responsible for that year was in, and Travis worked in that room too. I think that room it was a 180-inch screen, and it was, it had a weave. It was, nice. And what I was explaining to them is like, I'm like, when you get into a screen that size and the weave is that tight and the pixels you get a bigger screen, the pixels are that much bigger. It's harder for the weave to have a flaw because the pixels are so much bigger. It takes up so much more than in a single weave or something, right? So that was my rationale around it. And I was thinking, but this is all stuff that Jim, my calibrator guy, would teach me and be like, this, so you want that flat screen, you want uniform and everything.
He's hyper video focused.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But then I'd come home and I was thinking about it, and I'm like, I was just wowed by that 180-inch screen, and you're just that wow factor, which is what I tell people all the time. It's like, get the biggest thing, go for the experience in the room. And it's like, why would I shrink my screen down so I can put speakers on the side and underneath when I could wow factor and maybe sacrifice like 1% of it, not even that, of image quality.
One of the first showrooms we did a solid screen, and we actually had 2 full surround sound systems in there. So one center was just below the screen and one was a little bit below that. I said, I'm never doing that again. And all of them have been acoustically transparent since then.
Yeah. So that's what I've gone with since, and it's enabled me to go. My big thing was like to do a 16:9 and get the size screen I wanted. I needed the height, right? Because I had the width. I didn't have it, but it's like I knew that wasn't going to be the issue. But to do a 16:9 at 150 inches, you've got to have the height, because if you go too low, and my prime seating position is the second row, you don't want to be. I mean, I could move myself to the front row, and then you can drop the screen down a little bit. You're not worried about looking over somebody else's head or looking over a seat. But I didn't want that. I want to be in the second row, because that to me is like, nobody goes to the movies. Like I was just joking about Shane. Nobody goes to the movies and sits in the front row. So even if I'm the only one in the theater, I still want that row of seats in front of me. So it gives me that movie theater experience.
Yeah. I'd rather have the unobstructed viewing.
Yeah. And that's great. I'm about like the going to the movies and sitting there and being like, all right, I'm in a movie theater by myself, screening this movie in the prime seat, and I got the seats. That's part of the experience to me, is having those seats in front of me. And to do that, you need height, because I can't move. I have to lift the screen up so that the bottom of the screen isn't blocked by either people's heads or the seats or whatever. So
I had an emotional
riser too.
I had an emotional hurdle to get over going away from a CinemaScope screen, because I had kind of like what you're saying, they had drilled into your head that the movie theater experience is a wider screen. So when I changed from the 120-inch wide, 130-inch diagonal 235 screen to the 150-inch 16:9 screen, I think it's a much better experience. It fits a lot more programs. It does every aspect ratio you can think of now. And even my 235 viewing is wider because it's a 130-inch widescreen, so it's 10 inches wider than before. But for some reason, I just had the mental emotional hang up of it's not as cinematic if it's not a widescreen hanging on the wall. But
yeah, and that's if that's your experience, like me having seats in front of me, that's what my experience is. It's like if your experience is the wide, then that's that's something that people do. To me, it's I've always been like, what fits on the wall is what goes on the wall. Like if I had a room that was wider, I wouldn't leave dead space on the side, but I want to fit. What I like about the 16:9 is that an IMAX or a taller movie is supposed to be taller than the widescreen is wider. So when I want the black bars at the top and bottom and then go up, right? And then when you show a movie like that, that movie is supposed to go up, right? Whereas opposed to when I watch a 16:9 movie and if you have a scope screen, you're watching it here and your black bars are on the side and you're like, that doesn't go up. You're literally now you're taking your scope movie, and it's grander and it's wider, but when you go to that 16:9, it's supposed to be taller. It's like you're actually doing the exact opposite of what that movie is intended to be. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, and for variable aspect ratio movies, for a lot of the Netflix stuff, that's 2.2 or 2.0 to 1. For menus before a movie starts, for on-screen displays of whether it's your Apple TV or the Kaleidoscape or whatever, 16:9 makes more sense than throwing image away on a 235, at least in my experience.
Oh yeah.
So
doesn't Apple TV have a 235 setting on it now?
Recently they've added that.
Yeah.
See, I think the ideal would be to have the biggest screen possible that you can get, 4-way masking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the
for regular 16:9 stuff that is not an IMAX. You 4-way mask it down into a little 16:9 area.
Right.
Scope stuff, you open up the sides, obviously it gets wider. But then if you are watching actual IMAX stuff that's labeled as IMAX, because technically you watch 16:9,
you go even taller.
Then you open up the top mask as well. Then you have the entire circumference.
Yeah. And
that's what I would do if I had the space.
Yeah. And what was it? Last year's? I think it was last year's Cedia, and Chris Seymour had that. They had the whole front wall was a screen. They had the 4-way masking, and the whole thing was triggered by the Lumigen. So when they went from scene to scene, it was like, you've been able to do that with your Kaleidoscape, and they'd flag a particular movie to this is what it was. But the way Kaleidoscape would do it, they would just put in like their whatever, like, okay, this is a 235, and it'd be like, boom, that's what you would get. And maybe it was a little bit off to what it was because that's just how they flagged it. With the Lumigen, what that was doing was it was actually just reading the image, and it was masking where it should have to mask to. So the movie would start to go boom. Now, variable aspect ratio wasn't fast enough to do that. The masking didn't move for that. But what was really cool, it just was, you had exactly like you said, Shane, like you would come down and watch, it would be like a smaller 16:9 in the middle, and then you'd be like, and then also, whoa, here we go. And it was, it was really, really cool.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah. It's a super expensive though, 4-way masking like that. But that is the ultimate wah in the room.
Yeah. But then you'd have to keep yourself from watching the non-IMAX 16:9 stuff and not always blowing it up to the full ratio. You know what I mean? Yeah,
it's exactly like I've heard people like, well, that's not how I watch Wheel of Fortune. Wheel of Fortune isn't supposed to be big. Why do I want Wheel of Fortune to be smaller? It's like, why are you going into the dedicated theater to watch Wheel of Fortune? That's the question to me. It's like, wow, look at that. Like, yeah. It's like, if you're prioritizing a game show, I think you've kind of lost your priorities.
Yeah. I was gonna do 180, but my wide speakers are so wide. The way that I angled them out, they kind of stick out a little bit, so they're in the way of a screen that would be bigger than 150. So it's like I had to leave a little bit of sliver on each side of the screen. Look at this.
Here we go. New beer.
Here we go. This is the beer flavor 183.
Yeah. 903 according to the label.
Yeah, there you go.
It's a 903.
Could be.
So you were trying to go to 180-inch screen?
Yeah, because I was playing around with the Zoom, and I was like, ooh. There would have been like almost the entire wall. I was like, oh God, this is so sick.
Well, what are you going to use to light that up?
Listen, I could live with a little slightly dimmer image.
Yeah, for that. Wow. Yeah.
Yeah. The only thing that really sucked is after I left the Epson QL7000, it went down to the NZ900. I was like, oh, this JVC. It's so dim.
Bright. Yeah.
It's like it's so dim.
Don't get DJ started. He's foaming at the mouth already.
What?
Epson brightness. JVC. Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah, that demonstration. Yeah.
I heard,
demonstration wasn't bad.
I heard about that.
Yeah. Yeah, JVC sent out a thing on it.
Yeah. I mean, what are you gonna do? Of course it's an Epson demo. What are they gonna do? Make JVC look better? No, of course not.
Yeah.
It was I didn't like JVC said their take. What I didn't like was the education that they were trying to provide to the consumer and trying to say like brighter is better and you need brighter for this. And it's like, it was just, they compared the Epson to a Sony and to a JVC, and it's like the three different projectors had two different uses.
Right.
And Joe and I had already talked about, I think it was through text though, but it was like what I thought would have been a better demonstration, and even Joe made the point, he's like, well, what they're trying to do with the Epson is they're trying to compete against all of these large image displays, large scale displays that are so bright. How do you compete in that market? And because people are like, hey, why would I get a projector when I can go and get this 110-inch display and I can get, or 120-inch display now, whatever it is, and be like, how do you compete in that market? And it's like, all right, great point. And people had said that, and that's what they literally said it in the demonstration. Well, then why are you facing off against two other projectors that aren't supposed to be doing that? Why aren't you facing off against that 120-inch display that you're trying to compete against? And it was, you know what I mean? Like you took two, projectors that are meant for, controlled environments where that's where they shine, and they show HDR at a reference level to a point that is like the detail and everything that they do a great job doing what they do. And you're taking your projector, which does a great job doing it, what it does. Never had a problem with that. But you're comparing these two things. They're two different jobs. They're two different cases. And their whole entire thing is like, we're trying to compete against the new big displays. Well, then face off against them. And that's the part is like brighter is better, and and people hear that with a projector that have a controlled room, they have a light controlled room, and they hear brighter is better, and then they're gonna go and like throw this Epson into the room, and it's like, nope, it can't do what those other two can do in this room. Your images are blown out, your black levels aren't as great. And that's the part that just kind of rubbed me the wrong way. So
yeah, but those guys this isn't a consumer show. This is at CEDIA. I mean, those are all pros and installers and professionals. They should know better. So if they're stupid enough to buy into that, then they must not be very good at their job.
Well, that's the thing. And that's the part and that's how they pitch it. This is what you want to tell your customers. And they're trying to teach like you said, the pros, this is how you sell our product. And it was literally a demonstration on that. And I'm like going, this isn't what the consumer needs to hear. They need that. They want, and it was in JVC's letter. Like, we stand by our product. We don't, our product is good at what it does. This is what its job is, and that's what you go by. And
yeah, but to Shane's point,
are doing that.
They're trying to make money by selling Epson projectors.
Yeah. Well, they're Epson.
Yeah.
So they're
Right.
trying to make money selling Epson projectors.
Exactly.
Right. So why are they showing other projectors? And literally kind of putting them up against themselves, like putting them in a situation that they're not supposed to be doing.
Because it makes their product look better.
Right. So you're using another company and showing that we're better. And that's the idea. And now the sales pitch to other people, see what this one does so much better. Well, that one's not even supposed to be used for this.
Yeah, I think you're taking a very altruistic approach that truth and sales go hand in hand. I don't know if that's always the case.
Yeah.
Right. And that's what I'm trying. You're making my point, Joe. It's like, that's the exact point that I try to get to the people that I'm talking to, the listeners, that I'm like, this is what goes on. They're trying to sell you on something that you might not need.
Have you bought a timeshare?
No. For that reason. But you know what I mean? Like, it's like, yeah, be careful of marketing, because they, and I say it all the time, they're not wrong. What they're saying is right. It's like, they're great at what they do. And they are better than the JVC and the Sony in this situation by far. But if the consumer isn't educated and understand that, well, yeah, they're better at it than that, then maybe they buy it for the wrong job. And now they're going into a dedicated theater with a light controlled room, and they've heard this Epson outshines this. Look how bright it is. It can do, it's got superior brightness, to which you're going to take into this light controlled room and just tone down. And now you've toned that brightness down. You're not even utilizing what this was meant for, but you're not getting the black levels that the other two can produce in this room. So you're not using what it can do, and you're using something that's inferior in this environment, right? Just like I wouldn't tell Sony or JVC to go into the big bright room and show a football game and do everything that this Epson can do out in a big sunny living room, right?
Agreed.
So it's like, would Epson appreciate it if Sony or JVC did a face-off in a light-controlled room and said, look at the black levels, how bad they are on this Epson in here, right? And it'd be like, but that's not what it's meant for. It's not a fair comparison.
Both got their strength. Like, I had them both
Absolutely.
at the same time.
I mean,
I'm not gonna say I wasn't more wowed with the Epson over the JVC. Out of the box, just what was more accurate? Sure, the JVC was. But if somebody were just to come in my room, I was like, hey, which one you think looks better? Boom, boom. Which one? I'm going to say 9 times out of 10, I think most people are going to say, oh, that Epson. That one.
They're looking for the pop.
That one is going
to that's why
blow you
Best
away.
Buy sells everything in vivid mode.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It's like, but once you calibrate it down.
And JVC did this the year before.
Yeah.
With what?
JVC had a face-to-face shootout against the Sony at CEDIA in 2024.
I mean, yeah, because if you're talking about, the principle of the matter, it's like, well, you don't see JVC comparing themselves against OLEDs on 98-inch screens. So, I mean, why not?
Right.
Because they're trying to claim that they have the best black levels. Well, okay, we'll go.
Well, no, they know they
the
can't
best
compete.
black
Everybody knows
level
they can't
then,
compete
98-inch
to that.
OLED, brother.
Right.
So if
Yeah.
that's the case, if you're calling that cheeky, I mean, the point is, sales job isn't to say what it can't do, and hey, this is what we can do, and you're going to compare to other products that are
right
generally in the same genre, but
and that's just it. I don't think these are in the same genre. That's my point.
They're both projectors.
Well, yeah, but hey, a Ferrari and a Prius are both cars, but they don't do the same job. You're not going to commute back and forth every day in a Ferrari
a car.
And get the same
One of them
reliability.
labeled a supercar, though. You would compare two supercars. And at that price point, I think that's what they're going for. It's like, hey, look at our price points here, and look at what we can do versus our competitors in this price point. You wouldn't compare, oh, look at how much fancier this Rolls Royce is versus, your Kia, luxury car. I mean, they're both luxury cars, right? But no one's going to compare the
two Sonys they had at like, what was it, $18,000, Joe? 18 or 19, same price point. The Epson was the same price. Like, I think it was $1,000 cheaper. So basically relatively the same price point. Epson was brighter than the Sony, but the Epson wasn't 4K. It wasn't true 4K.
Yeah, if I remember right, they were showing the 7,000 and the 3,000 in that room, and they had the 1,000 in the other room from Epson. And I don't remember.
Well, when I saw it,
JVCs were in there.
Yeah, I was like, when I first saw it, I was like, no, I've seen a lot of JVCs, and there's no way it looks that. Just the way it looked, I was like, that's not how it originally looks. I was like, oh well, I whatever. I'm gonna let it ignore the fact that it doesn't look whatever in their default mode. I was like, I know it doesn't look like that. There's no way in hell it would look like that.
Yeah,
because it was.
Was that a JVC?
Yeah, it was way off. But whenever we went was before they did something to fix it or something like that. I was like, what the hell? I was like, no way. I was like,
yeah, this here is like Leor 1973 saying, it's like, and yes, in the world of HDR, luminance is very important, no less than how black the black can be. And that's where we're at. I think if I'm reading that right, he's saying like luminance is important, but it's not more important than your black level.
Well, yeah.
Right. And in a light controlled room, you don't need that, it's more about your contrast ratio. Like how bright can you get and still maintain that absolute black level, or the lowest black that you can achieve with the projector. And the lower your black level, and then be able to, and still keep everything graded correctly. Like you can make it brighter, but you're going to be blowing out your bright end, which, and to be fair, in this demonstration, the JVC, I mean, the Epson they were blowing it out. And that the scene I used on my show was like that I had pictures of was the scene from F1. Yeah. And it was like, look at how bright this image is over here. And you look at it, look how dark it is on the Sony. And I'd seen this movie a million times by this point, and I'm like, I obviously kept my mouth shut in my head and going, yeah, you dumbass. It's a rainy scene. It's not supposed to look like a sunny day. And the two shots were like, they were showing these scenes, and it looked like on the Epson, it looked like a sunny day. And then you looked at the Sony, and I was like, that's what it's supposed to look like. And in this demonstration, they're trying to tell everybody, look how great that is. I was like, are you kidding me? I have the picture. I was like, and I showed it on the floor. I went to Travis. I go, look at this. This is ridiculous. I'm like, they're trying to tell you, like, look how great that is. Yeah, it's great. It's bright. It's wrong. And that's the demonstration. And I'm like, who am I? I'm a sights and sounds and scenes guy. I'm an idiot. I'm a donkey in the basement. I'm going, I just don't, because I hear it from people that are trying to learn. And they're like, brighter is better. I need a light cannon. You need to get this. I need to get that. And it's like, no, you might. I don't know. How big is your room? What size is your screen? What's your throat? There's all of that to go into it. And to be like, this brighter is better thing was just like, I was like, oh my God.
I can almost guarantee you next gen Sony JVCs, they're going to push their brightness to get a little closer to Epson for sure.
Absolutely. But they're trying to do it without sacrificing the lower end too.
Oh, they'll figure it out.
Right. Well, if you can do that, and it's like you go in and see that Christie. I mean, yeah, it's like $1 million or whatever, or 100 and something, whatever it is.
I mean, you gotta take everything with a grain of salt, because the luminance, that's like dB to speakers. It's like, oh, I can do this decibel at 1 kilohertz. Like that doesn't mean squat. but it is a sales number, and bigger always wins. That's the real consumer. I hate to say it, because the educated consumer, I think we had discussed which one I would go for, and I was like, well, yeah, I would do the Epson. I have a friggin' 4-foot tall windows right next to my screen. It's like, and no matter how much curtain you use, unless I'm using tape, or putting drywall over it, you're not gonna. I don't have a solid black room, and I got a 150-inch screen. So there's, like you said, for every use case. But I'm not. I mean, if you're gonna, what they did for people that have a JVC, they're gonna get butthurt, because a lot of people are like, "Oh man, that was so much better." But you still got to take it with a grain of salt, like you said. And I was like, man, that looks a little washed out. Like, even on some of the Maverick scenes where they were showing some of the clouds and stuff, and even I noticed that.
The cloud detail was gone. It was just a white cloud. You didn't
I
get
was
that
like
fluffiness.
I was like, if they tone that down a little bit, it would still work in a non-light controlled room, but it wouldn't be as poppy. At that point they were doing sales. They were just, hey, we want maximum wattage over here. Like, look, we can handle this much wattage for like 1 millisecond. Look at it. So,
all right. So speaking of education, you kind of brought that up, but Shane and Paul, how long have you guys been in the hobby?
Oh God.
I know DJ and I go back 30 plus years, so I'm just curious.
Well, I've been in it for as long as I've been able to drive. So, 30, 40 years, but I'm not a in the industry, if you would,
Where did you get most of your education about home theater early on?
Home Theater Magazine.
Yeah, Stereo File Magazine.
Widescreen Review.
Yeah, I wasn't really into I wasn't really into the
so
screen size and stuff back in the day.
Well,
it was
I'm just
the audio portion of it.
With the death of print, so to speak, do you feel YouTube has taken the place of those magazines from an education standpoint, or podcasts, or because it seems like if you're new in the hobby, I would debate that. But if you're new in the hobby, I don't know where else you go, because the brick and mortar stores are mostly gone. It's hard to find, a retailer you can talk to about this stuff. So it seems like YouTube, which has its benefits.
But at the same time, you had, it was the same thing, even in print. You have Monster Cables, how they, profess their amazing, differences.
Speak of the devil.
And the devil shall appear.
Right? Well, we were just talking about this the other day, Brent. You just dropped in
What's
on
that?
this topic. Joe Kluznik up in the top corner
Joe.
there. You got Shane Lee.
Brent, how you doing? We actually met
Paul.
years ago at CES.
Oh God. Well, you guys can hear me, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay,
we got
good.
you. So
Good.
Job just mentioned the question, like, where did we get our knowledge 30 years ago?
Magazines,
magazines,
and events. Like, whenever, like, I used to compete, right? And then you'd learn, like, oh man, what the hell do you do? How do you do that? Or, stuff like that.
But the majority of our information came from like Home Theater Magazine, Stereo Review, all of this stuff. And he was saying, is it better today? Like, because most of your information comes from YouTube or podcasts. And I was saying that I think it's better today, because like we were talking about the other day, Brent, is that most of our information was coming from either advertising or reviews that were written about, so you were at the mercy of all of these companies putting their information, their products into the magazine. So it was basically ads. And that's where we got it. And you had to discern which is snake oil and which is real and which is this.
Yeah.
Well, now you have people on
magazine.
YouTube giving you actual information. You might not agree with their point of view, but you can listen to a bunch of YouTubers and discern for yourself what seems more real, instead of like, because you'll have people calling out, you don't need this, like Brent does so great on his podcast.
Well, I gotta say, it's having lived through all that, It is way better now. Way better. I mean, just because we had to, so I started in 89, and there were books, but most of the books weren't very good. And really, people, so much in audio, people, well, God, video was stone knives and bearskins back then. There was a lot to know, but almost none of it's relevant nowadays. Basically, how to get a marginally tolerable picture. But in audio, really, all the science kind of happened kind of since then. I think it, a lot of it happened in the 80s, but it wasn't really publicized until the 90s. And so for me, I just remember going to press events when I was starting out as a journalist in New York. And I mean, there'd be 2 or 3 technical editors there from Stereo Review or wherever that actually knew what they were talking about. But all the journalists there really had no technical knowledge at all. And, it was so classic. Like every press event, they come up with a new product, and people would, and the question would be price and availability, never like technical stuff. And the audio and video enthusiasts now, just thanks to the online forums, just their knowledge is just exponentially more than it was 30 or 40 years ago. So it's way better. I mean, there's just no comparison.
Yeah, it just, and like we were joking the other day, but because you guys had done a episode where you were talking about Monster Cable, and it's and you talked about the history of it and stuff, and but yeah, that seems to be like the go-to. Like everybody thought Monster Cable was it, and it's like you needed to have this, and it's like, and it there is something to be said for what you get, what you pay for. So like in home theater, if it's expensive, I must be getting something better. We had no real education on why we were paying that back then. We just knew we had to trust that, like, all right, I pay this much for this cable and it's going to be that much better than the cheap one. And nowadays, because of, podcasts and YouTubers, it's like, you're like, oh, you understand the difference and what is the payoff, and you've none, if at all. I mean, maybe a little bit, if anything, but it's not what they thought it was or what we thought it was back then. And that's just one example of it.
Yeah.
Well, there's still plenty of misinformation out there, and there might be more misinformation. There is more misinformation now than there was, but the information's out there for anybody who wants it. I mean, I don't follow the audio websites, a few here and there, but or YouTube people that much, but yeah, here and there I do. And there's more, there's still so many people that buy into cables and power conditioners and the whole idea that radio frequencies are invading your audio system and screwing everything up. And
no matter what you do, no matter what hobby, no matter what you do, you can always find some confirmation bias, whether you're 100% right or 100% wrong. You can always find people that will agree with you regardless. So that's the difference. If you are looking for the truth, you can't find it. If you're looking for people to side with you, you can find it. Like that's the world we live in right now. So
what is that?
It's my AudioQuest suitcase.
Oh my God. Where did you get that? Did it come with some cables or something?
I got 2 of these. Yeah, these are $7,000 speaker cables.
Oh my God!
I bet you they make my bows sound amazing.
Paul, you said something about competition back in the day. Was that car audio? I'm guessing.
I asked a USAC back in the day.
I used to be a sound quality judge for that stuff.
God. Yep. That you were always nervous. If you actually competed, that's when you got nervous because it's like, oh God.
Soundstream Technologies for years and years. I was there.
Yep. Oh wow. Okay, that's cool. Shoot. you were in the Kansas City area, you
Oh,
probably said my
we-
car sounded like crap.
We were in Dallas. We were in Florida. We were wherever they sent us.
Yep.
Apparently, I've only been here for an hour, DJ.
I know. Clock just stepped back.
Oh man.
Is that how it worked? Did they go back? Did mine go back? So what time do you got now? 2:07.
Oh, I guess mine.
Brett, what time is it where you are? You're on, or Joe, you're the same thing.
I'm at 12:09.
Yeah, I'm at 12:09 too. It changes
Right.
in 2 more hours.
Right. So we've set back. So now we're only 2 hours apart because we've set back and you haven't. So I'm on my second stint of 2 o'clock. I hit 2.
Oh man, that's too much math for me, man. I'd hate to be traveling right now.
Try
like, what time did I
scheduling this.
arrive? Okay.
Yeah, with all the different time zones, and I'm like, you're coming on at this time, and I have to tell people, and it's like Joe. I think you and I had this conversation last year, right? Like, because you guys come on at this hour, and I was like, no, Joe, you're coming on at this time, and you're like, yeah, but no, the time difference is, yeah, we're setting the, oh yeah, and it's like, if I want like guests to drop in at the right time and I've got to know their time zone when we're setting the clock back, what time zone they're in. And like, we got like Steve's coming on, Paul, the next few guys are coming in from England. They've set their clocks back last Saturday. So I'm like trying to tell them their time to be joining. So they're not like, oh, I wasn't coming on for another hour or so. No, it's now. And it's like, the first year I did this, I just didn't want to be left sitting here by myself, because I screwed up the scheduling. We're like, so everybody, I love home theater. I just don't know how to schedule it. It's like, welcome to my show.
Wait, so England has daylight savings time?
Yep. And they did it last week. They set their clocks back last week. Yep. Yeah. Arizona still doesn't.
Hawaii also.
Yeah, supposedly Arizona doesn't have it. Everybody else in the country.
Yeah, in Hawaii. No, I wouldn't phrase it that way. You know, Arizona still doesn't. I'd say the US still does that, and Arizona and Hawaii don't. They're the ones who have wised up.
Yeah, that's smart ones.
Well, I could see why Hawaii doesn't do it. They're literally out there on their own in the ocean, island in the ocean.
Yeah.
An island to themselves, literally, right? So what does it really matter? But like,
see, if you were in Hawaii, it'd only be a 24-hour show.
See? Yeah, exactly.
I feel shortchanged in Hawaii.
I got to get an Arizona guest next year.
There you go.
So you are doing 26 hours today.
No, it's still 25.
Depends on the time zone. Yeah, if you count where you start, and then when I end in X time zone. So yeah, you could do an extra hour at least.
No, I'm still doing 25. Just if you live in Arizona, I started at say like, what's their time? What time zone are they in?
Central?
What did they start?
Mountain?
Are they central? Not central. No, mountain. I think they might be mountain. Did they make it to Pacific? So say they're 2 hours behind me. So they started when I started at 6 a.m. out there, it was only 4. But then when I end on this end, now I'm ending at 6 a.m. But we set our clocks back. Now it's 5 there.
But you just state that you're ending in a time zone that's an hour forward from you, so it's an hour later, and you can add that to every year. Like if you're in Pacific, you could say, "Hey, we're ending at such and such."
I'll start the show in one time zone and fly to the next one.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a way to do it and get out easy. Just while I'm doing the show, I fly to England and end it there early. I still get my.
Oh yeah, there you go. You can do the opposite. Yeah, you could say, "Hey, we're ending."
All right, it's 6 a.m. Like he's been on the air for 6 hours.
12 hours. Yeah, you could cut 12 hours off if you go. Like, hey.
So.
Now Phil Collins did the opposite. He actually started a concert in the UK, got on the Concorde, and finished the concert in America.
Wow.
Really?
Oh,
and I remember it. Yeah.
Oh, do you? Now did he finish the concert ahead of time?
It was a Live Aid show or something like that, where he opened and closed a long section.
Oh wow, that's awesome. That's fun. It's fun to do stuff like that. See.
Well, if you can fly on the Concorde, yeah, which we don't have that luxury right now.
No, yeah, they did away with that. Brent, I got to hear your Floyd Toole episode.
Oh, good. I'm
Oh my
told
God.
it's good.
Yeah. Yeah. That was, have you guys heard it yet? Did you hear it, Joe?
Not yet.
Okay. Yeah. It dropped on Wednesday. I was going to text you and be like, I wanted to see if I could get him today, but I'm like, oh my God. I had a question that maybe I'll put to you and see what you guys think of it. I mentioned it earlier today. So he was talking about frequency responses and everything. I mean, the knowledge that he has is amazing. But in this day and age where we're doing so much with infrasonics and stuff, and you have a lot of people, you don't need that. You can't hear that. My question was, like, I'd like to know, like, in science, like every action has an equal and opposite reaction, and things are literally, everything means something to the other thing, right? So like your resonance, when you're talking about stuff like that, like how the sound moves around the room, there are frequencies, and you go to infrasonics that we can't hear. So we take it out of the speaker altogether, for instance, for years and years, right? So we hear 20 hertz to 20 kilohertz, and most of our speakers don't reproduce anything below 20 hertz. But in real life, those exist, right? So you get a boom, a low frequency boom or some explosion. Those frequencies are there. For reality's sake, is the absence of those frequencies, do those lower frequencies that we can't hear, do they affect the higher frequencies that we can hear? Meaning, like, without them there, there's nothing there for them to, I don't know if you'd call it bounce off of or affect those sound waves. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Does it affect? And I would say no, but I understand what you're saying. It's like if you have too much of, like in your audible range, for example, if you have too much highs to mids, your mids may sound like, oh, they're muffled, but it's just the fact that, hey, your brain isn't able to resolute it. But if your brain doesn't have to process it because your human hearing, the air or the
right
follicles or whatever
well,
the heck.
That kind of is it.
Doctor, but if there's no information input, you don't have to process it. So
it's not necessarily that. It's that in the air is a good point that I should say is like what those lower frequencies that we can't hear, what does that do to the air? Does it affect those higher frequencies that we can hear?
Well, right? This is all measurable, so wouldn't your answer be there?
Well, it would be, okay, so it would be like, can you, this is how I would answer that. Okay, so when you are in a room and you have a light on, you can see everything. If you turn the light off and it's a pitch black room, right, you can't see anything, right? Let's just say it's fully 100% light control. Turn the light on, you can see all the detail in the room. Turn the light off, you can't see the detail in the room. Turn on a ultra, a infrared or, a beam of light that the human eye can't see. Can you see anything in the room? No. Turn the light on. That same light, if you turn it on, is it affecting the way you see everything in the room? No, it's still not affecting it. It is beyond the spectrum of your perception of your eyes. That light is still there, but our eyes cannot see it or perceive it, so it's not affecting anything that we see because we're not even receiving it to process it.
Okay. I get what you're saying.
I know what you're saying though, right? Because it's like, oh, well, is it refracting it? And it could be on a level that we can't see. Like if we could see that spectrum,
no,
yes,
it's like
we would probably be like, oh, whoa, what's happening, right?
Yeah. No, I'm more to the like, yeah, I think I'm more of like, do those lower infrasonics change the makeup of the air for the frequencies we can hear, is what I'm saying. It has nothing to do with what we can see or you can't hear them, but You know what I mean? Like those infrasonics move the air in a certain way. Now that air is moving in a certain way, and now we're having those higher frequencies come through that. Does that sound different than if that infrasonic isn't there?
Yeah.
Well, if you just shift it up, if you say,
I understand what you're saying, but
if you're playing a 25 hertz tone, does that impact the way a 60 hertz tone sounds? No, you can hear them both and resolve them both separately from one another. I mean, it'll interact. You get a different waveform.
Yeah,
But
you can perceive. But I know where you're. It's like, okay, if the super low frequencies that you can't audibly hear as they're jumbling or moving air molecules around, well, now the high frequencies are moving air molecules around. So
yeah,
are they? And I'm just going way out there. Is it now refracting all the light? Or the sound? Is it bouncing different? Are we hearing less brilliance or more brilliance? Or is it creating a scale difference to where it's separating the molecules? But to me, yes, there's probably some measurement or some tool that you could see that difference, right? If you're getting down. But if you're talking that, you're talking molecular, which is like a study that I used to do. Like you're talking atom level. You're talking,
well, not atom.
I can't hear that high.
Yeah,
not gonna matter to me.
Exactly. You're talking in a level that, yes, I'm sure there's probably in some, like if you work in microwave technology, that's where a lot of this pseudo science comes from, right? Because in a microwave, if you're talking 400 gigahertz, yeah, a wire or a cable or some interference, it makes a huge difference, but you're talking
in a measurement, but not in perceived. Yeah.
Well, in like if you're going like transmission waves and stuff like that. Yeah. If you're off just by a little bit and you have the antenna length, there's all sorts of things that can affect it. But yeah, as far as like, it's again, relative to like our human hearing, it's completely irrelevant. Could it or does it?
I could see. Let's say if you have one of those 64s or 65s in your room, maybe it's more distracting because now, or if there's so much pressure that it's building in your room, how is that affecting your eardrums from comprehending the higher or mid frequencies?
I could. There could be so many second and third and fourth order harmonics and pressurization that it's like, oh wow, now but man, that'd have to be really high, because if you look into actual audible human hearing, the perception, or let's just say the reception of our ears, it goes up extremely exponential, like, because they've done studies where people can hear down to 15 hertz, but that 15 hertz had to be at like 130 dB to even perceive it relative to like 85. So, and it goes up quicker and further the lower it goes, right? Like during a study, and I forgot what paper it is or whatever, but the lowest that they even recorded it was like 15. So there were people that could hear 15 hertz, but it had to be over 130 decibels whenever you were talking like relative, like human speaking, like relative to 70. So it had to be that much louder to perceive it.
Yeah.
So if you were doing like 80 dB movie, you no longer could hear it, or
you're not going to pick that up.
They weren't doing movie studies; they were doing just audio. So at that point, your resolution, you don't even know that it's on or off because everything else is so much louder. It has to be way louder to even, like a blue light, a micro blue light. You can always see a blue light. It is just, it stands out, right? But you could have like a little green light, and it'd have to be much brighter sometimes to be able to notice, oh yeah, I see a green light over there. Versus a blue light, you could have that like miles away, and you'd be like, oh yeah, I see that over there. It's that kind of thing. So it's a cool science and study, but yeah, when it comes to marketing, if we circle back around to where our original conversation was, it's like, hey, man, marketers are not being paid to say what's not real or whatever. That's on the consumer. I'm just going to tell you how amazing this is.
Are you trying to talk yourself out of buying an infra sub?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I was actually talking myself into one.
Oh, well, just go
I was
for it.
trying to say, like,
Why not?
I need it,
Dude,
like-
What's the question for? Why ask?
Yeah, it's like you don't need to talk yourself into buying something. It's like, hey,
Sure you do. Because no, I'm just looking at like why, like what could be the difference. It's something like so many people are saying they're not needed, but so many people are saying they are needed. And
Only the people that don't have it say that. Once
Say
you
what?
get it, only the people that don't have it say that. Once you have it, then you'll say, "Oh, how have I lived without it?"
you need 4 of them.
Right.
At least.
But yeah, at least. No, but I'm just like, like when you take something out, like they do it all the time on streaming. Like we take out the bits that they're imperceivable. Don't worry, we'll take this out.
Mhm.
But you can see it. You take enough of stuff out that's imperceivable. That's like, oh, guess what? And now it's perceivable that you took it out. And where speakers aren't playing down to that, but that is in nature. Like that's an actual frequency that your body would be responding to out in the real world. The interesting difference, Brent, was like when you talk about instruments, right? And like Dr. Tool's talking about, like you take a piano and you play it in a room. Pianos need the room to sound right. You take that piano, and this is what he said, you put it out in a field and the piano sounds wrong because the sound isn't bouncing. But now you go to the movie aspect of it, where in home theater, we're trying to take out an action that might happen out in the field.
Mm-hmm.
And we're trying to put that into a room where I don't want it to sound like a piano in that room. I want it to sound like I'm out in a field now.
Yeah.
Right. And it's a different, and that's why I get into like you wouldn't need infrasonics for like, Brent, you play the bass. You're not playing down that low. Instruments don't do that.
41 hertz for me.
Yeah. In home theater, in nature, to make a realistic explosion, why wouldn't you want to play the full frequency range that you could possibly play to give yourself the best ability to experience that explosion correctly as it would be experienced in nature, in real life?
I have an opinion. And
okay,
having tested some of these things, not these big Ascendo things.
Yeah.
Good God. I just retire early rather than have to review that. It's bigger than my house almost. And, but, I've tested some of the really big, power sounds and stuff. And, they give you a different sensation. They really kind of pressurize the room in a way. And, of course your couch shakes like crazy and your whole house shakes. And it's a much more exciting experience, only if, you have enough, subsonic content. Like if it's, what is that Tom Cruise movie?
Live, Die, Repeat.
Edge of Tomorrow. Yeah. Like in the beginning of that, when it goes,
yeah.
And that's awesome, or if you listen to the Boston Audio Society recording of the Saint-Saëns Organ Symphony, that goes down to 16 hertz. And to hear that reproduced fully is an incredible experience, to hear those super ultra low organ pipes, because on most systems you don't hear them at all. You don't, that note's just not even there, because it's a real clean organ sound without a lot of harmonics. It's mostly fundamental, and so it just kind of disappears. You're barely aware it's there if you listen through a set of bookshelf speakers. But if you have one of these big subs hooked up, it's like you're just like, whoa. And it's incredible. I mean, so I wouldn't say it's except on that Edge of Tomorrow thing. There are a few other isolated incidents. It's not vital, but it's cool to have. And by the way, those subs that can do that are also tend to be really awesome subwoofers anyway.
Yeah. It's still an experience regardless. Yeah. And that's the thing. Are you discussing the the experience or the actual reproduction of reality, because you'll get into the study of the silent call of the elephants, right? Which is like super, super low and super, super loud, and no one could hear it, and they were right next to it. That's reality. You literally can't hear it. But yeah, if that was happening in your house, you probably could hear some third, fourth order harmonic, like, oh shit, because your walls would be.
That's the new Trinov demos.
The walls
real.
would be
It's
shaking,
elephants, and you're standing in your room going, "What the hell?" Oh, trust me, this is killer. Just stand there and listen. It's like,
so
I can't hear anything. Exactly. Next
reality
up,
versus experience. It's like that. Hey, I'm all for if someone's saying, "Oh yeah, this is a cool experience," and it's like, "Oh, cool," because it is. Yeah, I mean, Ryan has that big 64-inch, Ascendo, and I mean, and you want to talk about awe factor, or the wow factor. Whenever you walk in and the speaker's as tall as you, and I mean, I'm not tall, but 5'9's not short. And
I
I'm
feel
like
they're also doing, when you have, if you're lucky enough to have one, or as Brent said, unlucky enough to have one.
Well, depending on your house, I mean,
exactly. But you cross them over at around 25, and now your other subs are doing what they're really good at. Right. You're light, which was the idea of subs in the first place. It's like to take the job off of the speakers that are trying to do everything else, so if you can, parse out the work like that, everything's going to be cleaner, feel cleaner, sound cleaner, because everything's just doing what it's really good at, even though you might not hear all the way down. But that one giant, that all it's doing is those few frequencies right there. And maybe it does reach down for a few movies here and there, but it's like, I could definitely see the market for that, and not be able to say, like you said, Brent, it's like, is it necessary? No, but we're all past the part of what's necessary.
Oh yeah.
Have you,
so
have
why
you
stop
heard
now?
for sure.
Have you heard them in an actual theater? Doesn't Todd have a 32 in his room or something?
Yeah, it's Todd has the he has one in his theater, an Ascendo from 32, not the 64s. I've heard them not in an actual theater, but I hear
that's what I'm saying. Take a listen to it in the real world and see if you like it.
Yeah,
I think Todd said he's got 4 16s and 132, if I remember right.
Wow.
Yeah.
Only 132? Yeah, no.
Yeah, only one. Yeah. But no, I could see the market for that. I mean, some of the big ones now are going down pretty low anyway, some of the bigger subs. But I could definitely see where you put that one in there to just lighten the load of everything else. And Shane, how many subs you got? Are you 8? Or
I've got 4, 5, 6, 7. So I've got 7 subs with dual 12s in each one, and then I've got a 21 for my infras. Yeah. So it sounds right. There's a lot more, below 20 hertz content than you might think. It's not like something that takes over a whole mix, but there's certain situations where just a little extension on explosion or something like that, it might just light up the vibration in your room just a little bit stronger.
What scenes would you use to demo subsonic, infrasonic?
Edge of Tomorrow, obviously. That War of the Worlds, OG, DTS mix, Midway, more current.
Oh,
what's that one with the Patrick Wilson and the moon? Halle Berry, Patrick Wilson.
Oh, Moonfall.
Moonfall. Is that what's called?
Oh my God, Halle Berry was in that?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's another one of those
ones.
Most realistic movies I've ever seen. And
it's so good though.
It's like,
so
look out, people are running across Earth to get away from the moon. I was like, oh my God. Brent, you didn't see that one?
I never heard of it until right now. What's it called again?
Moonfall.
That sounds incredibly stupid.
How about Steel Justice?
Yeah, still there you go. That's super realistic.
Yeah.
If I know going into it that it's, hey, there is no reality, I'm okay. But if I go into something to where it's like, oh, they're trying to be, like this is really happening, it's like it annoys me more because it's like, wait, what? Like,
I
no.
love Roland Emmerich too. I mean, he makes amazing home theater movies, and Moonfall is a great home theater movie.
Yeah,
but
it's
when
nonsensical.
they're like literally running across the field, and the moon is coming to scrape into the earth. I was like, I can't even use the term on what planet does this. And that doesn't happen. It's like, I'm like, oh my God.
I don't think they gave that away in the trailers. So it's like when you watch it, you're like, wait a minute, what is going on here?
They literally meant that.
Yeah.
It's in the title. It's
And
like they didn't give it away in the trailers. The moon
They're
fell.
on a chunk of Earth that's floating, and they're running on it as if, or right. It's like, dude, the gravitational pull alone would flood the entire, all the land masses. So, if you want to, sorry, we would already have like 500-foot swells of water.
Yeah, I was just like, all right, we went, and that's, I mean, and here we are as home theater fans, like we're complaining about, but the guy literally, Roland Emmerich, that is, he's like, he's taken ideas of what he wants to do in a room for surround sound. He's like, all right, then I'll make the movie around my idea. And this is what he came up with. So we really can't complain. It's like,
Shane,
yeah.
Have you tried the latest Mission Impossible with that submarine scene where he's
it's pretty
that
wicked.
seems like it would,
that's,
I mean, even
I think there's a lot of bass in it, but I think if we're talking like below 20 hertz, I think there's only 2 spots in it when he's outside of the sub and it's kind of
by the propellers.
sinking. Yeah, and there's 2 little thumps goes boom, boom, and I was like, oh, my subs did something.
Yeah, I noticed the whole floor in our theater just felt like it was waving as that happened.
As outlandish as that part is in the movie,
That's
equally as outlandish as Moonfall. Although I hear that he did that stunt for real.
Mm-hmm.
Which
he does.
He sank down. He's swimming outside of the submarine as it's
going down
to the Mariana Trench.
Off the side of it. Yeah. That's realistic. More realistic than the moon coming to the Earth. Yeah.
So which infrasonic sub are you gonna get?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get the house done first. You talk about a.
Well, you're gonna have to build around it. Build an
I should
for
move the infrasonic in now before I built the room. What's this one here? Hey Brent, let everybody know that the Triangle BR03 is actually a good speaker. The YouTube audio crowd has dragged that speaker through the, I'd say mud, but mood.
Moon. I think he was trying to say through the moon.
Yeah.
Like making fun of our moon comments.
What's this one, Brent?
Well, that's so anyway, it's been a wire cutter top pick for a long time. And, we do, blind panel tests, and it measures well. The problem happened when our friend Aaron measured it, and, there is like a little dip at 1K or something. I can't remember. And it's big enough to be audible, but it's obviously not, our panel tests don't show that. I mean, it's one multiple panel tests with different listeners. So actually in 2 different homes I've owned. So it's a good speaker, but Aaron and we actually had Aaron on me and Dennis's podcast to talk specifically about this. And he says, well, I said, well, have you done any kind of panel test or anything like that? He's like, no. And he's like, I just know that that's audible. And I'm like, well, yeah, it's audible, but like, how much is it really bothersome? And he kind of didn't have an answer. But Aaron's a lot more of a perfectionist than I am. I'm looking, since I work for Wirecutter, we're looking for the best bookshelf speaker up to $600 or something, right? And so we don't care about anything above that. And so it's like if there's a perfect speaker for $1,000, which I don't know, there might be. There's some he likes for, I don't know, 8, 9, 10, $1,200, $1,800, and that are probably better. But that's not really relevant to me because I'm only going up to a certain price point. And they have a new speaker called the BR04, which is better than the BR03, but it's also more expensive. So, I mean, neither of us is wrong, but, you get, especially you get on the internet and there's, I think with Audio Science Forum, there's been this whole, this growing group of people that are very focused on the measurements without necessarily really knowing what they mean. And I think that it's gotten to where there's a cult of audio enthusiasts who find one little flaw and they just think that product is, garbage. And a lot of them will use that word garbage, or as Amir at Audio Science Review likes to say, a failed product. And even he says that about products that sell extremely well. So the manufacturers do not think that's failed. But anyway, yeah, so it's a good speaker. Aaron and I differ on it, but he has a different perspective than I do.
Is there an ideal measurement that a speaker should be to be perfect? Like, what is that?
Yeah, absolutely. It's in Floyd Toole's book. It should be flat on axis. Nope. Yeah, you can read it. It's flat on axis, and as we say, well behaved off axis. In other words, you get, we're on video, I could actually do things. I'm not used to this. So in other words, flat on axis, but then if this is the treble side, then the treble side will droop a little bit as you go off axis, and gradually, without a bunch of humps appearing, weird things happening here that would be a result of the crossover, interference and comb filtering because of the crossover network and all that stuff. So yeah, there is, and there are people that still make a few tweaks to it, like Paul Barton from PSB doesn't make his speakers perfectly flat. He reduces them at like around 2K by about a decibel and a half, just because he feels that like that kind of reduces he feels there's like a buildup of brightness in the room if you're totally flat. So there's some room for interpretation. But if you look at a Revel speaker, right, those measure basically perfectly. You can look at John Atkinson in Stereophile has measurements of them, or Soundstage has measurements of them. I don't know if Aaron has any Revels. God, he must by now. But those are basically perfect. Now, whether or not that's your favorite speaker, that's up to you. I've owned them. I think they were great. Are they necessarily what I would buy? I don't know.
So when a brand is making a speaker, why are they not aiming for that? Why are there such variances?
Because so I've been a consultant for numerous companies, mostly working on sound bars and powered speakers, the TVs a little bit, TV sound systems, and there's a whole lot of reasons why. Number one, if you go to high-end audio, you guys are all home theater people, right? Mm-hmm. So if you go to high-end audio, if you go to these audio shows, you'll see these speakers that have like Zoo Audio, right, where they have basically one giant full-range speaker that's, I don't know, 8 or 10 or 12 inches, right, with a wizard cone in the middle to sort of do the treble, and then a super tweeter that only covers above, I don't know, 10 kilohertz or something, right? Those measure horribly. They color the sound significantly, but a lot of people like that. They hear it and they think it's cool. I mean, my friend Steve Guttenberg, the audiophiliac, loves those things, and he's heard a lot of speakers. And I have lots of friends that like those. What is it? There's that. What was that? Tectron guy. He's got some that measure kind of weird. I mean, you can look through Stereophile. There's a bunch that just measure weird because the manufacturer wants to do something different. And then you also get the problem of you'll get people within a company who just listen to something and for whatever reason will say they don't like it and they'll want to change the sound. And I'll give you an example, if I may. You remember those sound-based things that came out?
Yeah.
Right. So I was working for a company that shall remain unnamed, and they came out with a sound base, and they sent it to me for evaluation. And I would basically run it through a bunch of tests and do listening tests and measurement because they didn't have any measurement capability. And this thing, I got it, and they had a really good product manager at the time, this real Jedi dude. And so he had voiced it. They sent it to me, and I compared it to, two or three others from, big name companies that you've heard of that were good products. And it blew them out of the water. I mean, completely blew them out of the water. It was so much better than them. Played louder, sounded clearer, had more bass. And it was like kind of the same price or even cheaper. And on my consulting report, I put, do not change anything. Okay. And so I got a call from, I guess, the PR guy at the company. It's 6 months later or something. He's like, hey, didn't you test this thing for him? I'm like, yeah. And he says, well, it got a terrible review in CNET. And so I look at the review and I told him, I said, there's no way the speaker that I tested got this review. And it turned out that some random vice president had heard the thing and decided that he didn't like it, and he insisted on a bunch of EQ changes. And the product manager had just quit, so he didn't, so it was really bad. And so you get people like that, and you're going to get, there's all sorts of political reasons. There's a lot of engineers that have some weird ideas and maybe haven't read Floyd's book. And I used to always tell my engineering clients, if your engineers read, like, I could give them like 2 or 3, AES papers, and then that you wouldn't need me anymore. So the ignorance is out there. The ignorance is out there. By the way, they rehired me to revoice that speaker to something that was like a compromise between the original voicing and the one that the VP liked. Wow. So there's always politics in this stuff. There's always, and you look at like Bowers and Wilkins, famous brand, their speakers are all different.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I mean, it's like Totem, all right, Totem Acoustic. He says, hey, I like to make mine all have their own personality and they're all a little different. Okay. Campfire Audio headphones, same thing. He's like, hey, I make products for a bunch of different people. So I'll tell you what headphones we have that are Harman Curve, and I'll tell you how, other headphones we have that are different, which is okay, fine.
Yep. Vivid sales, right? So it's got to change, right? It's like you can't come out with a new model and say, oh, it's so much better, and then it'd be exactly the same.
Yeah, that's the thing.
And if
how do you differentiate it?
What's going to be the change?
So
how do you differentiate it?
With all these people out there that can do measurements nowadays, and people like Aaron that has a huge following, do they not see that as a threat to their sales at any point in time? Like, we should make this better so it hits this target. We'll get more sales because this enthusiast group will buy more.
Certainly some have. I mean, there's a lot of, I'm kind of a little more into headphones because I was more recently reviewing those and measuring a whole ton of them for Soundstage. And I watched, and I got into headphones like real early in the game. And, I noticed that a lot of manufacturers, once the Harman Curve research started to come out, they started to shift over to that because, some of them shifted over to it before the Harman brands did, if you can believe that. And, they tried it and it sounded good and they just went with it and they realized the research was sound. And So I think there are manufacturers like that, but then there's a lot of manufacturers like Bowers and Wilkins. Like, well, what do they sell if they don't sell what they've been doing for the last 60 years or something? That's their heritage and all that kind of thing. It's sort of like
signature sound.
Yeah, it's like a Harley Davidson motorcycle. It's not sold on performance. It's sold on what it is.
Yep, exactly. And people love the hell out of them.
Yeah.
That's what my dad rides, I'm over here on my Yamaha, and he's got a heritage Softail,
Yeah.
Should we say good morning to Steve?
Good morning, guys.
Steve.
Hi, Steve.
Hey, guys. How we doing?
Great.
What did I miss? Tell me everything after Hey Home Theater Nerds. Go on, Deej.
This morning? Yeah. All right.
Start over.
We had toilet paper talk.
Okay.
We
had Evil Dead Rise talk.
We did have Evil Dead Rise talk earlier.
Can we go back to that?
Nope. With the toilet paper talk.
Well, a lot of people have said it's complete crap.
Yep.
However,
yeah. Let's see. What are some of the highlights? I don't know.
Are we looking forward to Evil Dead Burn, Shane?
I didn't even know there was a new one coming out.
Not only is it coming, it's been finished. They've shot it. It's finished. It's out early in the new year, I think it is. So and it's more extreme than Evil Dead Rise.
Yay.
So we can't wait for that. That'll be good. By the way, guys, this is not remnants of Halloween makeup. I do have a very bloodshot eye. I don't know what's happened. I've woken up with it, so you can see it. This way,
can't make
red
it
as
out from
anything.
here.
So,
Now that you pointed it out.
It's horrible. So
you've got sunlight.
It's not pink eye or something like that.
No, man.
Speaking of toilet paper, Steve.
Yeah. Wash your hands thoroughly.
Yeah, oh man. No, it's not that. It is the result of having been on call all night and had constant calls from police stations. I've got 3 clients pending who I will have to deal with later on today. So it's lack of sleep. It's not. Actually, should we be telling Deej about that?
Lack of sleep.
Yeah. So it's it's just lack of sleep.
You have 3 clients pending because you've got a home theater podcast you've got to get in on before you get back to your clients.
Speaking of that, I think I'm going to head out and get some sleep so my eyes don't turn red tomorrow at the Chiefs party. So
there you go. There you go. Thanks,
All
Paul.
Right. If we're showing off our merch, guys, then Cinema George cut. Look, just so we can see, fellas.
There you go. All right. Well, hey, good to hang out with you guys. So
later, Paul.
See you
Thanks,
around
buddy.
Good night.
Yeah.
Yes. So we've got the sun up here. Yeah, it is. Well, sort of. It's raining as well, but it is England. It's just what it does. I was going to
say, it is England.
It's got a de rigueur. So everyone okay? Everyone doing all right?
Yeah.
Bearing up. Deej, how you feeling?
Yep.
Great.
Okay.
We're on the home stretch here. What do we got?
Yeah, man. I've dipped in a few times into the chat. I must admit, I haven't jumped on. Not only was I on call overnight, I was on call yesterday as well, and spent most of the day at the police station. It's been a busy last couple of days, but all good. Now, Shane, can I ask you? Have you seen Dangerous Animals yet?
Is that the one with
Jai Courtney?
Sharks.
Yeah, Jai Courtney. Yeah, shark serial killer.
I have not watched it yet. It's on the list though.
Yeah, man, I think you'll like it.
Looks like a primetime grade B movie. Yeah,
it is, but with a really solid AV experience as well. So it's really good. It'll be on one of my top 10, if not top 5 experiences of the year.
One of the topics today, Steve, that you're asking about today was we had the discussion a few hours ago. I had my discussion and had it out with Rich Keefe from #Dork that
you did
not like House of Dynamite.
I mean, yeah,
hated it. Not like
hated
he said.
It.
Yeah, he's like, he's not the worst movie of the year, but it is. There are some worse movies, but we went back and forth, and Carl Ellsworth was in the chat. He moderated us back and forth, and Carl hasn't seen it yet. So he had me passionately stating my case for why I loved it, and he had Rich passionately stating his case on why he hated it, and Carl's like, I don't know which way I'm gonna go now. And it's like they were like he could understand what Rich was saying. He's like the way it's the story plays out and like your retelling of the story and stuff like that. And Carl being a writer, he's like, that's a tool that you shouldn't really be using. It's a way of cheating the system. And then I was like, yeah, they're telling the same story over. But as a writer, it's not cheating because you have all those characters. You would have to now tell that story through and get them, write that story out that many times. Like, I think it's amazing. It's like, I know, Brent, you liked it too.
Oh, yeah.
But
Steve, what was that movie? What was the movie you were saying was so great? I don't know. If great's the right word.
Dangerous Animals. It's called. It's a now, Brent. I'm immediately because Shane likes schlocky horror stuff, same as I do.
This is cheap.
And so someone of your esteem, Brent, you might watch it and think, what the hell? Whereas I'm okay to recommend this stuff to Shane because he and I have got the same sort of sensibilities when it comes to schlock. But if you get
Brent's a fun guy. He he is a fun, like I said, I had it, we talked about the other day. I had him on for Iron Man 3 and he liked it. And most people don't like that. And it's like, cool. And even reading his reviews in years past when he would review stuff, he would put fun movies into his reviews so that you would understand it.
I have to claim some cred here. I worked on a really, really low budget movie that was shot with camcorders called Bride of Frank, which was super ultra schlocky. And you can look it up. I don't know if there's still a way to buy it, but it played in film festivals all around the world, and it was embraced in the same way that it was kind of inspired partly by John Waters stuff and also by horror movies and stuff. And so I have done this kind of stuff and I appreciate it, and I've gone to those conventions and the whole smear. And by the way, it's in Butter Sound.
What? I found it here.
Butter Sound? Is that like pre-Butterburger?
No, it's for real. I
found it here. I've got it on IMDb.
Somewhere in this room is the Butter Sound encoder that I built, and like 30 years ago. And you would put, when you edited like from VCR to VCR, and so you had stereo feed in and out, and you had a single feed going in that could be a micro line feed. And you could, in a Dolby Pro Logic, mix, you could steer sounds around. You'd have the stereo feed, but then you could add another sound that you could kind of steer it around you. And it actually worked incredibly. It actually worked. And if you ever, there's a Butter Sound somewhere on YouTube. There's like a Butter Sound demo or trailer or something. And if you play it through stereo speakers, or if you play it through a Pro Logic system, you will get surround sound. It's so I have total cred on this, pal.
Brent, I stand corrected, Brent. In fact, funny enough, I'm just looking at the reviews of it on IMDb.
Let me
just read you this one. Check this one out. Look at this. Fantastic movie. One of the sickest, most twisted I've ever seen.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, in
Steve
that case,
just bought 2 copies.
Yeah, and Deej bought 8.
Yeah.
So,
oh my God.
It's Brent. Yeah. Okay. Well, on that basis, then, Dangerous Animals. It's called.
Okay, I can't wait.
It's Jai Courtney plays. It's set in Australia. He is a shark tourist, so he takes people out, on these boats to swim with sharks.
Mm-hmm.
And none of this is a spoiler; it's in the trailer. And he is, and every now and then he has a tendency of leaving them out there. So nice. It's really worth seeing, and the video's awesome. It's been shot in it's something approaching 4K, and it's got Dolby Atmos, and he's got this kind of crane thing on the back of the boat that he lowers the cage into the water. And there's a great couple of sequences where you've got, again, not too much of a spoiler, someone is on that crane that isn't in a cage, and the armature goes up and over in the Atmos speakers. And then in the rear left, you've got person screaming. you can hear the crane motors whirring over the top of you, and then the boat noise in the front. And the imaging is absolutely awesome. It's really cleverly done. And then with all the kind of, the rickety old boat noises and everything else, it's well worth seeing. One of my favorite horror movies of the year. Absolute schlock all day long, but a really good HT experience. And so, yeah, it's well worth seeing.
You watch that on physical media, 4K or
yeah, 4K, 4K UHD, Dolby Atmos, all the Dolbys. Yeah, it's really, really good. So well worth seeing. Hi, Paul. Morning, Paul. Nice aquarium. Very cool.
Oh yeah, thanks. It's about the only free screensaver I could find for Apple TV. but hey, colourful.
Yeah, no, it looks good. But yeah, no, I do recommend that one. It's a hell of a movie, that one. There's been some good ones this year.
Yeah.
I know you saw Death of a Unicorn, didn't you, Shane? You liked that one?
Yeah, I really like that one. That's a good one. Did you see Weapons yet? I know we spoke about this earlier.
No, not yet. No, it's out here. It came out here last Monday, but it is I'm hoping to pick it up in the next couple of weeks or so. But
you haven't seen it at all?
Reviews. Not
I thought you already saw it, just not in the home theater.
No, not a bit of it. I'm waiting for 4K disc. Wow. So I will be picking that up. But I keep hearing different things. I hear people that say loved it, and then I'm hearing people. It's a bit like House of Dynamite. It turns out I'm hearing people say love it, and then apparently people saying hated it. And so I'm kind of I need to get around to it, and I will, and I'm looking forward to it. But yeah, not seen it yet.
Toxic Avenger. See that one?
No, that's not. That's too schlock for me.
It's got Elijah, wouldn't it?
Wait a minute. Did you say it's what, Steve? It's too schlock for you?
I never liked the 80s one. I never. So yeah, no, I know. This is the exception that proves the rule. A friend of mine said to me the other day, "Oh, you've got to see it. It's great." And I'm, "Oh no, man, it's not for me. Not for me. I've got enough stuff to watch."
Yeah. Well, that is.
I'll tell you what I have seen though since we last spoke, which is I have now seen Martyrs, which is this one there. I have seen it.
Are we getting a sneak preview of Tuesday's show?
Yeah, indeed. It's so for a movie that apparently is the poster boy for extreme cinema and torture porn and all that stuff. I've seen worse, Deej.
Oh, why doesn't that surprise me?
Oh boy.
I know. I no one was more surprised than me. I was led to believe that this was going to be very, very tough to watch, and no, it was good. But no, it's not a patch on Terrifier for pushing.
Oh, okay.
The cinematic envelope. Terrifier 1, 2, and 3 go way further.
No.
That's reassuring.
Yeah. Oh man, but it is still good. It's
still not going to watch it.
No, well, I get that. But honestly, it's only for those that are into this kind of thing. If you're not, don't bother. Yeah. I mean, I can't wait to see what Todd makes of it. I was quite surprised that he knew, one, had heard of it, and two, just ordered it. I mean, I know he was talking about that yesterday morning, wasn't he? He's just got straight on it. So it'll be curious. Have you ever seen that, Shane? Martyrs?
No, but I have seen Human Centipede. Have you seen that?
Yeah. 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, and you know what? That is far
don't watch
more
it.
Extreme than this. Yeah, no, I have. I won't be seeing it again. I don't own it. Put it that way.
You saw it after you saw the first one. You're like, you know what? Let me see the other two.
Yeah, let's just see how far this can go. Yeah, no. Once was enough with those, and I won't be purchasing those anytime soon. Lefriki just says in the chat. By the way, Deej from Iceland.
Yeah, I saw that earlier. Wait a minute.
So Sisu 2 is in. It says tethers. I think it means theaters.
Theaters. Somebody tore it up.
So you need to see that. I mean, we'll be seeing Sisu 2. That I will go and see in theaters. I love that movie.
Sisu 2. It's already in theaters.
Well, he says that. I mean, I thought it was next week or the week after. I thought
it's not.
I didn't even know it was this year. I gotta have to tell my dad SISU is out again. 2 is out. That's it.
Typical military man. Everything's an acronym.
Yeah. My dad's like, "Have you seen the movie SISU?" And I was like, "I don't think so." And he's like, "Oh, it's really great." And he starts describing it, and I'm like, Oh, you mean Sisu? And he's like, is that what you say? I go, I don't know. Maybe you're right. But this is right. I'm like, it's Sisu from, and I'm like, yeah. And he goes, oh, have you seen it? I'm like, well, clearly you don't listen to my show. I think it was up for Home Theater Movie of the Year 2 years ago.
Yeah, it was high up. Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
so
Like,
good.
trying to talk, like, have you seen SISU?
SISU Miami?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
So.
No, it's no, but I'm looking forward to the sequel. The sequel looks even more ridiculous than the first one. So yeah.
Yeah, that was another ridiculous one. Guy jumps out of a plane. That's it.
Well, hitches a ride on a plane with a pickaxe underneath.
And then falls off and falls to the ground, gets up and keeps chasing them.
All right, well, I'm gonna bounce, guys. I've been up too late.
Yeah, Shane, second stint today. Thank you very much. Appreciate it for the.
I'm so tired.
Time.
So sleepy.
I'm gonna follow Shane out. Also, have a good night, guys.
Yeah,
all right.
Have a good one, guys. Good to see you, fellas.
Later.
Cheers.
Bye bye. Good night.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, guys.
So, Brent, where are you in the U.S.?
I'm in Everett, Washington, which is about 45 minutes north of
southeast,
north of Seattle.
Oh, other side of the country. Sorry,
yeah.
Washington State, not Washington D.C.
Yeah, I'm way in the far northwest.
Oh, lovely, lovely. Really, kind of very green, very rural,
very green, and there's I'm 6 or 7 blocks from the marina, so. It's very maritime kind of vibe. So, and where are you?
I'm in the southwest of England, so just outside of Bristol. So it's
okay.
Yeah, so it's not bad, but wet today. But yeah, no, Washington State looks beautiful, absolutely lovely up there.
And this is and Paul over here, also in England.
Hi.
Yeah, in London.
I need to wave at the camera. I should know how to do that by now.
Yeah, he's being an audio guy.
Made the mistake of getting a great big screen because when we did the chat, we did a Patreon chat after the last show.
Yeah.
And because I didn't realize it was happening, I got my phone out, did it on my phone. I think there was about 9 of us in it. And everyone was about the size of my little fingernail.
Yeah.
And so I thought, get a bigger screen. But now you can see me. It's like I can see you, DJ, over there.
Yeah.
And Steve's over there. So I'm having to kind of just ignore you all and just look that way.
200 screen.
Yeah, I'm in South London, and I work in audio.
So, Brent, I remember you on the Takeover Tuesday last week because you said, and I was driving to work as I was listening to it. I said to DJ on the show on Tuesday. So I'm driving to work and I'm listening to you guys, and you have the most soothing voice. It's you, Shane, and David Attenborough have the most soothing voices ever. So I'm driving in.
Really?
Yeah. And as I was driving, I'm thinking to myself, it's great. But something woke me up as I was driving in. I think it was about the time you said, I hate home theater.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
You said
did I say I hate home theater?
Yeah. What it was in context.
Why did I?
But I was cracking up.
Why would I have said that?
I don't know.
I go on rants and I kind of lose track of my.
Yeah, it's like I gotta.
But I love home theater. I mean, I kind of sort of got my start in home theater. I was one of the. I mean, there were hardly. I think Stereo Review was like barely covering it. I did the first review of a THX system. I did the first review of a horizontal center speaker. Well, okay. The thing is, everything was so primitive back then, and the rules had not been established, and there's an awful lot that they got right, and they sort of established rules that are commonplace now, but back then it was pretty mind-boggling. I thought that for music they were pretty. That was the old ones with the real beamy, the 2 tweeters that really kind of beamed, which was not. It can be done well. It generally wasn't, and but they had like good subwoofers, and they had and the vocal clarity was excellent. So they were competing with hi-fi speakers back then people didn't even have there were only a couple of like, horizontal center speakers that even existed. And so for the time, it was great. They got a lot better. I think once Laurie Fincham took it over, it got a lot better. And that's, Laurie Fincham, the very famous, Kef designer for decades. He kind of took the good and got rid of the kind of sketchy stuff. And that's when it really got good. So anyway, but yeah, where were we talking about?
Just talking about the THX, the first review of the THX stuff.
Oh no, I was talking about even before that. Why did I say I hate home theater?
That's I'm actually looking up.
I think it was tongue in cheek. In fairness, Brent. Yeah.
No, you were saying like you haven't seen a lot of movies you like. You don't like movies anymore.
Oh, okay. That's the problem. I don't hate home theater. I hate most movies that are out nowadays. Although Steve has given me several suggestions here, which I have to jump on right away, which I will certainly at least try for a little bit. And that's a problem in that there's so much content out there, and it used to be like, oh, there was a new Spielberg movie, and that was a big deal. And there were probably 20 big deal home theater movies in a year, and now what are there? A zillion, trillion, quadrillion.
That's what someone was talking about earlier tonight, whatever time it is.
Yeah.
was saying how they release like a teaser trailer 6 months ahead of the release of the movie.
Yeah.
But you sort of, with the sheer quantity of movies being released now, you sort of kind of explains why you can't do it unless it's a massive tentpole.
Yeah.
Like the Indiana Jones, the last Indiana Jones movie. Trailer for that came out very early. I remember that.
Yeah.
And it was a great trailer, and it got everyone really hyped up for it. But you couldn't do that for every single film that comes along. No one would be able to keep track of, of what was happening.
We've definitely got more, more content, more stuff. I mean, again, we talk about the House of Dynamite. I mean, this is a Catherine Bigelow movie. She's an Oscar-winning director. It's not a low-budget movie, although it is the sort of mid-budget that, of course, back in the day would have hit theaters, but now it does go to streaming. But if someone like Catherine Bigelow is making movies that go to Netflix, then we really are inundated with quality. I mean, that's an Oscar-bothering movie, hopefully. Because it's so good, and we're all in agreement now. Hopefully that it's good. Now we've got rid of the naysayers, Deej.
Yeah, exactly.
We definitely have a lot, so it can be tricky. I mean, Deej and I were only talking top 10 experiences of the year, physical and streaming, because there's so much, which we're not going to do. But there is so much around that it does, it does lend itself to that. But yeah, I mean, we're going to struggle this year with just 10. I mean, there are so many. I mean, there are 3 like in my top 10 that are all streaming. Between House of Dynamite, F1, although the disc is coming, and another one to see, Brent, K-pop Demon Hunters.
I've tried. I even like K-pop. It was just like, what's going on? I'm too old. I'm really too old. Do you actually like that?
Do you know what I got? Yeah, I did. In spite of myself, as a 50-something, male, I nevertheless, in spite of myself, did rather enjoy it. I thought the music was fun, and again, it just looked banana. I did enjoy it. Again, I almost in spite of myself. But it was, it was good. So there's just so many, and then with all the discs and everything else, and of course at this time of year they all start, the big blockbusters from the summer start hitting disc over here. And so in the last week I've seen Fantastic Four, the new Jurassic Park, all these kind of movies that are now hitting, and that in all the schlock. So yeah, it's plenty to see.
Yeah. Also, I can't sort okay, there's a new Jurassic Park. How many Jurassic Parks have there been?
7.
How do you sort them all out in your mind? There's so many franchises now, and I can't all those Marvel the MCU movies. it's like I start watching. I'm like, wait, did I see this before? And it's so much of the same stuff.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, to me, I saw Elm Street movies, which is.
So, guys, just to interrupt just briefly, I'm just going to mute myself. So I've got a call coming in, so I'm just going to mute myself and I'll come back on.
So
2 seconds.
talking about the Nightmare on Elm Street box set that just came out last week, I think. 7 movies in one box.
Yeah.
And Steve and I are pretty much in agreement in that there's 2 good ones and then 5 that we're just sort of not going to buy. So I feel kind of the thing about Jurassic Park, Jurassic World, unfortunately. I think 1 and 3. Actually, there we go again, 1 and 3.
Yeah,
Jurassic Park and Jurassic Park
and
3, and then the rest I can kind of, I've seen them enough to, to just leave them alone.
Yeah,
now.
I like the one where the two T-Rexes like bite the same guy and rip him in half. I like that. That was a memorable moment. But like other than that, it's like, okay, here's some other dude. Wait, there was a dude from the movie with the little raccoon guy, and the tree.
Oh, Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah, there was that dude.
Oh yeah,
Mhm.
he's
One of them.
yeah, he's in the last 3. He's in all of the
Yeah,
worlds,
okay.
Batista,
And then-
Jurassic worlds. Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know. It's just there's so many of these. I just can't sort all these things out. It's like the Harry Potter movies. It's like I can't. I'm scared to watch any of them because I can't tell if I've seen it or not until maybe even when it's done. They're just all so similar, and
Yeah. Yeah, that's
But,
another that's a franchise I never really got into. I watched them, but I was like, I'm not big into that fantasy type stuff anyways, and never really got into that. They're good home theater experiences. They're all like on disc, they're all DTSX, and they're like, they look great, they sound great. Lots of stuff to talk about in that aspect, but story-wise, those never grabbed me.
Yeah.
It's one of the first Harry Potter is one of the few movies I've yearned to walk out of in the cinema.
Wow.
Because it had such a massive level of hype, and everyone was telling you had to go and see it and how great it was, and so me and a friend went to see it, and we both sat there, and at the end of the movie we just went, "Did you like that?" And my friend went, "No, did you?" "No." And then I said, "To be honest with you, I kind of wanted to leave." And he said, "Well, so did I. I only stayed because I thought you wanted to stay." And I'm like, "I only stayed because I thought you wanted to." Oh dear. So it's pretty rare that have I ever walked out of a movie? I'm not sure
I've
I
never
have
walked
actually.
out of a
I don't think
movie.
I've ever walked out of one. I've wanted to walk
have.
out of 2.
Me too. I've walked out of plenty.
Oh yeah.
Plenty.
Walk out a lot.
Yeah.
What movie did you walk out the earliest in?
I'm trying. I mean, the one I remember that always links to mine was Rob Zombie's Halloween 2, I think it was, where I just was like, I've had enough of this. This is just rubbish, and I walked out. I walked out of RoboCop, the remake as well. I walked out of that, but that was kind of about an hour and a bit into it, and yet. Again, Deej, you will know this and have since seen it again a number of times and actually quite like it. I don't love it. It's nowhere near as good as the first one.
No.
But it was, I've learned to appreciate it for its differences rather than its kind of, anything else. But that was in Leicester Square as well, Paul. So that's having paid, 20 odd quid or whatever it was for a ticket and then walked out. So, it had to have upset me.
What have you walked out of, Brent?
Okay, the quickest I walked out of, there was a girl I was dating. I was the editor of Home Theater Magazine, and I was actually dating someone who worked for me. It was probably a bad idea. It was a bad idea, but it turned out to be a very bad. I didn't get in trouble for it, but it was bad from an emotional standpoint. And it was Lost in Space, the one that had Matt LeBlanc. Yeah, is that the one with
God,
the guy from Friends? And we watched like the opening scene of it. And she turns to me, she says, "You want to go?" I'm like, "Yeah."
Yeah.
The opening scene. The opening scene.
Just after the opening scene,
Right.
it was just so stupid that she wanted to go, and I was like, absolutely. I still never watched it, and I've watched that opening scene a few times more, but because it's really from a home theater standpoint pretty good. But I mean, just the the dialogue was just so stupid, and it was just so obvious it was stupid. And so yeah, that was whatever that was, not 10 minutes.
Oh,
that was Matt LeBlanc's big bid for movie stardom, wasn't it?
After Friends.
After Friends.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Quite
It's
going to plan.
I think I've seen it once. I didn't see it in theaters. I think I saw it on DVD. I want to say, yeah.
What, you telling me people didn't want to see Joey lost in space? Yeah, this is some marketing disaster right there.
Yeah.
Did you see the Netflix had a remake of Lost in Space? They did a series.
Yeah, 2018. Yeah, that's on here as well. Yeah, on IMDb. Yeah,
I think I watched about 2 of them, and then sort of.
It's more of a sci-fi, like legit sci-fi type movie or show where it had a decent home. I was the same way. I started watching it. I don't know why I didn't stick on to it, but it was pretty good. Home theater wise, it was pretty good. But yeah, for one reason or another, it's like just didn't stick on to that one. But yeah, I remember that one.
So Brent, can I ask, because you talk about the Bride of Frank, which I'm fascinated by, and I've still got it here in front of me, which is why so did you work on many movies, or was it just that one?
Just that one. And by the way,
no, he's got a fair play. Look, it's so cool.
VHS tape. Awesome. It was released on, I can't remember who put it out. It was some Sub Rosa or something, and I also have the Butter Sound encoder. Right here, and you can see all the inputs designed by me, and I only fried one speaker in the process. I was still learning circuit design at the time, and I really didn't know what I finally got it to work, but I didn't know what I was doing, and but it does work. It's a miracle, and I haven't fired it up in probably 25 years, but I never threw it away.
That is very, very cool. And so, how come it was one and done? Any reason why you then thought, I'm gonna?
Well, it's actually quite a sad story. The guy who did it, he won I was working for Video Magazine, and he won. We had a video contest every year, and the prize, it was a kind of a scam on Video Magazine's part, because like 3M tape.
We're getting all the goods here, Deej.
Well, it was like it was just the editor of Video Magazine came up with, and the PR guy for 3M, which made videotape.
Yeah.
They came up with this scheme so that like 3M would pay for them to do an all expenses paid luxury trip to the IFA show, right? And they couldn't figure out a way to do it except if they had this video contest that could be the prize. Okay. So it the prize was you get to go to IFA with the editor of Video Magazine, this PR guy from 3M, and this guy won, but the editor in chief died, and so I got to go to the trip, and I got to hang out with this guy in Germany, and this guy Steve Ballett, who lived in Brooklyn, and I was in Manhattan at the time, and he kept talking about wanting to make this movie, and I said, well, I could help you, and I test camcorders and video editing equipment all the time, and so it's a good workout for me, and so it took 3 or 4 years to finally get the whole thing done. It was all done on a shoestring budget, literally with camcorders, and just trying to eke out like every last little kind of bit of quality that we could. And he finished it, and he anyway, I'm kind of going on too long about it, but he really tried hard to get a theatrical release, which is like, wait a minute, you shot this on a camcorder and you want to get a theatrical release. And he really was heartbroken that he couldn't get a theatrical release. He did get it out on video, and once some of the sort of underground video guys, the chiller horror type people, glommed onto it. Like I said, it was in a lot of independent film festivals and all over the world, like Italy, in the UK, I think I want to say Germany, all over the US. It was released in, I want to say 6 or 7 different languages. There was a Thai release. Weirdly enough, but he was so sort of heartbroken that I was like, dude, you did this crappy movie for nothing, and you got all these festivals, and all these people love it, and so let's do another one. I even told him, look, I will quit my job as editor of Home Theater Magazine back then. I will quit my job and devote my life to working on your movie. And I just couldn't talk him into it. He just was so worn down by the whole thing and so kind of heartbroken that he didn't get a theatrical release on his stupid camcorder movie, which I just couldn't. But anyway, so that's the whole story. And,
I mean, like I said, I can see. I mean, again, it's got actually really decent reviews. I mean, I'm going to track this down. I'm going to find this. This has got to be here somewhere online. It must be.
It was on. There was a DVD release.
Oh, so you're saying you can rent or buy on Amazon.
Oh, sold. Right. Okay.
I'm wondering if you can. Let's see. That's what IMDb is saying on DVD. Yeah.
What's the home theater experience like, Brent?
Well, it's in Buttersound. So if you
awesome then.
If you just put it on, Dolby. Do they even? I don't even think they use the ProLogic brand anymore. Whatever Dolby surround thing or whatever. Hang on. Whatever
decodes matrixed.
Yeah, Matrix. It's Matrix. Yeah. So you will hear he didn't use it a lot. He used it a few times. It's the trailer. It opens with the Buttersound trailer.
Buttersound trailer.
I kind of gotta get that. Just
Buttersound, inspired by the THX. That's on YouTube. Yeah, the Buttersound.
Put it on my pre-show.
Yeah,
it's on Amazon
instead of the DTS trailer. I'll use your
trailer. Yeah, it's I gotta say the Buttersound trailer I animated it on a Commodore Amiga computer, and
it's good enough for Babylon 5.
And I used I did the soundtrack on a Chapman stick, which I happened to play at the time, and which is an obscure instrument nobody knows about.
Oh yeah,
and I needed a chorusing effect, so I actually used the Buttersound encoder to go into a THX surround sound encoder and came out of there with the THX what was it called? Decorrelation, which is basically just a chorus, a chorus stomp box. And so I used that to get the sound effects, and I'm quite proud of the trailer.
Well done.
Yeah, I mean, you could buy it. Yeah, you could rent it on Amazon. You can buy it as well. £26 for the DVD. It's available.
30, I have 31, no 30.98 over here for the DVD.
The special limited edition.
Yeah, I have no idea who. So Steve, the guy who made it, passed away about I guess 12 years ago. A lot of people. There was sort of a Bride of Frank curse that really a lot of people who were involved with it died shortly after. It was very strange. But anyway, you can read the reviews fluctuate between saying it's the greatest movie of all time to saying it's just the most atrocious, unwatchable thing ever. So
yeah, the tagline says too disturbing to watch, too compelling to turn away.
Yeah, well,
you had me at hello.
Yeah, well, if you like sleazy movies, this is really sleazy.
All day long.
Really sleazy.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I'm reading one of the reviews on Amazon. It's like, this is one of the most amusing movies I've ever seen. Goes on, this is what movie making is all about. And at the end, it's like, I know I've prayed to the great movie God during movies. Please, please go there. A movie really does. This one does. This movie also boasts some truly excellent dialogue. You will laugh. You will be repulsed. You will be shocked. Thank you, Bride of Frank.
Wow.
That's a review from Mr. S. Spielberg of Amblin Entertainment.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Well, I did the special effects, all the special effects, which are really, it's mid 1990s special effects, and I did, what else did I do?
Here's a review for you, Steve.
One scene, but I just basically I held the lights for him. I shot some of the scenes. We just went out every weekend and rounded up random crews of people and shot stuff and made it up all the night before the shoot.
So here you go. This is right up Steve's alley. The title of this review, A Demented Masterpiece, an homage to the working man disguised as an exercise in sickness and depravity. That's the first line of the review.
Yes.
Is this a review of the movie or a review
It's
of
a
my
5-star.
personality?
It's a 5-star review.
Steve
An
George
homage
written
to the
all over
working man disguised as an exercise in sickness and depravity. Like, there you go.
There you
I'm
go.
sold. Cha-ching.
I'm
5
there. I'm
stars.
there. If I wasn't there
Empire.
before, I am now.
Oh my God.
Well, I'm happy to get it some little tiny bit of attention because it, it has not. It got a lot of attention. What was it, 25 years ago or whatever? But
yeah,
it's kind of faded into the woodwork, I guess.
Oh man,
Oh, well. There's a lot of movies out there. It needs to have a Netflix release. I hope Netflix is watching. If Netflix is watching, call me. I might be able to figure out who has the rights to it. I might. I don't know.
Don't sell yourself short, Brent. Don't go with Netflix. Let's have Criterion. That's what we really want. And a huge extra features and documentaries all about it. That's what we need.
Oh God, I'll tell you, Steve would crawl out of the grave if that happened. He would actually come back to life. Because that's honest to God, that's what he imagined.
Yeah.
Every filmmaker does, doesn't they? Everyone that makes their movies. So. And then the original, your first movie is your absolute baby, isn't it? It's the one you've probably got the most creative control on. It's the one that has been in your brain forever, because no one just wakes up one morning and goes, I'm going to make a movie today. And so if it's your first one, it's the one that you're most connected to. So I mean, it's good to hear that, though, isn't it? Rather than he just didn't care, that he has wanted to make it and then was so crushed by the lack of this theatrical release that he then couldn't kind of reconcile that and went away from it.
Yeah. I tried so hard to steer him more towards like a realistic point of view, and I said this is like someone composing a symphony and recording it on micro cassette. It's like and then trying to get it distributed. It's just
that's how John Williams started out.
But it's like he would have had a calling card, and he just didn't want to do it anymore. And
I wonder if maybe he would. Yeah, I wonder if 96 then. So if we put that into context, we had our video nasties era in the 80s where you had your Texas Chainsaw Massacre, because of course that was a student movie and everything else. So we had the 80s. I think in the 90s, I mean, it was before Hostel and those kinds of movies. So I wonder if it was a little bit ahead of its time. It just kind of came at the wrong time. Had it come out in the early 2000s, when we had Hostel 1 and 2 and Martyrs and, and these other movies where the phrase, it's a horrible phrase, but, torture porn became popular. I mean, it did. I mean, rightly or wrongly.
Yeah.
Rightly, obviously. But rightly or wrongly. So when that then came, and I wonder if then that movie, had it hit at that time, might have then been taken up, because people like Eli Roth, Quentin Tarantino,
I think so.
Guys, and of course they all established their own movie festivals to show movies like this. I mean, Tarantino's a big fan of obviously grindhouse theater and movies, and that's kind of where this sounds like it had its roots.
Oh yeah, totally, yeah.
So they would have then championed it and probably got it into some theaters, and festivals.
And if we had waited 5 years, we would have had DV cameras or high def cameras even, and we shot it on Super VHS. So there was no, and he tried film looking it and all this kind of crap, and it was edited with 2 VCRs. So I mean, any of us could make a vastly better, in terms of quality, movie with just our phones now and with video editing software that's free. So it was way ahead of its time. Had we waited 5 years, you're right. That's a really good point. It could be sitting there on whatever, Netflix or something, raking in a few bucks here and there.
Yeah. Well, Eli Roth Presents, The Bride of Frank, that kind of thing. They loved all that stuff, and again, Grindhouse was nothing if not an attempt to go back to these kinds of movies. I mean, Death Proof and Planet Terror, and things like it's exactly what this is.
About those earlier today.
Oh, okay.
We were huge fans of that stuff.
Yeah,
the first Robert Rodriguez movie, El Mariachi.
Oh yeah.
That was, he shot that on 16. and on super low budget, and he got a theatrical release, but it was shot on 16, and 16 was way better than super VHS, for God's sake.
Yeah. Yeah, well, quite they did. Yeah, so I mean, again, these are the kind of the shoestring filmmakers. I mean, again, Kevin Smith, with Clerks. I mean, a different kind of movie, obviously, but again, that would have been around this time, at 95, 96. So that would have been around that time. Where he sold his Laserdisc collection and maxed out his credit cards to get enough money to then film it, and filmed it with his friends in the place that he worked because he could use that. Yeah. No, man, I'm definitely going to see it, Brent. You've sold a ticket to this one. I'm
thrilled. I would be so thrilled if you saw it. I'd be so happy. Well, you can
look out for the review on the Bright Side Home Theater podcast. Yeah.
Well, I will. I can't believe it. It's actually, I have to say, it's going to be in. I haven't gotten. A guy called me up out of the blue a year ago and wanted to interview me about. It's apparently still has some fans out there. And he was gonna.
Well, it's about to get more.
Good, 3 or 4 more. He interviewed me about it, and we went back and forth with email for a couple months, and really went in depth. And it's coming out in one of these chiller horror, fanzine things.
Mm-hmm.
And supposedly it finally went to print. And he's sending me a copy, so. It still exists out there in some kind of.
Well, like I said, it's on Amazon here. I mean, the DVD is available to buy on Amazon. You can rent it. You can buy it.
I'm really shocked. I should buy a DVD. I don't think I even have a DVD. I think I gave away my last one.
I think the VHS is a collector's edition, Brent. By the looks of it, it's very cool.
Yeah, but I don't have a VHS
player.
There must be a master of it somewhere. Where's that edit master? I assume it was cut onto another SVHS tape.
I think.
Well, it was bounced onto.
It was cut onto SVHS, but it was digitized eventually. Right. And I think. I want to say there was a Betacam master of it somewhere, and because I think you kind of had to have a Betacam master at some point. This is the 90s, and so I know there's. I'm not sure if it was DigiBeta or just regular Beta. So
because
I don't know
with Topaz and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Topaz AI, sort of AI.
Oh yeah. It's
video
really quite
deinterlacer.
Good.
You could hack it into shape so that it was actually.
It probably would look well. I'll tell you what, you have to watch it and then tell me if you think it can be hacked into shape. Because he definitely tried, but it's just. We're talking about 240, vertical. No, what 240? No, VHS was lines. SVHS was.
It's always 480 this way.
525 lines vertical.
It's horizontal resolution that changes.
Yeah, the horizontal.
So SVHS was about 400 lines, 380, 400 lines this way, and standard VHS was 240.
Yeah, and then going through 3 generations probably.
Yeah, that's the problem. If it was always an analog copy, you want to get back to that first original edit that was done onto SVHS.
Yeah, I'm sure it's just long gone now.
It's long. The oxide is long fallen.
Well, there's a digital version of it somewhere because, like I said, you can rent it and buy it.
Yeah,
it's been transferred by somebody. Someone owns the rights to it. So
there's a guy. It was on Sub Rosa Video. And there's a guy named Ron Bonk who apparently specialized in these kind of movies and had made several of his up on his own. Really nice guy, but that's all I remember. So he probably has the rights to it.
It's a bit of a British euphemism, but the surname Bonk in the UK is also meaning to let's say aggressively cuddle your other half.
Yes.
Really? Funny. That's hilarious.
So a schlocky sort of
video
producer.
Cuddle. I've never heard it that way.
It's early on a Sunday, Deej. It's early on a Sunday here anyway. Well, there too, in fairness.
I call it late on a Saturday, but okay.
So have you wrapped up your Halloween viewing, Steve? Are we done with Halloween?
I'm never done with horror
titles. No. Are we done with? Just let us know when we're done.
Yeah, Martyrs. I'm going to talk about on Tuesday. And again, Brent, that would be one worth seeing. And again, if if your interests lie in this one, Martyrs is a French movie from 2007, 2008, which was inspired by Hostel, but it is a movie that has. It's a French movie, so it has its sights on something more worthy than the typical, again, Eli Roth specials, that kind of thing. But it is worth seeing, and that's one I'll be talking about on Tuesday. And I had that recommended by Dom, who's one of our listeners who's in France, and he's been telling me forever, you need to see this movie. And that's been given a big Masters of Cinema release, with all kinds of bells and whistles and everything else. So that's one still to go, Paul. But I'm always on the lookout for another horror movie. And we know that coming soon is going to be a review of The Bride of Frank. That one is 100%. I'm telling you, it may be later today if I can fit this in between police stations, but it's going to be very soon. I need to see this.
Yeah, I can't get it over here. I'm looking for a DVD and it's all like one available. You click on it, it's not available.
Okay.
It's $30 to buy it, but yeah, I'm trying.
I've got to see it. Got to see it. I need to see this now. My appetite has been thoroughly whetted.
Well, it sounds to me like you might actually enjoy it.
Yeah, it's my kind of movie.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I definitely need to see it. Yeah, it'll be great. But yeah, so in terms of horror movies, I think I'm always on the lookout for more. Paul, you know what I'm like. Halloween to me is a state of mind. It's not a time of year.
Yeah, it's a time. It's not a time of year. It's
I made a determined.
Although this year, on a bit of a whim, at just before midnight, I went with some others to one of the most haunted places in the world. Apparently, if you believe in this stuff, and I don't, but the people I was with did. And this is a place called the Ancient Ram Inn, which used to be a pub, and it's about half an hour away, give or take. And this place, again, one of the world's most haunted places. Apparently, it's an old pub where, from like the 10th century, and it's been built on this pagan burial ground. And so we went there just before midnight, just to have a little poke around and see what was there. Nothing went bump in the night, but it was quite, it's quite interesting to go. And if you're going to go, Halloween's the time to go.
So is it sort of abandoned, or has it been turned?
No, well, it's you can pay to stay there. You can stay overnight and stuff if you want to. I mean, I'm not bothered. It's not, I'm not, don't believe any of this stuff. But as I say, the people that I did were, and one of them wouldn't even get out of the car.
Can you still get a pint in there?
No, it's not. It's like an inn now. You can pay like money to stay overnight, and they do like ghost, experiences or whatever you want to call it. But it's pretty cool. And it looks the part. I mean, it looks like it's haunted.
Oh yeah.
But I think probably just by rats. But anyway,
have you guys over there ever heard of the Lizzie Borden story?
I have. Now that's not the Enfield one, is it? That's the Lizzie Borden was
the thing was like the axe murder, like gave her father 40 whacks, whatever. There was a rhyme with it. Supposedly she killed her parents with an axe. And it's in Massachusetts in Fall River. And it's supposedly that house is like haunted or whatever. And it's like, and my wife's into all that stuff, like the, whatever. So for her birthday one year, that's what I got her. I'm like, we're staying over. We're staying over in the house. So Lizzie Borden killed her parents. And you stay in a room. I slept like a baby. She didn't sleep at all.
No,
like wake me up with horror. But you take them up like, oh, this is where I think it was kids got killed in there or something. It was crazy. It was but it was supposedly this haunted house. It's this big thing. But you stay over, have dinner there. They tell you this whole story. Get up in the morning, go home. I was like, all right, let's go.
As long as you don't have to chop wood in the yard with an axe, you're all good.
Yeah.
It's but I told you, I'm sure I've said on this show, my Amityville horror connection. The Amityville house.
Yeah.
That's in your neck of the woods as well, isn't it? So Ron DeFeo Jr. Killed his parents and his kids with a shotgun, and he said that he'd been told to do it by the devil. Yeah. And then the Lutzes move in 30 days later, whatever it is, they move in and take it on, and then they claim the house was haunted and by this a pig called Jody who befriended the kids and all this stuff, and they fled the house in terror in within less than a month. So the shootings and the murders took place on November 13th, 1974. Guess what day I was born?
Oh,
Wow.
No way.
So yeah, I remember reading the book, and then when that came up, I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Slightly weird, but anyway. So yeah, that's my connection to the Amityville thing. The house has been knocked down now, I think, or it's been changed. You don't have the eye windows anymore. I think it's been done because they had so many people, visiting it. They changed it, but
they had to change it because too many people were stopping. I remember hearing that too.
It became a massive tourist attraction, and of course, people don't like all. Are you into that, Brent? Is that kind of thing that interests you, or is this because there must be loads of that up in the Washington state? There must be all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, honest to God, I had to. My boss at Wirecutter, that's where I work. My boss did an art is kind of into that, and he did an article about these ghost hunting devices that are basically kind of like theremins, like you get stuff close to it, it goes right. Like I got it like my dog would walk next to it and go right. Excuse me. And so he asked me to test them and evaluate them from an electronic standpoint. And explain how they work. And he's really into the ghost hunting thing, but he thought these devices were really stupid. So I went through the motions of trying to hunt for ghosts in my area. But everything was a ghost to that. It would just.
Did you walk around with this thing, just going, "Ooh, it's getting really spooky over here"?
I walked around to places. It just like I said, my dog would go next to it and go, "Bleh." And anyway, hey guys, I gotta get rolling. It's almost 2 o'clock.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, sorry, man.
So really nice hanging out with you guys.
Thanks,
you too, Brent. Nice to meet you. And we'll get you back on when we're doing our Bride of Frank documentary.
Yeah. Crazy.
I would so love to do that. So,
we need you for a director's commentary.
Thanks, Brett. Take it easy.
Guys.
Buddy. All the best,
buddy.
Bye.
So Brent leaves and Brett comes in.
Well, that's quite good news because otherwise, that's hard. Brett would, no one knows.
That's right.
Brett.
That would suck for the next hour, right?
Yeah. How you feeling, buddy?
I'm a little sick still, but making sure I at least hop on for a little bit to make sure I say hi and see what's going on.
Yeah, look at you. You got the hat going, rocking the hat. Yeah. Look at you.
You know what'll fix that, Brett? You know what'll fix that? Lots of whiskey. That'll fix you. That'll cure you.
Helped me last time.
Yeah. Oh my God.
It's like the 2-year anniversary of it.
2-year anniversary of Brett falling off the couch.
There we go.
Where'd you all go? Is all I heard.
Excellent.
Brilliant.
So, what do you got?
Are you getting over this fast, Brett? Do you know what it is?
I don't. I mean, I don't think it's COVID. I think it's just I think it's just exhaustion in all reality. But you just don't know. So I did a few 12-to-1 mornings, so starting at 8 and and running till 1 more or less, obviously a few breaks, but I think it's just work and stress and all that kind of stuff. So
take it easy.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Did you hear Todd saying that there were a bunch of people working at Cedia on the setup days at Cedia
with COVID?
And they were like, "Well, I've got work to do, so I have to carry on, don't I?" It's like,
I've known plenty of people that do that. It's
thanks a bunch.
Yeah. I've been lucky. I test before I go to make sure I'm clean from that perspective. But you don't know what you catch on the plane. You don't know what you catch. Shaking 600 hands. Over the course of 3 or 4 days, and and then flying back. So this year I was actually okay, because it wasn't on the floor quite as much, because we had our showroom.
You were offsite
in Golden. Yeah, so a good portion of the time. So, but even when I was out there for about a day and a half, I came back this year, no COVID, but the last 2, both times COVID.
Oh God!
And it was all just right at the end. So I mean, I know it was shaking hands. You know, you come back and you see the social media posts of all these people going, "Yeah, got COVID."
Yeah.
And I'm like,
Oh, yeah.
I remember shaking your hand.
Yeah.
Hey, what do you know?
Yeah.
2 days later, I got it.
So was your booth hermetically sealed this year?
That's right. That's
you had to get in. You had to actually.
That's right. Yeah, you have to
even-
actually, blow in the thing and 15 minutes. Come back when your response is negative.
Sensible.
No, it was interesting this year. So I've been building out training and education programs for a buying group in the industry called ProSource. And so they help a lot of the larger and mid-size custom install retailers and such to kind of help them out with it with a few different tools. And my tools that I develop happen to be training and education. So in this case, while the show is in Denver, Colorado, our headquarters are in Golden, Colorado. So about 40 minutes, outside of Denver. And so we ended up hosting a party on Wednesday. And then Thursday and Friday had people that could just come in. They could have meetings. We've got about 20 plus demo rooms that are in there now. And we can talk with clients about lighting and shades. And, I can show you the difference between a $30,000 theater and a $250,000 theater. And so it really is kind of a cool spot to be able to see kind of all the different interpretations of different rooms and what you get out of it. We actually now have 2 video conference areas. So again, even kind of showing some of the commercial side from that perspective, with some different types of microphone setups and things like that. And then we had the previous year we had upstairs, and then this year we gutted the whole downstairs. And so I now have a 15-person training center, so more for classroom style. That's upstairs. And then downstairs now I have a 25-person training area that then is modular, collapses up, and then I have 8 different stations where people can come in and learn how to hang TVs and speakers and all that kind of stuff. So so we're out there kind of setting it up. I got to swing out there probably at least twice more between now and New Year's. Just make sure everything gets dialed, and then we should be up and running in January of 26. Yeah.
Yeah, I was out. Here's some of the images when I was out there. This is
nice.
What this is like the.
That's a Denon Marantz room, I think, right? So.
Yeah, it's like it's got a new Epson projector in it.
New Epson projector.
I hear they're very bright.
Yeah.
That they are.
All the speakers are like behind, remember, and they're all lit up. They, so you can't see anything until they light them up, which I really liked. But yeah, this room was really cool. And you see the speaker through the screen. And you see.
They've used your seating, Deej, your new theater seating.
Yeah, like actual theater seats.
Actual theater seats, stuff.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Love them.
Yeah, these are some of the. This was the.
That's the JBL synthesis room.
Yep.
So JBL, JVC, and Savant remotes are the major ones, and then the screens is Stewart. So yeah, again, just another killer room with all the synthesis products in there, and again, same thing. You kind of lights up, so you can turn on the lights, and it'll show where all the speakers are. Kind of give everybody a quick look around. You can see how many and count through all the speakers. Killer JVC projector, and then well done in the room. You can see they put a lot of those are all dye sublimated graphics on the on the walls, so you get that sound coming through them just fine, but get a little bit of graphic in there as well.
Yeah.
There's a new word. I can't say I've heard of that one before. Dye sublimated. That's going to be my new word of the day. I'm going to use that in conversation. What does it mean, Brett? Just so I know.
There you go. Yeah. So dye sublimation is when they effectively put a graphic onto a fabric.
Yeah, it's like a fancier version of silk screening.
Correct.
Used to get
or if you look at how like your printer, so like think of
Yeah.
printer on paper, but in this case it's using those and your printer runs with droplets, right? That's how it does it very small. Same thing basically, but for fabric instead.
Okay. Right. Well,
So
that's it.
yeah. So because it saturates the cloth, it lasts a little bit longer and goes all the way through.
I like the word.
Sorry. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. No, sorry, Paul. I'm being facetious.
back in the 90s, before inkjets became all the rage, the best quality kind of digital printer you could get for the sort of print proofing and stuff was dye sublimation. And it was quite expensive, but the interesting thing about it was, well, interesting to me because I'm a nerd, but it was continuous tone. So instead of it being little droplets, it would the droplets, the dye would mix together, so you got a continuous tone sort of photograph.
Sure.
Rather than it being made up of lots of little points.
Yeah.
But it was quite expensive to run, and gradually, and suddenly Epson came along, and inkjet took off, and dye sub.
Yeah. It's definitely
out.
There's an upgrade to being able to print it that way. Versus printing on a vinyl or something else to it, but it works really well. Those are done by Acoustic Innovation, so Jay and Emily Miller's company in there.
I mean, we could only print anything up to A4 on our dye sub machine, so we couldn't have done an entire wall. Must
Too
be
much,
slightly different machine that does that.
Yeah. So this is the Focal room. So this has a projector-wise GTZ 380. Projector from Sony on a Stewart screen, and then with although you can obviously see the towers there, but with a full set of in-walls. So there's in-walls behind the screen, so acoustically transparent, and then they're using those the sections below where you can see the 3 spots. Those are the actual subs for each of those speakers in kind of an in-wall tower setup. So each one of those subs has 3 8-inch drivers in them, and then that's it. So
I don't know if you
as
can
of
see
now,
on YouTube, but you could see the circles here.
Oh, so these are Focal in-wall subs with 8-inch drivers. Okay.
With 8-inch drivers. So the idea in here obviously is a strong amount of smaller subs, but all packaged in wall that are basically matched to the to the rest of the drivers.
Great.
So
I like this room already.
Yeah, all the rooms are awesome.
It sounds great, especially when you put music in it. And then you get in. They have 2 sets, so you put in the Utopias, and it's phenomenal. And then like I said, they spend a good amount of time on it. This room sounds really, really good. I think the deep bass that so many people want, nowadays, like truly digging into the infrasonics. Maybe you don't get that all the way down there, but the bass itself, when you get into a car chase or any of those kinds of things, sounds super clean. And sounds a lot more accurate. It's just maybe not as chest thumping as some of the other rooms. The SVS room does very well for that, obviously.
The advantage being that you get to keep all your floor space, unlike this. So
yeah,
that's the SVS room.
Yeah, so this is the SVS
pinnacles
room
at one end doing like basically 2-channel. And then the other same room, you turn around like one, face one way is the pinnacles, and then these are what, the Titans?
Yeah, I think that's
the Titans, the mid-tier towers. And then are those the new subs too, or what are those subs they had? The SVS subs they had there.
Those are new subs.
The new SVS.
5,000? No.
They're new.
Just dipping out again, guys. We've got another call coming in. Just 2 seconds,
Okay.
guys.
Okay,
Right.
that's cool.
So these dealers that you're training,
yeah,
how many of them have demo facilities?
So,
because this is something else that came up today when we were sort of bemoaning the lack
That
of
you can't-
dealerships, and therefore
Yeah, you can't demo anything.
not that many opportunities to actually see or hear the kit that people are sort of lusting after. So people are kind of tending to sort of buy sight unseen or just on internet recommendation.
Or the idea of getting new people into home theater, and if there aren't places where people could wander in and know this exists, like how does that happen now?
Sure. So the general rule to the question, Paul, is that to be a ProSource member, there's two pieces that kind of come into it. So you have to have $1.5 million a year in sales. So that's just kind of setting the stage for, it's not just a small guy who started yesterday that, is walking in there. And then the other piece is that they are supposed to have a showroom. So, some of that has changed around a little bit in the past years. And some people, we really don't qualify a house as a showroom, but you're starting to get bigger and bigger places that are really designed to be, a fair showroom. But yeah, the general set would be that they have retail. Could be by appointment only, but that there is a place to go and be able to, like you said, be able to see the stuff. It's tough to make decisions like this off of what somebody randomly says, online, and their room is different than your room, and so and do you have anybody there to really answer the questions and all those kinds of things. So from the ProSource side, I mean, we've got a fair amount of different brands. So if anybody ever wants to, see where the closest demo is, and we have one, I mean, anybody's always welcome to reach out to me. You can reach me on my personal one at Brett@marketmaker.com. So MRKTMKR.com. That's Brett, BRETT. But yeah, so and we've got dealer locators and all those kinds of things. So, really the idea is we're a not-for-profit that's there to support the integrators and, make sure that they as small businesses are getting kind of the best, deals overall with some of the manufacturers. But then, of the 3 or 4 that are out there, what really separates us is the capability of doing education. So, online education for the people who want that. That's the easiest, freest thing to be able to get. And then different webinars that we'll host on different subjects, as well as in April, we'll kick off Academy, which are all 3-day courses. So we'll be teaching, like I mentioned, new tech training, hanging TVs, speakers, things like that, running wire. We'll host a project management 3-day training where we teach people how to be, mainly construction project management for jobs that are out there. And then we'll also have a kind of sales consultative training where we're teaching people how to understand the products and how to be able to talk about them, and trying to teach them, frankly, to be solid consultant, somebody that you want to talk to, right? Not just the sales guy who's trying to sell something, but realizing that I find that the best sales guys, the ones lower are very aggressive, and that doesn't really do any good. Nobody wants to keep working with somebody like that. But if somebody really knows his stuff, it's to be the people that we want to work with and that we worked with in the past, when more of those shops existed, where you could kind of go out there and ask questions and all that kind of stuff.
Guys, sorry to just butt in. That call is because they're ready at the police station with one of my clients, so I'm going to have to get going. And I've got 5 pending now. I've had 2 whilst we've been talking. So I'm going to get going, guys. So, Deej,
all right,
nearly there.
See,
all right,
appreciate
good to see you guys. Good to see you. All right, get well soon.
Thank you.
All right, and all the best. We'll talk soon.
All right. Later, Steve. Good luck. Later, buddy. Bye. Wow. Hey,
wow.
The day after Halloween. What do you expect?
There you go.
Yep. So
crime thing never takes a holiday, does it?
That's right. That's right.
Nope. Actually gets going on certain holidays.
I was going to say it probably spikes up a little bit.
Spikes a little around Halloween. So. Yeah, I should have planned
that's really cool about that sort of the sort of dealer training and stuff.
Yeah. I mean, if you I want to make sure I've been in that industry for 25 years now, and I'm passionate about it. I think that we still need it. I think consumers still want it. Obviously there's a lot of information that you can get on, Amazon and walking into Best Buy and, and all those kinds of things. But, they only know so much, and so, when you start getting into the higher end spots, or just a mid-end, kind of retailer or hybrid, then, the goal is to make sure that they actually know what they're talking about, that the consumer walking in doesn't know more about the products than they do. And so that's where, as we kind of pick who becomes ProSource members, and then what I'm building right now from scratch is really, if your person was green and brand new, tomorrow, doesn't know anything, doesn't even necessarily know all the tools, could be younger, could be whatever. How do you take them and put them on a career path for the next, 3 to 5 years to be able to kind of keep growing and look at this as a career and not just a, not just a job that they're doing. Yeah.
Because we're always discussing whether physical media, to focus on one particular area, but whether physical media is sort of dying out, and with it, tendency of people to go, oh, I'll just put a sound bar up because it's more convenient, and that everything is sort of contracting a bit from the heyday of home theatre, and it feels like there's a chance that it could start to push back the other way a bit.
Yeah, and it's interesting. So I was at Kaleidoscape from 2020 to 2023, and so what was interesting was, just like you said, that if I go back 10 years, audio had been kind of tapering down. Sound bars are becoming the good enough. And big tower speakers, people, in most situations don't want the big towers. And so it was definitely tapering down when we saw, I think, when everything kind of shut down with COVID, people weren't spending money on their vacations. And so they started maybe upgrading some stuff in their house. So we did see a spur in, and a bit of a spike in terms of, bookshelf speakers and, tower speakers and subwoofers. That's why for a while it was very hard to get parts, obviously because it couldn't get the chipsets, but also because the demand had been risen for a lot of those products.
I mean, if you go back 20 years, where I live in sort of very suburban South London, so it's not like a hot spot of anything in particular, but within 2 or 3 miles there were 2 sort of hi-fi home cinema dealerships where you could walk in, and they had, one store had 1 big demo room, the other one had 3, and that included CRT projectors, early widescreen LCD projectors, Yamaha, Denon, Marantz, Kef, B&W, Roxanne, all of those kind of pretty well-known, well-respected brands. And you could walk in off the high street and just pick up passing trade, and people would go, oh, what goes on here? And suddenly you'd be watching a Laserdisc demo or DVD demo on a big 8-inch CRT projector. And I know now we'd look at that and go, oh, good Lord, that's pretty rough. But at the time, people were blown away. I'd be in there, and people were walking in off the street just going, oh, wonder what's in this shop. And it's just, I'm coming out going, wow, wonder if, we could have something like that at home. Whereas now it's like, are people even aware that projectors exist? It's
well, I mean, as TVs get bigger, same thing, right? It's like you can do a lot with the big TV versus a projector. Obviously that creates its own audio issues and stuff, as well, and speaker placement. But yeah, the model keeps changing. I think
I mean, now there's more options than ever to get that sort of cinema in your home effect. Whereas, as we keep saying in the past, you had to have a projector if you wanted anything over
Sure.
about 50 inches.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whereas now there's a variety of ways, a variety of price points of getting something like that, and yet there sort of seems to be less interest in it, which doesn't seem to really tally.
And at the same time, we now have new generations watching TV on tablets versus watching it on those bigger screens, right? But I think a lot of it, people. I think you have two sets of of thought process when it comes to houses. People are either getting something smaller because it's so expensive they can only afford something smaller, then they don't have the extra rooms in the house, or you obviously still have these people buying bigger and bigger houses, depending on the monies that they have to be able to do those kinds of things. But the other thing that we see a lot of times is people not wanting the dedicated theater, but still sometimes allocating a space, what we call a media room.
Media space, yeah.
But sometimes they're still basically a theater, but
Sure.
you play games in it, or it just, in my mind, your chances are, if you have a dedicated theater, that is the best sounding room in your home.
Yeah.
It's relatively, it's managed in terms of echoes. You could have a quiet conversation in there, with somebody. You could, turn on some background music in there.
Yeah.
You can play video games on there. You can watch the latest just TV sports.
Yeah.
And you can watch
exterior noise is reduced and controlled. Interior noise isn't getting out. There's a lot more. It's just a lot more refined as opposed to a media space is open, might have some windows. It's not, it's more of I don't want to say, I guess I do, a warmer place, right? It's just a gathering place for people that, like, as Ara said when he was on earlier in the show, which was yesterday, he was like, that's where he's leaning, because once the lights go out and stuff, and it's like you have a big screen now, it's like you don't need the home theater around you. You're in a dark room and you have this, and that's the way you can do it, and it's more versatile, right? Whereas people like myself, it's like, I don't want versatile. I want that. I want to feel like I'm going into a theater, and there is still. I don't feel like. I think you and I have talked about this before, Brett, but it's like, I don't feel like the home theater community, like guys like myself, are going away. That's always been such a niche thing. I feel like where we're getting the added part is, instead of people coming in and doing what I do, now they're doing like the media space. So that's the added part to it. Whereas I don't know, maybe there are numbers and there's a way to track it, but I don't feel like I don't feel there's less home theater, dedicated theaters. I just feel like that's always been such a rare thing, to have a dedicated room in your house just to a theater. That's so rare. I think it still is. But now you also have people, instead of calling it your living room theater or whatever, it's now your media space.
Sure.
And where that, I think, is growing. Maybe the market for projector people, people will put a projector into a media space, as before you wouldn't consider that necessarily.
Well, I mean, Epson did a really good job of being able to talk about that with what C did the last 2 years, where they put out a 10,000 lumen product that shows off in daylight, and in a well lit room, and showing that you can still get your 150 200 inch screen, that's available all day long, and so not just when you turn all the lights off. So I think products like that, again, trying to go big, work well for it. The dedicated spaces, I'd be interesting. Again, there's not a ton of data. You could look at sales, I guess, and see what's going out. But, I also think that some people, in all reality, when their kids move out and they put in dedicated theaters, because that was an extra, room that they had at some point in there. And maybe that's tapering off a little bit as people are staying in their homes longer, because prices are so high, and I think there's a lot of stuff that comes in it. But like you said, DJ, it's always been a niche. It's we surround ourselves you know, and that's the fun of it. But we surround ourselves in an echo chamber of, you know, every you know, 90% of the people in this room have a, you know, a home theater, and then there's the arguments: is it a home theater if it's a TV on the wall, or does it
Right.
have to be a
Oh
projector?
yeah.
And you know, as you look at all these different things, but the reality is we're still a small group of people.
Yeah.
You know, even when you look at it and say, oh, you know, 100,000 subscribers and this and that, and it's like, well, you know, again, that's still a drop in the bucket versus how many people are in the US or worldwide, and you know, and all such things. So you know, I think you know, if the spaces are allocated, then you know, then there's always room for it, you know, whether it's a spare bedroom or whether it's, you know, an added on dedicated space above a garage or in a garage, or you know, wherever it ends up being. You know, it's you know, just trying to see where you can get the space in there, you know, and
Yeah.
projectors have gotten so much cheaper and so much better, let's say, for the same amount
Yeah.
of money. The fact that you can buy, you know, a laser projector, you know, in the 20s is just, you know, phenomenal, frankly. You know, and whether you're a JVC Sony guy, you know, or looking at an Epson with, you know, let's say higher lumens of brightness, um, you know, there's options depending on how big your room is, how far away from the screen you are, and what you're trying to
Yeah.
accomplish.
Your light control, everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's so many, and it's funny because you hear the people, or you know, read or whatever you want to call it, people worrying about his home theater dying. Is this going on? And I'm like, I just have a hard time thinking that it's dying when you go to, or not even go, just see the products that are coming. Like, you know, JVC is still working on the new, you know, updates and projectors and technology, and then Trinov and stuff. It's like, what are you talking about? Like, or even Denon Marant's coming out with a new line. You're just like, oh yeah, like I just mentioned, like the JVC, the higher end, and like a Trinov or a Storm, and it's like, oh, look at all these new innovations that they're not marketing. They don't come out with these innovations so they can market it to nobody. They're coming out with these innovations because they're reading a market.
Yeah.
And they're like, how do I tap into these people, and what do I get them to spend more money with me? Right. And it's like, there's passionate people out there, and how do these companies tap into their wallet? Right. Like, how do I get them to part with their money? And they're not trying to do this if they don't already. These aren't dumb companies. They're not reading the market going, all right, are we going to put some R&D into something that's never going to take off or never going to do anything? They have an idea. It's home theater is out there. It's just because we're so niche, it feels like that, you know, nobody is around you. Nobody I know knows about this. Okay. That doesn't mean nobody in the world does, you know?
Yeah.
And it amazes me. Like, you go to CD, you see all these products, and you're like, if it's dying, where are these products being sold?
Well, the thing that occurs to me actually is that we've always equated sort of home theater with physical media, whether it was Laserdisc or DVD or Blu-ray or whatever. And because streaming has come along and has sort of removed a lot of the market for physical media, we therefore think home theater is on the way out. But actually, maybe streaming is saving home theater. Maybe streaming is, you know, maybe that's the people that are buying all the sound bars and the receivers and the speakers, the people that subscribe to Netflix or Amazon or Disney or whatever, and suddenly realize, well, I've got all these movies on demand over the internet on this streaming box, and I've got my big TV now, but it just doesn't sound very good. So maybe I need to, and suddenly they're building a home theater system. It's just that they're not using physical media. So maybe that's it. Maybe we just live in this little bubble where we're sort of following Blu-ray and Kaleidoscope all the time. And actually all the action is just people are using Apple TVs or Rokus or something. But then augmenting it with a receiver and, 7.1, and suddenly, I can get Atmos. I get Atmos on, if I pay a bit extra on Disney, I get Atmos. I get over. And so they're doing all the stuff. They're doing all the stuff that we consider to be home theater. It's just they're not Blu-ray buyers.
Yeah. Well, did you want to say something, DJ?
Yeah. Oh, I was just going to say, like, I've recommended to people just starting out. Like, if you're just starting out and you've built your theater, and like, Rich Keefe was on earlier, and I helped him with his theater, installed his theater, and he's like, should I get a Blu-ray player? He used to collect, and we talked about it tonight. And I told him, I'm like, the way his theater, his setup, he's running like a middle of the road display. It's like a 75-inch TV, and he's got the SVS setup for speakers. What's the entry level one? It's really good, but Prime satellite system sounds great. It's a great home theater system, and I'm like, no, you don't need a Blu-ray player. It's like by the time you upgrade your stuff or you get to a point, you're not going to, this system is a really, really good system, but the difference between streaming to you and physical media isn't that, this system can't pull out that big of a difference. So you don't have the money and you don't feel the need. Well, don't dabble in it, because maybe you'll start to see it, and that's going to cause you to want to spend more money too. And then maybe someday streaming is going to catch up to that anyway. So you're just starting out, enjoy the streaming and let it go from there. And people have done that. I'd said the same thing to my son-in-law, but he's still, he's dabbling with some physical media here and there. But that's the bug,
Well,
that's part of it too.
no, I agree. And I think that, yeah, it all depends on when you started, right? Paul, you mentioned Laserdisc and then DVD, and I got,
Yeah, I'm old.
yeah, well, and and I got started, we'll say right after, like, you could find Laserdiscs and they were still out there, but DVDs were just coming out, right? And DVRs were just coming out, when I got into the industry, and um I find with some of this stuff, and let's say the home theater groups, where they start to get kind of like the 2-channel audiophile groups, where they really, they niche themselves because they don't want to listen to what anybody else has to say, right? It's the same where they're going to argue about cables, and what it does, or how these speakers work and this and that. And for a lot of people, we just want them to get engaged. If they get engaged, the more they get engaged, the more they'll start learning about this kind of stuff. But I think, to your point, Paul, for all these people that are out there on streaming, the amount of times I see in a home theater, a show or a podcast or any of these different things, where they're just bashing on streaming, and I'm like, I get it. But again, not everybody sees the difference. Not everybody's going to hear the difference. And if you want to get people engaged in this and keep this industry healthy and keep these things coming, then it's got to be about the fact that it's easy and it's fun, and I'm enjoying watching my movies, and now I have a group of people that I can enjoy those with. And I think that's the same as the projector versus large LED model, where it's like, okay, oh, though that doesn't count. You have an 83 or a 97 103-inch, just as big as somebody else's projector, but they're like, oh no, it doesn't count, that's not a theater because it doesn't have a projector.
Yeah.
And I think it's unfortunate, because that's where it does get into do people need something bigger and better? But I do think in there, Paul, that we know with flat panels, like when I used to sell CRTs, 36-inch Sonys, 40-inch Sonys, God, those things were heavy. And so, but the speakers were big because there was plenty of space for it. Now you're getting these things where these, TVs are like this deep, and so the speakers for the most part are, cheap and tinny, and they're expecting that you're going to buy a sound bar of some sort. And so I think that's where, that sound bar is a first logical step for somebody. Sure, we'd love you to buy, 13 different speakers and da 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 da. If you're in these groups, that's what we're going to recommend over a sound bar. But the reality is that sound bar is going to still give you, especially with the sub, some better sound to it, right? And better bass reinforcement. So when you do watch that movie, you're going to be like, wow, that actually sounds pretty good, but I'd like to have it do more. And that's where you start seeing that upgrade bug that we all
Right.
get, no matter what you bought.
Yep. Yep.
You know, and I think that's really where you start people with it is, great, but again, if we're always bashing people in the, in the, Reddit stacks and everything else that, soundbars suck and there's this and that and there's no,
Yeah.
you don't get Atmos. Well, like, look, we all know that these little tiny little speakers aimed upwards and you have no idea what the ceiling looks like. I've got a coffered ceiling in my house. And so, again, you can't control it. Absolutely. That is not the same Atmos experience as having, four speakers set properly,
Overhead.
in your ceiling overhead. Um,
But of course, it might
but
be a stepping stone. The
well, and
soundbar.
that's how I look at it.
Because
It's like,
someone's gone out and gone, well, I must have an Atmos. I want one of these Atmos sound
Yeah.
bars because I've heard about Atmos and that sounds cool. And they get used to it and they listen to it and they go, it's all right. And then maybe they experience Atmos at a friend's house or something with actual top speakers and go, oh, is that what Atmos is supposed to sound like? And suddenly
right.
they're thinking about changing their soundbar. Suddenly they're thinking, I'm not really getting the full experience here, am I? I could do better than this. And so you're actually drawing them into home theater via soundbars. It's not that, we always think of people dumbing systems down and putting soundbars in instead, but actually the soundbar is an upgrade from just the TV's built-in sound, and you never know, they may go from the soundbar to a full system. So it was the same with streaming. I remember when streaming came along about 2005, I'm going to say, Netflix really started getting going. Certainly in the UK it did. And and the people that were getting excited about it were not home cinema fans. They were just ordinary TV viewers who might have had Sky satellite or might have had cable and suddenly went, oh my God, I can get TV programs over the internet with this Netflix thing. And then suddenly they're doing movies and so they're sort of being drawn into the idea of having movies on demand, I see streaming as a sort of benefit to the industry rather than the thing that's killing it,
Yeah. No,
it's giving people more of a reason to upgrade their audio. You see, Netflix doing these original movies that have great production quality, home theater production quality that you're like, oh my God, I want to get the most out of that. The idea of like you said, Paul, like a soundbar being a stepping stone. If somebody is buying a soundbar or thinking of buying one, they're already thinking, well, I need better than those speakers, right? I need better than the TV speaker. So they're already looking to upgrade right away. And sometimes that's right when they think about it, right? Like I've gotten the question, like I'm thinking of getting a soundbar or this, or do I go a whole home theater? So they're already thinking of that, which means they're going to most likely have the bug, which, it'd be like, if you want to upgrade in the future, I would say don't do a sound bar because that's a one and done. Like you might upgrade your sound bar later, but you're not tweaking the system. You're done. Whereas you buy a good receiver, a good set of speakers, maybe you can upgrade your speakers, upgrade your something like that. There's more room to upgrade and grow the system from there. But some people, they'll get the sound bar and they're just happy with that. And that's one and done. And that's all they needed.
I mean, probably if they don't want a sort of full blown home cinema receiver and stuff now, they probably wouldn't have wanted one back in 1998 either.
No.
Yeah.
So, haven't really lost anything,
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope. And I think it just gets them involved in a hobby, whether or not you consider it a hobby at that point or just TV watching. But I think it's still, if they get interested, we still need people getting interested in movies, right? I mean, that's what, there's some amazing TV shows and I'm a big fan of that. Sometimes because you can get more out of an 8 or 10 episode, kind of setup than you can in 2 hours from character development. But, we still want the big movies in the theaters and all of those. And that means that people have to be spending money on this kind of stuff, and so, whether it's streaming, physical, Kaleidoscape, in the movie theater, I think it's important to kind of keep that moving along. And I think that's that's where sometimes I see, the home theaters dying also comes into the physical theaters, right? Where they're seeing fewer people going into the theaters. The theaters, I read an article just the other day where it was, theaters are only running at 3 to 5 people in a room, at any given showing. And so then that just doesn't make a whole lot of sense for them to be able to do that. So, so it's
you can't
interesting.
sustain a business with that.
No,
At all.
And that's where they talk about, they should be renting them out more for corporate, or, do the studios need to change how they're doing things because, the studios want X amount of money, for that theater, and so it's like, or should you just make it so that I can rent this room out for $500 for a couple hours and play a movie, and and have 30 or 50 of my closest friends, or 150 of my closest friends, and I think
have you seen the Metro Cinema in New York City? That's exactly what they're doing. I think they've built 20 rooms.
Yeah.
And I think the biggest capacity of any room is about 25 people or something. So they're all really small.
Sure.
And then you book the room and you tell them what movie you want to see.
Yeah.
And you just sort of bring your friends in, and they'll do dinner as well. I mean, obviously, this is a real New York City thing, because no one's going to get in and out there for less than 80, 90, $100 a head.
Sure.
But they seem very confident that it's working. They've opened, it's all happening. And they have proper chefs come in, and they'll do themed food for whatever movie you're watching.
Sure.
And it's become like a sort of boutique movie experience. And I can imagine it might not work in West Baltimore, but but it does feel like I've never really understood the economics of running a commercial cinema. I mean, back in the 60s and 70s, if you could fill 100-seat theater every Friday and Saturday night, then I get that. But that doesn't, apart from the sort of blockbusters for one weekend, that just doesn't seem to be happening anymore.
No,
well, you don't have to go back that far, though. I mean, you go back to the look at the Marvel movies, that some of them were doing $1 billion, right? But then even go back to the early 2000s, and you had, the Lord of the Rings movies, and they're bringing in big money. It's water cooler talk. It's like, have you seen that? We just don't have that anymore, right? And it's like the water cooler talk now isn't about the movie. It's, when are you seeing it? Are you going to see it in the theater, or have you seen it yet? No, I'm going to wait until I get it at home.
For it to come on stream.
And at least that's in our circles. Yeah. But even talking with other people that aren't in this, they're just not even going. It just doesn't feel like I don't know. It just doesn't feel the same. And I don't know. I wish, and I would definitely be the first person to say, oh no, it's the same. We're just older, so we're seeing it differently now.
Yeah, I don't think
but
so.
I don't think that's the case. Yeah.
No,
I would admit it if I saw it, but I don't think that's the case right now.
I think that, into that point, I think that, streaming has had a lot to do with that. More specifically, all the studio exclusive content that gets built, because a lot of that content, there's been a few movies that have been done on Amazon or something where they do have a theater run on it for a short period of time. But for the most part, 99% of this content is just on Netflix, or just on Amazon, or just on Paramount. And so I think in a lot of those scenarios, like, I'm already paying for this. I can watch it on my screen, which is getting bigger every day. And especially when you look at how far away you're sitting from the screen, it's close to some of these small theaters. Then do I need to go out to the theater, or do I want to, walk around on the sticky floors and all the other stuff that goes along with it? When I can just kind of watch my Netflix content, and and half the time, I think, some of these Netflix shows, they're catering more to the Atmos crowd than a lot of the movies are. We hear all the time from people like, why was there no, I'm not hearing any Atmos channel, like people want it to be firing all the time, and that's not accurate either. But I feel like some of these movies, the last couple of years are actually pretty solid. Um,
Also,
so
we're getting kind of big name franchises from the Star Wars and Marvels to
mhm,
Alien. I mean, stuff that was absolutely exclusively the fare of the
sure.
theater is now becoming a limited series, like 8 episodes, eight
Yeah.
1-hour episodes on Disney or whatever streaming service. So if someone's invested in that sort of franchise and wants to see the latest Alien whatever, they're spending 8 hours of their life in front of their TV at home rather than going to the cinema to see 1 2-hour movie.
Yeah.
So it's sort of keeping people at home.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Whereas like an Amazon or a Netflix exclusive movie, might be popular, but it's still only 2 hours long. It's my theory of eyeball time, that we
Yes.
all have a certain amount of eyeball time that we can devote to things, whether it's in the cinema or at home watching a screen. And that's what the fight for eyeball time seems to have tipped over towards staying at home and watching a big flat screen TV.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah. People used to say, well, I don't think it caused it, but people would say like COVID kind of did a lot of this in, because when we couldn't stay home, or we couldn't go out, I mean, we had to stay home. We got a lot more put into our homes, media wise, right? Content wise, that because the studio, you couldn't go to the movies. So they were forced to do this. And what it did is people were like, oh, this is great. I don't ever want to go out again. Right. And it really hurt the movie theaters. I don't think COVID didn't do it. I think COVID just sped it up. We were already headed in that direction. People were talking about it for years. Can we just get this quicker at home instead of me having to go to the movie? And then COVID just did it. And I think it woke some people up that, oh, wait a minute, I could just get this at home. The studios were woken up to, oh, look at this. We can make money by just giving it here. It shortened the window between being in theater to now getting it at home. All of that happened, and it wasn't, COVID didn't cause it. COVID I think just accelerated the process that was already evolving to there. Right. And I think we're at the point now where we'll be exactly where we would have been in the first place.
Well, and I agree with that. I think that also, as Paul was saying, I was saying earlier too, these multi-part 8, 10, episode shows, you just have an opportunity to do a lot more character development. I like to go back, long before COVID, but I go back to the show 24 as probably the most pivotal one from my perspective. You had two things. One, you had Kiefer Sutherland, so you had a movie star, right? Because this was back in the days when you had TV stars and movie stars, right? And they didn't generally go back
cross
and forth.
over. Yep.
And so, it was like, oh, is it because he sucks now? Or, and he just,
Yes.
because he wasn't in a ton of stuff maybe in the last couple of
Right.
years, but now all of a sudden he's in the show and it's, 24 episodes, 24 hours, with a big name that people wanted to see, and the show was great. And I think that's part of it, where you get to see all the stuff that's going on. I mean, I love all these, be it Marvel, be it whatever. Even some of the smaller stuff that comes out of Netflix and the rest, like, yeah, give me 8 or 10 hours. Now, I think sometimes they squeeze it like 10, 11 episodes, and I'm like, that could have been done in 8. Because it just feels like they're just reaching on stuff. But I think that, yeah, I mean, that gives you enough time. When you look at what's great in, Lord of the Rings, they're big books with a lot of detail. To sum it up in a basic 2-hour movie, like if it was just the kind of the layout of Marvel, which doesn't do as much character development in at least the group movies, you wouldn't have that same love. I mean, the the ways that they're built. Same thing, with Star Wars. Same thing with Harry Potter. Same thing with it's all these movies where you need 6 of them, 8 of them. It goes past even just the trilogies that, and oftentimes, you look at a trilogy and it's not, they're telling different stories every time. It's just another movie with that character. Whereas I think some of the best storytelling is really what bridges across, one real growth story, across multiple hours. And I find them oftentimes far more engaging. I think Mandalorian, again, might be a prime example of that, where that could have been a movie, right? I don't think it would
Yeah.
have done nearly as much if you squeezed it to 2 hours. You wouldn't have nearly the amount of character development and all those things put in there because you just couldn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
they
I
did
think-
that with Clone Wars, right? Like Star Wars, we had the movies and, we had, obviously, most iconic franchise in history, probably. And then they do Clone Wars, the animated series.
Yeah.
And you get the character development of Ahsoka and they flesh out even Obi-Wan and all of that. And you're like, oh my God, like that right there is like, people were like, you take Ahsoka out of that and it's like, that's one of the favorite characters in Star Wars now.
Sure.
And it's like,
Which is what got her. I mean, exactly right. And again, it's that
fleshed
development.
out all that detail that you couldn't do with Luke, right? In the
Yeah,
movies,
Yeah.
Skip great sections. But,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we're going to be all right. I think they're working it out. I think they've had their 5 years of experimenting how to sort of juggle theatrical and streaming shows,
Yeah.
and that, I mean, Marvel, case in point, have had to scale back all the streaming stuff quite significantly, and it's better for it. So I think we're going to be all right. Are you all right, DJ?
Yeah. I was just
Yeah.
like, whoa.
That's right.
Yeah.
Speaking of
I'm
okay.
good. I'm all
Yeah,
right.
I don't know whether the sun's coming up here, and that's why the side of my face is going. Yeah, I'm thinking
there
the
you go.
light's over there, but this side's gone. It's going a bit yellow.
you go.
I'm just hoping you're not going a bit yellow as well, DJ.
Nope.
Maybe your white balance is off.
That's right.
Am I getting yellow?
Oh, well, you're going dark.
that's just the
I've lost
screen
my
behind me.
aquarium. I'm really disappointed. I've lost my aquarium.
Yeah.
My
Oh, I
aquarium
still
went to
got my
sleep.
screen. Yeah, I actually,
Had to
yeah,
go to
the light change. I think if I put my arm, and I block my screens, it
Yeah.
changes.
Oh,
That's
is that what it
this-
is? I keep
yeah,
thinking
You're
your
just
white
changing
balance
or
changes.
changing
every
your
time
focal
you-
point.
Yeah, exactly. It's like I go like this. Yeah, look at that. See how everything goes
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
cooler?
Yeah, it looks a little
For one
more
reason or
less
another.
jaundiced.
Yeah.
And now it's sunburn.
Now sunburn. There you go.
What time? So, what time did you start? Are we 20 minutes away from? Did
No,
you start
we're
at
an
10
hour
our
and
time?
20 minutes away.
Hour and 20 minutes.
Hour and 20 minutes.
Oh, I shouldn't have said anything, should I?
That's all right. So I still got an hour and 20 minutes to go.
However
Yeah.
you look at it.
But
Yeah.
yep.
Oh,
Yeah, Todd should be coming in soon. John
he's
Thompson said he was going to be coming back too.
yeah, that's our traditional
Yeah, and
exit strategy.
Steve,
isn't it?
Steve's tuning in on his way to the police station. But
There you go.
Oh,
yep, we'll get
Nice.
we'll get in there. We'll get to the finish line. Talking home theater. Talking.
so, how much of it can you remember?
From the
Or is it
show?
more of a blur? Yeah.
Oh, if
This
I
year.
look at the schedule, I can think. I look up and I see everybody's
cheating.
names. I can think of the. Well, I can think of the conversations right away. I'll be like, oh, this is what I talked about here. This, boom, 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 all the way through. But then it's funny. I'll look back and be like, I was talking to Danny Speaker, 7 a.m. Him coming on and talking with Todd and Danny about. It's just moving into Greg and Meg and then Giles and like, oh my God, this was I can remember these conversations, but it's like,
Oh,
like,
Greg and Meg were such good value. They were so funny.
oh
I was killing myself.
yeah, being like, well, I liked having them for the idea that, like we were saying, there aren't any new people coming into home theater. And I'm like, yeah, there are. Look at this,
True. Yeah.
and it's like, they're not the only ones, it's like, it's not like I have the only two other young people in the world that are in the home theater. It's like, there are other young people that are into it, but
Might be the only two people building a cinema into a sort of two-wheel trailer.
Yeah, that was. Yeah,
I
that
haven't
was.
seen anyone else do that.
Yep, that was pretty cool. That is pretty cool. But yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's like, yeah, I look back and I see all the names and just like everything that went on, and yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah,
it is fun to go back and listen to it and stuff. And when I edit for like a show that I'll do for Tuesday or whatever, and oh my God, I was, like I said before, I'm like, oh my God, I was talking to him and I was 10 hours into it. And even right now, I'm like, I'm 24 hours into it right now. So
yeah, sure.
Yeah.
And how are you feeling about the whole raffle idea? Are you going to do more of an announcement about that on? Are you going to be live on Tuesday?
We're going to talk about it all month. We're going to talk and we're going to run it all month, and we'll pull the raffles. Actually, it's a good call on that one, because we have SVS is Nick was supposed to be coming on, but he got called away. He texted me earlier and he was like, he was coming on later in the night. So he's like, I'm still trying to make it. And he's like, but he was going to be coming on, and he's offering, that's the newest raffle. So first off, I don't know, Brett, you might not have heard this. My first raffle, I'm copying you, buddy. The first prize I offered is Cedia.
Really?
Trip to Cedia. Yeah, I'm doing what you did. Like one night airfare. That's the first raffle. So like, and the way we're doing it this year is that so we're gonna raffle off first prize, second prize, third prize, fourth prize, and if you get first prize, you get first choice of anything that's there, kind of like a Yankee swap, right? But we're not swapping. It's like second prize gets what's left, and so forth, and all the way down.
Okay.
So so yeah, the first one I offered was that, first prize is, or the first prize we offered, I should say, was the Cedia trip. And then later, Ara came on, and I had called him up, and he's going to build I asked him if he had any he custom builds these speakers out of like, aged wood or historical wood, and craftsmanship's awesome and everything. And he's like, I don't have any, but put me in contact with the winner and I'll let them help me, he'll customize it with them. So I was like, okay, that's really cool. So that's the second one we offered this morning. And then I don't forget what time it was, but the other one is Kaleidoscape M.
Okay.
That's a prize. And then like I said, SVS is offering what did Nick say? I just want to make sure I get it right. I don't want to say the wrong one. But so SVS SB 1000 Pro subwoofer. Okay. So that's the newest prize. And then Paul.
Oh yeah. It's a sort of repeat of last year. Well, not exactly. I found another set of 4K Blu-rays where I'm not over enamored with the artwork. So I'm doing some custom artwork for the Indiana Jones 4K box set, which includes 4K and a Blu-ray for every movie and a Blu-ray of special features. But that's for the 4 movies, and the box set is the first 4 movies. And then if you want the 5th movie, you have to buy that separately. So I'm going to make a custom box set of all 5 movies with the special features as well, but with all new artwork. Because the do you know what the artwork for? It's like they
for Lawrence of Arabia that you did last year.
For Indiana Jones.
No.
Hang on. Have you not seen it?
No.
When Steve was joking the other day about, I think the artwork looks fine, he says, holding up one of his blank white.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because he keeps his.
Well, it's sort of a blank white sleeve.
Oh.
I mean, that's what the Indiana Jones box set looks like. Okay, look, the front's got the poster.
Yeah, the front's just got that.
And then it's the same on the inside. It's sort of just white.
Boring.
And it doesn't scream Indiana Jones to you, does it?
So you're going to redesign all that?
So I'm going to redesign all 5. God, I can't believe I agreed to do this. It was my idea.
It was your idea.
No one
I didn't come to
me.
you, buddy.
I went and opened my stupid mouth because I was only thinking about it last week, and now I seem to be doing it. But that's fine. It's fine. I don't mind.
There you go.
It's
Thank you.
it's only more days off my life. It'd be great. So it won't be in this sort of digipack thing. It'll be in Amarais and then I'm going to try and do a custom, what do you call that? Sleeve box.
The box.
Carton,
the sleeve.
box. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, sleeve probably.
To try and look like his hat. I'm going to see if I can get some kind of leather and then laser engrave it.
Yeah.
Oh, geez.
And wrap it round the box. And then, have you seen some of the people that do this with books? They recover
Yes.
novels in hardback. They take
wow.
the original hardback novel, remove the cover, and build a whole new one for it, a much better looking cover. So
And
I'm
that's
not
what
saying
you're
I'm
doing.
inspired by that, but it's very similar sort of thing.
Sounds like you are.
Yeah. Well, it is quite cool what they do. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
But they're much more talented than me. So maybe
yeah.
I'll get them to do it. It's not a bad idea.
So there you go. We got 5 raffle prizes. You get all 5 Indiana Jones movies, SVS SB 1000 Pro, Kaleidoscape M, Trip to Cedia, or our speakers. And it's raffle tickets. Like I said, to get a raffle ticket, we're gonna draw the raffle the first Tuesday in December live, so you'll see everything and on the up and up and everything like that. But so for everybody, now that everything's out there, and I know it's 4:47 in the morning, so we're not hitting all the people right now. But that's why I'm like, we'll be talking about it throughout the month, promoting it, and all the other guys will be like, oh yeah, we'll talk about it too. So it's all to raise money for Movember. So the idea is go right to Ryan Davies' Movember page. Links are in this show and all my shows throughout the month. But just go there, and whatever you donate, right, that will get you a certain amount of raffle tickets. So for $5, if you donate $5, you get a raffle ticket. That's one. $25 gets you 6. $50 gets you 14. $100 gets you 30. $150 gets you 50. $200 gets you 75. $250 gets you 100. $300 gets you 150. $500 gets you 300 tickets. All right. And then the other thing that I haven't mentioned throughout the day, which is very important to mention, especially throughout the month, and why you want to buy more raffle tickets. 1, you're supporting a good cause. And 2, this is like, if you could win all 5. If the numbers come up that way and we pull your number, once you've won, it doesn't mean you can't win again. Right. So like if you bought 300 raffle tickets,
clean sweep.
yeah, exactly. It'd be like, he won again. And you'd be like, oh no. I mean, it's just the odds of how this is going to come up. Right.
Sure.
And it's like, that's how it's going to work. There's no rim. Oh, he already won. You can't do that.
Yeah. Person that wades in and buys $900 worth of raffle tickets.
Right.
Exactly.
And then they're going to lose to the guy who bought 1 and put $5 in.
Yeah, exactly. You never know.
That's the way it works for me, anyways. When I do it.
Yeah, it's like I bought 900. One other person bought 1. I lost everything.
Exactly.
No.
A
whole $5.
But yeah, so that's the idea. No, the one other caveat for the Patreon supporters, I wanted to say thank you to my patrons, is that if a patron gets, if the patron wins and the Cedia trip is there, they can choose the Cedia trip and something else. Because if it wasn't for the patrons, the Cedia trip wouldn't exist. That's where I'm supporting that with the Patreon money. So it's like, I think that's fair to them. And all you got to do to be a patron is it's $1 a month. Could be a patron in good standing. There you go. It's like, so you could become a patron and then you have that opportunity as well. But you can't do it after that. Oh, I won. Now I'm a patron. No, it doesn't work that way. There you go. So yeah, so there's that. And it's, and it's not just a way. Yeah. Oh, look, you're trying to, get more patrons. Well, yeah, but the more patrons I have, the more fun things I can do like this. So, so yeah, but that goes towards, and all the Patreon money from this month goes to Ryan to Movember anyways. So it's not like it's coming to me anyway. So, or us, I should say. But yeah, so that's the idea. And we've already had Ryan's page is already up. We've had $564 all donated from Brightside Home Theater already. And it's the first of the month. So
I mean, I should hope so too. I mean, some of these prizes are quite big ticket items. That's subs.
Yeah.
I don't know off the top of my head. $700-800.
Yeah. Sub 7, 8. I don't know. The trip. I'll talk to
Kaleidoscape
Brett
M?
what I'm in for on that one.
There's
It's a Kaleidoscape M now.
M's 1900. That's
It's
Yep.
got to be worth $300 of someone's money.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm hoping it's worth.
If you've got it
a bunch of
spare, if
people's.
you've got it down the side of the sofa, put it to a good cause.
Yeah.
And you might come out with a couple of grand's worth of gear.
Yeah. And you might come out with nothing, but your money went to a good cause.
You might get some Blu-rays you've already got.
Yeah. Some fantastic art. There you go.
But with unique artwork, yeah.
So yeah. So I'll be promoting that out throughout the month. Mentioned earlier, US. I'm not sure Ara's stipulation on where he'll ship his to. Kaleidoscape is US only. Cedia trip was US only, and I think Paul, was it you that mentioned that? Like, if I could,
if you're
like, can I get to the United
Get
States
yourself
and
to
you
the
get me the
US.
rest of the way? And I'm like, absolutely.
I'm not gonna fly
It's
you
like,
to the US
I'm
from
just
New
not
Zealand.
flying people from around the world.
That's right.
So,
Get to a major U.S. city. We'll figure it out.
and I'll get you the rest of the way. Yeah, something like that.
So-
and I know
so
SVS is
Not
pretty
Hawaii.
much US. I have had them. They've done giveaways pretty much every time I do something, and we have shipped to Canada too. I think I have to pay for that. So US, Canada, or something like that for SVS. I'm not gonna get crazy on that. Like, oh no. So they've shipped for me there before, so I don't think that should be a problem.
So DJ, so you got out at my CD party this last year. That's where we're looking at the pictures from earlier on.
Yeah.
Then let's sweeten up what your guy go. So for the person going to Cedia,
Mm-hmm.
then let's make sure that we get them either access to our Cedia party,
Mm-hmm.
and or let's say an evening. I know it's going to be a lot depending on how many nights and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I'm
but we
doing
can
one
figure it out.
night in and out, similar to what you were doing. I'm doing one night, but if somebody people have already asked, like, if I want to say more nights, I'll book your airfare. That's back
exactly
and forth.
right.
But if you want to do another night or whatever,
That can be figured out.
Yeah.
So let's do this where they can either attend the party, or depending on the night that you're thinking about having them come otherwise, we can host an after hours. So like I did before with Cedia, except for now I have 20 demo rooms.
Yeah.
So instead of going to one place, the reality is you can see the Focal room and the Sony room and the JBL synthesis room and the Denver Marantz room. I have no problem doing that. We can absolutely do that if you want to sweeten it up from your price there as well.
And it's like, it's funny because I talked to Todd this morning. I'm like, help me. Will you? And yep, absolutely. And just to let everybody know, it's like, I came up with this idea. Obviously, Brett had done it 2 years ago or a year ago at Cedia. And I'm like, I knew coming up with this idea, I didn't even have to ask him. And like, I knew this is exactly what you do. So it was like, I didn't want to say like, oh yeah, and I can hook it, but I knew Brett's going to be like, all right, and we're going to do this for him, and we're going to do this. And it's like, that's what all these people, that's what's great about going to Cedia. And it's like, you're going to get to experience that and go there. Cause I know that as I say this throughout the year, that this is my giveaway that I did last year. And it's like, all of the people we know are going to be like, oh, bring them here, do this. And it's going to be a blast, and I appreciate that. It's like, I hate to say I knew it, but I don't take you for granted, buddy, but I knew you'd be like, this is what we're going to do. I was like, yep,
okay,
didn't even have to ask. So,
that's right.
that's
No,
awesome.
I love it. I think that's great what you're doing. It was great when I did it, so I loved doing it. It was a great setup. Winner obviously enjoyed it, and and I think everybody else did as well, right? Yeah. So, I've been wanting to, this last year we were just opening up at CDS, so it was kind of still a soft opening, and there were still some other things going on.
You weren't on site as much. You were off site most of the time. I didn't even see you on site. I never ran into you on Friday at CEDIA because you were only there on Friday, right? At actual CEDIA, like at yeah. Oh, did I lose you?
No.
Oh, he's froze.
I'm frozen.
He's froze. Yeah, I saw him off-site at his place, and then when I saw him, that was on Wednesday night, and then he's like, "Yeah, I'm going to be down there," and he had some stuff to do on Friday, and then I never ran into him. I was busy on Friday. He was probably. It wasn't like the years past when I'd run in. He was always doing stuff there, and it was easy.
How many actual exhibition days are there at CEDIA then? Is it 3?
Thursday, Friday, and Saturday are typically.
Right. But then this year it might be Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
That's what I heard. And it's like only a couple of people nobody's confirmed it. A lot of people I've talked to have said, I haven't heard that. It made sense to me. And like Josh said this morning, not Josh, sorry. Like Todd said this morning, he was saying like, well, I've heard some rumblings about some other stuff, which I've heard that as well. But it's one of those, we'll see what happens, see how it plays out. And if it does happen that way, where they move it to the middle of the week, it's like, I think that's fine. It is what it is. It's a great trip regardless.
Yeah. I mean, if you're making the trip, then it, from anywhere other than Colorado, then you're not going to be able to go just for Saturday. So anyway,
that would be great if one of my winners, if the winner for CEDIA was in Colorado. I would have scored a big one on that one.
Yeah, I'm sure they'd be very happy with it still.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll be happy to get in.
Whether you're from Colorado or not, you can't just walk into CEDIA. So.
Right. Yeah, the trick is getting in, and so but yeah, like I said, I know Brett's not here right now, but I was thinking the same thing. Like I knew he would do it, and I knew how great the people are because I've experienced it. How great they were to me. And it's just everybody just wants to help. Everybody just wants, especially you bring somebody in like that. Absolutely, they'll help you out. So yeah, it's a great experience, and like I said, meeting the people is just that's the fun part of it. So.
Surprise money can't buy, but you can win.
Right.
Buying a bunch of raffles.
Yeah. And that's a lot of people were saying, like, where people were talking this morning, or actually it was Todd, I think, because the first thing I announced was the CEDIA trip, and he knew all the other ones that were coming. And he was like, geez, this might be the most sought after one. And he knew like the Kaleidoscape was coming because the CEDIA trip is the only one you can't get on your own.
Yeah.
Right. Most people can't get that. You'd be like, I could save up and get my own Kaleidoscape, right? Or I can call Ira and probably buy a set of speakers from them. There's a lot of things you can do on your own. You can get all those other things. Maybe actually, the other one is Paul's. Paul's is like, you can't just do that.
Sure. Yeah, well,
right. It's an original piece of art. That is like, you're not going to call him up and be like, can you make me this? It's like, Ira loves building his speakers. So I know you could call him up and pay him to build you a set of speakers.
I mean, if someone wants to ring me up and give me a couple of grand, I will do some new artwork for them.
Oh, yeah.
Or you could just buy some raffle tickets and then,
Yeah, exactly.
Get it for next to nothing.
Yeah. But the CEDIA one is like, okay, that one's a little bit more difficult for you to get. For you attain on your own, so that makes that one, a little more special, and maybe a tough choice for winner number one. Which one do you go with? If you got first prize, which one do you go with?
All the more reason to buy more raffle tickets then.
That's right.
Yeah,
because then you can choose
don't
more
win just one
prizes.
Yeah.
Freeze everyone out.
Yep. So. That's good. Yeah, that's good. Well, I'm going to call them all, and it's like, it'll be all right, you're on deck. Prize number 1, you're on deck. And then everybody else is going to know they're next. But it's like, all right, whoever won number 2, it's like, not until I like email you or get in touch with you, be like, okay, here's what's left. What do you want? And then, so I'm on the way down. So it's going to be, I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, very cool.
Hopefully everybody's happy, but, we'll see. And hopefully we generate a lot of money for Movember. So pretty cool. Pretty cool. So,
Brett, did you see the Lawrence of Arabia artwork I did last year?
I don't know that I
Possibly
did.
not.
No.
Let me see. Talk amongst yourself for a second.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Reach.
Brett, do we know how to do that?
Yeah, on occasion we do.
We've had a few conversations. I was saying that earlier today. They're like, how do you do it? I'm like, hey, there's one other guy. He's coming on later today. I'm like, everybody keeps saying us two could do this at 25 by
That's right.
ourselves.
24
Just
hours.
The two of us just boop.
We could get it done.
Just the two of us. I don't know if everybody else would be entertained.
That's right. But we would be.
But we would be. We'd be talking cars. We'd be talking home theater. Anything under the sun. We'd be like, so what do you think of this?
That's
learn some stuff, argue about some stuff, have a good time. So
no doubt.
So yeah, do you remember the old? You've seen the Steel Book for Lawrence of Arabia? Yeah. Do you like it?
Yeah.
No, I wasn't keen. So
no, obviously.
Oh, that's back. Is it back? Is it only back to front for me, or is it back to front?
Yeah, it's only it's.
Thank God for that.
You're getting the
because people are going to look at that and go,
yeah.
Well, the guy can't even get the letters around the right way.
That's right.
But,
He's got it backwards.
There you go.
Yeah,
no,
but
that's right.
so that's the. I've been through this 100 times, but that's the original German promotional poster from 1962.
Well,
and then usual blurb on the back.
Sure.
Yep.
Can't get it in focus. It's very frustrating.
Yeah.
Oh, that's because my eyes are in the shot.
Yeah.
Yeah. So spine and the whole thing, and it was a 4-disc. It was really hard to get these cases. There's only one manufacturer in the whole world that makes a 4-disc UHD case.
Yeah.
Did you manage to get one, DJ?
Case
for yours? The case, the specific.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to get a case. I think I might take the artwork. I'm going to have it framed.
Going to frame it. Oh, I'll send you another one then with without leave all the cut marks and bleed on, so you can put a mat around it.
Yeah. That's what
I'll send you another one.
Oh, geez, you don't have to do that.
Well,
because it also has. You got to show everybody. It's got the Brightside logo on there.
Oh yeah,
the artwork on the back of it.
Focus.
Yeah, right down on the bottom corner there.
Where's my finger?
There you go, right there.
There we go.
Yeah, it's awesome. So fun. And we were joking. He's like, "Yeah, I'll do this custom art for the show." And blah, blah, blah. I'm like, "Well, yeah." And then it needs the Brightside logo on there. He's like, "Okay, yeah, why not?" I was like, "Oh, jeez."
It was mad because there were so many special features on the Lawrence of Arabia thing. Actually, fitting them all on the sleeve was a challenge.
Yeah,
you do need a little bit of a magnifying glass to read it.
It's there. That's why it's a logo. It's identifiable.
But yeah,
like McDonald's. But Brightside Home Theater is as big as McDonald's. Yep, that's right.
But yeah, I was pleased with that.
Yeah, no, it was a great job.
Gurinder
won that one, and he loves it. Gurinder's up in Canada. He was in the chat earlier today. So, but yeah,
there's even a little commemorative card inside.
Oh yeah,
congratulations, Gurinder, for winning this.
Wow,
this unique. He's
got all
set,
the touches.
Apart from the fact that I sent one to John and one to DJ as well.
Yeah, he's got all the touches.
That is cool though. That is, and again, one of those things that you just can't buy. So
nope.
There's quite a lot of people doing this. It's not some bizarre idea that I had that no one ever dreamt of doing.
Sure.
There's if you search online, you can find quite a lot of alternative like Blu-ray sleeve artwork that people have done. Some people are really amazing at it. Yeah.
Can't wait to see what you come up with for Indiana Jones.
Well, it's not going to be quite as original as this. I think it is just going to be the poster artwork. But then that's what everyone wants, isn't it?
Yeah.
They want the original poster artwork on our
that'll be
mostly on our discs.
Cool.
Well, I do.
Thank you, because I know it's a lot of work. I know it's not easy. It's a lot of work. You put a lot of you pay attention to like every detail You should see Brett. You should see what he does for like he hosts these outdoor movies, and the what is it? Not pamphlets or whatever.
Oh, the flyer. The flyer.
The flyer to show people. I mean,
Yeah.
this thing is like this is what movie theaters need to promote movie theaters. Never mind him hosting an outdoor movie in his backyard, and it's like the professionalism and the detail, and he's like. The description of the movie is on there. All these are the choices you're gonna have when you come to my house to watch a movie outside.
I love it.
Oh,
Yeah.
All that detail.
The flyer was
awesome.
a bit. If something's worth doing, it's worth overdoing.
Yeah.
Oh, I think my dad always said anything worth doing is worth doing well. I was like, okay, and you were like, anything worth doing is worth overdoing. Yep, I'm gonna tell my dad that one. He's gonna be like, okay, we can go with that one.
Those outdoor things we do are so much fun. I didn't realize how much fun they were going to be until I started doing them. And partly, I mean, for a lot of different reasons, but partly for the reaction of everyone that comes, because everyone thinks they're coming to just like, oh, I'm going to get a little projector and a sheet on the wall or something. And then, of course, they get there and it's 5.1 or it's now going to be 7.1. Well, it's 7.2, sorry. So 2 15-inch subs up front.
Okay.
And then, usual all the way around using a Martin Audio, so PA rig. And that's part of the reason I changed projector. So I did have an NX7, and I got an amazing deal on a Bravia 8 projector, which I couldn't pass up.
Yeah.
And to have those extra lumens, really useful outdoors when you need a bit, actual bigger screen.
Yeah.
So we can host about 12 people with good, proper viewing distances I can go up to a 150 now with that projector.
Okay.
Pretty comfortably. And people just aren't ready for how good the quality is. It's so funny because they just think it's going to be it'll be a bit of a laugh, have a little drink and watch a film. And then they're like, holy crap, that's better than the cinema down the road. And I'm like, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
So,
I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, it's good. It's
That's
really
awesome.
good. So I'm building risers this year because last year we did it over at my sister's. We did it at my sister's, and the only way we could do it was have a low, wide sofa for the front row, and then the back row we had stools, like bar stools at a tall table, and that's fine. But if you ever sat on one of those bar stools for 2 hours,
it's not
a bit. So I'm going to build a collapsible riser. Hopefully it won't collapse while anyone's sitting on it. So a riser, whatever, 1.5 foot or whatever it needs to be. And then load of inflatable garden furniture.
Okay.
Which is going to be a heck of a lot more comfortable than past.
Sure.
So I've got it all mapped out. I know all the geometry and how it'll all work. And everyone will be somewhere within the realms of that like SMPTE ideal viewing distance. So it should work. Got it all worked out. Only took
no detail.
Only took
left
it's
on
like £12,000 purchase
view. Oh my god!
For that projector.
It's an outdoor viewing venue where you just it's supposed to be casual and having fun. And he's like, "Nope, excuse me, you're not sitting close enough. I need you within the SMPTE guidelines."
Oh yeah, no, the seats are going to be well and truly nailed down. That's where you're sitting.
Inflatable seats nailed down.
Well,
I got to see this.
Well, some glue or something.
There you go.
It's going to be great. It's going to be cool. Got it all worked.
It's awesome. Yep. I had that effect. Cool. I had that effect with my theater in my old house, and it's like I'd have people come over the house, and you walk into the main floor of the house, and be like, "Oh, you have a theater in your basement?" I'm like, "Yeah, we go down there and watch movies." And right outside the theater was a big screen TV, like a 55-inch and a couch, and the popcorn machine was sitting there because it's outside the theater. So you'd close the theater door, so it just looked like a room, and they'd come down, and so many times I'd be like, "Yeah, go on down, I'll be there in a minute," and they'd go down, and they're standing there like, "This is what this guy thinks is a theater." It's nice. It's like couch is like offset from the TV, and it's got a popcorn machine. She thinks this is a theater. So they come down, they see this, and their expectations are like, all right, it's about what I thought. It's just a TV in the basement, like a man cave. And then you open the door to the theater and they go, oh my, okay. So they were coming in thinking he's got a theater and they can't imagine it. And then they go downstairs and their expectations go through the floor literally. And they're like, this isn't right. And then you open the door and they're like, holy crap. Now, I never even imagined it. I thought you might have had a big screen TV. And when I saw that, I thought it's so funny. Just watching people's emotions. I'm like, you haven't even turned it on yet. You know, it's like they haven't even experienced it yet. They're just like, oh, wow, you can do this in a theater, in a home. Yeah. Yeah.
How many of the people that came to view the house actually got a demo of the theater, or did they just look at it and go, oh.
All of them?
Oh, wow.
All of them. Yeah. My agent wanted it like running. So, you know, they would show the house for 2 hours. And I would put on Avengers. Because it was just over 2 hours. It was like 2:20. It was in 16:9, so I didn't have to put the masking up. And I just run that, and I ran it at like -10, either -10 or -15 from reference, right?
Right.
And that was enough. People were like, oh my God, you know.
Oh, so did you just have it running all the way through the viewings?
Oh yeah,
and just like you open the door and this is the
just walk in.
Theater.
Yeah, they could walk in
people
and be like, the movie's just playing, and then then I had the door open to the media closet where everything was.
Yeah,
so everything's just playing, and yeah, people were just people liked it, but then they didn't want to pay for it.
Did anyone stay and watch like half an hour of it?
Oh, I don't know. I wasn't there for that. I wasn't there. It's like the agent did all that, but people liked it. But like I said, they just they don't understand what the room was, and they're like, can't you just give me that? Isn't that in the cost of the house? And I'm like, do you understand? They don't understand how much that stuff cost. Right? They don't appreciate it. It's like, but you can go to Best Buy and get a projector for like $300. I'm like, yeah, but this isn't that projector, So it was tough, but oh well. I have all my stuff. Nobody bought it, so. But
and they bought the house.
Oh yeah,
I'm sure no one forgot your house after they came out.
No, not after that. No,
yeah.
Even my agent definitely didn't, because she's like, I don't ever want to sell a house with a theater in it again.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. It added a lot of complication to it because she didn't understand what it was worth, and she didn't. And then the buyers didn't, the people offering, they didn't understand. They're like, I'm telling you, this is what I'm like, I can't just give this away. And if you're going to set the price of the house here, like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
If people came in above offer, then yeah, it would be more apt to include that. But people were coming in below. And you'd be like, all right, so this is what our asking price. And then they're coming in below. And the people that ended up buying it only came in a few thousand below, but it's still below. And I'm like, why am I giving away? This is value to me. And when they came in below, they didn't say anything about the theater.
I mean, they don't ask you whether it comes with the car that's in the driveway, do they?
No, that was one of the cases I made. They're like, well, it's not a theater if it doesn't have the equipment. I'm like, well, is it a garage if it doesn't have the cars?
Yeah, right.
I'm like, I'm not outfitting your garage too.
I'll tell you, it could be
They
worse.
didn't like that reply. They thought I was being wise. I'm like, that's kind of rude. No, it's not. You're not asking for the couches in my living room.
Yeah.
Oh,
well, I haven't said that. That happens.
Yeah.
Well, often.
But they're the ones that they draw up the purchase and sales agreement. And like, I sign off on it. Like, this is what we're buying, and this is what so their lawyer draws up all that. And they literally included the kitchen appliances. But they didn't include the theater.
Although normally if they ask you, oh, well, would you leave the couches? What they mean is, will you give us the couches for nothing?
Yes, exactly.
Because we don't have any furniture. And if we can get anything we can get for nothing would be great.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
but you would write that up. It's like they thought to put the they thought to put the kitchen appliances in the purchase and sales. So once I sign off, it has to be included in the price because they put it in the purchase and sales. This is under that. They asked about the washing machine and dryer. And we said no. So they didn't put it in the purchase and sales. We said, no,
Yeah.
that's not included. We're taking that with us. Okay. They never asked about the theater. They were like, they said, like, what can you do? And I said, well, we'll talk about it later. Okay. And they never put it in the purchase and sales. And then we go to talk about it later. I told them the price I was charging for everything. And they're like, I thought it was included. Well, then why isn't it in the purchase and sales?
Yeah, right.
What, I got to talk about it later and just give it away? They're like, no. And it's like, there's a value to this to me. I want that money, or I want to keep the stuff. I literally want to keep it. So, and it's not their fault. It's not anybody's. It's people don't understand the value of this stuff because they see the cheaper stuff here, there, and everywhere, and they don't, they don't get it. So, it just makes it more difficult when you're trying to sell something like that that's valuable to you, and it might not even have the same monetary value, but it does mean something to me. It does mean more. So it's like, I don't want to get rid of it. So, no.
Oh, here he is.
There's Todd.
Hey, Paul. Hey, DJ.
How you doing?
He's
Good.
back.
I'm
What's
back.
going on, Todd?
How are you feeling?
Oh my God. What's
You had
going
some-
on with Brett?
He doesn't feel well. He's been sick.
Oh,
I've been
no.
sick for a couple days, but
Oh.
I said I'd jump on.
You're a hero.
Yeah.
Look at this, man.
Yeah.
He looked
then
fine when he
Brett.
started, and then after an hour of chatting to us, I think we've
That's right.
had a bad
killed him.
effect on him.
He's all banged up.
So good to
Oh.
see you guys.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
It's been a day, Todd.
Oh my
I saw
goodness.
you chiming in the chat a few times there.
I did. Yep.
Yeah. Thank
I was
you.
ready to hop into action. I was up watching the World Series last night, so I
Yeah.
when you texted, I
Oh,
was
yeah,
still-
yeah.
You've slept, Todd.
I slept, but I think I slept around, let's see, that game. I
Oh.
slept probably about 4.5 hours.
Oh, okay.
So back-to-back nights, about 4.5 hours.
Nice.
But DJ's been up for 24 hours. So
Yeah.
Almost
Yeah.
5.
So have
going on
I.
5, 25. Yeah.
oh, Paul,
I never got to bed.
are you
Yeah.
serious?
Paul's been through the day. He's been
I saw
in the
every
chat
time every time I
commenting.
was watching, Paul's on there.
Yeah,
I've-
in the chat.
I had a
keeping
bit of
up
a
with it.
catastrophe this morning, so I started watching when you started up.
Oh,
But there was some emergency dog sitting to do this morning because my sister neglected to tell me that she's in Vermont at the moment.
she's
she
out
just
here.
flew out. It's a
wow.
long story, but
She's a New Englander.
my niece is a hockey player, field hockey player,
Oh,
and it's her final and 4th year at Castleton. So my sister and the rest of her kids have all flown over there for her final graduation game or whatever it is. But she didn't tell me it was this weekend. So literally on Friday night, she rings up and goes, "What are you doing? Can you dog sit?" And I'm, yeah, okay. So anyway, so everything was fine. And then there was a bit of a catastrophe with the dogs and stuff. And
Oh, no.
yeah. So yeah, So I wanted to be here setting up this because I don't have any sort of podcasting studio in my house 24/7.
It looks like
So
you
I had
do,
to-
but right behind
had
you.
to Well,
Yeah.
the aquarium. I literally got that about an hour before I showed up online.
Apple
But so I
TV
didn't start
screensaver.
building any of
Oh,
this
is
till
it?
about 6 o'clock. And yeah, in the end, I thought there's no point going to bed. If I go to bed, I'll forget to get up.
Mhm.
So I'm with you there in spirit, Deej.
Wow, that's
Yep.
impressive.
Yep.
I
Yeah,
love
so,
this scene. I mean, we've got DJ. You've been up basically 25, 26 hours.
Yep. Yeah.
We got Paul. He's been up basically the same. And then
Yeah.
Brett, every year, Brett, it's just another camera angle of some
Brett.
impending doom that's happening.
Do to yourself. My God.
Year one, Brett's like barely able to sit in his chair.
He
I
falls
can't
off
remember
the
last year.
couch.
Last year, I think you were up.
You were
and
okay.
You were
Yeah.
roaring last year. This year,
Yeah.
when I came on, I'm like, oh God, what happened?
What I
There we
miss.
You have COVID,
No.
Brett, or you just
No, I think I just got a little exhaustion,
Yeah.
and so it just takes its toll every once in a while on me. I get deep into the projects that I'm working on, and then
Yeah.
Yeah.
Forget to take care of yourself.
yeah,
yeah.
stay up late trying to get the stuff done, and then at some point when it kind of you're done with it, then body just kind of crashes. Which
It's kind of weird how that happens, isn't it?
oh yeah,
Push, 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 and then
yep.
Yeah, once
No,
you're
I
done
always-
with whatever project it is, your body will get you through that. But once it's over, your brain, your mind, your body, everything knows like, all right, you're
Yeah.
done. We're gonna
Yep.
shut you down. Oh,
Yep.
okay. Oh, It's like, but I don't want to. No, you're going to.
Yeah,
Before
no,
you start
I'm-
another
and
project.
you're done.
Yeah, and
Exactly.
you're done. So I will say this though, Todd. So you know the Cedia trip we announced this morning.
Yeah.
So I just talked about it again. And it was the first time Brett heard about it. And Brett literally is sitting there the whole time like this. And I'm like, okay, this is. And as soon as I'm done talking about it, his eyes will widen. And he's like, well, Deej, I'm going to better that. I'm going to better you, help you out there, blah, blah, blah. And he offers like so much more. He's like, we'll offer a party, or we're going to do this. And when we get whoever comes out, we're going to host them to do this. And I was like sitting there. And I'm like,
cool.
yeah. I was like, and I said to him right away, I go, you know what? I stole the idea from you for one, but everybody knows that. But I said, I hadn't talked to Brett yet. I hadn't said anything. I knew I didn't have to. I knew that when I put this out there, even like if you didn't make it on the show today, as soon as you heard about it, I knew you would have reached out to me and been like, this is what we're going to do. We're going to make it better. I'm going to sweeten the deal. I'm going to do it. I'm like, I knew
Oh, that's
exactly,
fantastic.
because that's who he is, right? That's exactly what he does. And that's when he got his energy. He said all that. Now he's been down even lower.
And now I'm done. Yeah,
I know.
That's about
The
how
battery
it was.
went whoop.
Oh. Yeah, my
Oh, what you
literally
said,
my literal battery on my phone died, and then that was about it. So
Yeah.
Oh man, I know. I didn't even get a chance to see Brett at CEDIA this year.
no.
I'm really sorry about that.
No, not a problem.
Did you
I
go in
missed my-
disguise, Brett? Is that what happened?
Oh, he's
You
off
just
the
didn't
ice
wanna
most
speak
of
to
the
anyone,
time.
so
No, I was literally sitting 4 feet away from Todd.
I
For like-
not speaking to him.
I wasn't
for
able to
30
make it out
minutes.
to his event. Yeah. So Brett, do you want to know what was happening at that time? I don't know if you were there when my camera was shutting down.
No.
So I was interviewing John Hart from Deus Audio Machines.
Yep.
DJ, they're the guys that made that giant infrasonic subwoofer that was on display. And they were also in the PMC room.
Yep.
With that giant infrasonic subwoofer. And they had two other little subwoofers there on display. But I was interviewing him, just awesome guy, salt of the earth, just pouring out this amazing information. And my DJI camera shut down like 20 minutes into our chat. I could feel the little buzz on my microphone. Bzz. So I go over to feel my camera. It's burning hot. I'm like, what's going on? So I started up again because I didn't want him to lose where he was.
Yeah.
Happened again like 5 minutes later. So we waited a couple minutes after that. And then I started up again and we quickly kind of wrapped things up. That camera went on to do that for the rest of the day. And I was so frustrated with it. And then the next day I just used my iPhone equipment. But long story short, the reason why it was shutting down is because I had been recording in slow motion ever since the first interview of the day. So for the rest of the day
or something.
Yeah, I get home and I'm, thinking about just throwing this thing away, right? And then I pull out that card for that day and everything's in slow motion with no audio. And I'm like, son of a, but the DJI microphones have a backup audio.
Yes.
Okay.
And thank God that it backed up, and it was a real pain to line everything up.
Yeah.
But I got it to work and I was able to salvage everything. And but
So would you take the slow motion, speed it up to regular speed, and
Or
then
it turns
match the audio to it?
pretty much.
That's easy to do.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Lots of fun.
Oh
yeah, because the audio, you would think that the turn on and shut down would just pretty much mimic, and it doesn't. So I saved all those videos for the last week, but eventually somebody let's see, it was Aaron Phillips. Brett, Aaron from Theory.
Yep.
Yeah, Aaron reached out and was like, "Hey, are you getting ready to go live with that video yet?"
Yeah.
And I was like, "Yeah." And I went on that card and holy crap, I was like, oh my God, I've lost everything.
Well, I was just telling a story. I don't know if it was at CDA or within the last month or so. I was telling a story about like it was a couple of years ago. You were telling me you were recording. You used to record with your iPhone.
Yeah.
And you'd set it up, and you had the whole rig going and everything, and your iPhone's on there, and you're doing your whole interview with people, and then you turn around and you would have gotten a text or something while you were doing your interview, and it shut everything off. It stopped recording, but you don't know this.
Yeah.
So you're sitting there talking to me, like, how'd it come out? Oh crap!
Yep, that was with JBL, Jim Garrett.
Yeah.
2 years in a row. 2 years in a row, we had to shoot the entire interview twice. Start calling me two-time Todd.
There you go.
In fact, you know what's funny? He was on the card that was shutting off. That was in slow motion this year.
Maybe
I was like,
him.
"There's no way I'm contacting Jim." And maybe it is. And he's awesome. He's just a fantastic guy.
He would have to be to keep coming back.
That's right.
I know, but Brett, I'm sorry that I missed your event.
No.
You know, it's just things just kind of the way everything lined up this year.
Yeah, you were busy. I didn't even get my 20-minute lunch this year.
I know. I felt bad about that too. That might have actually been the same day, DJ, that everything had gone wrong because my whole schedule started backing up.
Yeah.
That day.
I think the only time I saw you was when I did my live show, and I ran into you talking to Nick over at SVS.
That's the only time I saw you. Yeah, for sure.
I was like,
well, you were busy too, though.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's like, the lunch, I was like, are you going to make it? Because I was busy. And I'm like, because I might not this time. And then you're like, I'm not making it. I'm like, oh, phew, I ain't making it either. And I felt bad, but it kind of felt good. You know, I was like, all right, I'm getting busy here.
You must have been busy after. I was pretty busy the entire show before and after hours.
Yeah.
But you must have had some good
lifting that eclipse. Was needed a day just to get over that.
That was so cool to watch that go on. You know, I was talking to the forklift driver afterwards.
I was watching in your video. I thought the forklift driver was an absolute star.
Yes.
Did she? It was
a lady.
Woman?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did she know how expensive what she was carrying around was?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
wow.
yeah. So it was the next day I went and I had to borrow an old iPhone Lightning cable to charge an old phone that I had in my bag. I didn't have a cable for it, but I was recording everything and I'm sorry, DJ, you're gonna kill me when I tell you I'm tired and I can't remember. But I was recording everything in fast motion.
Okay.
Time lapse. The building of the storm room.
Yeah.
And I needed that camera. And this lady, the forklift driver, was over at the CDA help desk.
Mm-hmm.
And she actually found me one, which was really cool. But while I was waiting, we were chatting about that. And I was like, I was there when they told her how much that was worth. And she was like, man, I was sweating bullets.
Didn't she?
Wow. $400,000 camera.
Because there were some tight spaces she was maneuvering through. She had like that much clearance in places.
Oh, she was a pro. Fantastic.
Forklift drivers are probably one of the most amazing, like technically accurate. You know, we think of it like just all this, big stuff and big boxes and pallets running around. But you watch the really, really good ones. And I mean, I've seen there's videos of them like flipping quarters on, and they can actually take a quarter on the ground and put it standing up, just with forklift blades. I mean, it's nuts.
That is crazy.
It's one of those that it feels like a kind of a rough and ready kind of thing, but really there's some huge precision in it for the people that spend the time to learn it, like any other trade, like anything else, right? So
I used to drive one at the ice cream factory when I worked at Seal Tests. And I worked in the freezer, 20 below. And that's where they stack the ice cream. So you buy a half-gallon of ice cream. Well, they put them into sleeves, 6 in a sleeve, and then you stack them onto pallets. And it'd be, depending on which kind of ice cream it was, but like a Breyer's regular half gallon. I think it was stacked 5 high. And then you'd put a piece of cardboard on it, another pallet, piece of cardboard, and go 5 more high. And then you come in, and I eventually became a, high rider, fork driver, and you drive around, and they'd have all these bins, and and it was, like you said, it's like we never did the flipping corners, but you'd be like, you move stuff with your forks and everything. You'd be like, well, and the faster you could go, the better. And we challenge each other, be like, I'm faster. I'm faster. Look at what I did. And blah, blah, blah. Yeah. And it's being able to, where you're going to the bin, and you're already got your boom going up, and you're driving around. It's like everything's going up. You pull in, drop it off, pull out, back it up, and you're going to pick up the next one. And by the time you get there to pick up the next one, your forks have come down from like the 3rd tier.
Sure.
And you pull right in, pick them up, and back out. It's like,
wow.
And if you
why am I imagining DJ in the Sigourney Weaver?
Yes, I was about to say
lift suit in Aliens.
Yeah,
you want it?
Yeah, yeah.
Were you
it
thinking
wasn't
that,
like
Paul?
that. Yeah, he was like a fork. There was a not a fork truck, but it was like you hit the skid. It hit pick up a pallet. So the rig on the front would just fit the pallet, and that's how we would get. And the bins were just wide enough for us to pull in. So you're pulling into these bins that are like maybe 10 deep. And if you got to go all the way to the back and put it at the top tier first, you're like, and you're going into this thing.
Wow.
And it's like, guys would go in, and you're in a groove, you're feeling good, but your outrigger would all of a sudden just hit the post of the bin, and you're like, bang, 2 pallets of ice cream come flying down all over the top of you.
Did you get all the free ice cream?
You could eat all you wanted.
Yeah. No, I was going to say, do you ever find another forklift driver going for the same pallet, and then you went up to them and then, get away from that pallet, you bitch? Yeah, because that's what I would have done.
Did your forklift have like a little soldering thing or a flare? Yeah, flamethrower.
There was a welding torch.
Like, DJ, turn it off around the ice cream, please.
There you go. There you go. No flames around the ice cream.
Yep.
Oh, are we into the home stretch now? Is that the last half hour?
Yeah, we are. 28 minutes.
So
well, in that case, because you mentioned it earlier, because it's late. It's
There
not
you go.
early. It's late.
Oh, it's late.
I'm going to have a celebratory. Well, I'm celebrating. I haven't done anything.
Yeah.
I thought
There
you were
you
going to
go.
have a beer, Deej.
I will. But I got to go get one. I've been sitting
Oh.
here talking the whole time. Let me run.
Yeah, go on.
I'll be right back. Can you guys hold down the fort for a bit?
I think we can handle that.
All right. I'll be right back. I swear to God, I won't fall asleep while I'm gone.
There you go.
Yeah.
Where'd he
Putting a
go? He
stopwatch
just
on you.
disappeared.
that's it. I know he's just gone. We're here till like 6 o'clock tonight.
That's
He's
right.
coming back.
He said he was coming back.
That's right. We didn't
Brett.
want to just end it.
I can't believe you're on camera. I love it.
What, Brett?
Your
Hey.
drive is just intense.
We'll see how I do tomorrow. But it's one of those because I was sick Thursday to like Wednesday night. Really felt it Thursday.
Yeah.
Friday kind of off and on. Like I was still working, but I just felt off. And then felt pretty good by comparison today.
Mm-hmm.
But then it's those things where like when you wake up in the morning and it sucks, and then at night it sucks, and then in the daytime you feel like it feels like it's a little bit easier.
Yeah.
But yeah, it kind of hit my wall in there, and then I took NyQuil earlier and all this and that, so it's like all weighing in on me at some point here.
Here we go,
But,
Paul.
DJ,
There
there
you
you
go.
go.
are we on the
Cheers.
same? Are we on the same square? Even though you to me?
I gotta go. I
There
go
you
to
go.
the
There you
middle
go.
this way.
And Paul,
Oh, you got-
go
Paul,
the
you
other
need to
way.
go
way, Paul. Go
other
the
side.
Paul.
Oh, really?
Other
Oh,
side.
Yeah.
I'm in a.
There you go.
There you go.
Ding.
Click it.
There
There
you
you go. Amazing.
Todd, I'll knock on your head there. There you go.
Bink, bink.
Brett, you drank enough 2 years ago for this year.
Brett, actually, what's happening here, folks? Brett's still recovering from 2 years ago.
That's right. That's right. It's just permanent
Exactly.
I know
now.
how you feel.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
DJ, have you learned anything over the last 24 hours that will affect your plans coming up for your own theater build?
Oh. Yeah, I did. It doesn't change them, but I got a new perspective on talking with Chris Deering earlier today, and about calibrating a room and how I'm doing. Like Paul, did you hear this part where he was talking about, so how I'm doing the sound isolation? Isolating the room from the house, so I'm not getting, I'm really lowering my noise floor, and that's where this came up. He doesn't even know what I like. Well, we didn't get into my room or anything, but I was like, we were talking about dynamics in a room.
Oh, yeah.
How
I heard some of that.
when you lower the noise floor, that's the best way to improve the dynamics in your room, because the quieter it gets, the more more pronounced those quieter sounds become and everything. And I was like, yeah, and if you can really get that down, that's very good. And he was like, yeah, well, it's a cost to that, because when you go down really low, now those noises that you couldn't hear before because your noise floor was here, and you got these little noises you can't hear here, and you come down, it's like, now these noises are here. And then he added it, and that didn't bother me, because I'm like, the way I'm designing my room is like, it's literally, I don't expect much coming through, projectors outside the room. It's like, there really isn't going to be too much coming in. I'm not saying it's going to be like completely silent, but a very low noise floor.
Sure.
But what I found interesting was you talking about when you have a completely sealed room like that, calibrating the room is more difficult. He said, because there's no, when you're pressurizing, there's nothing's going anywhere. So the way he was describing it, he was saying it gets a little bit more difficult, or he might not even have said a little bit. He just said it gets more difficult to calibrate the room effectively for all the seats and stuff. You're more apt to get nulls and stuff and everything.
Yeah, that's right. You get more modal problems because I think I've said before, one of the cool ways of building a recording studio is to build it in the countryside, out in the middle of nowhere, and then not worry about isolation at all, as long as you're not underneath a flight path. That's the only catch. Peter Gabriel has his studio in Box, actually quite well, sort of near Steve, near Bath, same part of the country. So real world, absolutely beautiful studio, incredible, custom built, several rooms. But it is built right next to a train line. And literally like the intercity races past it. So they've had to do unbelievable amount of isolation in various bits of it.
Sure.
But his personal studio, his actual, they've got the commercial studios that they rent, they hire out. But then he's got his own personal writing room, which is sort of out in the woods. And you just walk away from the studio and down this track and through all the trees and stuff. And then suddenly this big sort of log cabin appears out of nowhere. And it's glass all the way around, just on one floor. But sort of glass all the way around the outside. And of course, very little isolation, really, as far as I could tell. But then you don't need it because there's no roads, there's no other noise. And the advantage is that there's less modal build-up. Because the sound just goes straight through the walls. It doesn't get reflected back into the building.
Yeah.
But if you do need isolation, like from the rest of the house, then suddenly you're into building walls out of concrete block or cast concrete or whatever. And as you say, sealing it completely so there's no air leakage. And at that point, you're reflecting pretty much all frequencies perfectly. So all your low-end modal issues are going to be really emphasized. But you just need more treatment, more bass trapping, basically.
Which, I don't have I'm not going to have a problem with that, with having false walls and everything, and the room can hide plenty of room treatments. That shouldn't be a problem.
You need to build a little airlock type thing that you have to go into and shut doors, on one side, and then have another door that. Yeah, but you need like the thing that you spin, to seal the door on one side.
Don't get me started, because I'm like trying to customize a door for this theater. I'm like just trying to come up with something creative for fun. Like, everybody's got the Han Solo one. Okay, no, I want to do something like you were saying, like even have like, I've thought like submarine door. I thought, from whatever submarine movie, I also thought the door that's in Iron Man when he's at the beginning of the movie Iron Man that they have for him where they have him captive, and you have that.
Right.
Do something like that big steel door, and then you could still, which I think would be cool, like to have on the outside of the door, like you want to see what's playing in there, you could slide the
open.
yeah. Do something
If you had
like
a submarine door with like one of those little portholes in it,
yeah,
then you could run a little water supply into it, and then you could do the whole and have the water coming up the
there
porthole.
you go. Yeah.
Oh, great.
Oh yeah, I've thought of
Definitely
so many different things that I could do. Like I could either design it, craft it, paint it, make it look like, it'd still be a standard door, not a hollow door, but I'm saying, try to make it soundproof, but as much as possible. But yeah, you could do like a submarine door or something like that where you have, it's like, it's gonna, it's actually gonna butt up against it. So that's part of the design. So it's a little bit bigger, but yeah, just have
something that never comes up, is it? 10 most famous doors in movies.
Yeah,
thinking maybe the vault door in Die Hard.
Maybe I'll suggest that to Empire Magazine because their podcast.
Do you have to play that music every time we go into the theater though?
Yes.
From Die Hard?
That would be very cool.
Is there a good door in Die Hard?
The big vault door, the
vault door that they open.
Okay, yeah, of course.
And
I have seen
it. Whatever the music was, the Christmas music, but
yeah. Boy, that's a good question. Yeah, Paul, I like that. 10 most famous doors in movies.
Well, Star Wars.
Open the pod bay doors.
Hal? Yeah, open the pod bay doors. You get
There's
that
two
one.
of those though.
Yep.
Are there?
In Star Wars, the door when Vader comes through. Those are
you could get one of those doors. The doors that drop vertically and move really fast and
chop your head
feet
off.
Yeah. One of those would be great.
Better beef up your insurance if you get one of those.
No health and safety issues with those at all.
What are some other famous doors?
Oh, geez.
Off the top of your head, think of like
all of the Enterprise doors in the original series.
Yeah, that's
you'd need that.
Yeah. Which was the Airplane 2?
William Shatner.
Yeah.
What about The Shining? The what room number was it?
Yep.
With the woman in the tub.
Or the one with Jack Nicholson's face sticking through it.
Oh yeah, that too.
That door, yes. My God.
Oh, that door.
Just have
Johnny.
an axe hanging out the door.
Yeah, that's a good question.
A lot of good options.
Yeah, that actually would be a really fun article. 10 most famous doors.
Yeah. Get that started.
I will. Maybe I'll think about that one.
Yeah.
I don't really write things like that, but that could be actually a good, fun
AV Nirvana special feature.
Special feature.
Right.
10 most important doors in cinematic history.
There you go.
And you open the article with, I bet you never thought about this before.
Yeah, exactly. I'm thinking on, like TV, the door in Friends.
Yep.
To the girl's apartment, the purple door.
Sure,
the frame.
the purple door.
Yeah. I mean, that's probably one of the most recognizable doors.
Yeah,
of all time. Just because that show has been seen, billions of times around the world.
Yeah.
If you look at the
where is it now? That's what we want to know. Where is that door now?
That's right. Where is it now?
Well, it's actually
a picture of it from 2010, and a picture of it from 2025.
Have you seen this door?
I've actually seen that door.
It's on a
before.
milk carton.
It's they have a tour going around, at least the North America, where you can go see a lot of the things from the set, and I think that door was there.
Yeah.
Stolen.
Well, I got to imagine you can duplicate it and have it like tour like the Stanley Cup, like a few of them going around.
Yeah.
Just a door.
People only 50
Yeah. I saw the real door. That wasn't it. That's the one that they send around.
That's right.
The real celebratory door. That's it. Oh, okay. It's a door. It's not on the hinges anymore. Who knows?
That's right. It's floating.
Yeah.
Next month, top 10 movie elevators.
Oh, there you go.
Oh.
There you go.
I can tell you what number 1 is.
Die Hard.
Well, okay. I can tell you what number 2 is straight away.
That was great. Oh, okay. He's not even going to
Have you ever? Do you know that? Well, no. Well, I think it's one of the best elevators. There's a whole movie about an elevator, which
Devil.
I'm sure Steve would love.
Devil.
Called. I'm in the English version of it is called The Lift, and the strap line for the movie poster is "For God's sake, use the stairs." So it's a killer lift. It's a killer lift in an apartment building, and everyone that gets in the lift gets kind of polished off one way or another.
Killed.
That's not the one I was thinking of. I was thinking of Devil.
Dutch movie. The
Devil. What's that one?
Devil?
That's the one that takes place. I think it's an M. Night Shyamalan movie. It takes place in Philly, and like 5 people get on the elevator, and it gets stuck. And one by one, they get picked off by somebody. You know, the lights like flicker.
Oh.
And you can't see what's happening, and then the lights come back on, and one of the people in the elevator is brutally killed or has been attacked, and everyone starts getting suspicious of who did it in the elevator.
Yeah. How have I not heard of this?
Have you seen that, Brett?
No.
It's actually a surprisingly fun
Googling it now.
flick to watch.
Huh.
I'm sure Steve has seen that.
I'll
It's
check that out.
if you Rotten Tomatoes pans it, but if you're the type of person that allows yourself to immerse into horror films, it's a fun ride.
There you go.
It's short too, which is a big requirement for me these days. Movies
There you
under
go.
140 minutes, 130 minutes, I'm a big fan of.
There you go.
Yeah.
2010. An hour and 20.
I was just saying that earlier.
Yeah, it's a fun watch. You'd like it, Paul.
It's hard to find movies that are under 2 hours. Like try to like you're looking for something to review, like you want to talk about something, like what's something quick I can watch, you know, you're like, it's so hard. It's like everything's like 2+ hours easily.
Do you ever sit down and just sort based on time?
Yes.
I do that all the time. I'm like, what can I watch this under an hour and 30 minutes? Because I don't, like the Thursday night, I don't want to stay up till 11.
Sure.
I just, 10:30 is a good cutoff for me.
Well, it's like, especially like if I'm trying to do something else for the show and I'm trying to spark an interest, I'm looking, it's like, all right, what do I want to do? And I look through and I'm like, all right, oh wait. And then I'm on my way home from work or whatever. And I only got so much time. And it's like, all right, I'm never going to get this in. So if I can't get, and it's so hard to find something that's like, an hour and a half or an hour and 40 minutes. And it's, everything nowadays is going over 2 hours easily.
Yeah.
It's like easily. It's like if you get 2 hours, that's a short movie nowadays. Because they're all like 2:15, 2:20. What was Mission Impossible? The latest Mission Impossible was like almost
2
3
hours and 50. Yeah.
250 something.
Almost 3.
I have not seen that yet because of that.
So, yeah, I didn't see it in theaters because of that. And now I've seen it. It's great on the glasses on a plane.
Oh,
you got a flight home from Denver. You're like, all right, I got to watch the whole movie. It's like, it's great.
You stayed awake? I can't stay awake on planes. So,
yeah, you were saying that. No, rarely do I sleep. I think I slept in One Direction, this year. I think I dozed off.
I thought you were talking about a concert with One Direction.
No.
Like, my God, DJ. I would have slept the entire time too.
Yeah.
I slept through a Fatboy Slim gig once.
No way.
Yeah. I was recording it as well. I was supposed to be working. There's a picture of me.
Oh my God.
Picture of me sat there, literally, like with my in-ears in. I mean, it was about 2:30 in the morning, and I had been working since about 9 a.m. So should get a pass on that one.
He played guitar in the House Martins, right?
He played bass.
Bass?
Yeah.
I love the House Martins.
Yeah, they were good.
Yeah. And Fatboy
Slim,
Slim, I really enjoyed. What's that?
That's outside my wheelhouse.
Yeah, they
There
were
was kind
an
of indie
band.
young indie band, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know the Beautiful South?
Oh yeah.
You heard of a band called the Beautiful South, DJ? No,
Nope.
Probably a British thing.
36D. Great song.
Yeah,
I
so
thought
lead-
all of that music was amazing. I mean, they were an offshoot of the House Martins also, right?
Yeah, the lead singer of the House Martins started this other band, the Beautiful South.
Mhm.
And Norman Cook from the House Martins went on to become one of the top DJs in the world. Which is
Yeah,
mildly
really,
unexpected.
really good music, all of it.
That's the only full-on cinema mix I've ever done, like for cinema theatrical presentation, was a Fatboy Slim show, which was also the show that featured the biggest LED wall, I think, ever at the time. You know, behind the stage, because it was in a big football stadium, and they basically lined one side of the football stadium with the stage and this LED wall. And they only just managed to get the LED wall working in time for it was two nights.
Wow.
So we had a setup day and then the most of the day of the first show. And the LED wall wasn't really working until just before he came on stage for the first night.
Wow.
Really close. Really,
What, you saying
considering we were
technology didn't
filming
cooperate?
Considering we were filming it and probably spending best part of 150 grand filming the show, really needed that LED wall to work.
Yeah, for
And
sure.
thankfully it did.
Have you seen, Paul, the documentary about Woodstock '99
Oh yes,
called Trainwreck? Because I think Fatboy Slim was playing in that kind of techno tent when they shut him down, and they ushered him out of there, and they were trying to tell him to stop his set. And he was really annoyed.
Yeah,
I
mean,
think.
I guess he would be, but maybe he was completely unaware of what was going on outside. And
Yeah.
He was setting fire to half the place.
Wow. Have you seen that, DJ?
No.
That's worth watching. It's
Yeah.
on
Is that the
Netflix.
late 90s?
It's on Netflix.
Yeah, it's called Trainwreck Woodstock. I think it was '99,
Right.
and the insanity that ensued there. I mean, just literally, the place just went insane.
Yeah.
Actually, from the get-go, right? Weren't people like breaking down? Or maybe that was another train wreck.
It was at the height of that sort of pop punk thing, you know, the whole Sum 41 and all of those sort of bands, and it was all a little bit aggressive and then it was a bit badly managed.
People just went insane.
Kids just going absolutely nuts and blazing sort of sunshine and not enough. Am I right in saying there wasn't enough water on
There wasn't enough food.
So people were getting really dehydrated, and people were having to be evacuated by ambulance.
Food cost like $1 bazillion. Yeah, people got there and they were being charged like $20 a bottle for water. You know, that's probably an exaggeration, but it was something along those lines. And
I could
people,
see that.
people
Gouging
just
for that
literally,
stuff. Yep.
oh yeah, they begin to riot there in a mass crowd.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's quite a fascinating watch.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah.
Still, it doesn't leave you with a particularly positive view of the music industry.
No, it doesn't.
At least certainly the live music industry. God. Although most of the people that were performing were like just appalled at the whole thing as well. So yeah, wow. I can't say the word that I would normally use to describe what happened at that festival.
It was a cluster.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
It was. It was a bit of a show. It was a bit of
That
a
was very nice
show.
of you, Todd.
Yeah.
It was a cluster
Amazing.
of what? We're going to leave
People.
it there.
And you'd think after Woodstock itself went so well, they would have made an effort to kind of redress the balance a bit. But no, that basically never run a festival called Woodstock. Basically,
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're just
'Cause
asking
people-
for it.
Yeah, they're trying to recreate and relive what they've heard about, and they go over the top. And
Yeah.
Well,
So
a lot of those still end up being money grabs, and you know it's the same as like fire, right? So, you know that was the whole thing with the
the fire that never happened, right?
At least it took the money. Never actually had the festival.
yeah.
I mean, they had it all set up and all the other stuff, and then it basically canceled. And then, and then I think want to say they tried to do it a second time, and but it's just, yeah, you can't do those kinds of things, and nobody can really put those things on right. I mean, unfortunately, you're still getting even things like Burning Man and things like that start going south, and and how they go from where they started to where it is now. The prices of tickets continue to go up, and um and again, you just run into sanitary issues and all these different things because more and more people keep going, and more, not that there weren't drugs in the beginning of it, but it's just more and more stuff, right? And so and plus then you're mixing fire and water and all these different things out there in the desert, and it's it's
Mixing
unfortunate.
fire and water is not really bad.
Whenever I get on DJ's show, I have a nasty habit of just making suggestions. But Brett, I think I'm the Market Maker Festival.
Market Maker
There we
Festival.
go.
It has
Oh,
a
good.
certain,
It's not. It's not to me.
It
All
has,
right.
it has a certain
How about
ring
it?
to it, and we could have DJ podcast at the festival.
That's right.
Continuously.
But I do
the
think,
whole
don't you
3
guys think
days, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yes,
It's
exactly.
a 3-week.
Pull that
It's a
off.
3-week
Anybody here could pull
festival,
that off.
Deej.
Yeah.
I think Brett could pull it off. We did a desert location. Maybe
That's
actually,
right.
Brett, how about a mountain location?
Oh, there we go. There we go. Well, that's where, as DJ was saying, he's going to have somebody out there. So, when I did it a couple years ago, the whole thing was we had I got the keys to the theater, right? That you were working in last year, and so I got the keys to the theater, and there were, what was there, probably 12, 15 of us, I guess, at the end of it, right? We had every
Really fun night.
seat kind of filled up. But I was saying it was one theater, right? And what I was going to do when it came into ProSource was I wanted to get 2 or 3 theaters, demo spaces at like all the sound rooms, let's say at Cedia. But now at ProSource, I have the capability of doing we have 20 demo rooms. And so, we've got a synthesis room and a Focal room and a Sony room and, and a Denon Marantz room. And, I've got rooms with, large LEDs, and then I've got all the projection rooms.
How many drunk 18-year-olds can you fit in each room?
That's right. There we go.
Because that's that's going to set the ticket price basically.
That's right. That's right. And
train wreck.
But yeah,
ProSource.
Yeah,
that's right.
How did that building burn down, Brett?
Yeah, no idea.
One man.
Oh, yeah. Luckily, it's concrete, so it's
mystery. Absolute mystery.
But,
no one knew concrete could burn like that.
Yep.
One day it was there. Next day, it's all gone.
It's all gone.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
that's right. But it was a hell of a party.
Yeah. It was a hell of a. Can't wait for next year's.
Yeah, that's right.
In prison, right?
Yeah,
exactly.
According to my clock, DJ, you've got seconds.
Yeah, look at that. I see it as
Seconds
well.
Unless my clock is
45.
wrong. Hang on.
Have you checked the tally for donations? Have you been keeping a?
Yeah, I'm just looking well, here I haven't looked at. You started it off at you started.
I donated directly
to Movember this year. People have given here. I think I'm over. I've got a few $100s on YouTube. People were dropping in today. I'd have to scroll back through. Is there a way I can do it? Vibe Home Media.
You've got about 15 seconds.
Yeah, well, we've gone over before.
Going to run over?
We've gone over before. This is the year that it's okay that Steve's not here, because in the years past, Brett would be on some rant and be like, "We got to get DJ to bed," and Brett's like, "Okay, one more thing. I want to tell you about my car."
Is that just me? Fair enough.
Now's your chance, Brett.
Yeah, it's exactly.
There we go.
So, but yeah, so it was so yeah, we just passed 6 a.m. No.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Hey,
Thank you very
congrats.
much.
There we go. Absolutely.
Yep.
I'm old enough.
Thank you. And look at the chat going. The chat. I mean, the numbers I'm seeing here. We got 100 here at 6 a.m. in the morning. The numbers.
What, on YouTube?
Nope. On all right. So this is a new feature. If I scroll over it, I can see live viewers right now, and it's at my Twitter has 48 viewers. YouTube, my Brightside Home Theater has 22, and then Steve's Twitter has 31.
Wow.
So between the 101, between all of them, which is really cool. Jack, looking at the chat, we got Gurinder with the $5 super sticker.
That's right. Awesome. Gurinder.
Yep. Thank you.
Jack,
Thank you very
what
much.
did I say?
Don Hensley. Now they're coming in fast and furious. Don
Yeah,
Hensley,
donate.
Congratulations. Jack, listen in Australia. Legend DJ, well done, mate. This stranger over here, Jenny B 1017. Who's
Cluster
that?
and a show.
Yeah, that her little comment there. Let's see. Oh, Gurinder, yeah, he was in there earlier. So yeah, it's just the chat's been going crazy. I almost approached 200 earlier this afternoon.
Wow,
Earlier this
that's
morning
fantastic.
on the first feed for me, and that's between Twitter and YouTube. And I was like, what the heck? That was early. That was, Todd, we got on, and then I'm watching the number go up, and I was like, 186, 180. I think I might have tapped at 190 at one point. I was like, are you kidding me? And then it was like right before we changed at 2:00, you changed to the other feed, and now it has to rebuild. It was like that early warning one is like I was like, for me, that's huge.
That's awesome. That is huge.
Yeah,
that's huge.
Tremendous, man.
So, but
love it.
But yeah, hopefully these we run these giveaways all month, and maybe maybe a little home theater news show might update people on these giveaways or something. This is AV Nirvana has this fancy little show that goes out every bi-weekly, monthly, whatever it is.
Trying.
That's
try.
Whenever Doug gets a moment to.
Yeah, exactly.
Hopefully Tuesday this week.
There you go.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Do you go by your schedule or news?
It's supposed to be bi-weekly, but it's difficult. Like coming off of CEDIA, there's just so much work to be done because the industry never stops in terms of the news cycle.
Right.
You'd think that CEDIA would give you some breathing room, but it's like coming out of CEDIA,
right?
It's just more and more
it
and
sparks
more.
More. Yeah.
Well, so with that though, so coming from the manufacturing side at points before too, you have to decide what you're going to promote, right? If it's huge, then you promote it right at CEDIA because it's a big block. But otherwise, I've had times where it's like, well, I either want to go 3 or 4 weeks before or 3 or 4 weeks after, because all these other huge companies are going to be doing a ton of promotion at CEDIA, and your stuff gets lost in it. So, that's where it's just figuring out, for any particular product or any particular brand, where's that going to make the most sense? Because sometimes you're going to drown in the noise of everything at CEDIA, but if you're in, 3 or 4 weeks early, 3 or 4 weeks after, then all that noise kind of dies off a little bit. But to your point, then that just means that there's no stop to it, right?
There's no stop.
It's the whole quarter at that point versus just being a few weeks.
I know Tuesdays too are always going to be rough. It seems like a lot of news comes out Tuesdays, Thursdays.
Yeah.
But and now we have CES quickly approaching, so the machine is just starting to get going again. It's like being on a treadmill.
Yep. It's always something. This is the next thing. So, but Jack Lee in the chat. Another
that's awesome, Jack.
$7.99. Thank you. Thanks, Jack. Really appreciate it. Everybody in the chat, it's been awesome all day long. It's like hard to pay attention to that and keep everything going, but people are having great conversations over there, and it's been crazy day. Awesome. And crazy in a good way, not bad. I mean, it's just every year this is just, how do you do it? How do you do it? And it's like, no,
And are you staying up for the rest of the day? Because I think a couple years ago, I'm getting texts from you at like 10 a.m.
You do.
I'm like,
I'll probably text
brother.
you for. I'll probably text you for like the next hour. Sorry, and then I will go to sleep, and then I'm back up. I get up around 11:30, just so I can have a normal night's sleep tonight. But I try to get up at 11.
Does Jen give you a little bell at your bedside that you wake up and you can just ring and she'll come and give you water?
Usually, everybody's out. Everybody's gone. I'll have the day, and it's like I'm going to be watching football. And it's like I'll wake up and relax and watch football and just go back to bed tonight. Literally go back to bed tonight. But yeah, I said it earlier today. This is one of the parts I love about it. It's like I love, we end here, and it's like I got some downtime. It's like we made it successful. And it's not that I didn't think I was going to make it or anything like that. It's like my biggest fear in doing this is like screwing up the schedule. Right. And like when I contacted you, Todd, it was, that was a screw up. So we have the changeover between, I have John and Eddie Mensor, and I'm talking to them and I'm looking, where's Carl? I'm like, Carl's supposed to be coming on at 10 o'clock. And I'm like, where's Carl? Why isn't he dropping in? But each segment has its own link, right? So I send these links out ahead of time. And now it's like, okay, it's 10, 10:02, 10:05. I'm like, where's Carl? And that's when I text you. I'm like, Todd, you want to jump on? And Carl's not here yet. And then all of a sudden I get a message in the chat, I'm here. And it was Carl. And then it was like, oh yeah, we're changing over. Carl has the other link. So he's waiting in, like, for all intents and purposes, my other green room, right?
Yep.
And he's waiting for me. And I'm like, John and Eddie, you want to meet me over there? So I send them the link. All right, meet me over there. We'll finish this conversation. We'll jump in over there. But it was like, so that's what I'm most afraid of, is that it's going to be a screw up on my part of scheduling, because everybody's so great. Everybody's showing up. I mean, you got Brett here on death's door here laying. I'm going to make it for DJ. So it's like, so I'm not worried about everybody else. It's me not getting it right. And people be like, you told me to show up at this time. And I was like, you're right. I did. And that was wrong. So I'm just, when I get to this point, I'm like, I got
employ a producer.
Yeah.
Huh?
Need to employ a producer.
Yeah.
Handle all that
What? And then I
stuff.
just show up and talk? What's the value in that?
Same old, isn't it?
Where's the stress in that, Paul?
That's right.
It's the only thing keeping you awake.
Got to thrive on the stress. Otherwise,
keep sending
links.
Yep, exactly. So once you get to this point, it's just like, I'm excited. I'm happy. It's hard to sleep at this point. And then go to sleep, and another year down, and excited to talk about it, and be like, and thank everybody for everything they did. So,
and then see, the excitement for next year will be seeing what Brett is doing at 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
I'm imagining like a bank robbery hostage situation. Excuse me, can I just have my phone? I need to dial into
That's right. Hey,
I'm whispering to you from the floor of the Chase Bank.
that's right. I'm cracking the dial.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. So,
hey, I try,
Yeah.
There's always something.
Yeah, you do.
I was when, like I said, daytime feels a little better, right? And so I've always got a project, and so this time I'm working on my new heater vent in the bathroom. So I had to replace some of the bathroom, and so I'm putting that one up there, and trying to figure it out. I was going to take my video in there, but then it's right next to our bedroom. I want to wake up my wife, so I came downstairs to furthest point from.
This is in the room that's like as far away as possible.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
When are we getting
Well-
the DIY with Brett podcast? That's what we want to know. The 24-hour DIY with Brett
There we go.
That's right.
YouTube stream.
You know,
Exactly.
I'm always happy to do it.
Sounds
we
like
were
there's lots
building
to do in your house.
Yeah. So
I mean, I can't talk. What am I saying?
Yeah, but
So let me scroll through and thank everybody that's been on today. Obviously, Todd. I won't pull it up again. I've pulled it up quite a few times today. Your inspiration for this, inspiration or command. I don't know which it was.
Oh, you've played that. You played that sound.
Oh
right?
yeah. I played that
Yeah.
sound a few times. Yeah, maybe let me see if I can pull it up. But
Which I have no memory of, guys. I literally do not remember saying the words that I think
don't
DJs
remember it exactly the way it came out either. To be honest with you, it's like I don't. Oh crap! Where'd it go? Yeah. Oh, I lost it. It's oh, let me see. It's I should just highlight the damn thing, but it literally is. I played it this morning when we opened the show, and it was March of 2023. Here I'm coming up on it. That's August of 2023.
It's amazing you even found it.
Well, I knew when it was. I knew what year. I knew the idea, and it was a Takeover Tuesday.
Was that the show that went 3 hours and?
Yeah, that was the record. Being
Is that still the record?
Yeah, you went like 340. Listen to you laugh.
At least on the official side.
You had
It's a
like an
challenge.
evil villain
I think
laugh there.
Brett is thinking like, yeah, 340, whatever.
340, whatever.
I'd eat 340 in my sleep.
Oh,
Yeah.
there we go. Yeah, so that may be the official time, but if you looked at the total time with DJ and I'd say we're pretty much up there too.
Yeah.
Oh my God. One of our a single phone call conversation on what toilet paper do you like? Brett and I would beat that.
The perforation on
That's right. Hey, I like the new wave ones, right?
Yeah.
The new wave cut, far better.
Okay,
let's discuss.
All right, here we go.
TMI.
Here we go. I gotta try to get this to play right from here, but this is how it all started. We'll go out with this, and then I'll thank everybody. Oh, nope, not that wasn't it. Do you? I'm trying to get it because you can. Here we go. Come on. Just play, damn it. Okay. Now why isn't it playing? Oh, are you kidding me? Why isn't my phone connected to it now? It's playing. I love this. Broadcaster, it's connected. Why isn't it playing?
How's the ice hockey tune go?
Yeah.
Oh. No.
Huh.
I'm not familiar enough with ice hockey.
Paul's getting ready.
I've played this so many times. Or maybe it's playing out to something else.
Oh, is that what it is?
Broadcaster. Yeah, it should be going out. Can you guys hear? Nope. It's
Nope.
Oh, that's. I don't know why it's not playing. It's saying it's playing here, and it's supposed to be. It's Bluetooth connected. I don't know why it's not playing. Oh well. But anyways,
it's because it's a lie. You made it all up.
Nope, it's already been played like 4 times today. So all I got to do is find that cut. But yeah, Todd basically said in March of 2023, he's like, he literally I can read it to you from the words. It won't play. I don't know why it's not playing, but it's like, here's what he said. He's like, I think DJ, you should do a fundraiser where you do a 24-hour podcast. That's how he opened it. We weren't even talking about it. He just flat out says it. And it's like, both Todd and I were like, I don't remember it that way. I always thought he went, do you think you could talk for 24 hours?
Mm-hmm.
And then I said, I could do that. I could absolutely do that. I would. And then he goes, you could have a new guest on every hour and you could get listeners to donate. And then we go on and laugh about it and talk about it. And it's like basically he's describing exactly what we're doing. So it was more of a command now that I hear it back. It
Go
wasn't,
forth, young man.
It wasn't a challenge. It was like, no, you could do this. Do it. Oh, okay. All right. What's next, Todd? I gotta be careful around him. So,
I think it's cool that you're raising money though for a good cause. That's really
well. That was the original idea. That was always there was no way we were just doing this for fun. We weren't doing it for bragging rights. We're doing. I mean, you literally said it in your opening statement there, and your your opening monologue. But yeah, it was like for a charity, doing it for a charity, and then. We literally, as we talked about this morning, we didn't know what charity. We just like, let's do this and we'll figure that part out later. And then, Ryan being on the show and the actual first time we did this was on the anniversary of Ryan's uncle dying of prostate cancer. And that's how he started Movember. So I'm like, that's why Todd's like, I have a feeling I'm going to get some texts the rest of the month. Because as soon as the show ended, because we had ideas of other charities and I was like, right away after it ended that morning, I was like, Todd, I'm like, this has got to be it. I'm like, how do you not match up with this? It's like 99% of our audience are men. It's like men's awareness, all of this. How do we?
And you have a personal connection.
Exactly.
Too.
That's my point. Ryan comes on the show, which I wanted them on, and I thought of the Movember thing, but I didn't think it would be how do we not do this annually for that? And that's kind of what it became. So it just all seemed to like wrap up perfectly with that. So it's it's crazy.
Yeah, it's really cool.
So
really cool.
Yeah. So yeah, that was me, Todd starting out every morning, every year at the beginning and ending like this. And then, Danny Speaker's coming on afterwards. Thank you. And Greg and Meg coming on, which is like people were joking like, oh, you got your family and friends, you got your family coming in. I think Giles was the one busting me on it. Like, that's how you're getting people in here early on. But like you said, Paul, earlier, like that was like entertaining because they're young. They both love home theater. They're into it. And it offered a perspective that we don't get around here. It's mostly old guys sitting around talking about home theater. And to hear that, I thought was
back in my day.
Exactly. Then of course, Giles coming on. Thanks. And then Paul Frederick, PF Productions in the chat and talking about, we're sitting there talking about his Return to Auschwitz movie that it was just I saw the other day, and it's like absolutely see that it's on Apple TV $9.99, and he literally because of COVID never got paid for the movie. He never made anything for the movie, but when you see that, you'll be like, ugh, how does this guy not get paid? John Thompson was on with him at the time. John's like, I gotta get him paid. It's so funny. He's like, if I knew you then, it was like, and Paul's like, I wish I knew you then.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah. So then Ara coming on after that, always great, offering up the speakers. Chris Deering, Deep Dive AV. That was, the talking about getting into the weeds with stuff, talking about that, and just like focusing on. It's so funny. People are like, how do you like that stuff? I go, but he says it with such passion and such clarity that when I try to duplicate it, I sound like an idiot.
Chris Deering.
What's that?
As Brett was saying, Chris.
Chris Deering is great. So I enjoy my relationship with him as well.
He's amazing, right? And then Travis coming on, and talking. Him and I just arguing about everything because we don't agree on a damn thing. But it's so great. And then Omar, Mikey, and Johnny I've done yearly. Last year, Omar spilled over into when Ryan was on and they had a really like open, heartfelt talk, which was absolutely amazing. But this year was, for Omar, Mikey, and Johnny, was just, these three guys. Mikey and Johnny live out in the Chicago area. One is like an hour in one direction and another's an hour. So they're 2 hours apart, but they met kind of like through the show, through all of this. Omar happened to be up there visiting and he heard about them. And so he's visited with them. So these are three people that met.
That's cool. That's really cool.
Yeah. So that's really cool getting them back together every year. Rob H from AV Rank coming on after that and talking and debating about stuff and the future of home theater, where it's been, where it's going. Michael Stevens, talking Youth Man, coming on, and we talk about like his new path and what he's doing, and making a career out of this in ways that maybe we wanted and would like to do, but he's actually doing it. And then we got Ike, Easy HT Tech, and Paul and Don Hensley from all these guys from the Horizon Home Theater, the chat and everything. So that was awesome, just hanging out with those guys. They were awesome to me at Cedia. It's like after we left your place, Brett, they were like, Deej, come on down here. And they were like, I go in and it's like Don's like, he bought all this pizza. He set up the place. We hung out there till like 10:30 or something like that. And the waiter comes over and he's like, you guys all set? We're like, yeah. And Don's like, what time do you guys close? They're like, 9. And everybody's like, why didn't you say something?
That's right.
We're sitting there, I'll have another beer, I'll have another this, I'll have that. They were just like, okay. They just kept
That's
serving.
great.
So that was cool. John and Eddie Mensor, and John's one of my longtime listeners, and his brother Eddie makes movies. Made Mine 9, which I watched years ago because John told me about it, and most recently this year was Hazard, and that's on you can get it on Apple TV. That was, amazing movies, very moving, very difficult watches, but exactly like art's supposed to be. You're going to be at the end of it, much like Paul's movie. You walk out of there going, okay, yeah, that was good. Ooh.
Yeah.
So yeah, check those out. Then Carl Ellsworth coming on wrote, thank you to him. He comes in here and he wrote Disturbia, Red Eye, and Unhinged, and these Hollywood. So he got these credits of Hollywood movies. He comes on here and he's like, DJ, I've been dying to talk to you and geek out about theaters and stuff like that. And you're just like, really? Me? And then like he comes on and he got invited to go and see F1 at Skywalker Ranch. Right, Paul? That's the one that he saw? And he was like, I think it was F1 that he saw it. So him and his son got flown out Skywalker Ranch, get to do a screening of F1, and they had a Q&A and with the sound designer or whatever. I think it was one of the sound producers or whatever for the movie. And he's sitting there and he's like, DJ, I got to talk to him afterwards. And he goes, and I was thinking of you. And I was like, really? Me? I'm like, all right, so I'm feeling pretty good because somebody was in Skywalker Ranch thinking of me.
There you go.
Like, I'll never be in Skywalker Ranch, but that's pretty cool. So
next thing you know, he'll be popping up through your bushes looking through your window.
That's right.
Yeah, exactly. And then Carl stuck around. It's like Ryan was on for the next hour, and then Rich, they're the #dork guys. They were in for 2 hours, cool. And Carl stuck around, and he was answering questions from them. And they're like, "What about this and screenwriting? What's it like?" And he was awesome. And then he's asking questions about home theater, and Carl's just got so much passion for it.
That's really cool.
Yeah, it was really cool. And,
great guy.
Yeah. And Ryan and Rich were obviously awesome. They're the ones that started the whole Movember thing. So them just geeking out with us. And this isn't their, they're not like into it like we are, but they do love movies. And Rich has a really, the Dragon's Lair, he calls his theater, which is like the coolest name for a home theater. Yeah. Ryan doesn't have a home theater, but he loves it. His father brought him up on it. So you have that. But having them on was awesome. Shane Lee coming in, him sticking around, he carried me through. It was like he comes in and like Carl leaves, Ryan leaves, Rich leaves. Shane's like, something I said. But he sticks around, carries me through. And then Brett, you come on, Joe comes on, Steve came in for a little bit, and now we're, Brent Butterworth coming back in and chatting with us, and just everybody. And then Paul, and and Todd, you're back. Todd, you're back again. So you get 2 thank yous. But just everybody going through this is just like, that's how do I get through it? That's it.
Yep. Yeah, that's awesome. So takes a village, but you got the leader. So
Yeah, you.
You're leading the charge. No. I take no credit for any of this. You're the guy that
was your
pulled it all
dumb
together.
idea.
You
I'm
do it.
just the one that did it.
Yeah.
I can instigate like a champion. But you're the guy that that pulled it
That's
all
a good
off.
idea.
Let
Somebody
everyone
should
else
stay up
do
for
the-
24 hours. I nominate DJ.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody nominates themselves. Gurinder, was it an inspiration or a dare? I
wasn't-
always thought it was a dare.
It wasn't really a dare. It was because we had gone so long.
Right.
I think I joked with you. Do you think you could actually do this for 24 hours? I think at some point I did joke with that, and then it's parlayed into.
Yeah, I'd have to go back earlier in the podcast, but you did say it after the fact when you said you should do this, and then you said, "Do you think you could talk 24 hours?" And I said, "Oh, absolutely."
You thought to yourself, you might actually do this.
He might actually, yeah.
If I just push a little harder.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Let me mention it
Honestly,
one
Todd,
more
it's
time.
like you knew me well enough. Did you know? I mean, you knew I would.
Yeah. No,
when
well,
you
no,
asked
no,
the
no, no.
question, did you ever doubt it?
I think if you talk to people throughout my life, they would tell you that I do instigate. So,
yeah,
for better or for worse.
Be careful when you're instigating with me. See what happens.
Yeah.
DJ,
yeah,
go get
I've
some
dangled
breakfast.
48 hours out there the past couple of years, and you're like, no.
No, everybody all day today. I thought this was the year when another extra hour, or you did that. Aren't you up to this? I'm like, nope. I got to draw the line somewhere.
I mean, you're at that extra half hour right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just wrapping up. So, we're just wrapping up.
Yep.
We should have started this at 5:30, but we hadn't made it yet, so you can't really do that. So
There you go.
All right.
Come on, you haven't eaten for 24 hours.
Nope. I had a banana.
Now's your opportunity.
I had a banana.
That's
what I ate.
unbelievable. I just couldn't do that.
Yep.
I'd be eating all 24 hours.
Water. I had a beer now. Water. I had 2 of these, 2 Rain energy drinks, 25 hours, and a banana. And a lot of water. And a lot of water.
I would have had pizza coming in.
No doubt.
Probably every 3 hours, pizza. Just bring it. Just keep coming.
See, I would have gotten sleepy. And I'm like, that was great.
There you go. Maybe, yeah. Keeps you alert.
Yeah, exactly. Keeps me awake. So,
Hunger pangs.
all right, boys.
All right. Awesome work, DJ.
Nice.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Thank you
Tremendous
very
job,
much.
DJ.
Thanks to everybody. Thanks to everybody for the prizes that we're donating. Thanks to everybody in the chat. Thanks to everybody that's been on as I went through. You 3, thank you very much for carrying me to the finish line. Appreciate it. And John and I will be back on John and I. Yeah, see, now I am getting delirious. Steve and I, John, maybe John will join us. John was in earlier today too. I didn't thank him. He popped in today too. So thanks to John. But yeah, so until there will be a Takeover Tuesday, I'm going to put something together. It'll be clips of this. So this is officially the 500th episode of the show.
Oh, wow. Congratulations on that.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's why it all fell. And I had Paul on the other day. I did a Takeover Tuesday and put it out on Thursday. He was $4.99. So that this would go out as the 500th episode.
Wow. That's awesome.
So 500 episodes of the show. Been doing it 6 years, and there you go.
That's fantastic.
Isn't that crazy? So yeah,
that's a lot of talking about home theater.
That is.
Yeah, and it's so funny. When I started it, before I started it, I met with this guy he did movies over here and on podcast. Just reviewing movies, and I asked him about what he thought about this idea. I met him for lunch and stuff, and he's like, talk home theater, and he's like, how long do you think that's going to last? He's like, how much can you really talk about?
Oh, it's endless.
Oh, yeah. It just goes to show what people don't know,
Right.
So,
and it's always evolving, right?
Yes.
As we were
the
just
technology
talking about,
and
every Tuesday it changes.
Yeah.
Just keeps progressing forward.
Exactly.
It's really true. It's really amazing how it just keeps feeding on itself and getting bigger and bigger and stronger and stronger.
Yep. So, all right, boys.
I'm not sure DJ's getting stronger and stronger right now.
Yeah, I'm still standing.
Time for some breakfast.
I'm not sitting. I'm standing. So.
Yeah, you got to go
Breakfast.
eat
Walk dogs.
bacon and eggs. What are you going to eat, DJ?
I'm going to bed. I'm going to bed, and I'm looking forward to just
there you go.
junk
Crash
food and
out.
out for the football
too.
games.
Yeah.
Oh, it's gonna be great.
Yeah, Brett, get better.
Just lay down. Yeah, Brett.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank
Yeah,
you, Brett.
get
Thank you for
a little
getting
bit of
me
sleep
there.
so I can pop up and get some
There you
work done
go.
tomorrow.
Good
Yep.
work.
So, all right, everybody.
Buy some raffle tickets. Win
Yes,
cool
raffle
prizes.
tickets,
doubt.
everybody. If you're
I'll
listening
be
to
buying
this,
donate,
we'll
some
be
of mine.
promoting
donate.
it all
Some
week.
Killer prizes.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. All right, everybody. Till next time, you know what you got to do.
Go push play. What he said.
That's right. Thanks, everybody. And why didn't that end stream? There we go. Nothing goes smoothly.
Hey, Fred. This has been a Hey Fred production with theme music by Jeff Bernhardt and Throne Vault Productions.